The Complete Story of Free Realm Sunrise, an illustrated novel, contains all three original stories. Luck of the Draw, a group of four heroes known as the Realm Keepers vow to defend the realm from dark forces in Sacred Grove. Sunrise Stories, the bridge between telling the stories after the events of Luck of the Draw and before the events of the Realm War. The Realm War, a team of two heroes discover secrets that will change them and Sacred Grove forever. Written by Kyle Freems. The Complete Story of Free Realm Sunrise. Written by Kyle Freems. Luck of the Draw by Kyle Freems. Prologue. Sacred Grove was a free realm founded by the Gleam Council. Citizens lived in peace under the council until they didn't. An argument broke out between members of the council, which led to certain members leaving to form their own. It was known as the Gloam Council. When the Gleam Council discovered this, they decided to forge an artifact so powerful that it would change Sacred Grove forever. They called it the Gleam Stone, then decided to use its power to put a stop to the Gloam Council. Queen Iani found out about this and summoned four heroes to stop the council from starting a war. The council attempted to use it, but when they did, the Gleam Stone shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. A wave of uncontrollable magic rolled over the land, causing warp stones to be created, and a crystal barrier formed in front of the Snow Hill Mountains, preventing passage to Silver Hills. Queen Iani called this event the Unbinding, then vowed to prevent something like this from happening again. She had the four heroes start an academy to train heroes like them, so Sacred Grove would be more prepared for an event like this. For years, they learned what they could about the elements, until one day, everything changed. Chapter 1. Bryce. It all started in Shrouded Glade. I was a mount trainer for the Pixies at the academy. Once each Pixie had completed basic wizard training, they were allowed to choose a mount. One Pixie came up to me and asked, "Which one is right for me?" I smiled and said, "Every mount is different, but so is every Pixie. All you have to do is decide which one is like you." The Pixie chose a saber-toothed tiger, a mount so fierce that no one would try to approach it. I smiled and asked, "Is this the right one?" She nodded and said, "I feel a connection with this one, unlike any connection I felt with the Pixies here." It's the first time I've heard someone feel connected to a mount. This led me to believe that there's more to picking out a mount and calling it yours. I nodded and said, "Good. Training begins now, and with that connection of yours, I'm sure you'll ride in no time." Later that night, I sat on the stone wall of the academy, wondering if all I'm meant to be is a mount trainer. I walked over to the mount stables and looked at all of the mounts I had trained. They all looked so peaceful while they slept, except one. The mount we called Drake stared right at me. It was almost like he knew what I was thinking about. It felt like he was staring right into my soul, and that's when I knew a connection was made. I approached Drake and put my hand on his temple. I could hear his thoughts, and he could hear mine. I made a promise to keep him safe, no matter what. I decided to train with Drake as well, so we knew our strengths and weaknesses. I think that was the point where I had found my purpose. It was to train Pixies on how to use and be one with them. Drake was my best friend, and I wouldn't trade him for the world, even if the world fought against me. Chapter 2. Ghost Shadow. A few weeks later, I found a new passion training Pixies on how to connect with their mounts. This seemed to improve overall morale at the academy. Instead of just picking out a mount to use, they got to bond with their mount, like I did with Drake. The High Council at the academy took notice of this and started having a discussion. The council was made up of Jonathan, Sperry, and Lazi. They were triplets. Jonathan sighed and said, "He could be the one we've been looking for." Sperry nodded and said, "For our sake, we'll need someone like him to save the future of Sacred Grove." Lazi saw me and said, "Bryce, there's something you need to hear. Come with us to the council chambers." I followed them to the chambers, though I've never been inside the place. I was astounded by how big the halls were, considering they were way bigger than the stables. We arrived at the center of the council chambers, and I was greeted by a pixie that I've never met before. She had red hair and was a lot younger than the rest of the council. She waved and said, "My name is Talia. I'm the last geomancer of my kind, and I need your help keeping order in Sacred Grove." I was stunned that the council was asking for my help. I tilted my head and asked, "What is a geomancer?" She sighed and said, "A geomancer is tasked with the discovery of supernatural powers or objects. I climbed the mountains of Snow Hill and discovered something with dark power. It was radiating with it, and I decided to split it apart. I didn't want anyone wielding that kind of power." I thought for a moment and asked, "So, if you've solved the problem, why do you need my help?" She sighed and said, "I've been observing you ever since I got back from Snow Hill, and I've seen the work you do. You've learned from others and in turn taught them what you've learned. I also know you and Drake are closely bonded. My bond with Drake has also made my training with the Pixies even more remarkable." She continued, "You're the right person for the task, but I fear you may not be enough." I nodded and asked, "What do you need from me?" She smiled and said, "I need you to take these 4 shards and hide them from those who would use its power. The shards resemble that of the card spheres. We can use that to our advantage, by masking the shards of sphere power to throw off card duelists." I played that card game before. I played it with the Pixies who wanted to break from training. I had no idea actual duelists would fight over power like this. She continued, "You cannot do this alone. I would suggest venturing out into Sacred Grove and finding 3 people, like yourself, who are willing to do anything to protect our realm. Before you go, I'd like you to have these." She handed me vestments, all colored like the shards. It's almost like she knew I'd be going out on this journey to find others like me. She continued, "The Order vestment, as we're calling the shards, was what one of my teachers wore before—" She stopped before saying anything else. She sighed and said, "I'd like you to wear it as a protector of the Order shard. I'd also like you to have this. My teacher called it the Blade of the Mist. Use it only if you must. Also, you cannot use your real name. For your own protection, I'd like you to go under the codename Ghost Shadow. It will help if you give the others you meet codenames as well." She handed me the other weapons that go along with the other vestments. I was shocked that she even handed me the first weapon to begin with. That must mean this journey won't be easy. I tilted my head and asked, "What happened to the other people who wore these vestments and wielded these weapons?" She sighed and said, "If you return with the 3 protectors, I will tell you my story. For now, your task is more important." I smiled and said, "I won't let you down. You have my word. I'll keep Sacred Grove safe." She nodded and said, "Good luck. You'll need it for this journey." She didn't tell me where to hide my shard, but I figured a good place as any would be my home. I hid it in the mineshaft below the academy. No one would go in there anyway, due to the mineshaft being very dangerous. I left Shrouded Glade with my new gear and Drake. I was determined to see this through and find those who would protect Sacred Grove with me. I made the decision to start with Lakeshore, home to the greatest fishing village and people in all of Sacred Grove. Chapter 3. Jessica. Lakeshore was a short hike down the mountain trail from Shrouded Glade. I didn't get to leave Shrouded Glade often due to my job at the stables. Drake flapped his wings at me, making sure I was okay. I smiled and said, "Don't worry about me, Drake. I'm just nervous about this journey." I wanted to reassure him that I'll be fine. I'm used to being safe in Shrouded Glade, and going out into Sacred Grove felt different, but I was ready for anything it would throw at me. We arrived at Lakeshore, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I thought Shrouded Glade was the most beautiful place I'd ever seen. Turns out, I was wrong and needed to get out more. People were fishing and sitting by the lake. There were houses above the lake, boats made of wood, and docks to keep those boats at. I knew this was where I was going to find someone who wanted to protect the realm. I walked around to see what the people were like, but I couldn't gather much info without asking questions. I also couldn't risk revealing the shards to someone who might use them for evil. I turned the corner at one of the houses and saw someone. A girl with brown hair, and she was holding a wooden bow in her hands. She was shooting at targets stuffed with hay. Next to her was a T-Rex mount, which are extremely hard to tame. I walked over without making noise, but she turned around and nearly shot me with her bow. I cowered and exclaimed, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I come in peace!" She rolled her eyes and said, "You nearly gave me a heart attack. You don't just sneak up on people like that." I started to laugh, but then I looked over at the T-Rex and it snarled at me. I smiled and asked, "Who's your friend?" She looked at him and said, "His name is King. He's been with me since I was a little girl." I was shocked. I didn't know mounts could bond to people at such a young age. It made me think that I could have been with Drake if I had worked at Shrouded Glade sooner. I got up from the ground and asked, "What's your name?" She smiled and said, "Jessica Potts, but you can call me Jessica." I gasped and said, "Are you related to Sam Potts? I have her card in one of my decks. We play a lot of games up at Shrouded Glade." She nodded and said, "She's my cousin. She taught me how to use this bow, and because of her influence in Sanctuary, they had a card made for her. Now she guards Sanctuary with her life." I smiled and said, "You're a pretty good shot. You might as well be the next Sam Potts." She laughed and said, "That's nice of you to say, but for now I'll be shooting at hay targets." She shot more arrows into them. She seemed like one of the people I was supposed to meet on my journey. She's definitely fit to be a protector of a shard. I cleared my throat and asked, "How would you like to protect something that matters, instead of shooting hay targets all day?" She turned to me and asked, "Do you really mean that?" I showed her the nature shard and asked, "This shard represents something powerful. I need to find people who can protect more like it. Is that something you can do?" She shrugged and said, "I don't know if I can do it, but I'd like to try. That's what Sam would do." I smiled and said, "All right, but before we do anything, you need to hide this shard. If it gets in the wrong hands, it could mean the end of Sacred Grove." She took it out of my hands and threw it into the lake. I tilted my head and asked, "Why did you do that?" She laughed and said, "Well, you told me to hide it, so I did. Trust me, no one will find it." I nodded and thought for a moment. If I thought no one would go into a mine shaft, then no one would swim to the bottom of a lake. She tilted her head and asked, "So, what now?" I smiled and said, "Well, since you're the protector of the nature shard, I'd like you to come with me on my journey to find 2 more protectors, as long as you're okay with leaving this beautiful place." She smiled and said, "It won't be the same without my loud arrows, but I'm sure the people here will be just fine." "I guess that means I'm joining you." I smiled and asked, "Where should we start?" She thought for a moment and said, "How about Sanctuary? If I ever need help with something, Sam always knows the answer." I nodded and said, "Sanctuary it is. I've always wanted to see what Pixie Wood looks like." She laughed and then we set off on our mounts. This is the start of an incredible journey and greater things to come for our future team. Chapter 4, Crackshot. Sanctuary was about the same hike as Shrouded Glade to Lake Shore. I didn't even bother asking Jessica to use a warp stone. It was just nice to get outside of Shrouded Glade, to be with a new friend and explore Sacred Grove. While taking a break from our hike, she tilted her head and said, "You haven't even told me your name." It didn't even occur to me that I hadn't told her. I chuckled and said, "My name is Bryce, but I'm supposed to be going by the codename Ghost Shadow." She looked at me funny and said, "Ghost Shadow sounds like a cool code name, but I like Bryce way better." I smiled and said, "Maybe you should have a code name, on account of you being a protector of the nature shard that you threw into a lake." She laughed and said, "I'll come up with something. If it hits me, I'll let you know." I still haven't given her a vestment or a weapon. I felt as though I needed to see what kind of protector she was. She looked at Drake and asked, "What's his name?" I smiled and said, "Drake. He's been my mount and friend for a few weeks now. We made a connection at Shrouded Glade." She smiled and said, "That's beautiful. King and I have always had a connection ever since I was little. Sam loves King, but I guess we'll see how Sam feels about you two." I cleared my throat and said, "I'm sure Sam will approve." We decided to camp for the night. Both of our mounts were asleep and we were sitting by the fire. She turned to me and asked, "So, what is Shrouded Glade like?" I smiled and said, "It's truly a magical place like no other." She laughed and said, "Come on, be serious." I sighed and said, "It's really the only home I've ever known. My job at the academy was to train pixies on how to use their mounts. Before I left, there was a pixie who connected with a mount. Because of that, I decided to teach the other pixies on how to connect with their mounts. It really showed how far I had come at the academy." She smiled and asked, "Why'd you leave? Was it because of those shards?" I nodded and said, "Yeah, they're the reason. This pixie by the name of Talia tasked me with giving these shards to those who would protect them. She also wanted me to hide them from those who would use them for evil." She gasped and said, "Talia sounds like quite the mysterious pixie." I nodded and said, "She said if I brought 3 protectors back with me, she'd fill us in on her past. So, if you stick by my side, you'll learn more about her." She laughed and said, "Then it's a deal. From now on, I will stay by your side, no matter what." I smiled and said, "Glad to have you aboard." Then, suddenly, there was movement in the trees. 3 hooligans appeared from the forest, and one said, "Give us all you got, and if we don't have all you got, then use the seaside crab." I chuckled and said, "It's the middle of the night. The lady and I were just having a good chat. It would be nice if you didn't interrupt." Jessica giggled quietly and smiled at the hooligans. I looked at them and asked, "So, what'll it be? The high road or the crossroads?" He furrowed his brow and said, "We don't take kindly to back talk. You asked for this." They approached me slowly with giant hammers. I smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle these guys." She gave me 2 thumbs up for good luck, even though I didn't know how to use my sword. I charged at the hooligans and my sword suddenly lifted into the air. It conjured the wind in the night sky and took out 2 of the hooligans. Then the sword returned to my hand. I assumed the sword was magic as well as my vestment. The 3rd hooligan caught me off guard and nearly struck me down with his giant hammer. Out of nowhere, I heard 2 arrows fly right past my hood. One went into the hooligan, and all 3 of them were down. I smiled and exclaimed, "Way to go, crack shot." She was confused by why I called her that, but then I pointed to the tree. The other arrow she shot went straight through it, and she was speechless. I smiled and said, "You saved my life, Jessica. I don't know how I'll ever repay you." She smirked and said, "Okay, you can sleep on the wood log, and I'll sleep in the tent." I couldn't argue with that, so I went to go sleep on the log. Later that morning, we arrived at Sanctuary. Jessica looked for Sam while I sat and had a drink of sarsaparilla. Sanctuary didn't look as cool as Lakeshore, but it had sights to see. Everywhere you walked, there was a shop to browse, food to eat, and games to play. Jessica came back with the legendary Sam Potts and said, "This is..." I cut her off and said, "My name is Ghost Shadow. Nice to meet you." Jessica sighed and shook her head. Sam smirked and said, "As the defender of Sanctuary, you should probably bow to me, Ghost Shadow, or face the consequences." She clearly didn't buy my code name, but I also couldn't tell if she was being serious about the bowing. So I bowed. Sam laughed and asked, "I was only joking. Get up, ninja. Now, what brings you and my cousin to Sanctuary?" I chuckled and asked, "Your cousin has joined me on my journey, and I am in search of someone who would do anything to protect Sacred Grove. Do you know someone who would be up to the task?" She laughed and said, "You're describing me. Unfortunately for you, my duty resides here, in Sanctuary. These people are counting on me to keep them safe from who knows what out there." I nodded and said, "It shows you care." She smiled and said, "I do know someone who might fit the job description up in Maryvale, if that interests you." I nodded and said, "That's great news. We'll head there next." Jessica started heading towards the trail, but Sam pulled me aside and said, "I know what game you're playing, Bryce. Jess told me your real name." She looked towards Jessica and asked, "Whatever journey you're on, my cousin better not get hurt because of it. If she does, you'll get an arrow right between the eyes. Do you understand?" I nodded, and she said, "Okay, keep Jess safe. I'll be watching you from Sanctuary." I gulped and walked fast toward the trail. Jessica stopped me and asked, "What took you so long?" I turned to her and said, "I'm taking Sam's card out of my deck and banning the card from games with the Pixies." She laughed and said, "Don't let my cousin intimidate you, Bryce. It's just what family does. We look out for each other." I sighed and nodded. Since I had that talk with Sam, it felt right to give Jessica the vestment and weapon. So I handed her the gear and said, "This will help you in the future. We need to be prepared for the worst when it comes to protecting those shards." Before we set out, I turned to her and asked, "So, now that we're done here, did you come up with your code name yet?" She looked down at her bow, smiled, and said, "Yeah, definitely. Call me Crackshot." I smiled and said, "You got it, Jess. Unless you don't want me to call you by that." Sam did, and I thought... She cut me off and said, "That's fine by me, Brycey Bear." I sighed and said, "Okay, you know I like Bryce better than that nickname." We both laughed and set off for Maryvale. There was something about Jess that made me smile, but I didn't know what it was. I'll keep her safe like Sam wanted. That's a price I would always pay, no matter the cost. Chapter 5. Nathan. Thanks to Jess's cousin, Sam Potts, we were on our way to Maryvale. It was only a short walk from Sanctuary. It was a steep climb up to Maryvale, and I wasn't looking forward to it. Jess looked at me and exclaimed, "Go, Bryce, make the climb!" I sighed and said, "Thanks for the boost of confidence, Crackshot, but a ninja like me can handle the steep hills of the Vale." She smiled and said, "I'm sure you can." Just as we were approaching Maryvale, 5 Robgoblins showed up out of nowhere. One of them smiled and said, "You aren't getting past us without paying the toll, so pay up or scram." I tilted my head and asked, "How much is the toll?" He shrugged and said, 1,000,000 coins. I gasped and said, "I've got pocket change, so I don't think that toll is really fair." He sighed and exclaimed, "Then you aren't getting through." I was about to pull out my sword, but Jess stopped me and said, "Don't worry, I've got this." She went up to all 5 of the Robgoblins and readied her bow. He laughed and asked, "What are you gonna do, little girl? Attack me with your good looks?" She smirked and pointed her bow up in the air to release a loud sonic noise that only hurt the Robgoblins' ears. They ran away and Jess lowered her bow. I smiled and said, "These weapons are something else." She nodded and asked, "Yeah, it's like they've got a mind of their own or something. Do you have any theories?" I thought for a moment and said, "My best guess is that they're magic, but who knows? It's probably just another mystery of the Grove. If they really were magic, Talia had a lot of explaining to do." I turned to her and said, "When we get back to Shrouded Glade, I'll have to ask Talia about the weapons." She laughed and said, "I guess that means there's no point in theorizing. Let's go see if our new friend is here." We entered Maryvale and I was shocked. We looked up and saw this giant rainbow-like glow coming out of the center of Maryvale. It might have been the highlight of going outside the academy. There was giant sunflowers all around us, taller than most of the pixies at Shrouded Glade. It was breathtaking to see such a small town be so incredible. Jess turned to me and exclaimed, "Bryce, you have to see this!" I made my way over to where she was and saw a guy working on something. I couldn't tell what it was, but it looked like a mount. Jess got me a closer look, and it was a mount, but it was a mount I had never seen before. It looked almost like junk, but it floated and I needed to know more. I ran up to the center of Maryvale and exclaimed, "You have got to tell me what kind of mount that is." He scoffed and said, "Dude, where are your manners? I don't even know your name and you're over here barking orders. Your name first, and then we'll talk." He sounded like one of the council members back at the academy. I sighed and said, "Oh, my name is Ghost Shadow." He shook his head and asked, "Your real name, please?" Jess started giggling behind me. This guy would have bought the name Crackshot. I nodded and said, "My real name is Bryce. Sorry about that. We're trying to be undercover." He nodded and asked, "Oh, gotcha. No worries. And your name?" Jess smiled and said, "My name is Jessica, codename Crackshot." He laughed and said, "Now that code name I like. Bryce, you need a better one. They both started laughing. My code name was passed down from Talia's teacher, who was probably old as dust. I sighed and asked, so, now that you know our real names, what's yours? He smiled and said, it's Nathan. Nath for short. I rolled my eyes and asked, and that's your real name, correct? He scoffed and said, yeah, I don't lie when it comes to first impressions, unlike you. Now that we know our names, it sounded like you had some questions about my ride. I'd be happy to answer them. I almost forgot the whole point of coming over to him. I nodded and asked, I've never seen a mount like that before. What is it? He smiled and said, I like to tinker with anything lying about, like my goggles and gloves, for example. I built them myself. One day, I decided to experiment, mostly because I've been seeing everyone in Sacred Grove riding around on mounts. I went up to one of the junk piles nearby with a magnet that I acquired from our Hobgoblin neighbors, and the metal connected with it. He built his own stuff and managed to make something no one's made before. He continued, well, I'll be honest, I had no idea what I was making. I think it turned out pretty good considering it floats. I looked at it and asked, well, I get it comes from a junk pile, but do you even know what that junk is made out of? What if the mount goes kablooey? He laughed and said, if it went kablooey, it would have by now. To answer your question, the junk is made of parts from a place called Glimmer Deep. I learned that from an archer by the name of Sam Potts up in Sanctuary. It's the whole reason I wanted to try this experiment out, and it works. Sam really saw something in this guy. It's probably why she said we should come up here to meet him. Looking at his experiment, I can't gather much, but it seemed like he already made a connection with it without even knowing. I scratched my head and asked, well, you made a new mount. I think it's only fair you give it a name. Give it a name others will know the mount by, and your own personal name. So, what'll it be? He started to think about it. Then a light bulb appeared above his head. I'm almost certain he did that for laughs. He smiled and said, I'll call it the Clockwork Hoverboard. A fitting name for my board will be Sparky. It has a nice electric ring to it, if I do say so myself. I kept staring at the hoverboard in wonder. I've seen the pixies ride on bikes, and I've seen them ride on animals. To see a mount that's both alive and not at the same time is something to truly behold. I can only imagine what this means for the future of Sacred Grove. I turned to him and asked, hey, how would you like to join us on our journey? He thought for a moment and said, you know what? That sounds like something I need. A journey to test out Sparky, and you two seem like quite the pair. I'd say I'm in. I showed him the machine artifact and said, a big part of this journey we're on is finding people like us to protect power like this. Just by staring at Sparky, I know for a fact you're one of those people. He tilted his head and asked, what do you need me to do with this? I smiled and said, it's best to keep it hidden, and this seems like the best place. He took it and dropped it below the giant rainbow-like glow. He smiled and asked, all right, where do we start? Go Shadow? I pointed behind me and said, we'll head to Sanctuary, get our bearings, and go from there. So we left Maryvale and felt a little more hopeful. We were close to completing this team of protectors, and all we needed was one more protector. Then we could give Talia the good news. Chapter 6, Mage Tech. We were getting close to Queensfields, and Jess was outpacing the two of us. So we slowed down and decided to have a chat. I looked at Nathan and asked, so, besides tinkering, is there anything else you have a talent in? He laughed and said, believe it or not, I'm a wizard. I turned to him and said, did you train at the academy? Because I think I would have recognized you. He shook his head and said, I trained in Maryvale. I started training when I was really young. I tilted my head and asked, I thought the academy was the only place you could train to become a wizard, but I guess I'm wrong. What made you want to train here? He laughed and said, you gotta work where the magic happens. Believe it or not, that is Maryvale. There's no place like this, and every day I feel its energy. It seemed like he felt everything around him, all at once. I admired that, since I only started to feel a connection with Drake a few weeks ago. We caught up with Jess in Sanctuary, and she was talking with Sam. It seemed like a serious conversation, so we walked over to see what was going on. Sam sighed and asked, I just got a report due east. Someone is looking to do a raid on Tanglewood Fort in Briarwood, alone. Anyone attempting to do that is asking for it. I was asking Jess if you all were up for helping the idiot out. It seemed like a rescue mission and a good way to prove to Sacred Grove that we're its protectors. Ty nodded and said, You can count on us. We won't let you down. She smirked and said, Good. I'm counting on that. Make haste, young warriors. We headed out on our mounts to Briarwood in the hopes of saving some idiot kid who thinks he can take down an entire army. We approached the entrance to Briarwood's hedge maze, and it was massive. It was big enough to rival the city of Sanctuary, if you could believe it. I turned to Nathan and said, Hey, you're gonna need these. I handed him the vestment and weapon, then said, If we're gonna enter the deadliest place in Sacred Grove, you need to be able to defend yourself. Besides, a wizard like you needs to tell us how this place feels. He looked at the maze and said, Well, I can tell you one thing. You won't find a friend in there. This place feels like it's corrupting Sacred Grove. I can practically feel the bad vibes. This place must give Sacred Grove a bad name. Hopefully, we can get through this maze and save whoever's going into the fort. We entered the maze and tried to navigate it as best we could. Without warning, we were attacked by the thorn vines and creatures of the maze. We fought off what we could while trying to find a way out, but there were too many of them. Jess and I ran into a dead end and were trapped by multiple thorn creatures. Suddenly, I heard an explosion. It sounded more like a boom, or how I put it, kablooey. I looked up and saw Nath. He was wielding the power of the wand I gave him. He started to gather lightning from the sky. He charged at everything in the maze and zapped them with his new wand one by one, eventually clearing the way for us to leave the maze. We climbed up a hill overlooking the maze and attempted to catch our breath. I sighed and said, Nath, for the love of all that is gleam, do that more often. Jess nodded and said, Yeah, whatever you did saved us. He smirked and said, Oh, it was nothing. That wand you gave me really felt inspiring. I could push out all of the bad vibes. I smiled and asked, So, how about a code name? He laughed and asked, I was actually thinking of one. How does Mage Tech sound? I laughed and said, That's the coolest name I've ever heard of, and I've met a pixie named Wings at the Shrouded Glade Academy. Chapter 7, Cade. We made our way down the trail to the fort. There was nothing except thorn trees and vines for miles. There were also vine creatures lurking about, but we kept our distance since they weren't our primary objective. Jess looked around and said, I've gotta say, I'm missing Lakeshore right about now. I nodded and said, Yeah, nothing beats Lakeshore. There's definitely someone who lives here and has gotten used to the thorn trees. Nate scoffed and said, First off, Maryvale beats Lakeshore easily. Second off, who in their right mind would want to live in a place like this? I shrugged and said, Probably someone not like you or me. Look around. Those vine creatures live here, which means someone who's different than most of the people in Sacred Grove would live here. Jess turned to me and asked, Like an outcast? Someone who doesn't belong or was ignored by others? I nodded and said, Something like that, yeah. Let's face it, if you didn't fit in elsewhere, you might have come here for a change. Even then, you probably would have been accepted by the thorn trees. Nath shook his head and said, People shouldn't be rejected to be forced to look for acceptance here. It's just wrong. I always give people the benefit of the doubt without a second thought. Nath had a point. If we, as protectors, decide to reject others, we're no better than those who would use the shards for their own evil purposes. We finally arrived at Tanglewood Fort, and it was almost as big as the maze. There were guards at every corner of the fort. I turned to Nath and said, I told you someone lived here. He rolled his eyes, then Jess pointed out someone below. It was a guy hiding behind a rock observing the fort. It could be the guy dumb enough to raid the fort by himself. So we approached him. I whispered and asked, Hey, what do you think you're doing? The guy turned around and looked really upset and said, I need to go in there. I don't care if I die, I need to save him. Jess tilted her head and asked, Who do you need to save? He sighed and said, Fang, he's my wolf and they took him from me. But I know he's in that fort. I need to get him back. I shook my head and said, you can't go in there alone. You'll get seriously hurt or worse. He frowned and exclaimed, I don't want anyone else getting hurt. I'm rescuing Fang. Then suddenly he started to transform. He grew hair everywhere, grew fangs, even grew a tail. That's why I noticed he looked exactly like a wolf. He started running into the fort like a madman. I turned to Jess and asked, Nathan and I will take care of the archers on the top wall. Can you run in and help the idiot? Make sure he doesn't get hurt? She sighed and said, yeah, I got him. Jess ran in after our wolf boyfriend. He was completely tearing up the wood on the fort. He nearly clawed through every troll and spider to get his wolf back. She shot 2 spiders down and used that piercing sonic noise on the Chugwug soldiers. We took care of the archers and caught up with her. I tried to catch my breath and asked, this place is no joke. Why are Chugwugs guarding a fort in this rotten place? Jess shrugged, and Nath said, you said it yourself. This is a place for those who don't belong, and these Chugwugs thought they belonged here instead of drinking sarsaparilla at Wugachug. He had a point. They probably didn't like the life of drinking that stuff all day. We caught up to our wolf boyfriend and saw that he was facing up against a Chugwug commander. Jess and Nath were about to charge in, but I shook my head and said, wait, this is his fight. What you two should do is free his wolf. I'll help this guy out if he gets in any more trouble. They didn't know what they were looking for, but Jess pointed and exclaimed, I found him! Nath ran over to see a wolf mount, then asked, that's a little on the nose, don't you think? She turned to Nath and exclaimed, he's so cute! He shrugged and said, sure, whatever you say. Let's just get him out of this fort before more Chugwugs show up. You can pet him some more when he's outside. She smiled and they ran outside the fort. Meanwhile, I was observing Wolf Boy and the Chugwug commander. I've seen a lot this past week, but this one takes the cake. Just seeing a half-human, half-wolf person is mind-blowing. The Chugwug furrowed his brow and exclaimed, I'm Commander Cluggencrush, and you need to leave my fort now, before you face the consequences. Wolf Boy snarled and exclaimed, not on my life. He dug his teeth and claws into the Chugwug's legs, arms, and eventually got the better of him, and the commander passed out. I ran up to Wolf Boy and asked, hey, can you understand me? He growled and exclaimed, where is Fang? I tried to calm him down and said, don't worry, my friends got him out of the fort. They're waiting outside, but I need you to calm down and come with me. He growled at me and followed. He started to relax and we left Tanglewood Fort safely. Jess was petting Fane when we arrived, then Wolf Boy growled at her and exclaimed, back off! He dropped to his knees and held Fang. I turned to Jess and asked, a little on the nose, don't you? She cut me off and said, let Wolf Boy have his moment. Then suddenly he transformed back into his human form. He was naked and I felt bad, so I gave him the last vestment I had left. I wasn't going to give him the shard, but I couldn't let Wolf Boy walk around without any clothing. He nodded and said, thanks, you didn't have to do that. I tilted my head and asked, do you always walk around with no clothes on? He shook his head and said, no, but I'm just grateful that I have Fane back. He means more to me than clothing. I understood what he meant. I think any of us would do anything to keep our mounts safe. I smiled and said, hey, we never got your name. He smiled and said, my name is Cade. With all the commotion earlier, I didn't think about mentioning it to the three of you. I chuckled and said, it's nice to meet you, Cade. My name is Bryce, this is Jess, and that is Nath. We actually came all this way to stop you from going into that fort, but you definitely had your reasons. He nodded and said, yeah, it was pretty stupid of me to do that. I honestly had no choice. Fane is all I've ever had, and I'd never lose him. I looked at Fane, and it seemed like Cade's also got a strong connection with his mount. It's what we all have, so maybe he could be the last protector we need. I tilted my head and asked, so, care to explain what's going on with Wolf Boy? He chuckled and said, yeah, I'm what Madame Zelda refers to me as a werewolf, which is a half-human, half-wolf person. I nodded and asked, gotcha, but who is Madame Zelda? He sighed and said, she cared for me when no one else would. I nearly came here before she saved me. She even gave me Fane when I was young. She also showed me how to harness my werewolf abilities so they wouldn't get out of control. I turned to the fort and asked, so what happened back there? He sighed and said, I can't get emotional. That is the one thing above all else that makes me become like Fang here. Madame Zelda said I am not allowed to feel emotions in general because of this curse, as I used to call it. It's not that anymore, though. It's who I am. Jess nearly teared up and said, how can you not feel? That's just not right. You have to feel emotions. It's part of being a person. He shrugged and said, I suppose being half wolf takes over that emotional side. It's who I am, and unfortunately, I can't change that, even if I wanted to. Jess nodded and backed off. I turned to him and asked, so, now that you have Fame back, what are you going to do? He looked behind us and said, I need to head back to Black Spore, my home. It's where Madame Zelda lives as well. I thought for a moment and thought it might be a good idea for us to tag along. We could learn about this Madame Zelda and hopefully get Cade to join our team. I smiled and asked, hey, do you mind if we tag along? Jess and Nath looked at me funny, but I smiled at them, hoping they knew I had a plan. He nodded and said, sure, I wouldn't mind the company, and Fang seems to like Jess. Jess smiled and patted Fang on the head. I smiled and said, since you have an outfit like ours, you'll probably need this weapon to go with it. He looked confused and said, why would I need a hammer? I'm half wolf. I shrugged and said, well, who knows? Maybe it will come in handy. You might be able to channel your emotions into it. He looked at it and said, well, I hope so. Be good to let those out without losing myself. So we set off for Black Spore, in the hopes of recruiting Cade to our cause and meeting Madame Zelda, Cade's caretaker and wolf trainer. Chapter 8, Wildclaw. We arrived at Black Spore, but the whole place was surrounded by mountains. I turned to Cade and asked, hey, how do we get in? He pointed and said, through this gap in the mountains here. We followed him in, but I could barely see anything until we were all the way in. The place seemed dead. It was just a murky swamp with tombs everywhere. I could see why Cade ended up living here. It's perfect for his zero emotion policy. I looked around and asked, doesn't this place just give you the creeps? Jess shook her head and said, it's a little better than Briarwood, not as scary looking. Nate shrugged and said, it's really chilly here and it gives me the chills seeing all these tombs. Cade overheard our conversation and said, hey, don't scare the ghosts if you see them. They live here and don't like the company, especially newcomers in Black Spore. I looked at him and asked, you do know ghosts aren't real, right, Cade? He chuckled and asked, if ghosts aren't real, then how come I can turn into a wolf? I nodded and asked, fair point, but still, I'll believe it when I see it. Are the ghosts friendly? He nodded and said, some of the locals are, yeah. If you go to the actual graveyard where I learned to harness my wolf side, those ones aren't so friendly. I thought for a moment and asked, what made you want to harness your wolf side at a graveyard? He sighed and said, Madame Zelda had me trained there because it's where I could feel every emotion. Fear, anger, depression, anything you could think of. It's how I learned to suppress any emotion so I could keep my wolf side in check. I nodded and asked, hey, speaking of that, do you like turning into a werewolf, or do you only turn into one when you need to? He sighed and said, no, I don't like it. It's part of who I am, so unfortunately I have to live with it. I only turn if absolutely necessary, which with Fane was necessary, but I didn't do it on purpose. I nodded and said, right, you let your emotions get the better of you. Well, hopefully that hammer will come in handy one day, and you won't have to go wolf on any of us. He sighed and nodded. It seemed like he was in a constant battle more than any of us, on a day-to-day basis. We finally got into town. It was more like a stone path that had wood houses and streetlights next to it. Cade turned to us and said, we're close to Madame Zelda's house, so stay on your toes. Our feet weren't exactly on the ground due to our mounts, but I understood the expression. I had no idea what to expect from Madame Zelda, but maybe she could tell us about her weapons or the shards. Then again, maybe she didn't know anything and was just Cade's caretaker. We arrived at a small hut and I assumed that this was Madame Zelda's home. Cade knocked on the hut door and it opened. Just by looking at her, she looked like a fortune teller. He smiled and said, "I got Fane back, safe and sound." She frowned and said, "Did your emotions get the better of you? Don't lie, I'll know." He nodded and said, "Yeah, they did, but I had some help." He pointed to the three of us and she stepped out of the hut. She smiled and said, "Thank you for helping him. Hopefully he wasn't too feral." I chuckled and said, "Not at all. He just seemed to really love his wolf. I think it shows that some emotion was needed to get Fane back." She shook her head and said, "As a werewolf, he needs to learn to be level-headed. Love could possibly have been a factor, but I'm convinced that without Fang, he would constantly be feeling all of the emotions he's kept buried within himself." This could be true. Maybe Fang is a connection, but also something to balance Cade's wolf side out. I nodded and asked, "I understand, but at least they're safe, right?" She nodded and asked, "He had you three. That's what matters. What are your names?" I smiled and said, "I'm Bryce, this is Jess, and that is Nath." She smiled and said, "It's nice to meet Cade's protectors. I'm Madame Zelda, fortune teller and healer of Black Spore." I looked at her and asked, "Healer of Black Spore?" She laughed and said, "I heal the ones who are hurting or going through a traumatic experience. Like most of the local ghosts here, they feel all sorts of emotions, sometimes anger, sadness, or fear. I help them move on and they no longer have to suffer." Jess smiled and said, "That's beautiful." It's almost like she has my job, but more complex and deeper. As a mount trainer, even though I trained the pixies on how to use their mounts, I had to look after the mounts too. I had to care for them, feed them. Anything they needed, I provided. I thought for a moment and asked, "So, fortune telling. Can you read our fortunes?" Cade smiled from the hut, knowing that he had made some new friends. She looked at us and asked, "Are you sure you want to know what fate has in store for you three?" I thought about it and said, "Yeah, I think we're up for it." She smiled and said, "Good, let's have a read." She had many things at her table: crystal ball, items that gave off good luck, and a book for fortune telling. She brushed all of those things off to the side and brought out 12 cards. She turned to us and said, "I am going to shuffle the deck. These are Sanctuary Tarot cards. I got these from the Queen herself." Seeing those cards made me wonder if she really was just a fortune teller and a healer for this murky swamp. She continued, "I'm going to place 3 cards on the table for each of you to flip over, and I will tell you what each of them represent." I looked over at Cade and asked, "You're not going to participate?" He shook his head and said, "I already know my fate. Only time will tell now. Based on what he said, I need to know what's in store for our future." Zelda shuffled the deck and placed a card for each of us on the table. She asked Jess to flip the card face up. She looked at Jess and said, "This card is called the Tower. It is upright, which means your pride will be broken and there will be a great disaster to follow." Jess frowned and asked, "Could this fate be changed?" She shook her head and said, "Your fate's been set in stone long before you came here for the reading." Jess sighed and nodded. Next, she had Nath flip his card. Zelda turned to Nath and said, "This one is called Death. It is upright, which could mean a lot of things. For you, however, there will be an end, no beginning." Nath shrugged and said, "Well, I can't live forever, but I'll live with that card." She asked of me to flip mine, and I did. My card was the most interesting one. She looked and paused, then looked up at me and said, "This is the Hanged Man. It is upright, which means at some point you will sacrifice yourself for the greater good." I froze for a second. I know we're all going to die at some point, but to think I'd be sacrificing myself for the greater good is something that I wouldn't have guessed. All I've done is train pixies on how to use their mounts. I didn't think it would lead to me sacrificing my life. I tilted my head and asked, "What did Cade get for his fortune?" She sighed and said, "His card was the Wheel of Fortune. It was upright, which means his fate is inevitable. He's going to be ready for it." For a guy with no emotion, most of the time, that's gotta be tough to live with. I got up from the table, saw Cade and asked, "How would you like to join us?" He turned to me and asked, "Join you?" Why should I? I sighed and said, Zelda said your fate is inevitable. You might as well go out protecting something important. I handed him the Chaos Shard and said, this is what I was tasked to do, to hide these shards and protect them. I protect the Order Shard, Jess protects the Nature Shard, and Nath protects the Machine Shard. It's our duty to see this through. He thought about it and stared into the shard, then said, I can feel the emotion running through the shard. It's filled with rage and destruction. I don't like the idea of someone getting their hands on something like this. I'll protect it with what life I have left. I smiled and nodded, then told him to find a place to hide the shard. He handed the shard to Zelda and said, keep this safe. I have to go with them, but I'll be back. She looked at him with a worried look, but smiled and said, I'll see you when you get back. We started heading for Shrouded Glade, but Zelda called me over before I left. She looked at me and asked, Bryce, do you know what this shard is? I shook my head and said, all I know is that it cannot get into the wrong hands. I don't know what all the shards together would do, and I don't want to know. She smiled and said, you're a good leader, Bryce. Your friends and Cade seem to trust you. I fear dark times are coming and we won't know what'll hit us when it does. I nodded and said, whatever happens, we'll be here to defend Sacred Grove. She sighed and said, for all of our sakes, I hope so. Zelda felt like she had seen the shard before. I ran back to the team, turned to Cade and asked, so, we all have code names, but it looks like you don't have one yet. Does Wolf Boy sound good to you? He chuckled and said, actually, I think Wildclaw suits me just fine. And with that, our team was finally formed. Chapter 9, Talia. We returned to Shrouded Glade and all of the pixies saw me. They flew over to greet me and my friends. I missed this and it felt good to be back where it all started. I miss seeing the mounts I trained others to have a connection with, and I also miss playing cards with Wings. Talia was at the top of the academy staircase and she motioned us over. I pointed out Talia to them and asked, are you guys ready to meet her? They all nodded in agreement and I smiled. We entered the council chambers of the academy and Talia asked, welcome back, Bryce. I see you found the 3 protectors. What are their names? They introduced themselves one by one. Jess smiled and said, my name is Jessica Potts, cousin to Sam Potts. Talia nodded and said, cousin of the protector of Sanctuary. I expect great things from you then. She looked nervous and nodded. Nath pulled out his mount and said, my name is Nathan and I built this. He showed her Sparky, the world's first hoverboard and one made of Hobgoblin junk. She gasped and said, you built this? Bryce, you exceeded my expectations. I expected you to bring back 3 Chugawugs. I laughed, but the thought did occur to me when we were at Tanglewood Fort. She continued, this is incredible work, Nathan. If you keep doing work like this, you'll be the future of the Grove. He smiled and stepped back. Cade, our no emotions friend, gave Talia his hand to shake and said, my name is Cade. She looked confused and said, what makes you a protector? All I see is the hammer that Bryce gave you. He smirked and then turned into his other form. He growled and turned right back. Talia took a step back and said, well, all right, enough said, I suppose. I think Cade quite enjoyed giving Talia a scare. I turned to Talia and said, well, we're all here. I think it's time for that story you told me about before I left to find these wonderful protectors. She nodded and said, you'll want to sit down. This story is a bit of a long one. We all sat down and listened to Talia. She sighed and said, it was 3 years ago. I was a young student at a place called SRS. The longer name for it was Sanctuary Reserve Squad. This place was Sanctuary's last line of defense if everything went sideways. I was still learning at the age of 18, but I would still watch them train. So maybe I could fight one day. That day still has yet to show itself, and I'm hoping someday it will. They were of the most elite warriors you could find, and so many of them were ready to defend Sanctuary when it would be needed most. I had hoped that I would be next to be trained as a warrior, but it seemed hope was slowly dwindling. While I was studying the properties of warpstones, I overheard the professors and trainers talking and decided to get a better listen. We had 2 professors and 2 trainers. The professors were named Azur and Esther. Azur was a cautious old wizard who knew the risks of Sacred Grove and strived to keep us safe. Esther, on the other hand, was smarter than all of us. She would even correct us when we thought we knew something about Sacred Grove, but I'm glad she did. They taught us the good, the bad, and the ugly about Sacred Grove. They also showed us different species and races we may encounter out in the wild, and most importantly, Gleam and Gloam. Those two elements were my major at SRS, and the more I learned, the more I wanted to discover. The trainers were named Kirill and Arknos. Kirill was like you, Bryce, except he ate trained pets. He made sure that everyone had a pet to keep them company when they weren't training. Not everyone liked him, mainly because he was reserved and cared for the animals the most, but I respected him. Arknos was a wizard, Azur's apprentice to be exact. Arknos trained everyone on everything, no matter who you wanted to be. He enjoyed what he did, and I could see it whenever I was studying. It brought me a lot of joy, even inspired me to do more than I already was in each of their classes. These four came from all walks of life, knew everything in Sacred Grove better than we knew ourselves. I decided to see what they were talking about. Esther sighed and asked, "You can't be serious, Kirill." He nodded and said, "Dead on, miss. She needs to be ready for what's coming." Arknos shook his head and said, "We can't. Even if we trained her, she's not going to be ready for what's to come." Azur sighed and exclaimed, "Enough!" They froze. I bet everyone in the SRS heard him yell like that. Azur cleared his throat and said, "Talia's more than capable to train with everyone else, but I won't allow it. If we trained her for what she's looking into, who knows what she'd do with that training?" Kirill turned to him and said, "I've seen the look in her eyes when she watches me train the animals. She deserves a chance at training with the other students." Arknos furrowed his brow and said, "What if she destroys Sacred Grove with whatever she discovers because of that training? I train students to learn how to protect Sacred Grove, not just Sanctuary. I've seen that look in her eyes too, but in those eyes, all I see is chaos." Azur turned to Esther and asked, "What do you see in her eyes?" Esther sighed and said, "A flame that has yet to ignite. You try training her and who knows what becomes of Sacred Grove. I don't believe it's worth risking the fate of our homes." Azur nodded and said, "I see light and darkness in her eyes. As much as I believe she is at the age to train with the others, it's not the right decision. Until we can fully evaluate her mental state, she will not train." They all left the room except Kirill. He sighed and said, "Everyone deserves a fair shot, regardless of who they are or what they could become." I cried and ran out of the room. I left the SRS to be alone. I ended up going into the forest where no one could hear me. I sat for a few minutes before I was ready to go back, but then I heard something. I decided to set foot into the forest and see what the noise was. I approached a weird-looking cave aligned in really dark purple stone. The entrance had a light and dark door. It was open. I entered and discovered a room. It was filled with books and old manuscripts. It looked like the perfect place to study, but at the center of the room were two artifacts I'd never seen before. One looked like it was that of a warp stone, representing Gleam, and the other one looked like it represented its polar opposite, Gloam. I was about to touch one of them, but someone in the cave exclaimed, "What do you think you're doing, child?" I looked up above the stairwell, and there was a short man in purple clothing. I stepped back and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I saw these artifacts that I've never seen in my studies before, and I wanted to touch one." He tilted his head and asked, "You see two glowing artifacts, and your first instinct is to touch one." I laughed and said, "My curiosity got the better of me. I'm also sorry I entered your cave." He laughed and said, "Oh, it's no intrusion at all. Tell me, what is your name?" I smiled and said, "My name is Talia." He smirked and said, "A pleasure to meet you. My name is Baron." I looked around and asked, "What is this place, and why are you alone in it?" He smiled and said, "This place is called the Observatory. It's where I do light reading, but also to observe those two artifacts. I haven't been able to figure them out, but in time I will. To answer your other question, I was once a student at Shrouded Glade Academy, until I wasn't. I was banished for extreme uses of magic, but it wasn't that extreme. I set a little tree on fire, no harm in that." I tilted my head and said, "Sounds like you needed a break from all that stress at the academy. Fire seemed to be the best way to relieve it." He chuckled and said, "Well, it helped a little, but I wanted to further my research. That's why I came here, to be near Sanctuary." I looked around and asked, "Why here, of all places?" He looked at the artifacts and said, "This place is where I'll find all of my answers. Anything I have questions about can be answered with these books. I practically know all there is to know, but I have no knowledge on these artifacts, as you called them." I looked at them and wondered if I could help. My major SRS was into Gleam and Gloam, so I smiled and asked, "Mind if I take a crack at it?" He nodded and said, "By all means, have a go." I studied them for a few minutes before trying anything drastic and then asked, "Have you tried touching them before?" He froze and said, "Well, no, but I didn't want to combust or anything like that. Who knows what these two beauties could do?" I tilted my head and said, "I know a lot about the elements these two represent. Perhaps if we each touched one artifact, we could balance the power they put out." He thought for a moment and said, "The idea has merit. Let's give it a try." We each touched an artifact. I chose the Gleam artifact and he chose the Gloam artifact. Suddenly, the artifacts imbued us with their energy. My eyes turned bright yellow and his turned dark purple. We were frozen by the artifacts and couldn't move for at least a few minutes. The artifacts stopped floating and fell to the ground. We awoke from our frozen state and both of our eyes returned to normal. I stepped back and asked, "What just happened?" He grinned and said, "My dear, I believe you just unlocked what I thought was impossible. I had theories, but this is extraordinary." He looked at me, then his eyes went dark purple again and he said, "You are the key to all I need to know. You will stay here until I return or else." I sensed something evil within him. At the time, I had no idea what he would do, but I knew I had to warn everyone about his power. I looked towards the door and said, "You can't keep me here." I tried to leave, but he put out his hand and grabbed me by using dark magic, then threw me against some books lying about. He smiled and said, "I don't think you understand the situation. We both tapped into elements only we know about. You'll stay here until I can gather more artifacts like those too. Plan on reading a few books or two until I return." He looked at me with a fire that's been ignited, then he locked the doors and left. I took his advice and read some books. Although I was frustrated that I was trapped in the cave, I needed some distraction from what just happened. I wondered why I couldn't tap into the power from the Gleam artifact I touched. Maybe I was supposed to act as some sort of catalyst for the artifacts, and I transferred power to him, but none to myself. I stared up at the ceiling and discovered a hole in the cave. I stacked every book that I could find to the top of the cave ceiling, and I managed to escape the cave. I ran to the SRS to tell them what I had discovered, but by the time I got there, the entire place was burnt to ash. I went into the SRS to see if anyone had survived, but there was no one, until I saw Kirill sitting in a corner covered in ash. He coughed and said in a low voice, "What did you do, Talia?" I was shaken and said, "There were these artifacts, then this man and I touched them. He got dark powers and locked me in a cave." He chuckled and coughed, then said, "Sounds about right. Whatever happened killed everyone here. Esther, Harknos, and even old Azure. My poor pets didn't even get a shot at exploring Sacred Grove." I teared up and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't know what would happen. I just wanted to be trained and I stormed off. I discovered a cave and thought if I brought you guys something that back, it would change our fates." He looked at me and said, "Ain't nothing changing what's coming, Talia. We were just preparing for what Queen Valerian saw in her dream, but it looks like we're too late." I stared at him and asked, "Dream?" He nodded and said, "In the Queen's dream, she foresaw Shrouded Glade being covered in darkness. No reason for how it was happening, but she urged us to train the people of Sanctuary to be prepared for whatever was coming." I looked at the ashes and asked, "Why did no one want to train me?" He sighed and said, "I guess you overheard our conversation. You could have been a risk for that darkness, and we couldn't take it. Every person that was trained had to be observed first. Those people were pure of light, no darkness whatsoever. Except you. We couldn't tell, and we decided against it. Now I see what Azure saw. You weren't ready, and look what happened because of what you went off and did." I started crying and said, "You could have given me a chance. Then none of this would have happened." He scoffed and said, "If we had, the outcome could have been the same, risk or not. Nothing would have changed our fates." I noticed he was holding his stomach. There was a puncture wound where his hand was. I got up and asked, "What should I do? Where should I go?" He sighed and said, "Go to Shrouded Glade. You made this mess, now you have to clean it up. If there's anything you should do, it's gather new protectors to battle whatever's coming. Seems like you're our last hope." His eyes closed and he wasn't moving. There were tears down my face and no one to wipe them away. He gave me my mission and I was determined to see it through, no matter what. I left the SRS and came to Shrouded Glade. and that's my story. The other protectors and I were shocked to hear what she just told us. We all looked at each other, and then I asked, "So, the shards, why did you go up to that mountain if you were planning on going to Shrouded Glade?" She smiled and said, "I did go to Shrouded Glade, but I went up to that mountain while I was there because I felt those dark energies I felt years ago in the cave. So I separated it in the hopes that Baron could never get his hands on that power ever again." I nodded and asked, "So, that thing you said about being a geomancer, a discoverer of supernatural powers or objects, was that a lie?" She thought for a second and said, "Yes and no. Most people at the SRS called me a geomancer because of all that time I spent reading books or studying various things in my surroundings. I did lie about the second part. I've only discovered what I mentioned, but I needed to use that as a cover. The High Council believes it, and I would like to keep it that way." I felt unsure about Talia now. She connected me with all of these people, but maybe she's not so bad. This Baron guy, on the other hand, is definitely bad. I nodded and said, "All right, fair enough. I don't think I would have gotten this far without them, so I think I should be thanking you for all you've done. Pushing me to get out there and find others to connect with. It helped me a lot. Not just to find other protectors, but to have people in my life." She smiled and said, "I'm glad I could help, even if I had other motives behind why I asked you to go to all this trouble in the first place." I shook my head and asked, "It was no trouble at all. Now then, what's next for us, Talia?" She thought for a moment and had an idea. Then she said, "We need an official name for Sacred Grove's protectors." She called over the High Council and all of the other pixies for the big announcement. I had no idea what she was going to call us. She asked us to stand front and center. So we did. Then she exclaimed, "Pixies of Shrouded Glade, I would like to present the Realm Keepers. May they keep us safe." They all cheered and we were all in shock. It was like we were going to save the world one day and we didn't even know it. The pixies returned to their training and the High Council approached us. Lassie smiled and said, "This act of bravery you're doing for us, Bryce, I cannot thank you enough. Hopefully we won't need protecting, but I'm glad you'll be here if it's needed." He shook my hand as well as the others. Talia turned to us and said, "Are you four ready for your next mission? It's important, but could be boring." I smiled and said, "Whatever you need from us, Talia, we'll do it." She smiled and asked, "Good. Your next task will be defending the shards you hid. Any questions?" Jess nodded and asked, "Why did you name the shards after the sphere names in that card game?" She looked at Jess and said, "I suspected card duelists have a lust for power. I observed the games that the Pixies played here and discovered that every time Pixie won a game, they wanted to play more and more. If we mask the sphere shards as a card sphere, we'll know who would want to go after such power." Jess tilted her head and asked, "You're using the shards as bait?" She nodded and said, "I need to clean up my mess," as Kirill said. "The best way to find Baron and put an end to this, once and for all, is to use the shards as bait for anyone who wants power. I'll ask the card artists to make those shards into trading cards in the hopes it attracts Baron." I just thought of something and pulled my card deck out to show Talia 4 heroes I had seen in my deck. She started tearing up and said, "It's been a while. I've missed you all, more than you could ever know." She sighed and said, "I'm glad someone remembered who they were and gave them new purpose." I was happy to give her something to remember them by. Talia put the cards in her satchel and asked, "So, is there anything you four would like to do before you depart on your mission?" I nodded and asked, "Would it be alright if we spent our last night together at Wugachug?" She nodded and said, "Sure, but one last thing before you all go." She pointed to each of our sanctuary tree symbols on our vestments and said, "I got these vestments from the SRS before I left. They were for an elite group that went out into Sacred Grove and protected the world from those who would wish it harm. You should know that pressing the symbol on the vestment will let the other people wearing it know that there is danger or you need help. It helps that I learned all of this from my studies at SRS." I thought for a moment and asked, "What about the weapons that we wield?" She smiled and said, "They are paired with the vestments, but also connect to the wielder. If you use the weapon, you've truly connected with it and unlocked its special power." Talia giving us these vestments and weapons really made me think that we have to be absolutely ready for whatever comes our way. Talia smiled and said, "Enjoy your last night together. I feel you'll need it before you protect those shards." We all nodded and set out for Wugachug. We arrived and greeted the friendly Chuggawugs. They were way nicer than the ones in Briarwood. They even invited us over to the stage to drink Wugga Chug Sarsaparilla. We accepted the offer, and a man by the name of Bruce was singing for everyone at the stage. He even had his own guitar and band, and it was such a good show. Nath and Kate were a little tipsy on the sarsaparilla they drank and were slow dancing with Bruce. I don't know what got put in their drinks, but at least they were having fun on our last night together with no care in Sacred Grove. Jess and I were sitting at a table and started talking. She smiled and asked, "It's weird that this is our last night together, huh?" I sighed and said, "Well, not technically. If there's any danger, we'll have to reunite." She laughed and said, "Be serious. If this is our last night together, it has to be special." I looked at our friends across the field and asked, "As special as they are right now?" She giggled and said, "That's the highlight of this night. I want you to know that you have changed my life for the better. I'm glad you decided to trust me with all of this." I smiled and asked, "Who better to protect the nature shard than Jessica Potts, cousin of Sam Potts?" She smiled and said, "Can I give you a hug? It doesn't feel right not hugging you on the last night we see each other." I smiled and said, "Anytime, Jess, anytime." We hugged for a good moment. She felt warm, and I wondered if we just formed some sort of connection, different from the ones we have with our mounts. Nathan Cade walked over, then Kate asked, "Guys, you have to meet this legend. He knows how to play guitar blindfolded. Can you believe it?" I decided to shake Bruce's hand and asked, "It's a pleasure to meet the legend from the Wugga Chug stage. What brings you all the way out here?" He laughed and said, "I'm only here for one night, then I have to return to Sanctuary. I'm a semi-retired musician, but I usually play shows at Snow Hill or here. My other job is being a merchant in Sanctuary, so if you feel the need to get your air guitar on, feel free to stop on by." I nodded and asked, "Hey Bruce, it was good meeting you, but do you mind if I have a serious team meeting with my friends here?" He nodded and said, "Sure, I need to go get ready to go back anyways. Later, Freemers." I had no idea what Freemers meant, but I assumed it was a phrase for rock stars. I cleared my throat and said, "All right, team, huddle up. We need to be ready for whatever comes our way after tonight. While defending the shards, practice using your weapons. Anything you learn will come in handy for any coming danger." Kate turned to me and asked, Well, I've tried using mine, but nothing happens." I looked at him and said, "Listen, all of our weapons started working when we got into trouble. Maybe you haven't found the right situation to use it in. So, just be prepared for when that day comes." He sighed and nodded. I smiled and said, "I know we've only known each other for a short while, but I'm happy that we made such strong connections. Hopefully, they will never break." Jess smiled at me and I smiled back. Nathan said, "Well, if they do break, I'll radio in using the button on our vestments to let you know, and I'll repair the connection myself." We all started laughing, and Nathan looked at us confused, but joined in as well. I sighed and said, "All right, let's head to our shards. Make sure it stays where it is at all times. If there's a sign of trouble, signal and let us know." We said our goodbyes and went our separate ways. I went to guard the Order Shard. When I got the chance, I tried to play a game or two of Cards with the Pixies. Jess used her bow against the hay targets, and Nath kept tinkering on his hoverboards. Cade, on the other hand, struggled. He tried to use his hammer, but could never get it to work. Madame Zelda saw his frustration. She had hoped he would figure the hammer out soon. Everything seemed normal until it wasn't. Chapter 10, Dark Cheat. It all started in Shrouded Glade. I was a young scholar learning how the elements of Sacred Grove worked, and I made potions while I studied. The pixies at this academy knew everything there was to know about the elements, how safe they were, and how dangerous they could be. I tried to be the most knowledgeable dwarf at Shrouded Glade. I needed to master the elements and have a place in Sacred Grove. Until then, I'll be stuck here doing some light reading. I looked up from my book as one of my fellow scholars approached me. He was a ninja at heart, but he also wanted to learn how to be invisible. It was a bold approach for the man, but I worried for his safety. His name was Repeat Pants. Ree looked at my book and said, "You know, if you spend all your time reading, you won't get anywhere in this place, B. I would know. I don't read." I scoffed and said, "How would you know, stealthy one? I bet you haven't managed to go invisible yet." He gasped and said, "How dare you? You have the nerve to accuse me of not mastering an ability? A ninja is always precise and always on the move. Shame on you, B." I rolled my eyes and asked, "So I take it that there's been no progress." He sighed and said, Yeah, nothing. I did hear we're doing final evals today. This might be the best time to try anything new you're working on, out in front of the headmasters. I thought for a moment and said, well, I am working on something, but I need a test subject to use it on. Would you happen to be available? Since you don't have stealth mode down, I presume you're free for that final eval. He froze and asked, what sort of spell are you working on that requires a test subject? I chuckled and said, oh, it's harmless stuff. It just gives you a good tickle and then you're done. Don't worry your little head with the details. He frowned and said, you know that my head's shaped perfectly round, B. I laughed and asked, so, are you in? He nodded and then we both shook on it. I got up from my chair and said, I'm off to visit our local smith. I'll be back for my final evals later. Ree nodded and said, give Nervy my best. I turned back and winked, then said, oh, will do. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. He's had a crush on Nervy for ages, but she'd never give in to his stealthy charm. I approached her and asked, how goes the forging today? She sighed and said, darn wind won't give way. I gasped and said, I'll have to cast some spell later to make it stop. She smiled and asked, so what brings you to my little neck of the woods? Need something sharp forged? I thought for a moment and said, well, Ree misses you and sends his love. However, I need a favor. Nervy laughed and asked, oh, Ree, he'll never give up. What do you need from me? I smiled and said, I need 10 of your hottest coals. She turned to me and asked, wow, that's a tall order. What do you need coal for? I thought for a moment and said, the spell I've created requires a few things, but the most important ingredient is coal. It is of utmost importance, as I will be using it in the final evals. She nodded and said, it sure sounds important. I don't really know what you sorcerers do over at the academy, but I'm always happy to help. She put the coals in a protective case, put her hand on mine and said, hey, you know you can come by any time for anything other than coal, right? I froze for a second and said, oh, I suppose I can. I left the forge and left Nervy to her forging. Little did Ree know that Nervy had the crush on me, but I'll keep this to myself. I returned to my room to make the spell I was going to cast. I added the 3 less important ingredients, 1 egg from the local hen, an ore from the mine shaft, and a lock of hair from Ree. It may seem extreme, but it's the only way the spell will work. Finally, I started hammering down the hot coals into the spell, breaking every piece where I needed it. Just before the final eval, my tablet of ignition was complete. Everyone at the academy used a silly scrap paper to put their spells on, but my spell needed more flair. I made my way over to the final eval, where everyone at the academy was. Ree waved at me and pointed out the 3 headmasters. I looked and saw them in all of their pixie glory. The first headmaster was named Joseph, the teacher of void magic. No one could understand that sorcery, so he ended up being both a headmaster and a hall monitor, since his class got canned. The second headmaster was really our academy principal, but his name was Merc. He was strict and didn't appreciate anyone's hard work. I couldn't blame him. Most of the pixies really needed to get over themselves. The third and last headmaster was Maple Sugarleaf. She trained us in all sorcery, be it order, chaos, nature, or machine. She knew it all. She was the legend amongst the group of wizards that resided in Sacred Grove. It made me shed a tear to see her floating as she did. Maple cleared her throat and said, students, today you will be tested amongst your peers. I have high hopes for a lot of you today, especially those who don't meet our expectations. She stared at Ree because he still hasn't mastered stealth. He sighed and asked, ma'am, I'm honestly trying my best. Do you know how hard it is to go ghost in this place? I chuckled to myself and Maple noticed and asked, care to go first, Baron? I gasped and said, me? Oh, you don't know how long I've been waiting to hear that. She smiled and asked, very well. Do you require anything before we begin? I smiled and said, just your attention. She looked worried but nodded and said, students, be ready for anything. I got Ree into position and noticed something out of the corner of my eye. Nervy was watching me from the stairway. She really had a crush on me if she bothered to come out of the forge. I put all my focus into the tablet. Merc and Joseph saw what I was doing and tried to stop me. Maple shook her head and said, I've seen the research and work he's been doing. Let him cast. They sighed and flew back. I continued and exclaimed, Sacred Ignis Obliviate! The spell worked and then suddenly Ree caught on fire. Everyone around me was in shock and tried to put out the fire around him. Even Nervy chipped in. I stood there frozen, knowing full well what I had done. My theories I had been studying for finally paid off. Merc grabbed me and exclaimed, what is the meaning of this, Baron? You don't just light pixies on fire. I smiled and said, I don't see the problem, Headmaster. The spell is perfect. I might need to adjust the cold counts, but I really set Rhee ablaze. He was shocked and made me sit next to the guard that said, "We will discuss further punishment after Rhee has been taken to the infirmary." I thought I had passed my exam, but punishment didn't bother me. I decided to browse through my deck of cards to pass the time. Maple returned from the infirmary and looked sad. I smiled and said, "So, tell me, what did you think of my performance? Wasn't it full of fire? Don't tell me. I bet you loved it. As a matter of fact, I bet it was the best She cut me off and exclaimed, "Rhee is gone." I thought for a moment and said, "So, you didn't like the spell. Understood. I'll have to tinker in my room for the next eval." She looked at me in disgust and asked, "Do you have no sympathy for Rhee, your friend, your fellow student?" I smiled and said, "Rhee was a means to an end. I only made him my chum so I could further my research. Everything I did today was proof of that. So, no, I feel nothing for the boy." She looked angry but sighed and said, "The other headmasters and I agree that it is best for every student if you never perform sorcery again." I tilted my head and asked, "What are you saying?" She looked at me and said, "You are hereby banished from Shrouded Glade and expelled from the academy. Pack your things and leave this place forever." I was shocked, but I nodded and said, "Well, fine. If you won't accept my talents, I am sure some other genius will. Good day to you, madam." I left with my things and hit the road. It was a shame they didn't appreciate what I had to offer, but that's life, I suppose. My life had never been easy. As a dwarf, people often look down on you for the things you can do, and when you do it, they just don't get it. I was born in Glimmerdeep, always forced to do hard work where needed, but I wanted to do more than grunt work. I wanted to prove that I was better than everyone else. Everyone was normal and boring. It got tiresome. Not knowing where to go next, I decided to try my luck in Briarwood and made my way through the Hedge Mage. I only got so far until I was knocked out by two strong creatures. I dreamt of fire and coal, then woke up in a cell. I figured the Sanctuary Guards put me in here for treason, though I knew I'd get out one day. Then suddenly two Chucklebugs showed up and asked, "Name?" I thought for a moment and had the most brilliant idea, then said, "You can call me Baron von Darkcheek." I pulled out my deck of cards to show them I meant serious business, just so I could be free. They looked at me confused and asked, "Okay, Baron von Darkcheek, what brings you to Briarwood?" I walked around the cell and said, "I'm in search of inspiration for my next creation, so I decided to come to the most dark and despicable place I could find." They looked to each other and nodded, then said, "Come with us." That was too easy, but I played along and did as they said. They brought me to a throne room. It was dark and filled with thorns. Then suddenly a pixie appeared on the throne. I gasped and exclaimed, "That was quite the entrance. Just so you know, if someone said I casted some spell in Shrouded Glade, it wasn't my doing. I swear it on my life, madam." She chuckled and said, "Tell me why I shouldn't have you rooted where you stand, dwarf." I thought for a moment and said, "Well, there are a number of reasons, but here's the main one. I need a new purpose, a muse, if you will, for my next creation." She seemed intrigued and said, "Do tell, or my guards will feed you to the vine bears." I told them the whole story about how I burned Rhee alive and that he died. I also explained how I got expelled and banished for my excellent spellcasting. She smiled and said, "You crafted your own tablet instead of a paper spell. That interests me the most, and the fact that it worked is even better. Maybe you can assist me after all." I looked at her confused and said, "Before we continue, I'd like to know who I'm working with." She frowned and said, "You don't know who I am? Well, that's a shock. I am Queen Darkthorn, sister of Queen Valerian." I gasped and asked, "Am I still in Briarwood? I won't be arrested by Sanctuary Guards for what I did." She laughed and said, "My dear dwarf, you currently reside in Briarheart." It was baffling to me that the Chucklebugs brought me all the way to the heart of Briarwood. I scoffed and said, "Why should I trust the sister of Queen Valerian? All that pretty little princess has done for me is close off my home." She looked upon me and asked, "We may share the same blood, but that doesn't mean we're the same. Where was your home?" I sighed and said, "Glimmerdeep, my lady. Your sister put a dam there and closed it off. I'll never be able to return. Not that I'd want to, but anyone I knew wasn't able to travel to Sacred Grove." She smirked and asked, "What if there was a way to bring Glimmerdeep back?" I gasped and exclaimed, Preposterous. Impossible. Not even Hobgoblin dynamite could blow that dam to smithereens. She smiled and said, "Oh, there's a way, dwarf. If you want to see those you used to know, you'll help me." I thought for a moment and realized it'd be nice to see my 13 uncles again. They've been mining for decades now. I nodded and asked, "What do you need from me?" She smiled and asked, "I've been researching the elements in our realm. Do you know what gleam and gloam are?" I shrugged and said, "I've read about them, but there isn't much to know. Gleam is what powers the warp stones, and as for gloam, it seems like there's barely use for it at all." She shook her head and said, "Incorrect, dwarf. You see, gleam and gloam are one, connected by the realm. They're like yin and yang, two sides of the same coin. You can't have one without the other. Gleam needs gloam to survive." I thought for a moment and asked, "There doesn't seem to be any gloam on the warp stones, so what gives?" She sighed and said, "That's what I need your help with. A way to prove that gloam is in fact exactly like gleam. There is a cave to the west of Sanctuary. I have asked 3 of my henchmen to meet you there, but in that cave are 2 artifacts. One that represents gleam and one that represents gloam. Your task is to find that gloam energy and have it take the gleam's place." I thought about this for a moment. It wasn't every day an evil queen asked you to mess with the elements of our world. I shrugged and said, "Well, why not? Those elements won't activate themselves, you know. I'll be on my way." She smiled and said, "Baron, when you return, I expect results. If you produce any, I will enact the next part of my plan." I nodded and went to Sanctuary. I couldn't use a warp stone because Darkthorn feared I would be discovered by her sister. She had good instincts, I'll give her that. I made it to the cave she described to me and met with the henchmen she told me about. I sighed and asked, "So you 3 must be the henchmen. What are your names?" They jumped and fell to the floor. Apparently I scared them. The first henchman smiled and said, "Name's Bud Grimyfoot, sir." What a name, I thought to myself, but it beats Repeat Pants. The second henchman grinned and said, "Clancy Blackheart, at your service, my liege." I liked him. He seemed up to the task of world domination. I looked at him and said, "Nice mustache. It needs a bit of trimming, but in good time." He nodded and twirled it. The third and last henchman walked up to me and exclaimed, "John Maker Jorah reporting for duty, sir." I covered my left ear for a moment. He was one of the loudest hobgoblins. I sighed and asked, "Quiet down. Can't you see we're in a library?" He calmed down and said, "Apologies, sir. Darkthorn said you might appreciate loyalty." I sighed and said, "My hearing over loyalty, please and thank you. I need it more than most civilians in Sacred Grove." A Wugga-Chugga human and a hobgoblin. Couldn't have picked a better team of henchmen for me, Darkthorn. I sighed and said, "Gentlemen, these are drastic times. Lady Darkthorn demands that I reverse engineer the elements. For now, I ask that you scout the perimeter and let no one disturb my work." They all nodded and went outside the cave to scout the area. I walked around the cave and noticed the books that were shelved. Just by taking a glance, there was a lot of research on the elements, as Darkthorn had mentioned. And then I saw the 2 artifacts, one of gleam and one of gloam. They floated, but seemed inactive. No energy coming off of either of them, like they were switched off. So I decided to begin my research in this bleak cave. I started to read the ancient texts, written by those who experienced the power of the elements. It is said that gleam and gloam have always been in a constant power shift, but gleam always took over. Gloam never once got the chance to prove to the realm what it could do. I looked at the gloam artifact and said, "My friend, I know how you feel. Worry not, I will make sure you get the chance to show the realm what you're capable of." I spent days researching these elements, even other elements I might have a connection. There was never an instance in which gloam overpowered gleam. No event that showed gloam held true power. I ran tests on the artifacts, but still, they were in constant flux. They would swap power back and forth, never deciding on who would get to wield it. I also tried creating tablets, not like the one that set Rhea on fire, but ones that might give the gloam artifact a boost. My tablets had no effect on them. Perhaps magic wasn't the key either. I took a small break in another room, contemplating my failure as a genius. That's when I heard small footsteps from the main room. A pixie girl had entered the cave and was looking right at the artifacts. I stopped her before she could do anything else. She told me her name was Talia, and I told her mine. I didn't tell her my full name, but I told her what she needed to hear. She asked me a few questions. I told her where I came from and how I was banished from Shrouded Glade for setting a tree on fire. It was a lie, but I could use her help. I spoke of my dilemma with the artifacts, and she offered to give it a crack. Apparently, she had been studying these two elements as well, so I let her. She suggested touching the artifacts together might be the key to activating them, so I told her I'd give it a shot. I touched the Gloam artifact, and she touched the Gleam artifact. Then suddenly our bodies froze. My eyes turned a dark purple and hers turned a bright yellow. Then moments later, both artifacts fell to the ground, lifeless, and we awoke. I looked at her with my dark purple eyes and knew she used the key to unlock the Gloam power. I decided to keep her here, but she insisted on leaving, and I used my newfound Gloam power to toss her aside. It seemed like the Gloam chose me to display its full power, and I will help it succeed in ways it couldn't have before. I told the girl I'd find more resources to continue the work, and I locked her inside the cave. I looked for my henchman and exclaimed, "Bud, Clancy, George, report to me at once." They appeared out of the forest and saw my glowing eyes. Clancy smiled and said, I like the new look, boss. Really matches your suit." I chuckled and asked, "Thank you, Clancy, but flattery will get you nowhere in this realm. I'm ready to return to Briarheart, but before we do, anything to report from your scouting?" Clancy nodded and said, "There's an academy in the forest below. It looks like Sanctuary is getting nervous, sir." I realized this might be the perfect opportunity to give my Gloam abilities a trial run. I smiled and said, "Henchmen, return to Briarheart. I will return once I am finished here." They all left except Clancy, so I pulled him aside and said, "Good work today. I'll have Darkthorn promote you at once." Clancy nodded and returned to Briarheart. I went down to this academy Clancy had mentioned and encountered an old wizard. He saw me and said, "My name is Azure, teacher of this school and protector of its students. State your name and business here." My eyes glowed purple, and I said, "My name is Baron Von Darkcheat, and my business. Well, old man, if you must know, I grow tired of places like these, people like you, and I intend to be rid of them both." I summoned dark purple fire from my hands and looked directly at him. He pulled out a staff to conjure a spell to use against me. I took notice of the staff and set it ablaze. Before he could do any damage to me, it burnt his hand as well. He fell backwards and said, "Please, whatever you do, don't hurt the students." I smiled and said, "Old man, I'm going to do more than hurt them. They won't feel a thing after I've burned this place to the ground, believe me. And neither will you." My eyes glowed that dark purple, and I burned them to ashes, and I set the whole building ablaze in a dark purple flame. I laughed and admired my work, then said, "My friend, if Maple Sugar Leaf could see our work now, she'd be so jealous." I made my way back to Briarheart to report to Queen Darkthorn. My success in that cave was something else, and this was only the beginning of what was to come, for the Gloam still needed time to shine. I entered Briarheart Palace, approached the Queen, and said, "I've done it." I looked at her with my dark purple eyes and said, "The Gloam resides within me, but I need another way of expanding its power." She thought for a moment and said, "If the Gloam still hasn't reached its full potential, you'll need to go to a site where it can familiarize itself with more power. Make the journey to Blackspore Swamp. There, you will find an ancient precursor site where Warpstone relics are scattered across the island." I nodded and started heading out. Before I did, I turned to Darkthorn and said, "Clancy Blackheart, make sure he has a place by my side for our next big mission." She nodded and said, "He's a good henchman, isn't he? I saw that dark fire in his eyes from the very start." I nodded and said, "He's more than Bud and Joel, that's for sure. He definitely has yet to show the world what he's truly capable of." She nodded and sent me on my way. I arrived in Blackspore alone this time, due to the severity of my task. Wherever Darkthorn wants me to go, hopefully it has the answers I'm looking for. While walking on the stone trail, I heard someone ask, "Care to have your fortune read?" I turned and saw a woman next to a wagon built into a mobile home of sorts. I shook my head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't believe in false prophecies. Good day to you." She waved me over and said, "Surely someone of your stature would like to know what's in store for his future." I thought for a moment and asked, "What is your name?" She said, "You can call me Madame Zelda, fortune teller of Blackspore." I adjusted my top hat and said, "My name is Baron, but the answer's still no. If the future's already written, I'd like to keep it a surprise." She kept insisting and said, If you would just sit down, we can do it there. My eyes turned to that dark purple again, and I exclaimed, I do not have time for your games, madam. I will burn your home to the ground if you continue to be a bother. Do I make myself clear? She looked scared and froze, but she managed to get out a few words and said, Yes, I understand. I calmed down, still with the dark purple in my eyes, and said, Good, now if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. I left to go find the precursor site, knowing full well this mattered more than silly little card games. I found the site, and it looked like the warp stones I had seen all over Sacred Grove. There were a few of those warp stones, so I imagined this was a graveyard or a birthplace for them. I started to break apart pieces of the relics with tools that were lying about, and began building something perfect for the Gloam to reside within. It took several hours to do what needed to be done. I forged an item much like Nervy would in Shrouded Glade, and it had such a beauty to it. Each of the sides of what I had created were colored, an unfortunate accident while tearing apart the gleam inside of the relics. They were similar to that of card spheres in that silly game I played, Chaos, Order, Machine, and Nature, and in the center of it, a dark-shaped cylinder that would harness the power of the globe. I put out my hands and my eyes started to glow in the front of the object. I began transferring the Gloam power into it, and the object radiated with Gloam energy. No Gloam power resided within me, and all of it had gone into the object. I picked it back up, could feel what it felt, and that was true power. However, it felt weaker than when it was a part of me. It needed more time to be ready for the next big test of its potential. I was also thinking it needed more than purpose and power. It needed a name to describe what it could be to the realm. I thought of its name, then exclaimed, I shall give you the name Gloamstone. May you spread across Sacred Grove like a plague. I placed it around my neck and made my way to Briarheart, with hope for a darker future, for those who dared to defy my rule. Before I left, Madame Zelda caught me off guard and said, That queen of yours is not all she seems. I'd be cautious if I were you, Baron. I scoffed and said, What would you know about Lady Darkthorn? You know absolutely nothing. She chuckled and asked, You mean Princess Lavender? Trust me, I know more than you could ever hope to. Why don't you ask her if you're so sure? I looked at her confused and said, Maybe I will, not because you told me to, but because I chose myself. She smiled and said, You do that, Baron. She looked at the Gloamstone I had crafted and asked, What is that around your neck? I chuckled and said, I can't give you the details, madam, but I can assure you that this will change the world for the better. She raised her eyebrows at me and said, I hope so. It'd be nice if Blacksburg got a little brighter. I love living here because I can connect with the spirits, but it could be sunny. It could be sunny for just a day. I take it. I laughed and said, Oh, that's rich. Are you being serious? If our realm was filled with nothing but light, Sacred Grove would cease to exist. You can't have light without darkness. She nodded and said, Sometimes, though, darkness can be a bad thing. I scoffed and said, I have yet to see proof of that, but no matter. I need to head back. I left in a hurry, even though she seemed concerned for my well-being. I was confident in my work and what could come next. Finally, I returned to Briarheart. Then Clancy smiled and said, Lady Thorn's expecting you, and she's making me some new gear to wear instead of this green hoodie. I nodded and said, Good, that green hoodie looked atrocious. You need something with a little more flair to your wardrobe. He chuckled and asked, So, did that come for your journey? I nodded and said, Yes, this little object is the answer to our problems. Hopefully it will satisfy Darkthorn. We approached the Dark Throne. She asked, What have you been working on in Blackspore? I scoffed and said, So, is Darkthorn your real name, or is it Princess Lavender? I ran into some fortune teller that knows more than you're letting on. Spill the beans, or this deal is off. She sighed and said, That's a name I shed when I found out Valerian became queen and I became forgotten about. No one noticed me or appreciated what I had done, so I came here to discover myself. Years later, here I am, Queen of Briarheart. So I may have left one part of my pointless life out, but it doesn't matter anymore. I nodded and said, All right then, I trust you. I showed her the Gloamstone and its radiant aura, then said, This is the Gloamstone, an object that will enhance the power of the Gloam tenfold. Unfortunately, transferring the power from me to the object has it in a weakened state. If we give it time, it will evolve into something magnificent. She nodded and said, How long will it need? I know what we can do with that power. I sighed and said, only time will tell, but based on what I felt, a few years maybe? She was frustrated and asked, we need to hide this power from outsiders. Do you know where we could hide it? I looked at her and asked, why not just hide it here? She looked at the chugbugs and asked, the guards here are loyal to me, but if they take one look at that, they'd use it for their own purposes. So, do you have a place in mind where no one would look? I nodded and said, yes, I do. In fact, Snow Hill Peak is where the Gloamstone can evolve. The Yeti up there only taking the hot springs. If we place it atop the highest peak, that will keep it safe from those who wish to use it for anything else. She frowned and said, I hope you're right. If that object goes missing, it's your job to find it. I nodded and made my way to Snow Hill Peak with Clancy. I had him do the legwork to get to the top. I wouldn't make it up there with my dwarven legs. He climbed back down and said, Gloamstone's secure, boss. I smiled and said, excellent. We'll be back in a few years to check on it. But in the meantime, we'll stay in Darkthorn's Keep. Let's plot away at what we can do with that power. And so, we did. We schemed and plotted away in that keep for a few years. We even played some cards to keep our strategy game up. Clancy and I became good friends. Unlike Ree, he was smart and noble. Darkthorn stopped by our study as I was doing some light reading and asked, do you think it's time? I looked at the date on our calendar and said, I think we've given the Gloamstone enough time to evolve. I'll bring Clancy to Snow Hill Peak and we'll grab it. She nodded and we headed for the mountains. Clancy climbed to the peak where we had set the Gloamstone, and he came down with nothing. I looked around and asked, wait, where is it? He sighed and said, it's gone. Someone must have gotten smart and grabbed it. I was shocked and said, it can't be gone. There must be some explanation. I stopped and saw something glowing with the dark aura on the ground. It was the cylinder I had put into the center of the Gloamstone. It was filled with a lot of power, and I could feel it. I sighed and said, someone took apart the object but left the most important piece behind. We've got work to do. Follow me to Sanctuary. In my journey, I completely forgot about that pixie girl, Talia. She was still locked in that cave, so we went back to the cave where it all started, and when I opened the door, she was gone. I looked around and saw a stack of books stacked to a hole in the roof. I sighed and asked, the girl took it apart. Had to be. What person has a connection like mine to the elements? Clancy shrugged and asked, what do we do now? I thought for a moment and said, we can still do what we plan to do, just on a smaller scale. We'll report back to Darkthorn and give her the news. He nodded, and so we started to make our way to Briarheart. We told her what happened, and she exclaimed, did you forget to mention a pixie girl trapped in a cave? That would have been nice to know, Dark Cheat. I cleared my throat and said, yes, I did forget to mention the troublesome brat, but it doesn't matter. Her connection to Gleam is only a small amount compared to what I have right here. I referred to the cylinder and continued, whatever she's done with the shards, we'll find them in due time. She was still furious and asked, does her connection have anything to do with finding the stone? I froze for a second and said, I'll be honest, I didn't think of that, and it makes so much sense now. But, my lady, we can still do something here, at least on a smaller scale. The shards only amplify the power of the gloam. She sighed and asked, if we were to use any of this gloam power we have, what would you suggest? Any place in mind you'd want to test it in? I had an idea and said, my old academy might do the trick. Let's use it in Shrouded Glade. She nodded and said, I'll send Briarwood's forces to Shrouded Glade soon. Hopefully, whatever gloam power comes from that cylinder will be more than enough to take control. But then, before we began more planning, Bud and Jort bolted through the keep doors and exclaimed, Boss, you gotta see this! I sighed and said, can't it wait, you idiots? We're in the middle of planning an invasion here. They shook their heads and handed me 4 cards from the game I played. I took a look and smiled, then said, well, look at what we have here, gentlemen. Fine work today. I smiled and said, I believe these are the culprits of the missing shots of cylinder. Talia must be with them as well. She laughed and said, good work. We'll begin with our small-scale invasion first, and then go after the shards. Sacred Grove will soon be ours. Our plans were set in motion. I had everything at my disposal. Not even these realm keepers will be able to withstand the power that I control. Chapter 11. Gloam Invasion. A month went by in Sacred Grove, and I was still protecting the Order Shard. I just woke up from my nap, and it was morning. They gave me a chair to rest in down by the mine shaft. I can only leave my post so often, but today was the day I was allowed to take a walk. Today also marked the anniversary of the day our team was formed. So, I decided to see if the postman was around. His name was Phineas Farstrider, a man so determined to see the job through that he would come all the way from Sanctuary just to deliver letters from family and friends. I smiled and said, "Hey, Phineas." He smiled and asked, "Well, if it isn't Bryce, aka Ghost Shadow, to what do I owe the honor of our great shard protector?" I handed him a piece of paper and he read it over. He smiled while reading the note. He nodded and asked, "This shouldn't be a problem for the card maker in Sanctuary. This might make more people want to play that card game too. Anything else you need, Bryce?" I thought for a moment and asked, "Could you have the card maker send the respective cards to my teammates? And copies for myself as well. And how long will this take?" He laughed and said, "Relax, Bryce. I'll give the maker the details. Just by chatting with the man, it shouldn't take more than an hour to make 1,000 copies. He works fast. Trust me, I've seen it." I gasped and said, "Man, I should visit Sanctuary more often. Incredible people seem to work there." He laughed and said, "Oh, you wouldn't believe it, even if you saw it. Besides, it'd be a treat to hang out with you and your friends in Sanctuary. We could drink Sweetwater sarsaparilla, and maybe I could learn a thing or two from you as well." I smiled and said, "One day, Phineas, when I can take a vacation. Talia really insists we don't let these shards out of our sight." He nodded and said, "I get it. If I left a single envelope out of my sight, my goose would be as good as cooked. Speaking of, I should get going. I've got a busy day ahead of me. It was good chatting with you, Bryce." I smiled and said, "Likewise, Phineas." We shook hands and said our goodbyes. He really loved his job, just like I love mine. I received the cards later in the afternoon. Hopefully people who play the card game decide to use us in battle. It was nice to celebrate our team anniversary, even though we're apart. I even had Phineas include a message to each member of the team. I was interrupted in my thoughts when the High Council approached me and Lazi said, "Bryce, we need to tell you something important." I nodded and followed them to the council chambers. He sighed and asked, "Did you know that the previous teacher and headmasters left the academy 6 years ago?" I froze and asked, "No, I didn't. Is there a reason why?" He nodded and said, 3 years ago, the person Talia mentioned to you and to us burned one of the students that trained here alive. He suffered third-degree burns and did not survive. Both the headmasters and the teacher were devastated and resigned the day after, leaving the academy without leadership and guidance. So that's when we stepped in to assist." I froze and thought for a moment. To think that Baron would burn someone alive is horrifying. I tilted my head and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" He sighed and said, "You need to know about the man you'd be going up against. He's someone that doesn't care about life. So be cautious if he ever returns." I nodded and left the council chambers. I decided to take the rest of the afternoon to take care of the mounts. They looked in pretty good shape, especially the new hoverboard that Nate sent my way. It looks like he's doing good work in Maryvale, and I was proud of him for it. Talia approached me and asked, "How goes your day off?" I chuckled and said, "It's been a perfect day so far. I can't complain, but I know that the shard needs to be protected by whatever means necessary." She nodded and said, "I can feel the shard energy, you know? Not just the one here, but the one spread out all over Sacred Grove. It's like I have a connection with them." I smiled and said, "I suppose that's a good thing, right? You know where they are at all times." She smiled and said, "Yes, but I'll still need you and your team to watch over them. It's crucial to keep them safe, so Baron doesn't get his hands on them. So, keep your guard up and do whatever you must to ensure the shards stay hidden." I nodded and Talia went back inside the academy. And so, another beautiful day comes to an end in Shrouded Glade. I got to spend my day off with people I care for most, celebrating my team's anniversary. Everything was calm and peaceful, until I noticed the animals were acting strange. I went over to the pet park and saw that they were not moving. This wasn't normal at all, even for a place like Shrouded Glade. They were shaking, almost scared to death by something they were sensing. I called Talia over and showed her the animals. She sighed and said, "I sense something evil, something like the shards. We have to warn the High Council. Be ready to summon the other Realm Keepers." I nodded and followed her to the center of Shrouded Glade. Then, suddenly, we felt a rumbling from the ground, almost like an earthquake. I looked around and saw dark purple crystals appear out of the ground, rendering Shrouded Glade vulnerable. I sensed danger and pressed the symbol on my vestment to alert my team. That's when I noticed Talia was shaking in fear and looked up above the academy building. 3 figures stood before us and one asked, "Hey boss, do you think the ants down there are scared?" Another laughed and said, "I believe so, Clancy. They are trembling with fear." He grinned and said to the other, "Hey lady, thanks for the new gear. It really suits the show we're about to put on." She smirked and said, "Oh, it was no problem at all. Might as well dress for the occasion." I sighed and exclaimed, "Show yourselves." I stepped out of the shadows and one said, "Oh, hush, boy. Learn some manners. It's rude to interrupt conversation. But if you insist, allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Baron von Darkcheat." I froze, not knowing what to say or do. Another chuckled and said, "Clancy Blackheart's name, kid. Don't wear it out." Then the other smiled and said, "You may address me as Queen Darkthorn." Finally, Baron smirked and said, "I see our mutual friend is here as well. I've been meaning to have a word with you, little Talia." My teammates arrived behind me just in time. Jess turned to me and said, "Hey, what's with all the commotion?" I cut her off and gave her a hug. She smiled and said, "Oh, that was unexpected." She blushed and I said, "We don't have much time. Baron is here." Talia turned to Baron and said, "I won't let you hurt these people, Baron." He laughed and said, "Let me. My dear, I'm afraid you don't have a say in the matter. You and I have unfinished business." He grabbed her by the wings with some dark power that I've never seen before. He showed her some cylinder and said, "You missed a spot. Now you're going to show me where you've hidden the 4 shards." She spit in his face and exclaimed, "Over my dead body." He nodded and said, "That can be arranged." He snapped his fingers and burned her with a dark flame. She was nothing but ash. I dropped to my knees and exclaimed, "No!" Tears rolling down my eyes, I couldn't believe what he just did. He turned to look at the 4 of us and said, "Now, you 4 are going to tell me where the shards are hidden." I turned to him and asked, "Why would we tell you anything after you murdered our friend?" He laughed and said, "That silly pixie girl was nothing more than a loose end that needed tying up like a bow on a Snow Hill gift." Darkthorn nodded and said, "Thank you for tying it up. It was your mess after all." He frowned and said, "Well, if she hadn't been messing around, I wouldn't have cared, but it's no matter. My priorities now lie with you 4, and until you tell me where the shards are, this place will suffer." He raised the dark cylinder in his hand and activated the crystal that appeared moments ago. Energy formed over Shrouded Glade and created some sort of dark purple dome over my home. The sky was dark purple as well, and this place no longer felt like home. It felt more like a prison. Baron smiled and said, "Clancy, I leave this up to you. Do not disappoint me." He handed them the cylinder and said, "Do what you must to ensure victory." Clancy smiled and said, "I won't let you down, boss." He nodded and said, "Darkthorn and I will search for the shards in the meantime." They left and Clancy turned to us, then said, "Oh, you kids have gotten yourself some pickle, huh? I mean, what'd you expect? No consequences for your actions? Well, now you're gonna see what the punishment looks like." Suddenly, dark forces appeared all around us, and I noticed all the pixies that had been training had dark purple eyes, then stared directly at us. I looked at the team and exclaimed, "Jess, you're with me to the mine shaft. Nathan, Cade, head for the council chambers to protect the High Council." Cade sighed and said, "I still haven't gotten the hammer to work." I shrugged and said, "Well, maybe today's the day. Either way, do what you can to defend this place." He nodded and they both went for the academy. Jess and I made our way to the mine shaft and she asked, "What do we do if they get their hands on the shards?" I turned to her and said, "We better hope they don't, because whatever Baron's planning, it's not going to end well." She nodded and said, Are you okay? You were tearing up a lot back there." I sighed and said, "Talia was like a mentor to me. She taught me how to be a leader. Even though she lied about who she was, I respected her. And now she's gone." She put her hand on my shoulder and said, "Fight in her honor then. Don't let what she trained us for go to waste." She was right. I wasn't going to lose my home to someone who has no regard for life. Chapter 12, Sunset. Countless Gloam creatures started swarming the mine shaft. Jess and I were standing our ground. She kept using her sonic-piercing bow, and I kept using my sword to summon wind to push them back. But they would not stop charging at us. I had just remembered Talia told me about the communication feature on our suits. So I asked, Nath, Cade, how are you two holding up? The Academy was shaking, and Nath said, Cade's putting up a good fight, and I'm stunning them for as long as I can. Cade exclaimed, Well, they aren't making it easy, are they? I assumed he became Wolf Boy since his hammer doesn't quite work yet. I sighed and said, We need to do more than hold them back. Guys, if we lose Shrouded Glade, we lose Sacred Grove. I didn't want to think of that possibility, but I might have been right. If they somehow overpowered us and gained the upper hand, they would all pour into Sacred Grove. Jess turned to me and asked, Well, what do you suggest, team leader? I thought for a moment and had an idea, then said, I'll be right back. I ran to the mine shaft and grabbed the shard from where I had it hidden, then came back out. Jess looked at the shard and asked, Well, I've never seen your shard before, but why are you bringing it out of hiding? I put it into my vestment pocket and said, We're going to let them into the mine shaft long enough for them to lose their way in there. Trust me, it goes for a while. Jess nodded and asked, Okay, but where do we go from here? I looked up and said, We're going to climb up from here and meet with Nathan Cade. Only together are we going to end this. She nodded and followed my lead. The Gloam creatures did as I anticipated, and we climbed up the cliff. We cleared the way of Gloam creatures and ran inside the academy. Clancy looked from above the building and said, Clever rats, but like a mouse in a trap, you've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. We grouped up and I said, I figure if we're all together, we'll have a better chance of stopping them. Nath looked at me funny and asked, Isn't the order shard down in the mine shaft? I shook my head and showed him, then said, I've got those Gloam-looking guys on a wild goose chase, for now. In the meantime, let's hold our ground and take out as many of them as we can. Nath nodded and said, The High Council's in the basement. They should be safe, for now. I smiled and exclaimed, Realm Keepers, keep the realm safe! And with those words, we all began attacking the Gloam creatures. One by one, we cut them down, but they still kept multiplying. Cade sighed and asked, How much longer are we going to be dealing with these freaks? Nath laughed and said, Says the werewolf, and besides, we're kicking their behinds. Don't give up hope just yet. I nodded and said, We gotta keep hitting them or Sacred Grove is doomed. That's when I heard something from outside. It wasn't like anything we fought or seen before. Clancy moved over to the pet park and pulled out the cylinder, then used its power to summon something truly evil. He smiled and exclaimed, I summon you, Gloam Overlord. Destroy them for Darkcheat, at all costs. What I saw was a creature with 6 glowing arms and a purple skull for a head. Then suddenly it started attacking the academy building. Everything in the academy started falling apart. Books came crashing down. Cracks formed in the walls until a ballooned dome formed over the entire building. The High Council emerged from the basement and Lazi said, We're tired of hiding. Just because we're old and frail doesn't mean we don't have a little magic up our sleeves. This will protect the building, but it won't keep the Gloam creatures out. You'll have to fight for as long as you can. Just know we won't quit until you do. I nodded and we began fighting once again. For years, it seemed. 2 years passed and we were still fighting endless waves of Gloam creatures, never surrendering to the forces of evil. Clancy seemed frustrated from the pet park and didn't know how to get the upper hand, but that's when Baron returned. Baron smiled and asked, So, how's Shrouded Gloam? Dark and gloomy, I hope. Clancy sighed and said, This invasion's been going on for 2 years now. I don't think the cylinder can keep going without the shards at this rate. He turned to Baron and asked, Speaking of, how goes the hunt for those shards? He sighed and said, Poor, without those heroes, we're not going to find the shards anytime soon. Baron looked up at the giant Gloam creature and asked, Have you tried unleashing that beast's full power? Clancy froze for a second and asked, Full power? Baron grabbed the cylinder from Clancy and said, I'm going to risk it all on that creature. Suddenly, the small Gloam creatures on the ground turned into a Gloam flame and went into the Gloam Overlord. The giant creature shot a beam out of its mouth, destroying the blue dome and the High Council along with it. Everything was falling apart all around us. We stood there with no way forward to save Sacred Grove from its demise. I dropped to my knees in a deafening silence. Clancy looked around and asked, Well, it seems like that did the trick. Who taught you that move, boss? He smiled and said, Lady Darkthorn, who entrusted locating the shards to me, since she has important matters to deal with in her keep. She said if we're going to give the Gloam true power, we need to give it a little boost. When the blue dome went down, the High Council fell to the floor. I looked at their lifeless bodies in shock, not knowing what to think or how to feel. Knowing they were gone and how they'd been here all my life made me almost give up hope. That's when Baron said, Realm Keepers, you've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I suggest laying down your arms and giving me the shards quietly. Cade erupted in his wolf form and exclaimed, No, not while I still live and breathe. His hammer started glowing a bright red, and that's when I realized he had activated his weapon. Perfect timing, as always. Cade charged at the Gloam Overlord and struck its skull, making it crash into the ground. The hammer erupted a sonic boom so loud that suddenly it broke the Gloam barrier over Shrouded Glade. The Gloam Overlord was no more, and at first, it seemed like we won. But then, Baron started laughing and said, Fools, I think you're forgetting something. Suddenly, cracks started to form in the ground from Cade's hammer ability. At that moment, I nearly forgot about the Gloam creatures that poured into the mine shaft. We all ran outside of the academy, and I exclaimed, Run! It's a Before I could get that last word out, thousands of Gloam creatures started swirling into multiple tornado-like structures out of the ground from the mines. Baron smiled and said, My Gloam creatures, take the heroes and find those shards. We scrambled, trying to escape their grasp, and while I was trying to get away, I noticed the sun was shining in the sky. It was no longer dark and purple, which gave me some hope. I tried to get to Cade to help him by using my wind ability and my sword to send the Gloam tornado flying, but they wouldn't budge. That's when the tornado grabbed Cade and trapped him, taking him out of Shrouded Glade into the forest. I was about to go after him when Nathan exclaimed, Bryson! And was taken by the Gloam tornado. In that moment, I had no idea what to do, so I tried to find Jess, but she was nowhere to be found. The same went for Baron and Clancy. They had all disappeared, and just like that, I was all alone. The Gloam tornadoes were on my tail, and I made a beeline for the mine shaft. On my way over, I noticed the sun was setting and thought that this was the end. I ran into the mine shaft, and there were still Gloam creatures below. They piled onto me, and I couldn't move or breathe. Everything faded to black, and I went into the longest sleep. Chapter 13, Sunrise. Another beautiful day comes to an end in Shrouded Glade. Everything is peaceful and calm like always, but something felt off. The animals sensed danger. Something is coming. Stones filled with dark magic erupt from the ground, and darkness spreads throughout Shrouded Glade. Even the animals are changed, twisted into dangerous creatures. Then mechanical monsters arrive, but they only want one thing: to destroy everything he held close to his chest. Bryce gathers the pixie trainees and tells them to retreat. He alone will stay and guard the Shrouded Glade Academy. And then he woke up. It was dark, and I could barely see anything. I pulled out my sword to use the flame that was lit at the end of it. I was in the mine shaft below Shrouded Glade, and the entrance had been caved in. I couldn't have been stuck down here if Cade made cracks in the ground beneath him. Luckily, I saw light at the end of the tunnel I was in. At least there was some hope that I could escape the mines. There was a huge cave-in, and the ground above made a ramp into the mines. It seemed like it was the middle of the night when I looked at the ramp, but I couldn't have been more wrong. I exited the mines, and the Shrouded Glade looked completely different. The grass and sky were dark purple. There was thorn vines all over, like from Briarwood. Something wasn't right. The academy was destroyed and covered in dark purple flames. I rubbed both my eyes and blinked really fast, then exclaimed, How long was I asleep for? I started to panic, not knowing what to do, so I tried to make sure I wasn't dreaming. I pressed the sanctuary tree on my vestment, but nothing happened. No pings from the team, but I do remember what happened to them before I fell asleep. They were taken by the Gloam creatures, but I was starting to wonder if I was too late. I looked around Shrouded Glade and saw no one. Even the mounts I had looked after were gone. I tried to summon Drake, but he didn't answer my call, and I couldn't feel his connection anymore. I started crying and fell to the ground on my knees. I lost everyone that I ever cared for, and it's all because of Darkcheat. I wasn't going to let him get away with any of this. He had to pay for what he's done. I picked up my sword and threw my hood up, looked to the sky, then said, Your sacrifices will not be in vain. I promise each and every one of you, I will end this. I left the place I once called home in search of Darkcheat. As I approached the exit, I realized that my home wasn't the only one affected by the Gloam that Baron unleashed. From the top of the hill I was on, I could see all of Sacred Grove was covered in dark purple. Darkcheat had corrupted the entirety of Sacred Grove with the power of the Gloam, and we failed to stop it. I slammed the ground and said, if only I hadn't been sitting around guarding that stupid shard, we could... All of a sudden, my vestment made a noise. I couldn't believe it, but someone got my ping and pinged back. I didn't know who it was, but the ping was coming from Lake Shore. I had hoped it was Jess who pinged, but I stayed cautious and looked around. Gloam creatures were everywhere, so I snuck around to the homes and saw the lake. It was completely dried up, with no water in it, but at the bottom of the dried up lake was Jess. She wasn't moving, but I slid down to the bottom of the lake to check on her. I teared up and said, Jess, please wake up. No response, but I checked her pulse. She was alive, just unconscious. I picked her up in my arms and carried her back to Shrouded Glade until she was awake. I sat against one of the corrupted trees next to the pet park, holding my sword, and that's when she came to. She looked at me and asked, Bryce? What happened? I sighed and said, It's hard to say. I was asleep in the mines, woke up to all of this corruption, and found you at the bottom of the lake. From what I can gather, we lost the battle against Darkcheat. She winced and asked, My side hurts. I must have fallen hard. And you were asleep? I shrugged and said, I dove into the mine shaft below after you three disappeared. I thought it was done for when the Gloam creatures piled onto me, and then I blacked out. She thought for a moment and asked, Do you still have the Order Shard? I shook my head and said, If I had to guess, Darkcheat has all 4 shards. Gloam creatures probably took it. She sighed and said, All I remember is being in Lake Shore, then being forced to the bottom of the lake, and the lake immediately dried up. I thought for a second and said, The Gloam tornado probably got rid of the water, just to find the nature shard. They probably read our minds to find out where the shards were located. She nodded and asked, Well, what about Nathan Cade? Are they okay? I frowned and said, My guess is as good as yours. I watched them get taken by the tornadoes and they just disappeared, probably to where they stashed their shards. Maryvale's rainbow aura isn't even glowing anymore. I hate to assume the worst, Jess, but I tried pinging them. You're the only one who picked up my ping. She teared up and said, I don't want to assume the worst either, but they need to be okay. I sighed and asked, Jess, I hate to have you do this, but can you summon King? She tried, and just like what I tried to do with Drake, King didn't show. She started crying, and I held her in my arms. I knew the pain she was feeling, but I needed to be sure it wasn't just me who had lost a friend. She looked up at me and asked, What do we do now? I sighed and said, I don't have a plan, but we need to find Darkcheat, whatever it takes to stop him from doing any more damage. She nodded and asked, Bryce, that's pretty much a plan in my book, but without our mounts, where do you suggest we go? I thought for a moment and said, Well, there's nothing in Lake Shore, so the next closest town would be Sanctuary. She cut me off and exclaimed, Sam! I nearly forgot about her cousin, the one that threatened to put one between my eyes, if anything happened to Jess. At least I've kept my promise. I smiled and said, We'll make sure she's all right. She nodded and we headed straight for Sanctuary. I haven't seen any people yet, but I'd be surprised if I saw her cousin or anyone in Sacred Grove. I didn't want to make her lose hope. We needed that to keep our heads up. We arrived at Sanctuary and saw no Gloam creatures, so for now, we were in the clear. We did see someone, and it happened to be Bruce. I ran up to him and asked, Bruce, are you okay? He chuckled and said, A little groggy, fella Freemer, but not too bad. I couldn't believe it. He was just waking up too. It made me wonder if I wasn't the only one who was asleep. He turned around and said, My shop got ransacked. Look at this mess, Brycey boy. Those kids did some major damage. I didn't bother explaining to him the Gloam situation. Thought it'd be better to keep him in the dark. I smiled and said, Come on, Bruce. You have an amazing singing voice. I'm sure with those vocal cords of yours, you'll have the shop fixed up in no time. Bruce looked at me confused and said, Bryce, do you know how construction works? I'm pretty sure you think magic fixes everything, but thank you for the much-needed compliment. I rolled my eyes and left him be. That's when I saw Phineas. He looked incredibly injured, and I ran over to him. I smiled and asked, Hey, there's my favorite postmaster. How are you holding up? He coughed and said, Thank Queen Valerian, there's a friendly face in this town. Bryce, you gotta tell me what's going on with the sky. It's like someone painted it purple or something. I chuckled and said, You've got nothing to worry about. We're gonna fix the sky, probably the grass, and those weird vines on your post office. He looked at the vines and said, I didn't even notice, but that can wait. I have mail to deliver. He winced and said, you know, I think I deserve a long overdue vacation, at least until I'm fully healed up. Good luck out there, Bryce. I nodded, but that's when I saw Jess in tears. Sam was sitting near the hill to the World Tree, corrupted. She was half herself and half gloam. She coughed up blood and said, Bryce, you kept your promise. My cousin is safe thanks to you. I smiled with tears in my eyes and said, I kept it, Sam. I did. And look at you, still fighting for your life. Jess chuckled with tears in her eyes and said, You're gonna be okay. She sighed and said, Jess, I'm dying. I couldn't move if I wanted to, but I'm glad you're safe. She started crying and said, You can't die, Sam. Without you, I'm nothing. I'm just a girl holding a bow. She laughed and coughed again, then said, You're more than that, Jess, and you know it. You don't need me to be yourself. I taught you better than that. She coughed and said, Can I have a moment to speak with Bryce? I promise it won't take too long. She nodded and went over to see Bruce. She sighed and said, A dwarf came through here not too long ago and did this to me. He went to the World Tree and didn't give me a second thought. I thought for a moment and asked, Why would he go into that tree? He's already won the battle, corrupted our home. What more could he want? She coughed and said, I don't know. But whatever he's doing here, you need to put a stop to it and save Sacred Grove before it's too late. I sighed and said, Do you really think Sacred Grove could be saved? I mean, look at the sky, Sam. It's not exactly pretty up there. She nodded and said, I believe in you, and so does Jess. I can feel the connection you two have as well. It's stronger than any amount that you've been connected with. Hold on to that connection, stick together, and take back Sacred Grove. For all of us. I started to tear up about Drake, but I nodded and said, I won't let you down, Sam. I promise. Jess came back over and held Sam in her arms and said, Please, don't leave me. She chuckled and said, It's too late for me, Jess. You and Bryce can save Sacred Grove. For all of its people. A tear rolled down Sam's eye and she was gone. Jess was crying and I tried to comfort her, then said, She's gone, Jess. We're still here, and we need to stop Darkcheat. We'll bury her next to the World Tree. She nodded and followed me up the hill. As much as I didn't want to bury Sam in the corrupted ground, Jess needed this. We buried Sam next to the World Tree and said our goodbyes. We stood in front of the door to the World Tree, and I said, When we step through this door, there's no telling if we're coming back out. Just expect the worst on the other side. Jess nodded and we went in, prepared for whatever was thrown at us. When I opened the door, it was completely gloam-free. No corruption at all. I looked in shock and asked, How is this even possible? Is this some kind of... Jess finished my question. Sanctuary? I mean, it would make sense. This is the center of Sacred Grove, after all. We continued down the stairs of the tree and entered what looked like a throne room. We saw someone sitting on the throne and we couldn't believe what we were seeing. It was Queen Valerian. She was awake. We walked over and she said, Realm Keepers, what brings you to the World Tree? I sighed and asked, Cut the shaggy cow crap, Queen. Where's Darkcheat? Jess grabbed my arm and tried to calm me down. Valerian tilted her head and said, You mean the dwarf and my sister? They departed hours ago. I looked at her confused and asked, Your sister? She nodded and said, I called her Princess Lavender once, but to you, it's Queen Darkthorn of Briarheart. I lit up like the Snow Hill tree during snow days and said, Why should we trust you? You'll probably turn this World Tree to gloam if you're related to her. She shook her head and said, You can trust me. I'm free of my sister's corruption, and I'll answer any questions you have. I calmed down and thought for a moment, then asked, I just have one question. I was sleeping? Jess and Bruce were also sleeping when I found them. Why were we all asleep? She sighed and said, I imagine you saw the sun setting before your slumber. I saw it too and fell asleep. When I woke up, Sanctuary was being overrun and I was trapped in here. That dwarf and my sister didn't do anything to me because they couldn't in the sacred place. The dwarf asked me if I enjoyed my 8-year nap. My eyes suddenly widened and I asked, "You mean to tell me we've been asleep for 8 years?" She nodded and said, "I'm afraid so. So who knows what he's been planning to do in that time?" I sighed and said, "Where did he even go in this place? It's just a tree." She laughed and said, "Just a tree? No, it's much more than that. It's protected with gleam magic, which makes it impervious to glow magic. This tree is also a hub." I looked at her confused and asked, "What's a hub?" She smiled and said, "Follow me and I'll show you." We followed her down a spiral staircase into a room with 4 doors, and she said, "A hub is a place where you can travel between realms. Basically, portals to lands unlike ours." Jess looked at the doors and asked, "You mean to tell us that there are lands besides Sacred Grove?" She nodded and said, "The dwarf in my sister must have gone to one of these portals. If you go in, I hope you find him, as well as my sister, and bring peace to our realm." We looked at the 4 doors and I said, "Well, Jess, are you ready to venture into the unknown? It's not like we have a choice in the matter, but all of Sacred Grove is counting on us to bring a stop to the globe." She nodded and said, "This is for Sam, for King, and for anyone else who's lost their lives to Dark Cheat." I nodded and said, "We're on your tail, Dark Cheat. Don't count on winning this time." Chapter 14, Glimmer Deep. The door to the first portal opened and we stepped through. We fell face first on hard rock. It was hard to see, but there was glowing crystal wherever we were that lit the way. Jess turned to me and asked, "Bryce, can you use your sword to give us more light?" I nodded and held it up. I looked up at the ceiling and said, "We're in some kind of tunnel with crystals. Interesting first portal to go through." Jess chuckled and said, "Well, no turning back now. The door we came through is gone." I turned around and she was right. We were going to have to find another way out of here to make it back to Sacred Grove. We kept heading straight through the tunnel until we heard someone say, "What are you humans doing in my mining tunnel? This is for Robgoblins only." I looked at the red Robgoblin and asked, "Who are you and where are we?" He looked confused and said, "I just told you, you're in my mining tunnel. Now scram before Whirly Willis gives yous the old one too. You wouldn't want to mess with me." I turned to Jess and said, "We have to be in Sacred Grove. There's a Robgoblin right in front of us." He scoffed and said, "Sacred Grove? That trash heap of a place? No way! This place isn't all sunshine and giggles. This is paradise." Jess turned to him and asked, "Why not give us the grand tour of paradise?" I sighed and asked, we really going to trust a Robgoblin after they got angry with us?" She looked at me and said, "He's red and the others were green. I trust him with my life." I didn't really agree, but I was willing to go along with the plan. Willis nodded and said, "Sure, if it gets used out of my spot quicker, let me give you the grand tour." We looked around and entered a bigger version of the tunnel we were in. He turned to us and said, "This is what I like to call the mother lode. It's where I'm currently doing my best work. I'm still working out how to get the crystals off of the ceiling." I chuckled and said, "I guess beauty comes in all shapes and sizes." He shrugged and said, "Yeah, you could say that, I suppose. Now, we're gonna leave this mine to show you the bigger picture." I didn't know what he meant by that, but we followed him anyway. We walked for a long time, and I asked, "So, how long have you been here?" He shrugged and said, "A few months, I think. I used to live in Sunstone Valley." I tilted my head and asked, "So, you lived in Sacred Grove. What made you want to move down here?" He sighed and said, "You humans think life up in Sacred Grove is easy, but it's not. Every day in that valley was a constant life-or-death battle. See, the thing is, the dam in Sunstone Valley blocked off the original entrance to this place, so I decided to make my own entrance. I dug straight underground and never looked back. I wanted to come back home." Jess tilted her head and asked, "Home?" He smiled and said, "Oh, would you look at that? We're here." And suddenly we were no longer in this tunnel. Instead, we were on a cliff overlooking a whole city. He turned to us and exclaimed, "Welcome, humans, to the underground city of Glimmer Deep." We were in shock. He wasn't kidding about a bigger picture. The city was covered in rock and crystals, like they made everything out of the very ground we stood on. He chuckled and said, "Close your mouths unless you want cave flies in there." We didn't even realize our jaws had dropped until he told us. He laughed and said, "I'm just teasing. You humans are too easy to fool. I know it's impressive, but you haven't even seen the neighborhood I live in. If his neighborhood was as impressive as the city, I would have been in even more shock. We walked down the streets to head over to his corner of rock, and I saw a bunch of different people. I turned to him and asked, "So, does your city accept everyone?" He nodded and said, we all gotta work together down here. Dwarves, pixies, you name it. This may be where Robgoblins were born, but it doesn't hurt to have a little help from the outside." I looked at him and asked, "Wait, this is where Robgoblins come from?" He sighed and said, "Yeah, human it is. Story was Queen Valerian didn't care for Robgoblins, even though we weren't welcome in Sacred Grove. So she decided to have a hydro-powered dam built by those manguanas right on top of our entrance to Glimmer Deep." I nodded and said, "That explains a lot about why you don't care for Sacred Grove." He sighed and said, "I didn't have a choice with being in the valley. I was stuck there when I left to find supplies for my crew. Most of the Robgoblins I talked to all said the same thing. They got stuck and couldn't get back. So, if you humans ever see that queen of yours, tell her she can kiss my—" He stopped and said, "Oh, here. Home sweet home, as I say." We arrived in the most disgusting place I think I've ever seen. At least, it put Briarwood and Black Sport to shame. I pinched my nose and asked, "Willis, this place looks and smells like actual garbage. I thought you said it was better than the look of the city." He laughed and said, "No, I didn't. I said wait till you see my neighborhood. I didn't say it smelled like flowers or anything like that." I sighed and asked, "So what made you want to live in a dump like this anyway?" He smiled and said, "It's simple. I'm a Robgoblin and I love trash." Jess turned to him and asked, "Is that normal?" He nodded and said, "It's always been our way. As a matter of fact, it's how we scan off humans like you from bothering us, but more or less, it's how we bathe." It had occurred to me that he smelled of rotting potatoes and fish. We continued down his street, and he waved to a friend of his. He smiled and said, "Freddy Slowhands as I live and breathe. How's life going for you, stinker? Keeping dirty and rotten as always, friend?" He frowned and said, "Watch it, Whirly. I'm this close to hitting you with these hands that are not slow." He laughed and said, "Oh, come on, Fred. I was only teasing. Besides, I brought humans with me." He rolled his eye and said, "Oh boy, humans. We don't see much of you down here." Jess turned to him and asked, "Why not?" He scoffed and said, "Are you joking? A bunch of Robgoblins like me go up to Sacred Grove to look for supplies, and we get bullied by a bunch of humans." Jess looked away and he said, "That's what I thought." I was about to say something until someone caught the corner of my eye. I thought I saw Nath and said, "Hey, I'll be right back." Jess tried to leave the Robgoblins, but I insisted she stay with them. I followed what looked like Nathan to an alleyway and asked, "Nath, is that you?" He laughed and turned to look at me. His eyes were glowing dark purple. He said in a dark voice, "Bryce, do you like my new look?" Kudos to Dark Cheat for supplying me with the gloam. I teared up and said, "Nath, you have to snap out of this. This isn't you." He laughed and said, "Please, this has been me all along, Bryce. You fail to see the potential of Dark Cheat's new abilities. In due time, you'll see what he's capable of." Nath snapped his fingers and disappeared into the gloam. I sat there for a minute and thought to myself, was Nath alive? Could Cade be too? Jess found me in the alleyway and asked, "What happened? Are you okay?" I shook my head and said, "Something is very wrong, Jess. I just saw Nathan, his eyes were glowing dark purple." She gasped and asked, "How is that even possible?" I shrugged and got back to my back on my feet, then said, "I don't know, but we need to find Dark Cheat if we're going to find out." We ran back to Willis and asked, "Do you know a man by the name of Baron von Darkcheat?" He thought for a second and said, "I don't know. I do know this Robgoblin that just arrived. He was going on about someone with that name. Might be worth talking to him. Follow me, I'll take you to his spot." We both nodded and followed him to where this Robgoblin was. There was a Robgoblin searching through piles of junk, and then Willis exclaimed, "Hey, Joel, you got company for you." He banged his metal helmet on a pipe above him and exclaimed, "Junkmaster Joel reporting for duty, sir. I'm still looking for scrap you asked for, sir. I found nothing of value, sir." He laughed and said, "At ease, Joel. These humans want to talk to you." I went up to him and asked, "Willis said you know a guy named Baron von Darkcheat. Is this true?" Joel nodded and said, "I was his henchman when I worked for Lady Darkthorn." My eyes widened and I asked, "You work for Darkthorn?" He shook his head and said, "Not anymore. She and Baron didn't require my services anymore, so they threw me out. I had nowhere else to go, and then Willis showed me the way back home. So, I came here to live a better life. I smiled. It seems like some people can turn around from an evil lifestyle. I sighed and asked, do you know anything about Darkcheat that could help us? Anything at all? He shook his head and said, I wish I could be of more help. The only person he put his trust in most was Clancy, and I haven't seen that guy in years. I thought to myself and said, looks like we gotta find Clancy. We were in a 2-year-long battle with him. I don't know if we could beat him. Jess put her hand on my shoulder and said, Bryce, we lost the battle, not the war. I hadn't thought of that. I nearly gave up hope when we got separated. I turned to Jolt and asked, have you seen a door around here? Wooden? Maybe shiny? Jolt nodded and said, our queen found a door like you're describing. She took it back to her trove and is probably taking stock of the inventory as we speak. I'll take you to her. 3 of us followed Jolt to the trove that he spoke of. It's crazy to think that Robgoblins have a queen like Valerian. Makes me wonder if humans and Robgoblins aren't so different after all. We entered the trove and saw the queen going over everything she had. Jolt cleared his throat and said, Queen Hildegard, you have guests. They're eager to have a conversation. She glared at us and asked, I don't care much for you humans. Why are you bothering me at an hour like this? I sighed and asked, we're looking for a door that Jolt believes you found. It's wooden and shiny. Ring a bell? She nodded and asked, that one in the corner? I looked and said, that be it, thanks. She stopped us and said, before you leave, even though I really want you to go, I need you to do me a favor when you go back to Sacred Grove. Jess smiled and said, sure, whatever you need. I looked at Jess in fear. Why she would say yes to something we haven't even discussed yet is frightening. Hildegard sighed and asked, I need closure. I want to know why Queen Valerian built the hydropower dam above our home. Just have her send me a letter about the reasoning and I'll let bygones be bygones. Sound good? We nodded in agreement and said our goodbyes to Willis and Jolt, then stepped through the portal. Jolt tilted his head and asked, where'd they go? Willis laughed and said, who cares? As long as they stay out of my mining tunnel, we're square. Jolt shrugged and went back to salvaging. He returned back to the sanctuary tree interior and looked for Valerian. She was writing a letter and I asked, why'd you have a hydropower dam built above Glimmer Deep? She sighed and said, that's the thing. I didn't. I was confused and said, the Robgoblin said you did. We were just there and they want answers. They seemed very upset about it. She nodded and said, once a year, outside of the tree, I would hear out citizens of Sacred Grove. One day, Manguanas came to Sanctuary and asked if they could build a hydropower dam in Sunstone Valley to solve their drought. I told them that they were always welcome to come here for supplies, but I said no to the proposition because of where they wanted it, right on top of Glimmer Deep. She looked at the Glimmer Deep portal and asked, they built the dam anyway, regardless of my decision. That's probably why you don't see many Robgoblins in Sanctuary or Sunstone Valley. I should have taken down the dam years ago when the Robgoblins got angry with me, but what could I have said to make them feel better? I shrugged and said, well, we know the truth now. Queen Hildegard of Glimmer Deep would also like to know the truth in the form of a handwritten letter. Valerian nodded and said, that I can do, if it will clear up any transgressions from the past. Jess nodded and said, it will. She said so herself. Valerian began writing the letter and sent it through the portal. Hildegard read it and decreed that all Manguanas are banned from Glimmer Deep and citizens from Sacred Grove are more than welcome. Valerian sighed and said, as soon as things are back to normal, I'll begin the construction on the hydropower dam as a sign of good faith to the Robgoblins. I smiled and said, good. Everyone deserves to have a home. She left us in the portal room and Jess said, you pick one this time, Bryce. I picked the portal hoping we'd find any clues as to where Darkcheat or our friends could be hiding. And who knows what's on the other side? Chapter 15, Lavender Coast. We stepped out of the portal and arrived in a really hot swamp, with waves of heat pouring down on us. Jess sighed and asked, why is this place so hot? I laughed and said, come on, Jess, you've never been to Sunstone Valley? I have to admit, this is way hotter than that desert. We walked for a bit and discovered that there were rivers of burning magma along the swamp. I looked at the rivers and said, well, that explains the temperature increase. Jess nodded and said, when you can't beat the heat, join it, or something like that. I laughed and we continued walking down the stream of magma, venturing into the unknown of endless lava. We saw all kinds of structures and vines all around this place, but didn't really know what to make of it all. Jess turned to me and asked, "So, where do you think we should start?" I thought for a moment, and then all of a sudden, I heard a bunch of people talking. I pointed and said, "Follow me. I think I know where we can begin." We followed the sound of people and got close enough to hear some conversations. So we hid behind a tree, and one person said, "Shiver me timbers, good to see you again, ye old scallywag." I thought for a second and asked, "Pirates?" Another said, "Ahoy, Fred, bring any barrels of hot magma back with ye." I turned to Jess and said, "Hey, I think we found a town of..." I was rudely cut off, and both of us were grabbed by a strong pirate. He scoffed and said, "What do you think you're doing, spying on us? I think you ought to have a word with the Commodore." He wasn't messing around. It sounded like this Commodore was their leader of sorts. He took us next to a pirate ship that was sitting in the hot magma. I had no idea how that wooden ship was staying afloat. Another pirate came out from the ship's cabin and exclaimed, "What's with all the commotion, laddies? Can't your Commodore get some shut-eye before a voyage? Sometimes I wonder why I bother getting any shut-eye at all." The strong pirate looked at us and said, "Commodore, these weirdly dressed people were found spying on us from behind one of the swamp trees." He looked at us and laughed, then asked, "What are you two wearing? Our pirate code doesn't allow costumes, you know." I sighed and asked, "More importantly, how is your ship staying afloat in hot magma?" He smiled and said, "You've got cackle fruit, my boy. I'll give you that." He motioned us over and asked, "What do ye go by?" We looked at each other and I said, "Go Shadow's my name, and my comrade here is named Crackshot." We froze due to the fact that everyone we've met has laughed at the code names. He glared at both of us and exclaimed, "Me hearties, welcome aboard." Every pirate started cheering and yelling. Apparently, we said something right for once. He smiled and said, "Me name be Commodore Kraken, savvy?" We nodded, and then he smiled and said, "How would you swashbucklers like to sail the Red Sea? I've got quite the crew aboard and could always use 2 more mates." We smiled and said yes to his proposition. Then he exclaimed, "Sink me! All hands away!" I didn't understand all the words he was throwing out, but we followed him aboard anyway. His crew was standing by awaiting orders, and he said, "This here is me crew. First mate here is Captain Ironsides, me right hand who's scuttled more times than I can count to. Second mate is a hearty of me heart, Admiral Fishfinder, me left hand, who's never hornswaggled me before. Third mate here is me twin brother, Black Tom Cutlass, who goes a bit 3 sheets to the wind if you ask me. And last, but certainly not least, is me fourth mate, Jolly Roger. We let him clean, is he also very loud, almost like a fire in the hole, and that's all me mates." They all shook our hands, even though we didn't know if they washed theirs. Roger turned to Kraken and asked, "Commodore, shall we set sail for the Red Sea?" He nodded and said, "Aye, we shall. Hoist the sails and head straight for that red, briny deep." They all nodded and said, "Aye, aye, Commodore." They scattered like the wind. Ironsides raised the anchor and Fishfinder raised the flag. Tom adjusted the sails for high winds, and Roger swabbed the poop deck. Kraken made for the steering wheel of the ship and exclaimed, "All hands on deck, laddies and lassies. Spread those sea legs and let's get this adventure going." We went to the front of the ship to overlook the sea and asked Tom, "What is this place called?" Tom smiled and said, "You be in Lavender Coast, me hearties. Ye best get comfortable." We set sail for wherever we were heading in this place. I didn't even bother asking Kraken what the destination was. I was just happy to know we were going on an adventure with pirates. It was odd that we got to have a small break from looking for Dark Sheep, but I was kind of relieved. Jess and I have been through a lot since we woke up. We've lost so many people, our mounts, our connection to those we loved. I stared at my surroundings, wondering if I'd ever be happy again. Knowing our mission and all, it seemed like an emotion like that was out of reach. I looked at Jess and said, "The crew Kraken has reminds me a lot of the team we had." She sighed and said, "We're still a team, you know. Just because Nathan and Kate are lost doesn't mean we are." I smiled and said, "That's true. For 2 people, we make a great team." We smiled at each other and stared into each other's eyes. We knew what we felt for one another, and we kissed. This was the one time we had peace, and we were going to enjoy the moment we had together. Our connection was all we had left to hold on to. Jess blushed and said, "I'm glad we did that." I smiled and said, "Me too." We held each other while we enjoyed the view of the Red Sea. That's when Captain Ironsides looked out to the Red Sea and exclaimed, "Kraken, we've got trouble up ahead." He pulled out his spyglass and took a look across the Red Sea. He smiled and said, "It's Raven, me hearties. Grab the nearest cutlass you can find and be ready to swing with all ye got." We looked up and saw a flying creature ready to strike us down with her talon claws, sharper than any cutlass. I turned to Kraken and asked, "What kind of creature is that?" He chuckled and said, "That right there is a harpy, the most dangerous creature in all of the Red Seas." Fishfinder looked at the harpy and said, "What can we do with a cutlass's Kraken? They're pretty much useless since Raven can fly." I looked around and asked, "What about those cannons?" Tom shook his head and said, "If you're talking about the chase guns, they only aim in one position. You'd have to be really lucky, and each shot takes about 15 minutes to load." I looked at Jess's bow and said, "Jess can take her down. She's got an advanced chase gun." Jess looked at me and looked at the crew, then said, "I'll do my best, but no promises. I've never fired an arrow at a flying target, just mostly at ground targets." Kraken smiled and said, "Listen here, Buccaneer. Even if you can't hit a shot worth your right hook, at least you're shooting to begin with and not just some scurvy dog looking to pocket treasure." She nodded and walked to the front of the ship. Jess took aim at Raven, then fired an arrow, notching the bow, but she missed. She aimed again and fired, but she missed again. Jess thought for a moment and had an idea. She aimed her bow straight up in the air, and Roger asked, "What in the blazes is the lass doing?" I chuckled and said, "Cover your ears, just in case." We covered our ears and Jess activated her bow ability. It pierced the harpy's ear so bad that she went straight into the Red Sea. We all began cheering and I hugged Jess. I smiled and said, "You did great. Sam would be proud of you." She hugged me back and teared up, then smiled. Kraken sighed and said, "Sorry, I forgot to mention that the locals are not so friendly around these parts of the 7 Red Seas." I laughed and said, "Well, it would have been nice to know, but at least we dealt with the harpy." Suddenly, we felt a rumbling coming from beneath the Red Sea. Ironside sighed and asked, "Great, now what?" A giant purple kraken emerged from the Red Sea and stared at us with his giant eye. Kraken glared at him and said, "Nakark, my old nemesis, we meet again where it all began." Nakark, as he called him, was sitting right in front of the ship and we couldn't move forward. Tom dropped the anchor into the Red Sea. Kraken furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Move, you bill-sucking sea creature!" It seemed like Kraken didn't like the Kraken, but the squid looked like he was just lonely. Roger turned to us and said, "Commodore never liked this creature. It's not because it's done anything to harm us, but once in a while it just sits there, right in front of our ship, for no reason whatsoever." Jess tilted her head and asked, "You ever think he's just a lonely Kraken who wants someone in his life?" Tom shook his head and said, "That can't be it. This lily-livered squid wants something from us. He ignores every other vessel in the sea." I turned to Jess and said, "Try putting your hand on the squid. Letting it know you care enough to acknowledge it might be a way to get it to move out of the way." She nodded and said to Kraken, "Let me try to get him to move." Kraken turned in shock and said, "Nakark is all yours. Anything to get rid of this son of a biscuit eater." Jess did as I suggested, and Nakark closed his big eye and made squid noises, like he was happy. The Kraken went back underneath the Red Sea. Kraken was shocked and said, "Whatever you just did earned ye as much copper as we can find. Me hearties, round up some clap of thunder for the lass." Jess chuckled and said, "That's okay. I'll pass on the swig of lightning you're offering, but you're welcome." Admiral Fishfinder looked towards the front of the ship and exclaimed, "Batten down the hatches! We're about to go overboard!" We all looked at what she saw, and it looked like the end of the Red Sea. We all nearly scrambled looking for something to save us. I turned to Roger and asked, "You didn't know we were headed straight for a magma fall?" Roger shrugged and said, "This is an unusual route for us on our expedition. We want to spice things up since you two joined our crew." I glared at him and sighed. Then Jess said, "Hey, don't worry. We'll think of something." Kraken smiled and said, "Oh, I've thought of something. Something that'll shiver your timbers to the very core." He pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to us. I glared at him and asked, "You want us to sing a sea shanty?" He shook his head and exclaimed, "No, you silly landlubber. We're all going to sing a sea shanty." I looked at Jess and she shrugged. So we did as he suggested. We began singing, yo ho, a pirate's life for me. We sail the Red Sea, we befriend a squid, send up me hearties, yo ho. We drink and cheer and can pay a quid, send up me hearties, yo ho." I looked over the front of the ship and we were floating above the magma fall. Singing the sea shanty made the ship float. We continued singing until the song was finished, and the ship fell straight into the Red Sea, with splashes of magma hitting the coast. Kraken laughed and asked, "Blimey, that was quite a ride. You all right there, mates?" I gave him a thumbs up and asked, You never answered my question from when we first met. How does your ship sail in the Red Sea? He smiled and said, I'll give ye me secret. The ship is powered by doubloon magic. The ship itself can't be damaged no matter where we set course. Jess looked at the Red Sea and asked, so if we all fell down the magma fall, the ship would have been fine? He nodded and said, well, of course, the ship would be fine, but I'd lose a fine and honest bunch of sea dogs. I bought the sheet of music paper from someone we're going to visit. I tilted my head and asked, who might that be? He chuckled and said, oh, you'll see. A real fortune teller, that one. We arrived at the coast and saw a camp next to it. We saw someone we thought we'd never see again. It was Madame Zelda, fortune teller of Black Spore. She saw us and dropped everything, then hugged us with tears in her eyes. She smiled and said, I never thought I'd see you two again. I looked at camp and asked, how are you here? She sighed and said, I saw Cade return to Black Spore, but it wasn't the Cade I mentored. Something happened to him. Someone changed him. He scarred my face with his claws and took the Chaos Shard. Darkcheat showed up behind him and put together an artifact I had seen before. Black Spore became touched by the power of the gloam and Cade knocked me out. I woke up here. That's when Kraken found me and made sure I was protected. Kraken nodded and said, I had a couple of privateers look after old Zelda here. I didn't want her death on my conscience. By the way, Kali, Willie, you two did good today. You didn't have to help me out, but ye did. I might even have a spot on me crew, if ye be willing to accept me generous offer I presented to ye. Kali nodded and asked, it was no trouble, Gramps. Happy to help an old sea dog out, even if no doubloons were involved. Ain't that right, Willie? Willie frowned and said, I could have done with some pieces of 8, but sure, happy to help out on a scallywag where needed. I turned to Zelda and said, we're looking for Darkcheat. We're going to put a stop to whatever he's planning on doing with that artifact. He's hurt too many people, and I can't let it go on any longer. She smiled and said, find Cade and save him from corruption. He's all I have left. Jess sighed and asked, are you going to be okay? She shook her head and said, I think after my time in Black Spore, I'll stay in Lavender Coast and start fresh. And when you save Cade, tell him to return here. I nodded and asked, hey, any chance you've seen a door around here just conspicuously out of place? She smiled and said, behind that tree over there. It just appeared moments before you arrived. Before we left, I turned to Kraken and asked, hey, have you named your ship yet, Commodore? He laughed and said, name a ship? That's about as crazy as me crew. You know what? I'll let you name her. I thought for a minute and said, I'll name her the SS Nakark. He sighed and said, well, it's fitting, since we have to deal with that bill-sucking creature from now on. Take care, you scurvy dogs. Pirate crew departed with Madame Zelda, and we started heading for the door. Jess sighed and said, we didn't find Darkcheat or the rest of our team, but I'd like to think it was interesting coming here anyway. I nodded and said, it definitely wasn't a waste of our time. We'll find Darkcheat soon enough. We just have 2 more doors to go through. She kissed me on the cheek and smiled. So we stepped through the portal back to Sanctuary Tree, and I asked, why don't we both choose which door to go through? She nodded, and we pointed at the same door. It seemed as though our strong connection was stronger than we thought, and I hoped it would stay that way. Chapter 16, Silver Hills. We stepped out of the portal and arrived in a very chilly environment. We looked around and saw white crystals above us, but the grass was purple. I looked around and asked, where do you think we ended up? Jess pointed behind me and we saw a giant crystal structure. She turned to me and asked, is that what I think it is? I nodded and said, that's the crystal barrier. Somehow we were behind it, but this place we were in looked nothing like Snow Hill. Something wasn't adding up. She looked around and said, how are we behind the barrier? It's impossible to get into considering everyone in Snow Hill has tried. Even when you climb over the mountain, you're still in Snow Hill. I shrugged and said, no one even knew it was behind the barrier. Some old man in Snow Hill kept going on about the place behind it, but he was crazy. He kept saying he'd give the people behind the barrier fruitcake as a gift. Jess thought for a moment and said, Sam used to tell me stories from Memorial Cavern when she'd take her breaks. She told me about this event in Sacred Grove called the Unbinding. A magical wave of energy went over the entire realm. Supposedly, this crystal barrier was created when it happened, sealing that place off from Snow Hill. I thought for a moment and said, that event sounds familiar. It almost sounds like what Darkcheat did to our home with the gloam. Same goes for this barrier, like the hydropowered dam in Sunstone Valley blocking off Glimmer Deep. That's not right. She nodded and asked, well, we're behind the barrier. Should we see what all the fuss is about? I nodded and we started walking down the trail of purple grass. Above us, the crystals were radiating with some type of energy, and that energy was floating all around us. I turned to Jess and asked, do you think Darkcheat would come to a place like this? She shrugged and said, maybe, but maybe not. The real question is, would Cade come to a place like this? We have to find him before it's too late. I nodded and said, I blame myself for what happened at Shrouded Glade, you know? Instead of kicking back and protecting some shard, I should have had some sort of plan if things went sideways, but I didn't. She held my hand and said, none of us knew something like that would happen. Don't focus on the past. Focus on the present. Blaming yourself is only going to do more harm than good. I sighed and said, you're right. Let's find Cade and put an end to Darkcheat's glowing powers. We stopped when we left the pathway and noticed two people sitting on some of the crystals. A cloaked wizard and an old pixie, like they were taking a break from their walk. We shrugged and made our way to the crystal spot. I smiled and said, hey there, my name's Bryce and this is Jess. He looked at me and asked, you're definitely not from around here. How'd you sneak in? I chuckled and said, well, we just walked in. He shook his head and said, that's impossible. The old man and I barely got in just by using a spell I created. The spell only worked when Snowhill got all glomified. He lifted his hood and revealed himself. He smiled and said, my full name is Chuggles-I-Talk Rylari, the banished archmagus of the three princes, but my friends call me Chugsy. I looked at him and asked, bit of a mouthful for a name, don't you think? And what's with the pointy ears? He laughed and said, well, my name was a bit shorter until they added that banished part to my name. To answer your other question, I'm an elf, and this is where I come from. I smiled and asked, elves? It's nice to meet a new species, but who's the old pixie? He laughed and said, my old elf friend here is named Silversnow. A lot of people in Snowhill seem to think he was a pixie, but he put on fake wings as a cover to keep himself safe. I did the same, only with this wizard cloak. Jess nodded and asked, so why were you banished? He smiled and said, it's a bit of a long story, but I'll tell you. This started just before the Unbinding, an event that I witnessed. It was just a massive wave of gleam energy in Sacred Grove. She gasped and asked, you mean the Unbinding was real? He nodded and said, anyway, I was in our city, which is just up ahead, by the way. I decided to practice with my magic spells in a field, kind of like this one, with crystals and all. I ended up using one of my spells, and it hit a crystal. If you use a spell and it hits a crystal, it causes a chain reaction that destroys the whole field. There was an explosion, and I said, kaboom! Then the explosion nearly destroyed our city. The three princes that made me archmagus had no choice but to banish me for my crimes, as they called it. No one got hurt or anything, I just did some slight damage. I sighed and asked, what does slight damage mean? He chuckled and said, oh, I made a building fall over. It was one of the new ones that the elves were building. They took a day off, and I just happened to ruin construction. Anyway, I decided to come to Sacred Grove. I lived in Wugachug for a good while, and the Unbinding happened. I had no idea what that energy wave had done until I checked out the entrance to my home. It had been blocked by that crystal barrier. I was upset. Then the old man here introduced himself and gave me some fruitcake. He said he wanted to return home, like I did. So we hatched a plan to find our way back. I worked on a spell to get through the barrier, but when I tried it, the spell fizzled out. That's when the Unbinding 2, as I like to call it, happened. A massive wave of gloam energy fell over Sacred Grove and changed Snow Hill. We took our chance, used the spell, and made it through the barrier. And that's our story. It shocked me to know that there was an event similar to the one we had. Someone like Darkcheat caused the first event. Chugsy turned to Silversnow and said, that fruitcake was actually really good, though. I still have some that I'll have when we get back to the city. Silversnow smiled and said, well, I'm glad you liked it, young man. It's my pleasure to give thanks to the elf that helped me get back home. I smiled and said, so, do you mind if we come with you? We're looking for a friend of ours that might be in danger. Chugsy nodded and said, sure thing, it'll be nice to have more company on the way over. Though I'll warn you, I might get arrested when we get back. You know, being banished and all, it has its perks. We headed towards the city and approached a bridge between a narrow valley. Chugsy smiled and said, well, I can tell you we're getting close now. This is the Elven Bridge of Nothing. Jess turned to him and asked, "Is that some kind of elf joke?" He shook his head and said, "There's literally no point to this bridge. It's got no entrance or exit on either side. Some elf just decided to build a bridge to prove he could build something pointless." Chugsy climbed to the top of the bridge and showed us what he meant. He smiled and exclaimed, "All this bridge does is show you that you're close to home." I nodded and said, "Well, it may be pointless, but all roads lead to home at some point." We all laughed and moved past the bridge into Chugsy City. We arrived at the city that Chugsy spoke of. The city was covered in those crystals, and the buildings they had were huge. Silver Snow got on his knees and started to tear up, then said, "I can't believe it. After years of waiting, I'm finally home." Jess smiled and said, "I'm happy for him. He's been stuck in Snow Hill just waiting to return home, and now he's finally back." I smiled and said, "We have to do the same, except we have to save our home." Chugsy turned to us and said, "You could probably already tell, but my people are quite the builders. The truth is, we have the most expertise in magic, but our real power lies in our brains. According to one of the princes, we're the smartest beings around." I looked at the city and asked, "Did your species come up with a name for your home?" He nodded and said, "Yeah, we call our home Silver Hills. Our first prince came up with it. He said we should be so proud of the mountain we've had to climb to get to where we are now." Jess smiled and said, "That's beautiful. I'm glad your species has been thriving. Secret Grove, on the other hand, is not doing so well." He smiled and said, "Just because Sacred Grove has fallen doesn't mean it can't get back on its feet. Give it time. Someone will save it." Little did he know, it was our duty to save it, but I didn't want to worry him. He was about to show us around the city until two elven guards approached him. One guard chuckled and said, "Well, if it isn't Chugsy the Banished." The other guard sighed and asked, "Why is a banished elf in our fair city?" Chugsy grinned and said, "Oh, you didn't hear? Sacred Grove has fallen, and I didn't feel safe there, so I invited myself back to Silver Hills. It's definitely a lot safer here." One guard glared at him and said, "Chugsy, you're coming with us to the Three Princes. They'll sort you out." He shrugged and said, "Fine, if you insist, but only if my honored guests can come with me." The other guard sighed and asked, "What are your names?" I smiled and said, "My name is Bryce, and this is Jess." Jess nodded and asked, "What are your names?" One guard sighed and said, "My name is Ithel." The other guard smiled and said, "My name is Niana." Both guards looked at each other, and Ithel said, "Fine, they can follow, but no tricks this time, Chugsy." Chugsy laughed and said, "Oh, don't worry about me. I would, however, keep an eye on these two. They can be trouble." We both rolled our eyes and followed them. They took us to a place that looked like a castle. I was in awe of how much work they put into building everything. Chugsy turned to me and said, "Pretty view, huh? This is where I used to work. The princes would have me train other elves to use magic, and I would also defend this place. Though my magic is not what it used to be, I still take pride in the work I did." I thought for a moment and asked, "Why would they banish someone with your magical skill?" He frowned and said, "They told me that I was a risk. They said that I couldn't be trusted to train the elves on how to use magic if I was just going to use it destructively. In all honesty, I was trying to create a spell that would have created a giant dome around our city. Only elves would be able to enter, but it backfired." I smiled and said, "There were 3 pixies who managed to do just that around the small academy building in Shrouded Glade. So, if they could manage to do it, you can too." He smiled and said, "I'll keep trying. If all goes to plan, we'll have a shot at making it happen." We finally arrived at the end of the building and saw a giant crystal floating behind the building. Below it was a waterfall pouring below the crystal. The 3 princes sat next to the crystal, waiting for us to approach the thrones they were sitting on. Chugsy sighed and said, "I hope this goes well. Last time I had a conversation with these 3, it was not a pleasant one. It ended with them banishing me." The first prince sighed and said, "Archmagus, you have returned to us. But were you not banished? Last I recall, I issued the banishment." Chugsy chuckled and said, "Well, if I remember correctly, you never said for how long, so I came back in the hopes I could prove myself to you 3. The second prince shook his head and said, "We told you indefinitely, meaning no time was set, but you were never supposed to return." The third prince scoffed and said, "Prove yourself. If you mean recreate that spell you attempted, that would mean disaster for our entire species. I simply will not allow it." Chugsy sighed and said, that spell will save us all, and I will fix it, so please give me a chance. The first prince turned to us and asked, who are the two behind you? I thought for a moment and said, my name is Ghost Shadow, and this is my partner Crackshot. We're here to help our good friend Chugsy fix his spell. Hopefully it will save his home from great danger. Jess looked at them and asked, what are your names? The first prince glared at us and said, my name is Callan. The second prince smiled and said, I am Agnor. The third prince sighed and said, I am Haleth. Callan turned to us and said, you two are to help our banished archmagus fix his spell. Should it keep us safe, I will undo his banishment. If it doesn't, and it does more harm than good, I will do more than banish him. Chugsy gulped and said, I won't let you three down. We left to head out into the crystal fields to work on the spell, hoping Chugsy knew what he was doing. Chugsy began the work he had started on, and I asked, so when did you start working on the spell? He chuckled and said, it must have been 13 years ago. Don't worry, I know how to fix it. Jess turned to him and asked, how are you going to fix it? He smiled and said, well, I want to include not only elves, but the citizens of Sacred Grove as well. It's only fair that I let the people helping me into our fair city. We both smiled and let him do his work. We sat on some crystals and admired the environment. Then Jess said, our code names really are something, huh? It seems like they can get us in and out of any situation. And Anon said, I used them to honor Talia. I never really cared for them until she died. She deserved better than what Darkcheat did to her. Jess looked at me and said, you're a good man, Bryce. Talia would be proud of what you're doing now. I'm glad you're still here. I smiled and said, Jess, I was cut off when suddenly a howl came from within the crystal field. We both looked at each other and assumed it was Cade. I turned to Chugsy and asked, that's our friend. Do you think you can manage without us? He nodded and said, yeah, I'll be fine. If I blow up my entire city, it's on you. We ran inside the crystal fields as deep as we could go to find Cade. The field was huge, crystals everywhere, and a river of water running all around the field. We walked slowly through the field and listened for Cade. We heard running water, the sound of fireflies, the wind, but no howls. Then suddenly he appeared behind us and said, you can't win. He was in his wolf form, but his eyes were dark purple and glowing like Nath's eyes. I sighed and said, Cade, let's talk about this. Maybe you can deactivate Wolf Boy for a sec. He cut me off and said, no talking. All you need to know is you're running out of time. Darkcheat awaits your destruction. Jess sighed and said, Zelda wants you to come home, Cade. She knows you didn't mean to hurt her. He snarled and said, Zelda held me back. I will show you the true power of the wolf. He activated his hammer ability and slammed the hammer against one of the crystal structures. Then every crystal in the field started glowing. He grinned and said, have fun getting out of this one, Realm Keepers. Then he disappeared. We ran back to Chugsy and said, hey, how goes the spell? How goes it with the spell? Because I feel like we're running out of time. He shrugged and said, I think I've got it, but I need to test it first. Jess shook her head and said, there's no time, just use the spell in your city. He activated the spell and exclaimed, Dormus Arceus Fleum. Whatever he just said worked. A huge green dome appeared over the city and he exclaimed, come on, we've got to go. We ran inside of the dome, and just as we entered, the crystal field exploded into thousands of little crystals, and crystal specks fell over the city. I sighed and said, nice work. You actually saved your city. He smiled and said, I told the princes I would do it. And then we returned back to the giant building in the center of the city and told the princes what happened. Callan smiled and said, well done. Your spell worked. I welcome you back home with open arms and return the Archmagus title to you. Chugsy shook his head and said, I'm happy to be home, but I would like my Archmagus title revoked. I'd like to live in the city as a citizen, if that's all right. Callan nodded and said, as you wish. Do your companions require anything? I looked behind them and asked, that giant crystal behind you, what is it? Callan laughed and said, you're from Sacred Grove, right? Think of the crystal behind us like the heart seed, but whole. We call it the essence, where our greatness began. I nodded and said, well, that's all I wanted to know. We're just happy to help Chugsy out. Jess turned to Chugsy and asked, why did you want your title and job revoked? He laughed and said, I started working on that spell 13 years ago. Now that I finally completed it, I'm no longer in exile. I need some time off to figure out where I really belong. She smiled and said, that sounds like the right decision, Chugsy. I'm happy for you. He smiled and said, You know, Silver Snow told me where his home was and that he was going to make some more fruitcake if we ever stopped by. So let's take him up on his offer and celebrate our victory. We nodded and went on the journey to the old man's home. We arrived at his home and stood in front of what looked like a shop of sorts. I looked at Chugsy and asked, I thought you said we were going to his home. He laughed and said, he probably lives and works here, I guess. Come on, let's head inside. We walked into the place and it looked like a cafe. We went over to the counter and asked to see the owner. Then Silver Snow showed up and said, my friends, it's good to see you. I hope life's been treating you well. Chugsy smiled and said, better than good, Gramps. I'm no longer banished. My spell is now protecting our city, big green dome overhead and all. Silver Snow smiled and asked, that's great news, my friend. Is there anything you need from me? Chugsy nodded and said, well, I would love to know what this place is first. I thought you said it was your home. I had no idea you owned a business, especially one like this. He laughed and said, it's my home and it's where I make the finest fruitcakes, along with eggnog. That's all I learned to make in Snow Hill, and I thought I should try turning my home into a business. So far, business is booming. I tilted my head and asked, did you come up with a name for your fine establishment yet? He thought about it and said, I think I'll call it the Snow Silver. Simple yet effective for business, and you'll know where my home is. We all laughed and had some fruitcake before we left. Chugsy smiled and said, are you sure I can't convince you two to stay a little longer? That fruitcake is pretty good. I chuckled and said, I wish we could, but we still have to find our friends. We'll try and bring them both around once we're done. We said our goodbyes and went outside of the city. Jess turned to me and asked, do you think we can really save Nathan Cade? I shrugged and said, all we can do is hope that they can save themselves. They're going to have to fight Darkcheat's power and break free. We looked around for the door and saw it on the bridge. We climbed up and stepped through it. We made it back to the portal room and Valerian was waiting there. She sighed and asked, no luck, I take it? I sighed and said, unfortunately, no. We got one more portal check and hopefully he's in there, along with Nathan Cade. Valerian nodded and said, the last portal you're about to go through is a dark place that, if corrupted by the gloam, could spread to the other places you've visited. Please ensure that it doesn't come to that. I nodded and said, we're seeing this through, to the end. That won't happen. Not while I'm defending Sacred Grove. She smiled and said, good luck. I held Jess's hand and she smiled. Then we opened the last portal, ready to take back Sacred Grove and put a stop to Darkcheat's plans, no matter the price we'd have to pay. Chapter 17, Black Forest. We entered through the portal and saw what Valerian was talking about. The place we were in was dark and gloomy. It was almost like if Briarwood and Blackspore collided, but definitely where Darkcheat would be. Jess sighed and said, we should have started here. I'm getting gloam vibes just from standing in this place. I shook my head and said, if we did start here, we wouldn't have found out that Nathan Cade are still alive. We also wouldn't have made our connection stronger. She smiled and said, that's true. Now we just have to find them and Darkcheat. I nodded and we started making our way through the murky forest. The sky was an eerie green, trees were droopy and rotting. It felt like there was some creature constantly watching us. I turned to Jess and asked, so, what do you think lives here? She shrugged and said, well, there's all sorts of weird creatures in Sacred Grove. It wouldn't surprise me if we found weirder creatures here. I nodded and said, well, the Robgoblins live in Glimmerdeep, squids and harpies live in Lavender Coast, and elves live in Silver Hills. I'm guessing this is where sea monsters live. She laughed and said, sea monsters? Bryce, there's barely any water here. That's when we approached a murky lake and I said, would you look at that, Jess? I guess I was right. She glared at me and said, I was wrong about the water, but I don't see any sea monsters. I laughed and said, let's turn back. It doesn't look like there's a way through and we don't know how deep the murky lake really is. She sighed and nodded. So we turned back and went through the murky forest, hoping we wouldn't run into murky water again. Making our way through the forest, I looked at Jess and asked, do you see any gloam corruption around here? She shook her head and said, it's kind of hard to tell, but nothing looks corrupted compared to what we saw in Sacred Grove. It makes me wonder why Darkcheat came here instead of the other places we went to. I thought for a moment and had an idea, then said, I imagine Darkcheat didn't want to fight armies to get what he wanted. I mean, think about it. The Robgoblins are resourceful and would have put up a fight for their home. The pirates would have enjoyed fighting against Darkcheat, and they wouldn't have backed down. And the elves? From what I saw, Darkcheat wouldn't have stood a chance. From what Valerian said, if he corrupts this place, he corrupts all the others. I imagine Darkthorn told him that as well. She nodded and asked, how do we stop him? Then out of nowhere, we heard a voice say, why are you wearing my suit? We turned around and saw Kirill Moonrunner, alive and in the flesh. I looked at him and asked, your suit? Wait, how are you alive? He looked confused and said, I didn't know I was popular, but I'm very alive. It seems like we have a lot to talk about. Follow me and stay close. We followed him through the murky forest. I was unsure if we should trust Kirill or not, since Talia only spoke of him twice in her story. He led us to a small village, which was hard to believe, since we hadn't discovered life since we got here. I looked at him and asked, so who lives here exactly? He laughed and said, snails and slugs. Jess glared at him and asked, you're joking, right? He shook his head and said, believe it or not, that's the main species of this place. Slow as they may be, they're very efficient and very resourceful. We sat down in a couple of chairs next to one of their homes and started talking. He sighed and asked, first off, who are you two? I smiled and said, my name is Bryce and this is Jess. We're here because of Talia. His eyes widened and asked, that explains a lot. Where is Talia? I nearly teared up and said, she was murdered 8 years ago, Kirill, by Darkcheat. He started tearing up and asked, if only I had gone to Shrouded Glade sooner. I assume you're the protectors that Talia gathered? Are there more than just the two of you? I frowned and said, yeah, there was, until Darkcheat came to Shrouded Glade. Kirill sighed and said, tell me everything. We told him everything that happened leading up to now, and he said, he needs to be stopped. It's the whole reason I came to this place. I followed him here. I tilted my head and asked, why? Talia told us everything that happened, but you could have stayed out of it. Why would you go to all of this trouble? He looked at me and said, because me and my 3 friends who died were exactly like you once. He started telling his story and said, 13 years ago, a dwarf like Darkcheat created an object called the Gleamstone. He planned on using it throughout Sacred Grove. Queen Iani, mother of Valerian and Darkthorn, summoned myself, Azur, Ether, and Arknos to put a stop to the dwarf. We put on the same suits you did, used the same weapons, and we were too late. Iani ended up calling what happened the Unbinding, basically telling us we screwed up. So, for what we failed to do, Iani tasked us to create better protectors, just in case another event like the Unbinding happened again. So that's what we did. I looked at him and asked, why didn't you train Talia? He sighed and exclaimed, I didn't have a say in the matter. They didn't want to train someone who could have been a flat risk. Still, all I saw was a girl who deserved a chance. And look where that got us. The dwarf murdered everyone in the academy except for me. Some of the snails turned to look. We jumped a bit and he calmed down and then said, they didn't deserve to die like they did, and neither did Talia. I woke up after she had left for Shrouded Glade and Valerian's guards found me. I told the queen what happened. Then she told me to keep Sanctuary safe and not to go after Talia or the dwarf. I was still injured from what happened at our academy, so I did what I could to protect Sanctuary until the sun set and I fell asleep. When I woke up, I was inside the world tree and I heard commotion coming from outside. The dwarf entered the tree and I hid behind a pillar. I couldn't let him see me. He went downstairs to the portal room and I snuck down there to see which one he picked. I followed him into the portal he chose and now I'm here. I tilted my head and asked, you still haven't found him? He shook his head and said, this place is huge. I barely scratched the surface, but if we work together, we could find the dwarf. I shook my head and said, why should we trust you? The most we know about you is what Talia told us. He sighed and said, do you know why I care for the pets in Sanctuary? My entire life, no one cared about me. I thought training pets and proving myself might mean something, but even then, my opinion wasn't valued. Not even to the 3 people who I called friends. Talia was the only one who valued my opinion. Whenever she needed help with her studies or wanted to learn more about pets, I was there for her. When Azur told me she wasn't allowed to train, I was frustrated. I saw myself in her, when she was the only one not being trained. I wanted to train her myself, but when our academy burned down, I could only assume the worst happened. I figured Talia found some power like the other dwarf years ago and turned it against us. That's when she told me another dwarf had done this, like the one we tried to stop. I told her to find new protectors for Sacred Grove, and it looks like she did. Hearing that Talia died makes me want to avenge her and redeem myself as a trainer. Of course, if that's all right with you. I thought for a moment and smiled at him, then said, that's fine by me, Kirill. You deserve a second chance. He smiled and asked, where are your other 2 friends now? Jess sighed and said, we were hoping they were here in this place. There's still no sign of them. He nodded and said, Let's find someone who knows Black Forest, like the back of their shell. So we followed him and made our way to a different part of the forest, where the sky seemed a bit brighter. It must have been the afternoon or something. Kirill looked at me and said, I think Talia made the right choice, picking you. I shrugged and said, do you really think that? I feel like I've been a really bad leader. He laughed and said, let me tell you something, kid. When I had that suit on, I wasn't even team leader. That was Azur, and even he made some bad judgment calls. What happened at Shrouded Glade was not something you could have prepared for. It almost sounds like the unbinding, but you still have time to stop what we couldn't. You have the chance to make things right. That's a good leader in my book. I smiled at him and said, thanks. I'll do my best to set things right. He nodded and said, good, I'm counting on that. We arrived at an entrance between two murky trees, and Kirill seemed to know where he was going. So I turned to him and asked, so where are we going? He smiled and said, I used to buy from an old merchant in Sacred Grove. She sold the rarest commodities that you wouldn't find from any other merchant. She also told me where I could find her if I couldn't find her in Sacred Grove. So if there's anyone that would know where your friends in Darkshade are, it's her. So we entered through the trees and saw a shop, hidden behind the enclosed forest. I stood there in complete shock. The shop was almost connected to the forest, like it had become a part of it. Alongside the trail there were small waterfalls that flowed down into a stream. If there was any beauty in this murky place, this was it. We approached the entrance of the shop, and the name of the shop read Mist Rares. Kirill sighed and said, well, hopefully the blind old snail remembers me. I bought my fair share of rares right from her shop that she had on her back. Let's go say hello. We entered the shop and saw all sorts of items I had never seen before. Some of the items looked like something you'd see in Sacred Grove, but others looked like something out of a Pixie Wood film. Kirill approached the counter, rang the bell that was on it, then we waited for her to arrive. A snail came out of the back room slowly and asked, has it come to see the wonders Kragara is selling today? Kirill laughed and asked, Kragara, you haven't aged a day over 200. How's business been going? She shook her head and said, slow, but Kragara senses that it has come to change that. Kirill nodded and asked, we're looking for a device that might help us detect the elements. Got anything like that? She thought for a moment and said, Kragara might just have what it's looking for, but it needs to trade Kragara something equal in value to it. He sighed and thought about what she might want. He pulled out a long bone and said, this bone belonged to my T-Rex mount, Spot. He passed away when the unbinding happened. I hope this is fair enough for a trade. She examined the bone and nodded, then said, this bone has the gleam element infused in it. Kragara accepts your trade. I was shocked at what he just traded. If either of us had something of our mounts to remember them by, I wouldn't have given that up for a trade. Kragara turned to the back room and exclaimed, Tawny pink guy, bring Kragara the surge locator. Then suddenly two creatures I had never seen before ran out of the back room, scrambling with the device. Jess looked at them and asked, what are those things? Do they bite? Kirill laughed and said, even if they wanted to buy it, I'm pretty sure they can. They must be pets of some sort, different from the ones in Sacred Grove. They definitely remind me of the pets I used to train. I turned to Jess and said, maybe after we're done saving Sacred Grove, we could adopt a dog. She looked at me and smiled, and kissed me on the cheek and said, I love that idea, Bryce. Kragara handed Kirill the object and said, this object will point it in the direction of any element, be it gleam or gloam. Hopefully this satisfies it. Kirill nodded and said, thank you so much, Kragara. Always a pleasure. So we left the shop and said our goodbyes. I looked at Kirill and asked, why did you trade your mount's bone? He sighed and said, kid, it's been 13 years since he died. When that dwarf used the gleamstone, my mount was caught in the blast. All that remained was one of his bones. Kragara was right about there being gleam fused into it, because I felt it too. So I couldn't hold on to the past any longer, and I felt like it was time to move on. Besides, saving Sacred Grove is far more important than some bone. I nodded and said, what you did means a lot. Let's hope it was worth it. So we looked at the device and started pointing in a direction we hadn't gone to yet. Kirill smiled and said, well, no time like the present. Let's get a move on. I was hoping we weren't too late to save Nath, Cade, and Sacred Grove. I made a promise to save them in Sacred Grove. It was our mission to defeat Darkshade and save every realm that we came across. Chapter 18, Realm Keepers. We continued deeper into the forest, using the device that Kragara gave us, and we came across a tree that was very different from the other trees we've seen. Kirill inspected it and said, I can feel the gloam coming off of this tree. Either that dwarf is toying with us or someone's having a little fun with their gloam powers. I looked at the tree and said, the thing is, Darkcheat has no idea we're alive. Right now, he thinks he's winning. So, in a way, we have the upper hand and could possibly get the jump on him. Jess nodded and said, we might be able to save Nathan Cade before he even finds out. Krill thought for a moment and said, all of that sounds possible, but don't let your guard up, even for a second. For all we know, this whole thing we're walking into could be a trap. I nodded and sighed. As badly as I want the upper hand, this won't be easy. Jess and I had a first taste of that clone power in Shrouded Glade. To see it used in full force here would shake me to my core. Kirill looked at us and said, let's keep going. Wherever Darkcheat is, he can't be too far now. We found ourselves so deep into the forest that the sky became a different color. I turned to Kirill and asked, is it natural for the sky here to be that dark of a purple? He looked up and said, no, it isn't. Granted, it may be evening, but that doesn't explain why it's that color. I thought for a moment and said, I think Darkcheat's starting to transform this place. If that tree wasn't enough, he's changing the sky too. We need to stop him before it's too late. Jess nodded and said, I agree. Let's pick up the pace while we still have time. As we got deeper into the forest, we saw a person leaning against one of the corrupted trees we saw earlier. He glared at us and asked, where do you think you're going? Then suddenly he moved from the tree and it was Clancy, Darkcheat's right hand from Shrouded Glade. It's almost like he was waiting for us to arrive. He looked different from before. His eyes were glowing dark purple like Nathan Cade, but the energy coming off of him was stronger than theirs. He furrowed his brow and exclaimed, I said, where do you think you're going? He ignited like a purple wildfire, then Kirill said, we're just going out for an evening stroll. The snail said this forest is just lovely at night. He snickered and said, and it's funny, old man. I have a mission here that I must not fail. I was told to keep those two from ruining the boss's plans. That's when it occurred to me that Darkcheat knew we were alive. Nathan Cade must have told him. There goes our upper hand. I turned to Clancy and exclaimed, you're going to pay for what you did to my home. He laughed and said, the only one that's paying here is you, kid. For even traveling here, that's a crime that cannot go unpunished. Clancy lit a purple flame in his hands and threw it in my direction. But then Kirill extinguished it in his hand. Kirill turned to us and said, take the device, then find your friends and the dwarf. I'll keep him busy. I tilted my head and asked, where did you learn to extinguish flames? He chuckled and said, Arknos taught me a thing or two when I wasn't training pets all day. Now go, I'll catch up with you. We ran past Clancy and he started going after us until Kirill grabbed him and threw him against a tree. Clancy laughed and said, you just made the biggest mistake of your life, old man. His eyes glowed that dark purple and his hands filled with purple flames. Kirill shook his head and said, I'm pretty sure I just saved Sacred Grove, boy. I'm not letting you anywhere near those kids. Kirill began gathering energy from the forest. Clancy smirked and said, potty tricks won't save those heroes, pal. If I were you, I'd move out of the way. Kirill looked at him and said, over my dead body. Kirill gathered enough energy to begin using arcane magic against him. They collided and Kirill trapped him in an arcane bubble. But he broke free. Clancy cast a purple fireball and launched it at Kirill. He struck his leg and he cried out in pain. Clancy laughed and said, you're no match for my power, old man. Kirill sighed and said, I promised Arknos that I wouldn't use the spell, but Sacred Grove needs to survive. He began conjuring a massive amount of arcane energy, creating a giant ball of magic to use against Clancy. He saw this and began forming his own ball of dark purple flames. When they both finished building up their energy, they launched their projectiles at one another, creating a massive explosion. Clancy was killed by the explosion. Kirill was barely holding on. He smiled and said, I've screwed up time and time and again, but I've tried to make up for it. I hope that this time I've saved Sacred Grove and prevented another unbinding. You've got this, Realm Keepers. Make that dwarf pay. Kirill gave out his last breath and passed away. We made it to another part of the forest, but when suddenly Jess fell to her knees and said, Kirill died. I felt it. She started tearing up and I dropped my knees to comfort her and then said, I felt it too. He was trying to do what was right, Jess. Whatever he did bought us time to defeat Darkcheat and save our friends. She nodded and I hugged her, then said, come on, let's finish this. We arrived in a new part of the forest. There were less trees and more water. An entire river with water falling into it was below us. I sighed and said, even though the sky's looking like gloam, it's nice to see some beauty in this place. She sighed and said, if Darkcheat fully corrupts all the places we've been to, I'd never be able to forgive myself. Bryce, promise me that we'll end this, no matter what happens. I nodded and said, I promise. We'll do whatever it takes to save our friends and defeat Darkcheat. She smiled and said, Good, now let's keep going. I don't want to keep Nathan Cade waiting. While going deeper into the forest, we encountered a trail that had not been corrupted by the gloam. As shocked as we were to see this, we didn't even notice that Darkcheat was walking down the trail. When I saw him, I turned to Jess and said, Let's get the jump on him. She shook her head and said, I don't see Nathan Cade. Before we do anything, we need to make sure they're still alive. I nodded and we hid in some nearby bushes to see what he was doing in this bright part of the forest. This human approached Darkcheat from behind and said, You have no right corrupting my home. Darkcheat laughed and said, Oh, I have every right, young man. More right than you have interfering in my business. Now leave or I'll make you. The human threw dirt from the ground at him and Darkcheat looked like a gloam monster. He lit up like a dark purple flame and pulled out the gloam stone. He used it against the human, making him float in midair. Darkcheat furrowed his brow and said, Now you've done it. You could have done what you were told to do, but instead you had to cause trouble. Well, I think it's best if I punish you for your crimes against me. Then, like a snap of the finger, he used the glowstone to burn the human alive with a dark purple flame. He was nothing but ash on the trail. I nearly got out of hiding when they saw what he did. Jess shook her head and calmed me down. It made no sense not to stop him right then and there, but there really was nothing we could have done to save him. Darkcheat began corrupting the trail, and like the rest of the deep forest we were in, it turned to gloam. He continued on, and we decided to follow him to see where he was going next. It seemed like he was going to the deepest part of the forest, maybe where the corruption is at its strongest. It also might be where Nathan Cade are located. We arrived at what seemed like the edge of the forest, closely behind Darkcheat. We noticed this place wasn't like the rest of Black Forest. It had an immense amount of gloam energy coming off of the entire area. Darkcheat went into the place and passed through a gloam barrier of sorts. I looked at it and asked, Can we get through the barrier? She shrugged and said, Only one way to find out. So we stepped through the barrier and we were surprisingly unharmed. I turned to Jess and said, It must be our suits. There's no other explanation for why we didn't get burnt alive. She nodded and said, Well, that's good. Now we can save our friends and defeat Darkcheat. I smiled and nodded. It's what I was hoping for, after all. We've come all this way and lost so much. Darkcheat approached two dark figures. Then they revealed themselves to be Nathan Cade. Once we saw them, we ran in to confront him. I sighed and exclaimed, Give us back our friends now. Darkcheat turned to look at us. He laughed and said, Oh, what? Are Ghost Shadow and Crackshot going to take me down? I highly doubt it. I looked at him confused and asked, How do you... He pulled out the trading cards I had Phineas make 10 years ago. They were torn and bent, like he didn't care for them. He smiled and said, One of Lady Darkthorn's henchmen brought these to my attention, so I know everything there is to know about you four. If you never had these made, you might have had some sort of upper hand. Well, what's done is done. Jess looked at Darkcheat and said, It doesn't matter what you know. What you don't know is we're going to take you down and take our friends back. He laughed and said, That's an interesting theory, my dear. However, Mage Tech and Wildclaw here belong to me. I think I'll have them sort you out. Darkcheat used the glumstone to float to the top of a cliff nearby, then Darkthorn appeared from the shadows. He sighed and asked, Well, it's about time you returned. How close are we? She smiled and said, 75%. Once Black Forest is under our control, our corruption will spread into the other realms. Then no one will be free. He laughed and said, I like the sound of that. Now let's get this show on the road. Darkthorn threw aside her robe that she was wearing and revealed her battle armor. Darkcheat summoned the power of the glowstone and infused it into Nathan Cade, turning them into a wildfire of gloam energy. I could feel the power coming off of them, and I didn't like it. Darkcheat looked down on us and said, You should have stayed in Sacred Grove where you were asleep and could dream happy, knowing I was changing the realms for the better. Instead, you just had to get in my way. He looked at Nathan Cade, then said, Mage Tech, Wildclaw, destroy them. Suddenly they awoke and Nath went after me. Then Cade went after Jess. I blocked Nath using my sword and exclaimed, Come on, man, you don't have to do this. You were going to change Sacred Grove forever. You had a purpose. He laughed at me and exclaimed, Oh, you don't get it, do you? I found my purpose. It's right here with the gloam. He activated his weapon and cast bolts of gloam lightning down upon me. I started running from him, but the bolts were catching up with me. I turned around and used my sword ability to summon wind, then deflected one of the lightning bolts back at him. He was struck by it and fell to the ground. His suit and weapon I gave him broke apart from the gloam power infused into it, and Nath returned to what seemed normal. He was still wearing his original clothes that I met him in. His eyes no longer glowed that dark purple, and he was one of us again, after years of being apart. Nath looked at me and said, Bryce, I'm so sorry. I wasn't in control of my actions. The gloam took control of everything I did, like it was alive. I'm not a hero anymore. I shook my head and said, Nath, we failed. None of us are heroes anymore. All we're trying to do is keep Sacred Grove from falling to all of this corruption. He nodded and said, yeah, we can't dwell on the past anymore, I suppose. So let's do what we promised to Talia before she died. Keep the realm safe. I smiled and helped him back on his feet. Then we ran to help Jess. She was running from Cade, shooting him with her arrows. He deflected all the arrows with his hammer, then activated his hammer ability. He put his hammer directly in the ground, and the ground started cracking with gloam energy beneath it. He twisted his hammer, and the ground erupted with immense gloam energy, throwing Jess against a tree. Cade was about to approach her and swing his hammer, but Nathan and I came up behind him and grabbed him. I grabbed Cade's hammer, and Nath held him back. Cade tried to break free and exclaimed, "Take your gleam hands off of me!" Nath sighed and said, "Calm down, Fuzzball. We're trying to help you. Bryce, whatever you're going to do it quick. I can't hold him forever." I nodded and activated Cade's hammer, then activated my sword ability. I took a breath and held them both in my hands. I put the hammer into the ground and pointed my sword at Cade, then looked at Nathan and exclaimed, "All right, let him go. Now!" He let go and backed off of Cade. Then I activated both abilities at the same time and sent Cade flying. He was launched against the cliff Dark Cheat was on. I ran to Jess first and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" She nodded and asked, "Did we save them?" I nodded and said, "Nate's by Cade right now, seeing if he's okay." She smiled and said, "Let's regroup then. It's finally time to reunite with the team." Nate was checking on Cade and said, "Are you good, man? You took quite the fall from Bryce." Cade's suit and weapon broke, just like Nate's gear did. He returned to normal, still in his wolf form. Cade sighed and said, "Well, whatever Bryce did hurt pretty bad, but I'll live." Nate smiled and said, "Well, that's good at least. We've got to start Dark Cheat before he fully corrupts this place." Cade nodded and said, "All right, no time like the present. Let's take him down." We were about to regroup when Dark Cheat started glaring at Nathan Cade. He furrowed his brow and said, "Weak." He used the Gloamstone and set both of them ablaze with dark gloam fire. Before I could do anything, they were nothing but ash. Jess fell to her knees and started tearing up, then I exclaimed, "What did they ever do to you? What did anyone ever do to you to deserve that?" He smiled and said, "They were no longer of use to me, so I extinguished their flame, as I will do to yours." He summoned the Gloamstone and used the power against me. I quickly activated my sword ability and used the wind to hold his power at bay. Then we were at a deadlock. Somehow I was able to hold the Gloamstone's power at bay, which seemed impossible to me, but I didn't question it. I was going to fight until my last breath gave out. Jess got up from the ground and raised her bow at Lady Darkthorn, then said, "This ends now. I'm tired of losing people." She shot her arrow at Darkthorn and hit one of her wings. She felt it and said, "You're on your own, Baron. I will return to our realm while you take care of things here." He sighed and said, "Don't tell me you're afraid of a little arrow. It's not going to stop our progress here." She shook her head and said, "Black Force is at 90% gloam corruption. Finish it and return to me when you've done it. Just so you know, I'm not afraid of the arrow. If I die, our realm ceases to exist." He looked at her shocked and she left. Then he returned his focus to us. Darkthorn returned through the portal she came in from, and in the room was Valerian. Valerian sighed and said, "Lavender, it's rude to come back in uninvited." She scoffed and said, "Uninvited? This was to be my place to rule, until Yanni thought it best if you ruled over this place." Valerian shook her head and said, She wanted both of us to rule Sacred Grove together, as sisters. Clearly you saw things differently." She shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter now. I'm going back to Briarheart anyway." Valerian laughed and asked, "What happened in there? Are those heroes a bit too much for you?" She shook her head and said, "One of them clipped a part of my wings. If I died in there, our realm wouldn't exist." Valerian nodded and said, "It was a safeguard our mother put in to ensure we would keep the peace. If either of us died, the seed that grew from her would wither. The world tree would cease to exist, killing everything and everyone. Sacred Grove would be nothing but a dirt-filled wasteland." Darkthorn nodded and said, "I'll return to Briarheart, but don't count on Sacred Grove returning back to the way it was. I like my new gloam realm anyway, and you will too." She left, then Valerian sighed and said, "We were sisters, once. We could be like that again. If only you felt the way I do about Sacred Grove. She left with a heavy heart and went back to the throne room, awaiting a new world. Darkcheat kept his hold against me, and I did the same. Jess restocked her arrows with 2 notches, preparing to shoot Darkcheat. She looked at me and asked, "Where do you want me to shoot?" I shrugged and said, "If you can actually hit the dwarf, anywhere will do, but preferably the Gloamstone." She nodded and shot the first arrow. It hit the Gloamstone directly in the center, and Darkcheat asked, "What have you done?" He was cut off when the Gloamstone erupted, infusing him with immense amount of gloam energy. Darkcheat laughed and said, "Foolish girl, you've only made me stronger." His eyes glowed so dark that you could barely tell he was a dwarf anymore. Jess was frustrated and shot her last arrow at him. He deflected the arrow and it went right into her chest, then she fell to the ground. I threw my sword to the ground and fell to my knees and asked, "Are you okay? Can you hear me?" She coughed and said, "Bryce, you need to stop him before it's too late." I started crying and said, "I can't lose you. You're all I've got left. I love you." She smiled and said, "I love you." Her eyes looked lifeless. She stopped breathing and wasn't moving. I stared at her, wondering what I had done to deserve any of this. Why I was the one that had to lose everything to gain nothing. I stood up and grabbed my sword. Then with everything I felt, I ran up to the cliff to stop Darkcheat. He went further down the cliff and I followed him. Then I exclaimed, "Darkcheat, you'll pay for everything you've done." He turned and smiled and said, "Oh, will I? My power is beyond yours, boy. It won't make a difference if you do anything here." I began activating my sword ability. This time, instead of wind, I closed my eyes and summoned everything to my sword. I felt every element in this realm. Water from the river, the earth beneath me, the wind in the air, and the fire at the tip of my sword. I whispered to all of those elements and asked for their aid in helping me defeat Darkcheat, once and for all. They became a part of my sword, and with all of these elements at once, my weapon became more powerful than I thought possible. I whispered to one last element, hoping it would help me as well, but I didn't feel it. I began using my sword ability and pointing my weapon at Darkcheat, then exclaimed, "This is for Drake, for Talia, for Kirill, for Nath, for Cade, for Jess, for everyone you've burned. I'm through with you, Darkcheat." I used the sword ability against him and aimed it at the Gloamstone. He wasn't giving in, but I put in all my power against him and got closer to the stone. Once I was close enough, I used the ability to its maximum potential, and that's when I felt the power of the Gleam element coursing through me in the sword. I stared into his soul and exclaimed, "Your time is up, Darkcheat. I'm tired of you taking the ones I love away from me. So enough is enough." I set off the ability like an explosion. The Gloamstone exploded, hitting both me and Darkcheat. He looked at me and exclaimed, "No, this was all to be mine. I was going to give the Gloam true purpose. You ruined all of it." The Gloam consumed him and he burned to ashes. I lied next to the cliff, burned by the Gloamstone. My body was covered in Gloam burns and I felt the pain. I crawled to the top of the cliff, hoping that we finally won. I looked above the cliff and saw the Gloam corruption fading away. Then the sun started rising over Black Forest. I sighed and said, "We did it. I did it. For all of you. I'm sorry I couldn't save you all sooner, but we won." I watched the sun slowly come up while the corruption was fading away, and I smiled, then said, "I did the best I could. Hopefully, Sacred Grove lives to see another day. At least, I got to watch the sun rise. One last time." Bryce stopped moving and stopped breathing. The burns from the Gloamstone were too much. He laid still in Black Forest, knowing Sacred Grove would continue to thrive without the help of the Realm Keepers. Epilogue. A couple of years had passed since the Glum invasion. Sacred Grove had returned to the way it was before its corruption. It took a while to rebuild what Darkcheat had corrupted, but Valerian worked hard to make sure what the Realm Keepers had done wasn't for nothing. She began by constructing new murals in the Memorial Cavern, specifically depicting the events that happened 2 years ago. Valerian called the event that happened the Binding, which in her eyes meant that the Unbinding was an event that freed the people of Sacred Grove, while the Binding was the opposite. She began by taking down the hydropower dam, so robbed goblins could finally return to their home of Glimmer Deep. She also gathered as many wizards as she could and destructed the crystal barrier that was created in Snow Hill during the Unbinding, letting elves come and go as they pleased. The elves noticed this and were so happy to see many of the elves return home. Peace was finally restored to every realm that existed and life went on. No one forgot what the Realm Keepers did to save every realm, and in honor of them, they played that trading card game. They even included their cards in every deck that was made. Because of them, the sun rose once again, and the lands of Sacred Grove were free for all to explore. Sunrise Stories by Kyle Freems. Regret. It began like any other day in Seaside. People gathered from all over Sacred Grove to throw another huge party. It was like clockwork, down by the volleyball net on the beach. I've always wanted to join them, but something held me back. I looked at what everyone else was wearing, then looked at my clothes and thought I wouldn't fit in. I sat on the fence next to the beach and figured I'd watch from afar to keep myself company. I was suddenly interrupted by a man far taller than I was. He wore a black bucket hat, cargo shorts, and had a black beard. He looked at me and asked, "Hey, do you mind if I join you?" I shrugged and said, "I'm more used to being alone, but I don't mind." He smiled, then looked towards the party and asked, "Say, it looks like a lot of fun down there. Why are you hanging out up here?" I sighed and said, "I don't think I'd be much fun. Maybe I'm better off alone." He shook his head and said, "No one is better off alone. You just haven't found the right group of friends." I looked at him and said, "Finding friends is like finding a needle in a haystack. I can't even get the courage to go over to that beach party." He scratched his beard, then looked at me and asked, "I take it you have social anxiety." I turned to him and asked, "There's a term for it?" He laughed and said, "Yeah, there's a term for it. Listen, I'm going to give you this invitation, and if you're up for it, maybe we could go down to that beach party." He handed me a card that read, "Renegade Guild Invite." In that moment, I didn't know what to say. I thought for a moment, cleared my throat, and asked, "What's a guild?" His jaw nearly dropped to the sand, and he said, "You don't know what a guild is? A guild is where friends are made and where alliances are forged. It's where you need to be." I took the invitation and put it in my pocket, then said, "You didn't have to do that, but it means a lot that you did." He smiled and said, "It's no problem, but speaking of things I don't have to do," he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a pair of black shades, then handed them to me in trade. I gasped and said, "I can't accept this." He shook his head, put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Consider these your onboarding gift. They're called sport shades, so protect them with your life." I nodded and sighed, then put them on. The world seemed darker when I wore these, like maybe I was destined to have them in the first place. He looked at me and asked, "Do they fit okay?" I nodded and said, "It keeps the sun out of my eyes too." He chuckled and said, "Well, that's one use for them. You could also use them to fit in down there." He pointed to the beach party, and I looked down at the shades he gave me. There was something about them that told me to stop hiding and instead start running. I nodded and said, "I'll go, but first I'd like to know your name." He smiled and said, "I go by a few names, but my guild members call me Ragman." It sounded like a name I would remember. I smiled and said, "That's a cool name, but mine's not as cool though." He laughed and said, "Well, let's hear it." I nodded and said, "My name is Armortron." He smiled and exclaimed, "Now that's a unique name." I didn't expect him to say that, but I was happy he did. He cleared his throat and exclaimed, "All right, let's head down to the beach and get our party on." We ran down the slope and joined everyone at the volleyball net. This was the first day I had met someone who cared about my well-being. It was the first time anyone had cared to acknowledge me. That was the first time anyone had actually cared. A few months had gone by and I finally found my place in Sacred Grove. Being a renegade changed my life for the better, and things only looked up from there. One of the guild members invited me out to the Open Treasures Cafe, and I happily accepted the offer. I arrived at the cafe, and he stood there with 2 drinks in hand. He smiled and said, "I bought the best drinks on the menu." He handed me one of the drinks. I looked at it and asked, "What's it called?" He looked at the menu and said, "Gummy Fruit Boba. Apparently it's all the rage these days." I took a sip and my eyes lit up like fireworks at a seaside beach party. He laughed and asked, "Well, how does it taste?" I took a breath and exclaimed, "This is the best thing I've ever tasted in my life." He smiled and said, "Sweet, I'm glad. Now let's sit down. We have business to discuss." We walked over to an empty table with 2 seats and sat down. I took another sip of my drink, then looked up at him and asked, "What's up?" He pulled 2 items out of his pockets and laid them out on the table. He looked at me and said, "I want to show you a trick I picked up from someone." I tilted my head and asked, Trick? He nodded and said, Up in Briarwood by Tinklewood Fort, there's a few traders that usually gather to sell items off of the market. I frowned and said, That sounds illegal. He shook his head and said, Oh, silly Armor, it's not about the items, it's about how they're trading them. The only trade I've ever done was with Ragman, so maybe it was worth hearing him out. He picked up the items and said, One of those traders was with a friend of mine. They started trading items and my friend came back empty-handed. I gasped and asked, What happened? He held out the items in his hand and said, He described the situation like a scam. Apparently, he didn't get any of the items in the trade, only the trader did. I frowned and said, That sounds awful. He chuckled and said, See, that's where you're wrong. I talked to the guy and he showed me how to scam someone in a trade. I was shocked when he told me this. I tilted my head and asked, Why would you want to know how to do that? He handed me one of the two items and said, Let me show you and I'll explain why. He put his hand out and I followed suit, putting mine out as well. He grabbed the item right from my hand and didn't give me the one he had. He smiled and said, We may have just hit a gold mine, my friend. No one else in our guild knows about this. You're the first person I've told, and I'd like to keep it that way. He got up out of his seat and said, Listen, I've got to bounce. Try out the trick I showed you, and maybe you'll get the rarest items the Grove's ever seen. He went on his way, and I was left conflicted. If he was right, I could have more items like the sport shades Ragman gave me. I decided to give his trick a chance and waited in Seaside for a trade to occur. It turns out he wasn't lying. Every trade so far, I was taking their items and giving them nothing in return. This could be the start of something great for Renegade. I was about to leave Seaside for the day until I saw someone with milk carton gloves on. I looked at him and asked, Would you like to trade for those gloves? He shook his head and said, No way, not unless you have something worth the same value as the gloves. I thought for a moment and remembered the shades Ragman gave me. I pulled them out and asked, Will these suffice? He nodded and said, Not here though. Follow me. I followed him to an alleyway where no one was around. I knew full well that I wasn't about to give away my sport shades to this random guy. We stopped in the alleyway and he took off his gloves, then he had them in hand ready to be traded. I did the same with my shades, but before I knew what was happening, he took the shades right from my hand and ran off. I quickly tried to run after him, but he was nowhere to be seen. I felt so many emotions in that moment. Frustration, loss, and panic, all at the same time. It was like I was living in a nightmare. I didn't know how I was going to explain all of this to Ragman. 6 months had passed since I lost the sport shades I was given by trade. I kept wandering the Grove in the hopes I would see Ragman and tell him what happened. Snow Hill was my last option, he was nowhere to be found. It wasn't until I left that I noticed a group of people gathered near the bottom of a hill of grass. I went over to see what was going on. It looked like another party, like at Seaside. Someone turned on a boombox and the music was so loud I could barely hear a thing. While everyone was having a good time, I couldn't help but notice a man in a black bucket hat. It was Ragman, the friend I had been searching for. I tried to get his attention and exclaimed, Ragman, I need to talk to you. I repeated this over and over again, but he couldn't hear me. I was in tears with no way to reach him, but I tried to push through the crowd of people. I managed to get close enough to Ragman to tap him on the shoulder. He finally noticed me and waved, but he also noticed I was crying. He motioned to someone that he needed a minute, and we stepped away from the group. He looked at me with concern and asked, What's going on? Are you okay? I shook my head and said, I lost the sport shades. He frowned and asked, How'd you lose them? I wiped away my tears and said, Someone in the guild showed me how to scam people in trades, and I tried it with the sport shades, but it backfired. He sighed and said, We had to kick out a member because of that. He wanted to show everyone in the guild how to do it, and it sounded wrong. I sighed and said, It definitely feels wrong now. He nodded and said, It's not right, and I hope we can put a stop to it one day. He was about to walk back to the group, but I tilted my head and asked, What about the sport shades? Don't you care about them? He turned backside and put his hand on my shoulder, then said, It's not about the shades. It was never about them. I gave you those because you needed a friend, someone you could count on to have your back. I didn't know what to say in that moment. He looked at me and said, It's a shame you lost them, but there's a world out there that's more important than some item. He smiled and went back to the party. In that moment, I knew that I was going to be all right. I joined Ragman at the party to celebrate the future and what was next for me in Sacred Grove. Royalty. A year had passed since the Glom invasion. Sacred Grove looked like its old self, but it felt different, like something had changed. Still, I knew it was my home and I had to defend its people. Being queen is more important than thinking about what it was like years ago. I got up from my bed and opened the curtains to see Sanctuary, all bright and gleam. Since I didn't feel like sleeping in, I decided to start the day early and productive. I put on my tiara and set out to make Sacred Grove the best it could be. I went downstairs and was greeted by the Pixie Guard. Most of them were new to the Royal Palace, since I had put my trust in the old guard to protect Memorial Caverns at all costs. After the invasion, I didn't want to risk our history being destroyed. I wanted everyone to remember what happened when my mother ruled as queen and when I did as well. This necklace she gave me was a part of a link that binded Lavender and I. She also had one, and if either of us were to die, Sacred Grove would be nothing but freshly laid soil. When she took part of the heart seed with her, it weakened our connection to each other, and that seed hasn't stopped crying since. It reminded me of our mother. Whenever we started to bicker like children, she would become upset and wish we could just get along. Since the day she died, things between Lavender and I have never been the same. Someday, I hope that will all change. I went to the royal study to go through all of the decrees we had made over the years. Some of them were outdated and old, but others looked like they were brand new. I read over a couple of them to find out that they were never released to Sacred Grove and signed by my mother. So many thoughts ran through my mind. Why she would have kept unpublished decrees, but it occurred to me that she never got the chance to publish them. I gathered all of the ones that she wrote that didn't have a royal stamp on them and started to read over every single one. Then suddenly, that's when I heard something outside. I looked out from the window above me and saw one of the guards and an elf talking. I decided to get a closer look and open the palace doors. They turned to look at me and the guard said, "Queen Valerian, we've got an ambassador all the way from Silver Hills, asking for an audience with you." He waved at me and said, "The name's Chuggles a Tucker Lyrie, representative of Silver Hills, but my friends call me Chugsy." His name and title seemed a bit too long, but I assumed that's how every elf in Silver Hills was named at birth. I smiled and shook his hand, then said, "I'm glad we can finally be neighbors again. My mother spoke highly of the elves in the Royal Scrolls before she passed years ago." He frowned and said, "I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sure she was a great queen to Sacred Grove." I nodded and said, "She was, but I'm trying my best to fill her shoes. So enough with talks of the past. Allow me to welcome you to my home." He nodded and we went inside. I showed him around, but he didn't seem impressed at all. So I turned to him and asked, "I take it your home doesn't look like this?" He laughed and said, "If you saw my home, you'd want to move there in a heartbeat. As far as I know, we're the only realm that has technology far advanced than what's available here." I smirked and asked, "Are the warp stones not what you would call advanced?" He shook his head and said, "The piece of rock outside your front lawn. It's neat, I suppose, but it's not what I'd call advanced." I rolled my eyes and asked, "Anyways, what brings an ambassador to Sacred Grove?" He sat down and looked around, then said, "Well, since you and your wizards broke down the crystal barrier, I was appointed ambassador for my people. My first assignment was to get to know the Queen of Sacred Grove." I thought for a good minute about his task. No one has ever asked me about myself before. I cleared my throat and asked, "What would you like to know?" He smiled and asked, Before the Glom invasion, what was it like being queen? Was it easy?" I shook my head and said, "Since I've been queen, it's been beyond easy. My mother was murdered and I had to take over as queen, then it seemed impossible to keep going at the time. My sister, Princess Lavender, was blamed for the murder, as well as for poisoning me and putting me into a deep sleep. In my place, my advisor Joffrey exiled both her and our royal Chugwa guards. I had no idea any of this was happening until two young heroes gave me an antidote to the poison, and I woke up. They discovered Joffrey was the one behind the murder and poisoning me. He had planned to overthrow the crown and rule over Sacred Grove. I told Lavender what had transpired, and she still hates me to this day because I couldn't do anything to stop him." Chugsy looked at me in shock and said, "Well, that is a lot to take in, Your Majesty, but whatever happened to Joffrey? In Silver Hills, we'd send our advisors to the Crystal Fields." I had no idea what he meant by that, but I sighed and said, "His crimes would not go unpunished. We clipped his wings and sent him to Black Forest for exile." He nodded and said, That makes sense. You can't have an untrusted advisor on your council. I think that should be good enough for my first task as an ambassador. I should make my way for Glimmerdeep, but before I go, I have one more question for you. I looked at him and said, Fire away? He got closer to me and asked, How do you actually take down that crystal barrier? I've tried to do it for years and nothing worked, yet you and a few wizards managed to do it in minutes. So, what's your secret? I smirked at him, then brought out a small pouch from my pocket and took the object out of the pouch. It gleamed brighter than the Gloamstone. I smiled and said, This is the Gleamstone. In resemblance to the Gloamstone, this was how I brought down the crystal barrier. The wizards didn't actually do anything to bring it down, but they provided a story to those who wondered how it was done. He looked at me in shock and asked, Well, the way I hear it, that little stone had a brother who corrupted Sacred Grove. Why risk your home for mine? I sighed and said, What Darkcheat did was reckless. I've had this since Iani passed, and she told me when it shattered, she wanted to reforge it. Since this stone created the crystal barrier, I thought there was a way to undo it. So for the good of the realms, I took it down. He shook his head and said, That stone should have been destroyed. It trapped me in the Sacred Grove for over a decade. Have you forgotten about the heroes that sacrificed their lives to see its brother destroyed? Someone's going to find out what happened in Snow Hill and take that thing from you. And when they do, it'll only be a matter of time. I put the stone back in the pouch and said, Let them try. This is the only way I'll be able to keep the peace in Sacred Grove. What they did to stop the Gloam corruption will not be forgotten, but I won't let something like that ever happen ever again. Not while I'm still queen. He clenched his fist, then released and said, I'd watch your back if I were you. That stone is dangerous and could fall into the wrong hands. Bryce knew that about the other stone and still swore to protect Sacred Grove. He was my friend and swore to protect the realms. All I see is another unbinding waiting to happen. He stood up and started leaving, then said, Valerian, you can call me by my full name from now on. I sighed and went back to the creeds that my mother hadn't declared. Maybe the elf had a point, but I worried for the future of my home without the stone, since its power could keep the citizens safe. He nearly compared me to Darkcheat, which wasn't fair, but I knew why. Both of the stones shared similar traits and were completely opposite in nature. I'll keep the stone safe and hidden until it's needed. For now, I had a realm to run and decrees to make. One in particular caught my eye, so I decided to bring its attention to Sanctuary. I gathered everyone in Sanctuary and exclaimed, Citizens of Sacred Grove, I have a decree to make. I hereby declare that Sanctuary will be a refuge for all realms. For those who have nowhere else to go, let our home be your home. When all is lost and you are afraid of losing hope, we will keep you all safe. Everyone cheered, and that's when I knew Iani could have made a huge difference if she was still alive. She'll still be here in spirit, as long as I follow in her footsteps, to ensure a brighter future for Sacred Grove and the other realms. Lineage. I arrived in Sanctuary for the first time in over a year. I used to be an artist here and sold my work to those who appreciated it, until the sky turned to a dark purple. We were all scrambling to find out what was going on. Then these Gloam creatures arrived and started attacking the capital. A dwarf destroyed all of our shops, with some stone he had in his hand. Then he continued to the World Tree. All of us left to find shelter, away from Sanctuary. I went straight to Lake Shore to find my father, to make sure he was okay, but when I got there, the entire lake was dried up. I went to his zoo to see if he was there, and he was up against a tree in the middle of the enclosure, barely holding on by the looks of it. I ran up to him and asked, Father, are you okay? He coughed and said, No, son, I'm not. Whatever's happening in Sacred Grove doesn't look good, and those creatures are making things worse. He pointed out the shadowy figures to me and said, Son, it's my time to leave this realm. I wish I wasn't running out of time, but I am. Promise me that when I'm gone, you'll take care of this place. Make sure it isn't forgotten about. I hesitated, but nodded and said, I'll do my best to make you proud. He smiled and gave out his last breath, then died next to the tree. My father and I didn't talk much, but as a kid, he taught me all he knew about the wildlife in Sacred Grove. Instead of following in his footsteps, I wanted to become an artist and show the world what I could create, even if it meant traveling through Sacred Grove for inspiration. My father reached out while I was in Sanctuary and asked if I would like to take over the family business, but I told him I'd already found my career in creating art. I decided to sell the paintings I created, and my business took off. I was the first merchant to sell art, according to our queen, and I was so happy with the life I had. Since the day he died, I had a lot of decisions to make. It was one of the reasons I made my way back to Sanctuary. When I arrived, Sanctuary looked like its old self, but I was still reminded of the day the sky turned dark, and coming back didn't feel the same anymore. I went to my old shop where I sold all of my artwork. It still looked the same as the day I left, when those creatures invaded Sanctuary. Except it looked like someone had repaired some damage the shop took. I went inside and felt nostalgic just by looking at it all. So much time invested into building the shop, and it almost felt like I should have stayed in Sanctuary before I decided to leave. But then, I wouldn't have seen my father one last time before he passed. The inside still looked just like I left it, a bit messy, but at least nothing was damaged from the invasion. Especially my art. It was still intact like the day I created it. A lot of the art I made was of the people I met in Sacred Grove. I wanted to capture them in their finest moment as the person they were. With every portrait, you could tell what kind of person they strived to be, in the moment at least. Today was the day I had to close my shop down and take the art I'd made back to Lake Shore. I didn't know if I had the courage to do it. While I was gathering up my art and packing supplies away, someone knocked on the shop door and asked, "Well, as I live and breathe, is that you, Edwin Durango?" I turned to look at her and saw it was Ari. I created a portrait after her, and we became close friends ever since. She even got to know my father as well. I sighed and said, "Yeah, Ari, it's me. Sadly, I'm only here to close up shop." She gasped and said, "You're joking, right? Your artwork has a huge effect on Sacred Grove. There's no way you're doing that." I shook my head and said, "I don't have a choice. I made a promise to my father, and this is the only way I'll be able to keep it." She tilted her head and asked, "Sam, I thought he was running the zoo in Lake Shore." I sighed and said, "No, he died a year ago. Because of the invasion that happened, he didn't make it through, like we did." She had no idea. We hadn't talked in over a year, and I mostly kept that to myself. I didn't want anyone to worry about my mental health. She frowned and said, "I'm so sorry, Edwin. Your father was a good man. He deserved to live a full life." I nodded and said, "I was frustrated when he passed. I spent most of the year away from Sanctuary. I just traveled through Sacred Grove until I was ready to make a decision." She sighed and asked, "So, your mind's made up then? Close up shop and do what exactly?" I sighed and said, "I'm closing up shop so I can run my father's zoo. All the animals fled after those creatures took over Lake Shore, so I have to start it over from the ground up." She looked at me funny and asked, "Why would you want to start up your father's zoo again?" I looked at a picture of my father and I, then said, "I promised him I would take care of the zoo, and I intend to do it, regardless of the state it's in. If that means leaving behind the life I lived in Sanctuary, then so be it. He'd want me to put the family first, and I made the mistake of venturing out instead of spending time with him. So, no more mistakes this time." She sighed and said, "I understand, but don't give up on your dream, okay? You're a fantastic artist, and it would be a shame if I never saw any new artwork from you." I shrugged and said, "No promises on that, but I'll figure things out when I get back to Lake Shore." So, we left the shop and I locked the door. I put a sign up on the door that said, "Out of business." It made me sad, but it was the right thing to do. Ari and I said our goodbyes, then she gave me a hug and said, "I'm gonna miss seeing your art in Sacred Grove. Don't be a stranger around here, though, for me." She smiled and waved me off. So I made my way to Lake Shore to run my father's zoo. I haven't been to Lake Shore since the day he passed, and I didn't know what to expect, but when I got there, it was pretty barren. There was only a few people left in the town, and it seems like a lot of people moved to different parts of Sacred Grove, due to the lake being dry. I went over to the zoo to see how it looked from a year ago, and it wasn't looking great, but it definitely needed work. There were a couple of animals in some of the enclosures, eating the long grass that hadn't been mowed, but the zoo still needed someone to care for it. I was about to get to work until someone came up to me and asked, "Are you new in town?" I turned to see a pixie with a fishing pole in his hand and said, "My father used to live here, until he passed away last year. I'm his son, Edwin." His eyes widened and he said, "Oh, you're Sam's kid. My name is Chip Numwing. It's a pleasure to meet you, Edwin." He dropped his fishing pole and shook my hand and then asked, "Well, what brings you to Lake Shore?" I looked at the zoo and said, "I'm taking over the family business. I promised my father I would when he passed." He looked at me in shock and sounded Lake Shore docks and said, "I didn't know. I thought Sam went on a fishing retreat like we used to do together." I sat next to him and asked, "You and my father fished together?" He chuckled and said, "Yeah, we met here in Lake Shore. We started fishing here, and then I asked him if he'd like to join me on a fishing retreat. We went to Snow Hill, Seaside, oh, you name it. I had no idea my father went fishing. When I was a kid, all I saw him doing was taking care of the animals. He must have found a hobby after I left to pursue art. Chip turned to me and asked, "How'd he pass?" I sighed and said, "It happened during that invasion. A bunch of creatures came out of nowhere. When I went to Lake Shore, one of those creatures had stabbed him. Then he asked me to do this for him. However, I don't know if I can run his zoo like he wanted me to." He put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Hey, you got some big shoes to fill, but you can do it. I've only known you for a short time, but if he asked you to do this with his last dying breath, I know you didn't come all this way for nothing." I stared at the zoo again, wondering if that was true, then asked, "I used to be an artist before coming here. I gave up my passion and career because I wanted to keep that promise. So, if there's a reason I came all this way, it was to see the promise through. Any advice on what I should do next?" He looked at the lake and said, "Well, the way I see it, your path is like our lake here. It's huge with plenty of fish in it, and if it ever goes dry, it will always fill back up. There's something about this lake that makes me think it's magic, since it only took a few months to fill back up after that invasion. So my advice, your path doesn't end here. It's one of many that will lead to who you're meant to be. So I'd suggest getting a head start on the zoo and see where this path takes you." I smiled and started working on the zoo, in the hopes I could keep my promise. A few months later, I cleaned up the place and got it looking like how I remembered it when I was a kid. I even had folks from around Lake Shore donating their animals to the zoo. After taking a long look at what I had done in my time at Lake Shore, I felt like something was missing, but I couldn't put my finger on it. So I took a walk around the shore. The lake was so beautiful when I walked by it, and it was hard to believe that I wanted to leave this place to pursue what I thought would be my career. It made me think I made a mistake. I looked up at the tree homes that people had made and couldn't believe my eyes. People in Lake Shore made homes in trees, like the Royal Palace and Sanctuary. That's when I figured out what was missing from the zoo. I ran back to my old childhood home and grabbed my artwork that I had stored away, then set it up next to all the animal exhibits. I combined my passion of art and my father's zoo to create something that's never been done before. That's when I decided to open the zoo to the public. There were so many people at the zoo, and it looked like all of the Sacred Grove had arrived for the grand opening. It really opened my eyes, seeing my work hadn't gone unnoticed. Ari tapped me on the shoulder and asked, "Well, someone's been busy. What do you call this place?" I thought of the name and exclaimed, "Welcome to the Durango exhibit." There was so much excitement on her face, I could tell she was glad I had found my new passion. I knew from this moment on I could continue working on my art and run the zoo. Thanks to my father, I finally started a new path in Sacred Grove, a path that leads to new beginnings and happy endings. I know my father is proud of the man I've become. Homestead. A rooster crowed as the sun began to rise, and I heard it loud and clear. I stretched and let out a huge yawn, then got up and went to grab some breakfast to start my day. I didn't have a whole lot to eat, since the past year had been a handful to deal with. Between the sky turning purple and a bunch of dark creatures destroying our crops, it was hard to recover what little we had left. I grabbed my favorite fruit out of a jar and set it on the table, then sat down and took a long look at it. I knew that if things didn't start getting better, I'd have to sell my farm to Valerian, and I can't do that. Snowberry was a fruit that came from Snow Hill. It only grew in the winter, and that was slowly approaching. It surprised me that nothing else had been growing since last year. My only hope now was praying that snowberries would be my saving grace for my farm and home. With my breakfast finished, I stepped outside to take in the fresh air. It was much better than how it was a year ago. When we stopped outside during that time, it was hard to breathe, so we had to stay indoors to stay safe from whatever was the cause. I went over to the stable to check on my cow. She was an old girl, but she's been part of my family for years. I patted her on the head and said, "Bessie, old girl, we're not doing so good this season. I'm afraid we'll have to sell our farm soon if things don't start to look up." She mooed at me, and it sounded like she wasn't too happy with what I was saying to her, but everything I said was true. I couldn't keep the farm going at this rate. With crops not growing like they used to, and Bessie being my only cow left, I needed help. I decided to head on over to another farm, hoping to get some advice, from one fellow farmer to another. I arrived at the farm and saw my neighbor taking a break on the porch of his home, then said, "Pappy, how you been, neighbor? I hope the harvest has been treating you well." He got up and shook my hand, then said, "Bramble back as I live and breathe, my friend. I hope you've come down for some of my famous gummy fruit juice. Took me months to get it just right. He pointed to the juice on his table. I frowned and said, I wish that was the case. I've fallen on hard times, Pappy, and I was hoping you'd have a solution. He motioned me over to his porch and we sat down to discuss my farm. He sighed and said, I know we've all had a rough go of it since that infestation last year, but I know you, Bramble. You've been through so much even before all of that, so I don't believe for a second that you can't come back from this. I shrugged and said, Pappy, I haven't seen any of my crops grow, and Bessie's the only cow I've got left. At this rate, I might be better off selling the farm and moving to Sanctuary. He sighed, then looked over at his crops and said, Hey, you dumb cat, get away from my harvest. The cat hissed and ran over to the cow stables. The fence gate was wide open, and the cow was about to go in until Pappy said, Don't bother my cows, you feline. You cannot use them for scratching posts. I scratched my head and asked, Is that your cat? He shook his head and said, No, it's not mine. I've seen this cat wander in between here and Crossroads every day since last year. Of course, today's the day she decides to mess with my farm. I laughed and asked, I'm guessing you're not fond of cats. He shook his head and said, Bramble, you know I'm more of a dog person. It's just weird that the cat keeps coming back to Snow Hill. I kneeled down to look at the cat and saw that she had no collar, then said, It seems like she's a stray. Maybe she keeps coming back up here because she's trying to find someone who will take care of her. He sighed and said, Well, if that's the case, she can keep looking. I'm still looking to adopt a dog one of these days to protect my cattle. The cat stared at me. She probably knew I wasn't much of a dog person. Then Pappy said, You know what you need? Someone to keep you company through the harvest. And I think our feline friend here is just that, someone. I turned to him and said, That doesn't sound like a bad idea, Pappy. I think I'll adopt her. He smiled and asked, Do you have a name for her? I thought about it and said, Nothing that comes to mind. I guess it'll come to me later. He nodded and said, It might be a good idea to give Luca a visit. I've heard that besides the food for Snow Hill residents, he also makes food for local animals. I smiled and said, Good idea. I'll bring her with me and we can find out what food she likes. He gave me some coins to buy the food and I went to Snow Hill to see what Luca was cooking up. Snow Hill was a short walk considering my farm was right outside the entrance. I entered with my new cap on top of my hat and walked over to Luca's cafe. I arrived and was waiting in a small line. Luca was serving a couple of customers to start the day, but I didn't mind waiting since I've been very patient about my crop growth. I was up next and he asked, Farmer Brambleback, it's good to see you. How goes the harvest? I rubbed the back of my head and said, Very slow going, Luca DeFleur. I was hoping you could help me out. It's almost as important as my farm. I pointed out my feline friend that was on top of my hat. She jumped from my hat onto the counter and meowed. He nodded and said, I see. You're a new pet owner and are needing of my famous cat food. I chuckled and said, Yeah, Pappy said you might be able to help, and I'm fairly new taking care of house pets. He nodded and handed me a huge bag of cat food and then said, That should last this little gal at least 6 months. I'll be whipping up another batch before then, so if you're running low, swing on by and I'll set you up with another bag. I nodded and said, I appreciate it, but hopefully she likes the food. I know everyone in Snow Hill loves your cooking, Luca. He smiled and the cat jumped back on my hat and we went back to the farm. I grabbed a bowl from one of my cabinets and put the food inside of it. Then she began eating like she hadn't eaten in a good while. I knelt down and said, Geez, lady, I didn't know you liked Luca's cooking so much. I guess we're sticking to Snow Hill cat food from now on. I sat down for a minute after the long morning I had, thinking about my future as a farmer. I looked out my window and stared at my crops, then wondered what I was going to do about my farm. I wasn't sure if I should sell it to Valerian or hope for a miracle. My feline friend hopped on the window still and stared at the crops, probably hoping for a miracle as well. I smiled and said, Hey, don't worry about me, friend. I'll find some way to get back on my wings soon enough. I said it with certainty, but I don't think I meant it. It was hard enough going to Pappy for help, but I just don't know what I'd do. I looked at my jar of snowberries, picked them up, and held it tight in my arms, then sat on my floor with tears in my eyes. As upset as I was, the cat meowed at me and decided to nudge the jar with his head. I smiled because I could feel he knew what I was going through. In that moment, I decided to name the cat Snowberry, a fitting name for a cat willing to be on my farm. I decided to get some shut-eye for the day with Snowberry and hopefully come up with a plan in the morning. A rooster crowed, once again, as the sun began to rise, but that's not what woke me up. Snowberry decided to lay on my chest and meowed me awake. I guess it was something I'd have to get used to from now on. Being wide awake, I decided to have a late breakfast and check on the crops, considering they were my big concern for the future of the farm. When I went outside, my crops had fully grown. From snowberries to rain leaves, my luck had finally changed, and it seemed I was back in the harvesting business. In that moment, I had wondered what changed, what made my crops grow so fast in so little time, but then it occurred to me. It was Snowberry, and the cat changed my farm for the better. Had I known I needed a feline friend, I would have adopted her sooner. I ran inside to pet Snowberry as much as I could, and she began purring. I was glad I made a connection with my new friend and that we could be a family together. Someone knocked up the door, and I opened it up. Pappy was standing there and said, "Well, howdy, neighbor. I brought you a few of my cows to help out at the farm. We've all got to stick together in times like these." I was shocked and said, "What a kind gesture. Thank you so much, Pappy. You're just in time to see my harvest." He looked over and asked, "Wait, just yesterday you said that your crops weren't even growing. What happened?" I shrugged and said, "Well, your guess is as good as mine, but I have a strong feeling it was because of this good old cat here." He smiled and asked, "Well, that figures. The cat benefits your crops more than my cattle. What'd you end up naming her?" We stared at her and I said, "I decided on Snowberry." She meowed and lay on the porch. Snowberry saved my farm, my livelihood, and is without a doubt my home. Every harvest starts with Snowberry. Culture. It was another dark and gloomy day in Briarwood. I chose to leave my old life of kart racing behind and wanted to work alongside my father in Tanglewood Fort. His name was Chagug, and he used to be a captain at the fort, but sadly he was summoned by Queen Darkthorn to guard her in the palace. So I ended up taking his position as captain in the fort. After a few months here, I don't mind it, but I feel like I'm meant for something greater. General Spatanug walked up to me while I was guarding at the fort. He's been my superior ever since I arrived at Tanglewood Fort. He turned to me and asked, "How goes guard duty, Captain Junior?" I shrugged and said, "It's not passing time like I hoped, but it's relaxing, I suppose." He chuckled and said, "Well, after 3 months at the fort, you should be getting used to our weekly positions." I nodded and asked, "Hey, Spat, have you ever wanted to do anything else with your life?" He glared at me and said, "There's nothing else in this life to do besides guard our home with our lives, unless you join the circus that is Wuggachug or resort to thievery." I sighed and said, "I guess if this is all that there is, I won't ask again. I suppose this is better than being a subpar car racer." He laughed and said, "That's the spirit, Junior. Now, before I relieve you of your post for the day, Commander Cluggencrush would like to have a word with you. He said it's urgent." I nodded and went straight to the commander. I went to the top of the fort, entered his tent, and stood ready to receive his orders. He turned around, saluted me, and asked, "Junior, do you remember the events that occurred last year?" I thought for a moment and then said, "Sort of, sir. I remember being at Seaside working on carts, and then everything around me started to look like Briarwood." He nodded, then sat down and said, "And then everything returned to normal. Queen Darkthorn had a plan to transform our realm to be like Briarwood, and then it failed. Currently, she resides in the Briarheart Palace, contemplating her next move." I tilted my head and asked, "I see, sir, but what does her next move have to do with me?" He stood up and said, "I have an assignment for you that will benefit us greatly. The Queen believes we need to recruit more soldiers to be ready for what comes next. So I'd like you to go out to Sacred Grove and find Chuggawugs worthy to wear our armor." I nodded and said, "Affirmative, sir. I won't let you down." Before I left, I noticed he had some scars on his skin. I looked at him and asked, "Sir, did you get in a big fight during that time a year ago?" He sighed and said, "A group of 4 people decided to raid Tanglewood Fort and stole a wolf from one of our cages. Some wolf-like creature attacked and left some marks on me. Junior, make a note not to mess with the wolves." I nodded and said, "Will do, sir." I left the tent and set out to recruit Chugwugs to our cause. I started in Greenwood Forest. A lot of Chugwugs decided to make camp there after our split years ago. At least, that's what Spat told me. I approached one of the camps in the forest and saw some archers who looked just like me. So I went up to them, then saluted and asked, "Good afternoon, bowmen. I was wondering if you would all like to serve in Briarwood." They all looked at each other and bursted out laughing. One of them stopped to get a word out and said, "Buddy, you're barking up the wrong tree. Why don't you try asking some other gullible Chugwug to join your noble cause? As you can see, we're defending the most important forest in all of Sacred Grove." I nodded and said, "Will do, sir. I'm sorry for wasting your time." I went away from their campsite and made my way to the deeper parts of Greenwood Forest. As I made my way through the forest, I kept wondering if this was a waste of time or not, whether I should turn back or look somewhere else. I was about to turn back until someone exclaimed, "Hey, give me your coins!" I looked at him and asked, "Well, why would I do that?" He froze and stared at me, then said, "Well, because I said so, that's why. It's called a holdup." I shook my head and said, "Well, you're not doing a very good job. Tell you what, I'll give you some coins if you tell me your name." He nodded and said, "My name is Jojo, Thugawug in training. I'll take those coins now." I smiled and handed him a bag of coins, then asked, "Jojo, how would you like to be a soldier of the Chugawug Guard?" He thought about it and said, "I don't know. I've been training my whole life to be a Thugawug like my brothers and sisters. I wanted to prove to them I could be more than just a letdown." I took a long look at him, then put my hand on his shoulder and said, "Listen here, Jojo. I joined the Guard because of my father. Not because I wanted to prove myself, but because I had to do what was right for Sacred Grove. That meant giving up my dream of being a kart racer." He looked up at me and asked, "So are you saying I should give up trying to be a Thugawug? What's the point of joining your Guard if I'm failing at this?" I sighed and said, "There's more to the Guard than just you. When you put on this armor, you become part of something larger. You have a team that rallies behind you regardless of how many times you need a potion." He took off his sock mask and threw it on the ground and said, "Sign me up. I'm tired of wasting my time being someone I'm not." I smiled and said, "That's what I like to hear. Now before we head back, we have to make one last stop in Wugachug. Let's get going." He nodded and we set out for the journey. We arrived in Chugawug and there was a festival going on. It's not surprising as they happen every day. I approached one of the locals and asked, "What calls for sarsaparilla today?" Chugawug turned to me and said, "We're just celebrating being alive, friend. There's no better day to celebrate than while you still can." I stared at him and then realized what he was referring to. A year ago, Wugachug nearly lost its supply of sarsaparilla due to the Glum invasion. These vines with thorns on them wrapped around the biggest supply and nearly burst. That is, until the citizens of Snow Hill came down to help them chop the vines down. If it had burst, we wouldn't be standing in Wugachug today. So I smiled when he told me. He looked at us and asked, "Might I ask how a Thugawug and a Chugawug Guard wound up here in Wugachug?" I looked at Jojo, then back at him and said, "That depends. I'll need your name before getting into the details." He smiled and said, "My name's Arpy. I'm a brewmaster here at Wugachug. I was born and raised on sarsaparilla." I shook his hand and said, "My name is Junior, and this is Jojo. I was sent on a mission from Briarwood to recruit more soldiers to our Guard." He thought for a moment, then asked, "Why?" I looked at him funny and said, "Well, the commander believes it's the best course of action to recruit other Chugwags to our Guard." He shook his head and said, "Look around, Junior. We almost lost this place a year ago and it's still here. We're all here together celebrating what we saved." I looked at him and asked, "What does that have to do with my mission?" He sighed, then looked at us and said, "Your mission is fruitless. I see your Guard armor and your Thugawug garb, but all I see is one of my own. Forget the split we had a decade ago and come home." I remember my father telling me about that time when all of the Chugwags were united. There was also a time when an assassination occurred and our people were wrongfully banished. This caused a split between all of us, and it created the Thugawug Guard and the Thugawugs, causing a split in our unity. I never understood what it meant until now, especially with the way he looked at both of us. Jojo didn't understand, but I did. I nodded and said, "You're right. I dropped everything after last year to help my father in the Guard, but like Jojo here, I feel like I've been wasting my time." I threw my armor on the ground and Jojo did the same. Arpy smiled and said, "This is only the beginning of our celebrations here at Wugachug. I hope that one day we'll all be united again." I nodded and said, "Count on it. I'll make sure that we are united again, even if I have to go through my father to do it." He smiled and then we went to celebrate, knowing we were the future of the Chugawugs. Maybe it would be a bright future. A few months later, Commander Cluggencrush reported to Briarheart to bring up a matter with Captain Chugug. He arrived and Chugug stepped out of the palace. He shook the commander's hand and said, "Good to see you, Clug. I hope the fort's holding up well." He sighed and said, "The fort's good, but that's not what I came to talk to you about. It's about Junior." Chugug took a step back and asked, "Is he okay? Did something happen to him?" He cleared his throat and said, "He's fine, but you're going to want to read this." He handed him some sort of flyer that read, "Unity for Chugawugs," and the entire flyer looked like Junior's handwriting. He threw the flyer to a vine beast and said, "If my son wishes to preach unity, so be it. From this day forward, he is no longer my son. Clug and Crush looked worried and asked, He's your son. Surely there's some explanation for this. He shook his head and said, Whatever it is, I don't want to hear it. Past is in the past. We've got more important things to worry about, like the future of Sacred Grove. He looked at Chagug and asked, What has Darkthorn been up to? Chagug began heading back into the palace, turned to him and said, Oh, you'll see. What she's planning will be far greater than the Gloam invasion. He went back into the palace without a second look at the past and an even further look into the future. Burnout. Speed, destruction, victory. That's all that mattered to me when I was a driver in Sacred Grove. 1 year ago today, every speedway in Sacred Grove was destroyed by the events of the Gloam invasion. When I saw my carts get destroyed, I lost it and nearly lost my life trying to save my career. I lost everything and decided to quit being a driver. Today of all days, my uncle called me and said I was needed in Sanctuary. He didn't say what for, but he said it was urgent. I stepped out of my apartment and made my way to the place he told me about over the phone. When I arrived, I was looking at the Wildwood Speedway. It looked completely different, like it had been completely rebuilt from the ground up. I saw my uncle and approached him, then asked, Poe, what's going on here? He turned around and gave me a hug and said, Cale, it's good to see you, son. It's about time we get you back out in the field. I looked at him and asked, Who rebuilt the Speedway? We walked over the fence overlooking the whole track, and he said, It took a little over a year to do it, but me, the pit crew, and Sanctuary's finest work hard to give any driver another lap or two in Sacred Grove. I frowned and said, I can't go back to driving, Poe. I lost everything because of that invasion. I can't just go and lose it all again. He looked at me and said, Listen, son, you aren't just some driver who lost his keys and forgot how to drive. You're Cale Yardbird, the driver who picks himself back up when he gets pushed to the ground. The driver who didn't quit when his carts were being torn to shreds. Your father made me promise to keep you alive and to set you on the right path. I intend to keep that promise. I smiled and asked, Well, you got a point there, Tatters. Do we have enough people for a race? He looked at the track, then thought for a moment and said, Oh, yeah. From what I've heard, it's going to be a couple of rookies and mostly drivers you've raced with before. I looked at him and asked, Who might these legends be? He snickered and said, Mustangs Alley's one of them, and you don't want to miss seeing your Speedway crush. I blushed for a second and said, Come on, Uncle. I do not have a crush on her. He laughed and said, Of course you don't. We've also got that one kid. They call him Bad Luck Barry. I thought about that name and asked, Oh, don't tell me. Is he the driver that crashes into everything? He nodded and said, Yeah, I'm surprised he even wants to race, given the fact that his car is unpredictable. I looked over at the Speedway and asked, Speaking of carts, is there any chance I've got one to drive? He chuckled and said, I figured you were going to ask. I was hoping to keep it a surprise, but I guess you deserve to see your new ride. We walked over to the kart repair shop to see what the crew had been up to. When we arrived, the cart I had laid my eyes on reminded me of the two carts I had tried to save during the invasion. One cart was gold for racing, and the other was purple for demolition. Poe knew what I lost, and he brought it back in a way I couldn't have imagined. It felt like I was living the perfect dream, but this was a reality for me. I looked at my uncle and said, You brought them back to me. I don't know what to say. He put his hand on my shoulder and said, You don't have to say anything, Cale, but I need you to do one thing for me. I smiled and said, Sure, what do you need me to do? He pointed to the Speedway and said, When? I nodded and said, I will. He smiled and said, Good, now let's go meet your pit crew. We made it out to the pit stop near the Speedway and saw the crew working on the cart. Poe approached one of the mechanics and said, Hey Duncan, I'd like you to meet the driver of that cart your crew is working on. He turned and smiled, then shook my hand and said, Poe, good to see you again. I hope this kid's ready to drive this cart. I looked at him and said, I haven't driven in a year, but it's like riding a bike. You never forget. At least that's what I thought in the moment. Duncan looked at Poe and asked, This isn't going to be just any ordinary race, kid. Did anyone tell you what you're jumping into? I shook my head and said, It doesn't matter to me. As long as I'm in the driver's seat, nothing will slow me down. Poe looked at me and said, Don't speak too soon, Cale. I was going to save this until the last minute, but Queen Valerian wanted to switch things up for this race. I looked at the Speedway and asked, What could she possibly switch up in a kart race? He pointed to a demo derby driver on the track and said, They call him Burt Wrecking-Crew. Now, you've never raced with him, but he usually competes in every demolition derby. The switch-up Valerian wants is for kart and demo derby drivers to compete against one another. She calls it crash racing. I looked back at my cart and said, That's why it looks like my racing and demo derby cart. Poe nodded and asked, "Are you still good to race, kid? Regardless of the conditions?" I took a long look at the track and said, "Well, I can't back out now, Uncle. I've got a race to win." He smiled and said, "Attaboy, Duncan. Attaboy. Duncan, let's go check on that pit crew of yours." We walked out to where the cart was being worked on. Duncan asked, "Big Paulie, how's the engine looking? Is it in tip-top shape?" He smacked the engine with a wrench and looked at Duncan and said, "Hey, sure thing, boss. The cart will be up and running in no time." He smiled and said, "That's good to hear. We need this cart to fly when the race starts." He walked over to the back of the cart and asked, "Bunsen Notes, Sarah, how are those tires feeling? Do they look in check for our driver?" Bunsen looked at the tires on his side and said, "They look good, Chief, but they could be 10 times better." Sarah nodded and said, "Chief, these tires got to be invulnerable before the race starts. Can't have our driver wiping out on the track." Duncan laughed and said, "Love the enthusiasm, but that would take a lot more time than we have." He walked over to the back of the cart and asked, "Alyssa, is the power source secure, or do those dwarfs play a fast one on us?" She tightened it with the wrench and said, "As secure as it's gonna get, Dunk. And trust me, if those dwarfs scammed us, I'd know." Duncan looked over at Poe and said, "Well, everything seems to be in order. He should be able to race with no problems." Poe rubbed his chin and asked, Why'd you get a power source from a dwarf? Couldn't you have gotten one from a Hobgoblin?" He sighed and said, "Believe me, if I had any other option, I would have. Most of the Hobgoblins have returned to Glimmer Deep, and as untrustworthy as the dwarves are, my hands were tied." I looked at Poe and asked, "Why can't we trust dwarves?" He glanced at me and realized I probably didn't know the details of the invasion, then said, "The word around the Sacred Grove is that a dwarf started the whole Glum invasion, so folks are being cautious when it comes to business with dwarves." I tilted my head and said, "That would explain why I haven't seen a lot of dwarves around the Speedway. They usually love working on carts." Poe shrugged and said, "That's the way of the world now, kid. However, there are rumors that they're changing how they do things in Sacred Grove, hopefully for the better." I nodded and said, "That'd be good. So, do you have a racing suit for me to wear? I can't hop in the cart looking like this." Poe laughed and said, "Yeah, let's get you changed. The race doesn't start for a few more hours." We walked over to the Speedway lockers and Poe grabbed my suit. He unzipped the bag holding it and held it in his hands, then said, "Here it is in all of its purple and gold glory." He handed it to me and my eyes lit up like a flame. Then I said, "The colors match the cart. I think I'm in love." He laughed and said, "Please don't marry the suit or the cart, Kale. I'd rather you find someone that isn't an object. Maybe that Pixie Alley would take you up on that kind of offer." I blushed and said, "I haven't seen her since the day that invasion started, so I doubt she remembers me." He laughed and said, "I wouldn't be so sure about that. Maybe chat with her before the race. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you." I shrugged and put on my racing suit and then asked, "How do I look, Uncle?" He made a square using his hands like he was framing me and said, "You look like you're about to make some history. All right, the race is in a few hours. I've got some preparations to make with the pit crew." I nodded and said, "I'll keep myself busy. See you out there, Uncle." He smiled and left me to my devices. I decided to walk around the Speedway to feel all nostalgic about the place. It felt nice just being home for the first time in a while. I was about to keep walking until I saw her. It was Mustang Alley, the fastest kart racer in Sacred Grove. She was getting her photo taken by photographers from the Daily Grove. It made sense considering she was the last person to win a race before all the speedways were attacked. As I was about to continue my walk, she left the photographers and flew straight over to me. She waved and said, "Well, as I live and breathe, if it isn't Kale Yardbird." I smiled and said, "I'm surprised you remembered me, Allie. I've been out of the racing scene for a while." She nodded and said, "I never forget a handsome mug like yours, and we've all been out of the racing game. It just took some hope and a little hard work from the community to get back into it." I smiled and nodded, then asked, "Would you like to take a stroll with me along the Speedway?" She smiled and said, "I'd like that." We got halfway around the track and I had my hands in my suit pockets. Then she asked, "So what have you been up to in the past year?" I looked at her and said, "Since racing stopped, it's been hard. I've been doing odd jobs here and there for Poe, but I've been really depressed with not being able to race." She frowned and said, "Same here. Kart racing is in our blood and Sacred Grove wouldn't be the same without it." I nodded and said, "I was shocked to see the Wildwood Speedway rebuilt. I was even more shocked seeing both of my karts destroyed, them being brought back in a whole new way. It's like I'm living in a dream, Allie." She smiled and said, "You of all people deserve another shot in the driver's seat. I'm happy for you." I blushed and asked, "Did you hear about the new rules for this race?" She nodded and said, they want to combine demolition derby and kart racing. I doubt that'll end well. I shrugged and said, if Valerian wants to shake things up, so be it. All I want to do is drive again. She nodded and said, I get that, Kale. We all do, but to me, it sounds like a bad idea. I thought for a moment and said, tell you what, if the race goes sideways and it looks like things are out of control, I will forfeit the race. She looked surprised and asked, Kale, you don't have to do that. You've been waiting to race. Why would you throw away the opportunity? I smiled and said, I love racing, it's true. However, the sport doesn't matter if there aren't people in it to race. I care more about the drivers, like you. She blushed and asked, you care about me? I nodded and said, you're an inspiration to me, Allie. Of course I care about what happens to you. She kissed me on the cheek and said, all right, I'll take you up on your offer. Then, after you win the race, dinner is on me. I was shocked that she did that, but it felt right. I smiled and said, you'll definitely be the one to win, but that means a lot. She smiled and said, well, the race is in an hour and I've got to go get ready to drive. I looked at my watch and asked, yeah, same here. See you at the finish line? She smiled and said, absolutely. She flew off to her pit stop and I started making my way back to mine. It seemed like things were finally looking up for me. I made it back to Poe and he asked, why are you blushing? I tried to hide the fact that I was, but I couldn't. I smiled and said, well, you were right about Mustang Alley. It looks like I've got a date after we finish this race. Poe looked at me and said, hear that, pit crew? My nephew's got himself a girlfriend. I smiled and said, all right, uncle, calm down. We still have a race to win. Poe looked at his watch and said, oh, shoot, you're right. Come on, let's get down the starting line. When we arrived, there were 7 karts all ready to race. It looked like this was going to be the toughest race I've ever driven in. The crowd that had shown up for the race was huge in comparison to previous races. Maybe Queen Valerian switching gears for this race was a good idea. The crew had my car at the starting line, and I was finally ready to get back in the driver's seat. My heart was racing. The fact that this was my first race back, and I had a dinner date after the race. I was about to get in my cart until a rookie driver stopped me in my tracks and said, hey, my name's Alex Driftbrake. It's good to meet another kart driver on the track, instead of the derby drivers we have to share it with. He shook my hand and I said, yeah, it's definitely going to be a weird race with demolition derby mixed in. He laughed and said, this is actually my first race, so I'm not thrilled about it, but I'll give it my all. It was easy to tell he was a rookie, the way he looked in his suit and how enthusiastic he was. He looked at my suit and my cart, then asked, you look like you've seen some action. Have you driven a lot? I chuckled and said, yeah, I used to drive a lot before the speedways were destroyed. My name is Cale Yardbird, by the way. I forgot to introduce myself. He smiled and said, it must feel like a dream being back. It's not every day you get to live those. He made a good point. I've been dreaming of racing again every day since the invasion. I looked around and asked, so, besides you, who else am I racing against? He thought for a moment and said, well, there's 2 other rookies, I believe. The first one is Lila Red Switch. She's a merchant gone derby driver. He looked around for the other rookie and said, well, that's odd. There was another rookie by the name of Artie Wayfinder, but I don't see his cart. I thought for a moment and asked, did he get turned around? He shrugged and said, well, I hope not. He was one of the other kart racers. It looks like it'll just be 7 of us if he doesn't show up on time. Meanwhile, in a deeper part of Briarwood, Artie did actually get turned around and was confounded at the fact that he was officially lost. Artie pulled out his map and said, are you kidding me? I could have sworn the flyer said go to where the chaos is. Artie decided to forfeit the race and take a nap in his cart. Alex sighed and said, of course, there's Bad Luck Barry. Besides being a kart racer, I don't know too much about him, but I'd steer clear of him if I were you. I nodded and asked, I already know Allie and Bert, but who's left on the roster? He looked at the last card and said, that'd be Rip Ringa. From what I hear, he's a tougher derby driver than Bert. I thought for a second and said, of course, he wouldn't miss his event for the entire Sacred Grove. Alex looked at me and asked, I take it you two have history? I nodded and said, yeah, surprisingly we do. You wouldn't think that because I race karts and he demolishes karts, but on the day of the invasion, he wrecked both of my karts. Alex gasped and asked, why would he do that? I shrugged and said, jealousy is my best guess. I couldn't tell you the actual reason, but before the race starts, I'm going to go ask him. It was nice meeting you, Alex. I shook his hand again, and he smiled and said, see you out there, Cale. I walked over to Rip and asked, hey, Ringa, do you have a problem with me? He turned around and smiled and then said, you only problem I have is that you walked over here. I looked at his cart and said, I want to know why you destroyed both of my carts. He snickered at Bert and said, you want to find out why I did what I did? Find out on the track, Bird. I was about to yell at him until I heard the track speakers turn on. Lou DeFont, the usual racetrack announcer of Sacred Grove, looked at the carts and exclaimed, Racers, Demolishers, start your engines and get ready to drive in the first ever, most exciting event in all of Sacred Grove. Citizens, get ready for Crash Racing. The crowd cheered louder than I've ever heard in a race before. I was about to get in my car. Allie came up to me and kissed me on the cheek, then said, Good luck, handsome. I smiled and Ringo looked over at me and then said, Hey, odd bud, you just put a target on her back. I stared at him and said, Whatever issue you have with me, we're solving it on the track. He got in his cart and I got in mine. We started our engines and waited for the go-ahead to press on the gas. Lou raised the checker flag and exclaimed, On your mark, get set, go! All the carts started flying from the starting line. Allie took the lead, Ringa and Bert were behind her, then I was following. Alex was behind me, Lila was following him, and Barry wasn't doing so good in last. I heard Lou over the speakers and he exclaimed, Folks, get a look at last place over here. It seems Bad Luck Barry has decided to take it easy for his first race back. Wow. Barry's never been one for showing off, from what I heard. What he specializes in is being quite the disaster when it comes to kart racing or demolition derby. I was right on Rip's tail and I was about to demo right into him, but until Bert sideswept me with his cart to the side. Lou saw me get hit and exclaimed, Ooh, that's got a sting. Cale Yarborough was nearly taken out by Burt Wrecking Crew. Let's see if he can recover from that blow, folks. I chuckled and put both my feet on the brake and the gas, then spun around and activated my turbo boost. Lou's jaw dropped and exclaimed, Folks, did you see that? Just like that, Cale Yarborough is back in the race, right behind Bad Luck Barry. I had to be careful around him. One wrong move and I turned to debris on the side of the track. That's not what my goal was for this race. Of course, Barry wasn't paying any attention to me, so I had to improvise to get around him. I got my rocket ready, aimed at his back left tire, and let it fly. He felt it, and just like that, his cart was spiraling out of control, enough for me to speed by and catch up to Lila. By the time I caught up with her, she was already trying to use a boost. Before she could, I sideswept her left tire, and she was turned around, struggling to go into the correct direction. Lou caught wind of what was going on and exclaimed, I can't believe what my eyes are seeing, folks. Lila Red Switch is going the complete opposite direction. Just as he said that, Barry was still unable to regain control of his cart, and Lila was driving straight towards him. Lou's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, This race is getting out of control, folks. Bad Luck Barry is about to collide into Lila Red Switch. I can't bear to witness this catastrophe. Even while driving away, I could hear the sound of the two carts colliding with one another. I thought I was in the clear until I heard a cart right behind me. Lou looked through the smoke and exclaimed, What a collision! Folks, it looks like Lila Retros is out of the race. Let's get her and the cart out of the track. While I don't like racing like this, it's my first race back in a year and I'm going to give it everything I've got. He continued to look through the smoke and exclaimed, Folks, I don't believe what I'm seeing. Bad Luck Barry is alive and kicking. His cart, on the other hand, isn't looking all that great. Let's see what he does. With Barry back on my trail, I had to find a way to shake him and catch up to Rip, Bert, and Allie. I decided to use the last turbo boost I had and speed away from his unlucky cart. Using the boost, set a little fire to Barry's crystal. Lou took notice of this and exclaimed, Folks, I think Bad Luck Barry's cart has been going through the ringer. I can't say for certain how long it's got before it gives out. Sure enough, his cart started spiraling out of control and he drove out of the speedway. Lou's jaw dropped and he asked, Folks, where does he think he's going? Barry drove straight into the Market Sanctuary and crashed right into a newly built shop. Luckily, no one was inside the building. Well, besides Barry, that is. Barry's car continued to lose control and he was driving through the streets of Sanctuary. He tried to keep the cart steady away from the civilians. Lou gasped and exclaimed, This race is getting out of control, folks. Hopefully Bad Luck Barry can recover from this and get back in the race. He was holding on for dear life, looking for a way out of the market. He yelled as loud as he could and he exclaimed, Civilians, please make way for my extremely damaged cart. It's very dangerous and so is my ability to drive. He finally got out of town and went straight for the Sanctuary Forest instead of the Speedway. Lou saw this and exclaimed, Folks, this is the most insane race I've ever witnessed. Bad Luck Barry is still outside of the Speedway. He was trying to find his way back into the race when suddenly his cart hit a rock-shaped ramp and flew into a nearby tree. Lou couldn't believe this and exclaimed, Folks, Bad Luck Barry has lost his cart and has fallen out of it. He could disqualify if he doesn't get back in the cart. A local tree soldier by the name of Tree Leaf walked by the cart and just as it was about to walk away, It decided to turn back to deal with the cart that Barry so rudely put into the tree. Barry looked at the soldier in terror and said, "Leave my cart alone. It didn't do anything bad to you." Treeleaf laughed and pulled the cart out of the tree. Barry shed tears and said, "Please, whatever you do, don't hurt my baby. That cart is everything to me." It shook its head and took the crystal out of the cart, crushing it in its mahogany hands. Barry let out a cry and said, "You monster, what have you done to my Cindy? Now I'll never be able to race again." Treeleaf let out an enormous laugh and started shaking the cart to frustrate Barry to the point of breaking. He couldn't take it anymore, so he ran off and exclaimed, "I'm going back home and telling my mama, you dumb tree." Lou shook his head and said, "Folks, I'm afraid bad luck Barry is disqualified from the race. Since he has no cart to race, let's take a look at the speedway where the race is just heating up." Lou pulled out a data pad that showed who was still in the race and exclaimed, "Folks, let's see who's still in this race. Mustang Alley is still in the lead, with Rip Ringo following closely behind. Alex Driftbreak is holding the third position, with Burr Wrecking Crew close on his tail. And last but certainly not least, it's fan favorite Cale Yardbird in dead last. Let's see if he can make the comeback of the year." I used everything I had against Barry and Lila, so winning this race was a long shot. I got right up behind Bert, but he wouldn't let me pass him. Every time I tried to pass, he'd move to where I was moving. He started to speed up faster than I could and got right up next to Alex and sideswept his car as hard as he could. I watched as Alex's cart went flying. It flipped 10 times over and over until it hit the speedway wall. Lou gasped and exclaimed, "Alex Driftbreak is out of the race, folks. I don't think he's looking too good." Poe and the rest of the crew ran over to see if he was okay, but it wasn't looking too good. Poe looked at him and said, "Come on, kid, wake up." He was unconscious but breathing. They took him to a medical station. Lou exclaimed, "Folks, let's hope Alex makes a swift recovery." I couldn't believe what Bert had done. He could have killed Alex and he wouldn't have batted an eye. I focused in on his cart and put the pedal to the metal as hard as I could, then sideswept him into a tree. Lou looked out to where I was and exclaimed, "Folks, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Cale Yardbird just took out Bird Wrecking Crew. He's climbing the ladder, folks, but can Cale speed into first place? Let's find out." I don't tolerate foul play, and I couldn't let Bert just get away with what he did to Alex. I was finally catching up to Rip and Alley, hoping to at least make second place. Rip noticed I was right on his tail, so he sped up and got right next to Alley's cart. I saw what he was trying to do. It was the same thing that Bert did, but before I could try to stop Rip, it happened. Spikes appeared out of the rims of his tires, and he sideswept Allie's cart, like it was nothing. Her cart was falling against the wall, but Allie didn't give up that easily. She started driving with 2 working tires on the right side of her cart. Even though her cart was barely mobile, Rip didn't like that she was still racing. He took the crystal out of his engine and threw it at Allie's cart. The crystal hit the cart and exploded. Cart shrapnel flew everywhere and nearly took out a part of the stands where the crowd was. Lou looked at Rip and exclaimed, "Rip Ringo, you were disqualified from racing indefinitely." Rip smirked and asked, "What for? Can't a guy take crash racing seriously?" Lou looked furious and exclaimed, "You're disqualified for using spikes, throwing your own crystal at another driver, and not to mention, nearly taking out the crowd of fans." Rip snickered and said, "Fair enough, old man. It doesn't matter, though. I've already won this race. You just don't know it yet." I was speechless. Seeing what he had done, I didn't know if Allie had made it out of the cart or not before he threw the crystal. I drove as fast as I could to the finish line, then drove straight over to the scene. Lou smiled and exclaimed, "Folks, regardless of what has happened today, we do have a winner. Cale Yardbird has crossed the finish line and has won the first ever crash race." The crowd began cheering, but I tuned it all out. All that mattered to me was seeing if Allie was alive. Before I could even get to the cart, Poe stopped me. He shook his head and said, "Cale, don't. She went with the cart." I didn't want to hear it and tried to move past him, but he said, "Damn it, Cale, listen to me. She's gone and there's nothing you can do about it. Let's go talk to Lou about it." I took off my helmet and threw it on the ground as hard as I could. The helmet cracked at the top and I saw Allie's cart in the reflection. I was so frustrated and upset that I forgot what caused all of this to happen. I stormed off before Poe could say another word to me. I ended up going straight to the Sanctuary Hospital because in my anger, I realized Alex might need a friend when he wakes up. I walked into his room and saw his legs were propped up by hospital equipment, but he also had a brace around his neck. The medic looked at me and asked, "I take it you're a friend of Alex?" I nodded and said, "Sort of. I just met him before the race, but I wanted to see how he was doing." He sighed and said, "Your friend's not looking too good. He might live, but because of the crash, he may never walk again." Just hearing those words come out of his mouth made me freeze. I didn't say anything. I just stared at Alex, wondering how I was going to tell him that he would never race again. The medic sighed and said, "I'll leave you two alone." He left and I walked slowly to the chair next to the hospital bed. I sat down and tears started rolling down my eyes. I looked at Alex and thought about Allie. then realized I had suddenly lost everything again. Poe knocked on the door of the room and asked, "Kid, can we talk?" I shrugged and said, "There's nothing to talk about." He shook his head and said, "Now, you know that ain't true. The fact that you cared enough to sit by Alex's side while he recovers speaks volumes." I stared at Poe and said, "He won't be recovering anytime soon. The medic said he won't be able to walk again if he wakes up." Poe froze and then in anger hit the wall as hard as he could. He sighed and said, "I'm sorry. Losing 2 racers in one day is just unacceptable." I started tearing up and said, "I should have never gotten back in the driver's seat. If I had stayed out of the race, Allie would still be alive and Alex could have been a professional racer." Poe shook his head and said, "Don't put that blame on yourself, kid. You deserve to race just like they did. If it's anyone's fault, it's Rip and Bert's." I sighed and said, "You don't get it. Rip has some grudge against me. For what for, I don't know. Allie's dead and Alex won't walk again because I decided to race." He looked at me and asked, "So what? Does that mean you're never racing again?" I shrugged and said, "You know I love racing, but if it means putting others in harm's way, I'll find another career to take on." Just as Poe was about to say something, Rip and Bert stood in the doorway. Rip smirked and looked at Alex and said, "But you really did a number on the rookie. It's not as bad as what I did to that Mustang chick." I got up out of my chair so fast that I even noticed the chair flying back and grabbed Rip by his jacket. I looked at him in anger and exclaimed, "You take her name out of your mouth, Ringa. You and Crew are the reason they'll never race again." Poe sighed and exclaimed, "Kale, let him go." I pushed him back and did as he asked, and Rip laughed and said, "Congrats on the win, by the way. It's not every day you win and lose a race at the same time." I sat back down in the chair and asked, "What are you even doing here? Didn't you get banned from racing?" He laughed and said, "Lou can't stop me from racing. I got a crew willing to help build a new speedway in Blackspore and rebuild the Briarwood Speedway. You've got to take Crash Racing for a spin in the darker parts of the Grove." I rolled my eyes and he said, The reason I stopped by is because you raced and wanted to know what I have against you. I thought I'd at least leave you with that much." I stood up and asked, "All right, so what's your problem with me?" He pulled out a plaque from his jacket pocket and handed it to me. It read, "Demolish Ringa," and he said, "That used to mean something to me until you showed up 2 years ago." He leaned against the wall and said, "I was the top dog in Demo Derby. I knew every track layout, how each person drove, and it was the start of a great career. Then you show up out of the blue. You wanted to try the Derby after you had raced for so long. You crushed every cart, including mine, over and over again." I shrugged and asked, "So? That's how you get somewhere in this industry. Racing season had taken a break, and I wanted to give the Derby a fair shake. Why would that make you hate me?" He sighed and said, "Clearly you don't realize it, but I'll dumb it down for you. You took that top spot, then you got my sponsors, and they let me go. At that point, participating in the Derby wasn't paying the bills. I lost everything because of you." I sighed and said, "That's not true. You only lost everything because you chose to give up. If someone was better than me at racing, I'd push myself to be better." He looked at me and said, "That's you, but me, I didn't give up. I just realized it could never be better than you. So I decided on a different tactic." He pointed out to my cart and said, "The night of the invasion, while all the speedways were being taken out, I used that as an opportunity to destroy both of your carts, so you could see how I felt when you took Demo Derby away from me." I stared at him and asked, "Carts are just things, Ringa, but Allie and Alex, they're people just like you and me. Do you think they deserved any of that?" He smirked and said, "I was the first to see you on the speedway today. I saw you talking with that chick and the rookie. Then, of all things, I see you with a brand new cart like nothing had changed. I was furious and knew I couldn't let you be happy after all I had been through." I shook my head and said, "Do you think I was happy before today? I've been severely depressed for the past year, and today was the first time I'd been happy since the invasion." I threw Poe the keys to my cart and said, "Tell you what, Rip, I'll make you a deal. From this day forward, I vow to no longer race, as long as you promise to leave the people I care about alone." He looked at me funny and asked, "Are you being serious?" I nodded and said, "After hearing what you had to say, I'm going to look for a new career. Maybe you should too, after today." He laughed and said, "Hey, funny yardbird, but I accept the deal you're proposing. But let's get out of here. We got business to discuss." They both left and Poe asked, You're just gonna let them go after the confession you just made? And you're seriously done with racing?" I sighed and said, "You know the enforcers in Sacred Grove don't do much, right? And besides, he needs his career more than I do." Poe had a shocked look on his face and asked, "So what are you going to do for a career?" I shrugged and said, "Wherever the road takes me, I suppose. I'll let Lou know that I'm giving back the prize money and trophy. And if he wakes up, tell Alex that I'm sorry. I left the hospital room and posted, the kid's got guts, I'll give him that. He cares more for the people around him than his own hide. It was hard to believe that I gave up kart racing just like that, without a second thought. I could have just made the biggest mistake of my life, or maybe I made the right choice. I knew that from here on out, I was going to change the world for the better. I was going to show Sacred Grove that I'm more than just a racer chasing a dream filled with false hope. Riptide. It was late at night. We had just closed up the cafe for the evening, and I was getting ready to head out. Medina stopped me and asked, Diggy, are you doing anything tonight? I nodded and said, 2 things, light reading and sleep. She laughed and said, you do that every night after a shift. Can't you just take a night out on the town? A few friends and I were going to go hang out in Sanctuary. I shook my head and said, I've got to take a break from the world. Look, don't worry about me. Go enjoy yourself. She smiled and started heading over to the Sanctuary. I went inside my seaside hut, right above the cafe, then sat down to relax and read a good book. I picked a classic from my bookshelf called Beneath the Waves. I've read it nearly 100 times, but it was always a good read. I was about to read, but I stopped when I heard a loud lightning strike outside of the hut. I went to look outside and saw the clouds had turned dark purple, with purple lightning shooting from the sky. Everything outside was covered in a dark purple glow, including the Open Treasures Cafe. I went outside to make sure the cafe was still standing. I had never seen a storm so relentless. It was like I was living in a nightmare. The cafe was barely holding on, but I ran to the fence near the beach to try and look for help. There was no one else around. It was just me out here trying to save my beloved ocean treasures. I was about to run back to the cafe until I heard a thunderous roar above the clouds. Dark purple lightning struck the ocean, making the waves larger than I've ever seen before in Seaside. The ocean was usually calm, and I've never seen it this chaotic. The waves kept growing, larger and larger by the minute. Then suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck the ocean for a final time. The waves were out of control and started heading for the cafe. I ran for my life and managed to get inside my hut just before the waves got up the hill. When they reached the hill, the waves got so violent that it hit my hut and I flew against a wall, then blacked out completely. I woke up to what felt like hours later to the insanely bright sun, like Seaside just woke up for the first time in forever. I went outside and saw the Ocean Treasures Cafe was completely destroyed. It had been torn to shreds by the waves. I walked up to my cafe slowly and started tearing up. Just seeing it the way it was made me think this was the end. I saw something shine in the rubble. It looked like a pearl of sorts. I picked it up and the pearl shined so bright that it felt like it was speaking to me. After picking it up, I ran back inside my hut and dialed a number into my phone. It rang and I said, "Hey Clue, I need a favor. Would you be willing to swing by Seaside? I've got a proposition that might interest you." He laughed and said, "Sure, I'll make my way over there. I think we'll have a lot to discuss, considering all of the commotion going on all over the Grove." I sighed and said, "Yeah, just wait until you see what happened in Seaside. I'll fill you in when you stop by, but until then." I hung up the phone and waited for him to arrive. When he finally arrived, he had quite the look painted on his face. I could tell he wasn't expecting this. I approached him and asked, "Well, what do you think of my masterpiece?" He chuckled and thought for a moment, then said, "New York Cafe has seen better days, but it could use a pinch of salt." I nodded and said, "Follow me to my hut. I'll explain everything inside." I told him about Seaside's situation. He asked, "So, what's this proposition about?" I pointed to the Open Treasures Cafe and he said, "I found a pearl in the wreckage and I could almost hear it speak to me." He looked at me and asked, "Are you sure you didn't hit your head on something?" I shook my head and said, "Definitely not. I think I've just had an epiphany of sorts." I looked at his arms and asked, "You look like you've seen better days too. What happened?" He sighed and said, "A bunch of dark-looking creatures attacked Sanctuary, and they didn't seem to care who was in their way. One of them nearly ran right through me and grazed my arms." I shook my head and asked, "Did it do any permanent damage to those chef arms of yours?" He chuckled and said, "No, I'm pretty sure I'll live and still be able to make meals better than yours." I smirked and said, "Speaking of those meals, we have business to discuss." He looked at me and asked, "All right, let's hear it. What brilliant scheme have you cooked up this time?" I pulled some blueprints out of my apron pocket and threw them on the table, then said, "I want you to come work with me in Seaside." He thought about it for a moment and asked, "I'm I'm the top chef in Sacred Grove, and you want me to work in your cafe? I shook my head and said, hear me out. What if we rebuild the cafe into something else? Something larger. Something that would be the perfect fit for a chef, like yourself. He looked at the blueprints and said, this could be the next hotspot for people to eat at. That is, if we play our cards right. I'll need more details before I make a decision. I brought out a notebook and said, I've got the cashier covered, but we're going to need well-trained staff to help around the restaurant. He nodded and said, you also can't run the place by yourself. I could be a co-owner since you want to work together on this. I smiled and said, I couldn't agree more. Now we just need a name for the place. He thought for a moment and said, well, you can't go with the same brand you had, at least not the cafe part. How about Rare Treasures Port? It has a nice ring to it. I nodded and said, I love that name. All right, now that we've got a plan, we can get to work. So we began work on the new and improved business I had grown to love. It took a year to get everything built and financed, but all the pieces finally fell into place. I woke up after the last day working on the place and walked on over to open up. I opened up the doors and walked in the building. I breathed in the atmosphere of the place we had spent building for the past year. This was a new beginning for me and Seaside. I walked around the place and took it all in. That's when I heard Borden walk through the door and he exclaimed, it looks perfect. I smiled and said, well, it's a lot larger than the original cafe, that's for sure. I was honestly saddened by the place. It was going to take some getting used to, but I still missed the cafe. Borden brought something over to me and said, this is to celebrate the grand opening. He handed me a plaque that was reminiscent of my old cafe sign, and I didn't know what to say. I looked at the plaque and went to hang it up above the counter, then said, thank you. It'll mean a lot to me and the staff who knew the cafe. He nodded and said, no worries, it's the least I could do after you invited me out here to start all of this. I smiled and reached behind the counter. I handed him a sacred spatula forged by the best blacksmiths in Snow Hill. He stared at it, then looked at me and said, this did not look easy to get made. Gold is the rarest material in Sacred Grove. I smiled and said, only the best for my top chef. We shook hands and he asked, who's on our staff for the grand opening? I pulled out a list from my back pocket and said, well, you already know Medina. She'll be our cashier. With slim pickings, but I hired from all over. He shrugged and asked, how bad could they be? I laughed and said, I hope they're good at the job. We've got 2 cooks, a busboy, and another master chef. He looked at me and asked, what's the chef's name? I looked over the list and said, her name is Simone. Apparently, she cooked for the citizens in Briarwood. He looked stunned and said, that takes some courage. I wouldn't go working in a place like that, but I look forward to working with her. And said, well, I'll have to introduce her and the rest of the crew in a couple hours. Those hours passed like the waves on the shore. We were ready to serve whoever came to our new establishment. Crew arrived one by one looking eager to work with us. I gathered everyone to the front of the room and said, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Rare Treasures Port, where you'll be serving the finest meals to only those who are worthy of the sea. They looked confused and probably didn't understand my joke, but I said, that's just a little bit of seaside humor. For those who don't know us, my name is Diggy Treasures, and this is my partner, Chef Borden Clue. He stepped up and said, a pleasure to meet all of you. I look forward to teaching some of you how to cook in the ways of the Grove. I smiled and said, in due time, of course. However, I'd like to know all of your names before we start today. A bearded man stepped forward and said, the name's Henry Geraldine. I used to work as a pastry chef in Sanctuary, but I wanted to go somewhere new and broaden my culinary horizons. Clue smiled and said, you've come to the only place that will do just that. We're happy to have you aboard. I looked over at the woman wearing a golden red chef outfit, then asked, what might your name be? She smiled and said, my name is Simone. I'm a master chef from Briarwood. I smiled and asked, the master chef. What made you want to work at my new restaurant? She had a slight frown on her face and said, I've grown distant from Briarwood. It's not the same as it once was, and I'm afraid I can no longer call it home. I need a new purpose, and I thought I might find it here. I nodded and said, Henry and Simone, I'll have you two working with Borden Clue today. It's just so you know what type of ship we'll be running around here. They both nodded, but Simone looked at Clue and said, The Borden Clue? I've heard you're the greatest chef in all of Sacred Grove. He laughed and said, well, maybe in Sanctuary, but I don't think that's true. We're all equals in the culinary arts. Now let's get back to work. Clue and his crew went to the back, then I continued with the introductions. I smiled and asked, "You two will be working with me today, but first, what are your names?" A short, burly gentleman approached me and said, "My name's Jerry Smallfry. I used to be a short order cook in Wugachug." A young man behind him chuckled and said, "Dude, there's so many short jokes I can make right now." He frowned and said, "I'd prefer if you didn't, kid." I looked at the young man and asked, "And you are?" He cleared his throat and said, "My name is Pete Huffbottom, sir. I'm a chef in training. I'm looking to learn from the best." I smiled and said, "Well, if you want to learn from the best, you'd want to be on your best behavior." He gulped and Jerry laughed. I sighed and said, "Go on and head to the back. I'll check on you guys as soon as my cashier arrives." They nodded and walked to the back of the kitchen. I looked at my watch, wondering where Medina was. I had hoped that she hadn't already found another job, but I knew her. She wasn't one to give up. That's when I heard the door open and I saw Medina walk in. I smiled and exclaimed, "There's my favorite cashier." She shook her head and said, "Diggy, I'm your only cashier." I laughed and said, "And that's why you're my favorite." She laughed and looked around and said, "Well, you really outdid yourself. If only the cafe could see how she looks now." I sighed and said, "Well, she'd be proud." I showed her around for a bit and then I asked, "So, what have you been up to over the past year?" She shrugged and said, "I've been picking up odd jobs here and there, all over Seaside. I was just doing whatever I could to get by." I frowned and said, "I'm sorry I couldn't get this place built sooner. A lot of time and effort went into making this feel like home." She shook her head and said, "It was worth the wait. I'm glad you told me you were going to build a new version of the Open Treasures Cafe." I smiled and said, "It's Rare Treasures Port now. We're going into the restaurant business." She tilted her head and asked, "I'll still be cashiering though, right?" I chuckled and said, "Well, not exactly. It's a lot to ask, but I'll need you to be a waitress as well." She thought for a moment and said, "I should be able to manage that, even though I've never done it before. It can't be that hard." I nodded and said, "I'll take the orders to the kitchen to help out, but I've also got to work with our new crew." She nodded and we started getting to work. By the time we were ready to serve up some food, we had over 50 customers just waiting to be served. A few of them wanted their orders to go, so I went up to the counter to take their orders. I looked over the counter and saw a familiar face. It was Greckle, a local Seaside hobgoblin and frequent customer of my old cafe. He looked at me and said, "Nice digs you got here, Diggy." I smiled and asked, "Thanks, Greg. What would you like to order?" He thought for a moment and said, "I'd like to order the Seaside Special, to go." I looked at him funny and asked, "You're not sticking around for the grand opening, Greg?" He shook his head and said, "Nah, Diggy, I'm planning on heading to Glimmer Deep. It's where my kind are from, and I'd like to see what home looks like." I sighed and said, "Wow, that was deep. I understand, Greg. You've only got one life and you want to live it to the fullest. One Seaside Special coming right up." The crew was like a well-oiled machine, except faster and more efficient. They had his order ready in less than 5 minutes. I handed Greckle his meal and said, "I'm going to miss you, buddy. I hope you find what you're looking for." He nodded and went on his way. 2 customers approached me and exclaimed, "Diggy, long time no see." I looked up and saw Sokolug and Aziwug, 2 of my favorite customers and best friends. I grinned and said, "It is so good to see you two. I hope life's been treating you both well." Ozzy smiled and said, "Things have been more than great. Sock and I are in a healthy relationship, all because of your cafe." I nearly shed a tear hearing that and said, "That's incredible. I'm so happy for both of you." And he smiled and Sock said, "We'd like to order 2 of your finest crab soufflés and we'll take a booth as well." I smiled and said, "You can have any window booth on the house." They walked over to the booth and I let the crew know about the order. Like clockwork, they had it done and I had Medina send it over. Sock gasped and said, "Medina, it's been too long. We need to catch up." She laughed and said, "Well, I'd love to. This place is as busy as ever. Maybe after my shift we can talk more." Sock nodded and said, "I'd like that." I smiled, just by seeing old friends reunite again. Before the night was over, I saw one more customer in line. It was none other than the postmaster of legend. I smiled and said, "Well, as I live and breathe, if it isn't Jamie Swiftsong." She smiled and said, "Hey, Diggy, long time no see. Listen, I need you to cook me something fast, like immediately, like ASAP." I looked at her confused and asked, Hey, what's the rush? Can't we have a nice, slow chat about life?" She looked anxious and said, I'm going to be late if you say another word, Diggy. Unless it starts with, may I take your order? I've got a package to deliver. I laughed and said, fine, but you owe me a conversation when you return. She nodded and said, deal. Now, where's the grub at? I needed it like yesterday. I grabbed a bag of seaside shrimp that was ready to go and handed it to her. Then said, this should keep those wings in spirit. She grabbed the bag, paid, and flew out the door. I blinked twice and said, one day she's going to have to learn to slow down. A few hours had passed and we were done for the grand opening. I sent the crew home and then looked at Clue and said, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful partnership. He chuckled and said, it sure is. Simone really knows how to whip up a crab souffle. Maybe I should learn a thing or two from her. I smiled and said, well, it can't hurt, but you should get some rest. We got big days to come for the rest of our lives. He started heading out the door and said, I'm counting on it, Diggy. Medina and I were the only ones left in the room. I sat on the counter and said, I've got to say, maybe it was a good thing that the cafe went down like it did. She looked at me funny and asked, what do you mean? I pointed at the plaque Clue gave me and said, I think it was a sign from who knows what, but a sign that it was time for me to start something new. She sighed and said, the cafe was easier, though, you have to admit. I nodded and asked, if life was always easy, would you keep going, or would you retire early, knowing you had already done everything you wanted to do? She hopped up on the counter next to me and said, life isn't about ups and downs. It's not about the victories or losses you have along the way. What matters is that you're still standing, despite how you got there in the first place. I sighed and said, I'm still standing here, despite everything that happened. She smiled and asked, so, is this everything you wanted? I nodded and said, it's more than that. The cafe was home for a while, and in some ways, so is the port. I look out there, at the beach, at the town, everything that we've built here. Seaside is our home, and I'll stand with it until my last breath. She smiled and we hopped off the counter. We opened the door and locked up for the night. We knew from here on out that life was always going to be ours, no matter where we stood. The Ocean Treasures Cafe is always going to be a huge part of Seaside's history, but that history still has yet to be written. Rare Treasures Port deserved to be another part of Seaside's history. I wanted it to be remembered as something that stood its ground, even when those waves crash on the shore. Spark. I had no time to lose. The goal was simple, and yet for some hard to understand. I had to deliver mail, packages, the usual, but I had to do it faster than any post officer that's ever traveled a mile in Sacred Grove. I was going as fast as I could on these wings of mine, and I couldn't be late to the Snow Hill post office. Luckily, I could see the town from where I was floating in all of its snow glory. I raced to Snow Hill before anyone could try to slow me down. Out of the corner of my eye, the townsfolk tried to wave in my direction, but my job was far more important than giving them the time of day. Before I knew it, I had made it to the post office. I went inside and saw a familiar face sitting at the post office desk. He was reading the Daily Grove newspaper, and I decided it might be a good idea to sneak up on him. I fluttered as quietly as I could and exclaimed, I'm back, Ernie! He jumped out of his seat and slid around the floor, flying outside the door right into a snowbank. I giggled and went outside to help him up. He looked at me like he looks at the newspaper, grumpy and disapproving. He sighed and asked, Jamie, I take it you delivered the packages for the day? I nodded and said, yes, sir. I also got you something from a new restaurant that opened up in Seaside. I handed him a wrapped meal, and he said, I know you're just trying to butter me up, but it's not going to work. He looked at the meal and started taking bites out of the food. He looked at me and said, well, now that you're back, I have a very important job for you. I looked at him and asked, whatever it is, I can handle it in a flash. He chuckled and said, oh, I'm sure you'll get it done, but Bert has to go over the details. He hollered for his brother and he slid on his belly around the corner with fish in his mouth. He set his fish down and said, Jamie, it's good to see you, but I hope you're ready for this job. I looked at him confused and asked, well, I don't know what it is, but I'm sure you're going to tell me. He nodded and we went inside the post office. He handed me the Daily Grove newspaper and pointed to an article. He sighed and said, someone is stealing mail from citizens of Sacred Grove, and we believe it's one of our own. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, but I looked at them and asked, how do you know for sure? Ernie shrugged and said, we don't, but we do know he was spotted in Sacred Grove wearing a custom-made post officer uniform. I thought for a moment and said, someone's impersonating us? Not on my watch. I flew out the door, but Bert grabbed me by the wings before I could go anywhere. He shook his head and said, Jamie, you don't even know where to go, and going alone is not an option. I huffed and puffed and said, I will look all over the grove until he's in my grasp. Ernie hid behind Bert and said, She scares me. Bert glared at him, then looked at me and said, So you're not going alone on this job? I froze and asked, What do you mean? He looked around and exclaimed, Josh, bring that giant package over here. He was running at a really fast speed for a human, but behind him was the largest package I had ever seen. He waved and said, I've got it right here. Before he could say another word, he slipped on the ice and flew right into the frozen pond. I looked at Bert and said, Please tell me you're joking. Bert shook his head and said, This could be dangerous, and you need someone to watch your back while you search for this criminal. I wasn't thrilled to be working with someone, but he did have a point. Sacred Grove can be a dangerous place if you're too slow. So, hopefully he doesn't slow me down. Ernie cleared his throat and asked, Jamie, can you take that package over to the mayor's house? I nodded and picked it up. Big package for a small pixie. Still, I was able to haul that box over to where it needed to go. I knocked on the door and there was no answer. So I left a note in the package with my seal of approval. I flew back over to Bert and Ernie, then asked, Is the mayor out on business? Ernie nodded and said, Supposedly she's on her way to a top secret meeting. I nodded, then looked over and saw the post officer finally getting out of the frozen pond. He was shivering, looked at me and said, Nice to meet you. Before he could say another word, I interrupted and said, Your name is Josh. At least that's what the parcel penguins here called you. Bert glared at me and said, Hey, I can have you relocated to the seaside ocean for calling us that. I shook my head and said, I don't believe that even for a second. You need me. Josh chuckled and let out a cough. Ernie gasped and said, Let's get him warm before you two head out. They went inside, then I looked at Bert and asked, So, where are we going for this job? He pulled out an atlas of the grove and said, You'll be going to the central post office over in Sanctuary. Just ask for Phineas Farstrider. He's the one who saw the imposter steal the mail. I nodded and waited at the entrance of Snow Hill for Josh. He arrived at the entrance, but it seemed like I had been waiting for hours. He waved and asked, Are you ready to go? When he said those words, I had never flown so fast down the cobblestone road. He panicked and exclaimed, Hey, slow down. There's no need to rush. I stopped when he said those words to me, then flew back in this direction and asked, Slow down? Do you realize what we're up against? A criminal, a thief, or an imposter? Who knows? We might be too late to catch him, all because you wanted to slow down just so we could chat. Is that what you want to do? Chat? He stood there for a minute and said, Well, yeah, that actually sounds nice. I groaned and said, Fine, we'll do it your way. We started walking towards Sanctuary and I asked, Do you have a last name, Josh? He nodded and said, Yeah, it's Josh Flashrod. I scoffed and said, For someone with Flash in their last name, you don't seem all that fast. He laughed and said, I'm fast when I want to be or when I have to be, but life goes by way too fast. It's nice to take things slow, like we're doing right now. I shrugged and said, I don't slow down. I've been running my entire life. I've never even stopped to think like that. He had a slight frown on his face and said, I don't believe I got your name. I smiled and said, Jamie Swiftsong. He tilted his head and asked, Like pajamas? I shook my head and said, It's pronounced Jamie, but sometimes I pronounce it like pajamas. I don't know why, but it's the way that's spelled throws me off. He laughed and said, We'll have to blame your parents for that, I suppose. I nodded, then he looked at me and asked, I take it that you usually work alone? I looked at him and asked, How'd you know? He shrugged and said, Post officer's intuition, I guess. I like to work with other people. It passes the time, which lets me go home and rest. I looked down the road and said, I work alone because I can get the mail delivered faster on my own, but I've also been alone my whole life. He shook his head and said, I'm sorry about that. No one should have to be alone their whole life, but maybe you should consider having someone to watch your back. I looked back up and said, Maybe, one day. We finally arrived in Sanctuary at the bottom of the road, and Josh said, Whoa, I've never been here before. I looked at him and asked, Seriously? You're a post officer. You've never been in the capital of Sacred Grove? He shook his head and said, I only work with Bert and Ernie, so I usually deliver mail in Snow Hill. I nodded and said, well, you'll see for yourself why this place is called Sanctuary. We walked into the city and looked around for the post office. The streets were bustling with crowds of people from all over the Grove, it seemed. Finally, we found the post office and started making our way over, hoping to find the mail thief. We entered the building and saw an older gentleman sorting through the mail. Josh approached him and asked, hey, we're looking for a Phineas Farstrider? You wouldn't happen to know anyone by that name? He smiled and said, that'd be me, kid. He put his letters down and asked, how can I help you two? I pulled out the newspaper that Bert gave me and said, we were told by Bert and Ernie that you know where this imposter was. He nodded and said, I saw him up on the hill by the sanctuary tree. He's probably still up there, lurking about. Josh started heading for the door and exclaimed, there's no time to lose. Let's get a move on. Phineas shook his head and said, I can't go with you, but I know someone who can. He whistled to something in the back and out came a courier eagle. It's super rare to have, but this is the global post office. Phineas smiled and said, this is Spotter. He's very good at finding mail and looking for people. He handed Spotter to Josh and said, I'm not cleared for any type of field duty and I'm confined to the office for now. I hope you find our mail thief and bring him to justice. We left the post office and made our way to the hill. Josh looked at all the buildings and asked, why are they all so bunched up together? I looked at them and asked, what do you mean? He pointed out to me that there were no gaps in between the architecture and said, Snow Hill has separate buildings spread throughout the entire town. I shrugged and said, this is the capital city. Whoever designed the buildings had to know that this place would be filled with people. He nodded and said, I suppose, but this is not where I'd want to live. I laughed and asked, you'd rather stay in Snow Hill? He smiled and said, it's a nice place to live and the people there are really friendly. I thought for a moment and said, you should take the time to explore Sacred Grove. You never know what places you might discover. He smiled and then suddenly he saw someone that made him jump. He took a stance like he was about to go after him and exclaimed, that's our mail thief. Follow him my lead. He started running so fast that flames ignited on the ground beneath him. I followed him and shot up into the air, hoping to put a stop to this mail thief once and for all. Spotter followed us up the hill and we were right on the thief's tail. The imposter made it all the way to the sanctuary tree and reached into a mailbox. It was the Queen's mailbox and I attempted to stop him until he said, stop right there, little miss. One more flutter of those wings and I'll burn these documents, including everything in my satchel. I stopped and so did he. Josh stood next to me and asked, why are you doing this? That mail belongs to other people and you're just stealing it? What do you have against the people? He smirked and said, you only get so far in life playing by the rules, but to me, well, I like breaking a few of them. It keeps me alive for a bit longer. I frowned and said, that doesn't answer his question. He held up the letters and said, one of these documents could give me the fortune I need to take over the Grove. It's as simple as that. You'll see, because once I have the right to mail, I will rule over the entirety of Sacred Grove. Then suddenly Spotter came flying in from the sky. He saw the masked thief and made his way for the Queen's mail. I saw this as an opportunity to stop the mail thief from burning any documents. Spotter grabbed the Queen's mail and Josh tackled him to the ground. I flew as quick as I could to the satchel he was carrying around and grabbed it, before he could make any sudden moves. Josh got the thief off of the ground and removed the mask from his face, and asked, do you have a name, imposter? He smirked and said, to you, it's the King of Sacred Grove. At least it will be once I'm out of whatever prison cell I'm thrown into. I laughed and said, stealing mail is a very serious crime. You'll be lucky to see sunlight again. We took him back to the global post office and brought him to Phineas. He smiled when we walked in the door and said, well, look who we have here. I'm glad you caught him, and I hope he told you why he was doing it. Josh looked at Phineas and said, apparently he wants to take over Sacred Grove. Phineas started laughing so hard that he nearly passed out and said, oh man, another crazed lunatic wanting to take over Sacred Grove. Get in line, you thief. That mail is not for you to steal. I smiled and looked at Phineas and asked, so what's going to happen to him? Phineas saw his bird coming with the letters and said, well, thanks to you two, the royal gods will come by to take the imposter and throw him in an underground cell for the rest of his life. Josh looked up and said, hey, at least he didn't do anything worse than stealing mail. Phineas tilted his head at Josh and said, well, I'm not sure there's anything worse than that, but anyways, you two make a good team. Thank you for bringing some justice to Sanctuary. With all that said and done, we started making our way back to Snow Hill. When we arrived at the entrance, Josh looked back at me and said, "We did a good thing. You and I." I nodded and said, "More than good, really. If it wasn't for us, it could have gotten a whole lot worse before it got better." He smiled and said, "Listen, if you ever want to have a partner on your mail runs, I've got your back. I figured you should know that much." I blushed and said, "Only if you promise to go all over Sacred Grove with me." He nodded and said, "You've got yourself a deal, as long as you promise to slow down once in a while." On that, we both agreed that we'd keep each other company whenever we were tasked with delivering mail across Sacred Grove. Endure. It was another bright day in Greenwood Forest. People from all over Sacred Grove were stopping by to join in on our camp activities. I was so happy seeing everyone have a good time around the campfire, and I'm sure Robbie was too, even if he's grouchy all of the time. I decided to have one of our camp counselors take over for a bit while I take a break. One of my favorite things in the grove was the forest. Everywhere we treebles flew or ran was nothing but the roots beneath that connected us. It was home, and walking through the forest gave me a time to reflect on a lot. I've come a long way since I was just a little trebe, from learning how to fly for the first time to connecting with people all over the grove. It brought me joy, knowing I made a difference in the life of everyone around me. I flew up to the tallest tree to get a view of the river, and it was breathtaking. You could hear the water as it moved slowly down the stream. You could feel the energy flowing throughout the forest. I could see that this place was in fact alive. Being in Greenwood Forest my whole life has made me feel safe, like I have nothing to fear. This place we call home is our safe haven, and nothing can take that away from us. Just when I was about to head back to the camp, I felt a change in the air. I looked out towards the horizon and saw an explosion of dark purple energy. It started spreading throughout the grove and rapidly made its way towards Greenwood Forest. I flew through the forest as fast as I could to try and warn the others. I looked back at the energy pulsating throughout the forest, and I'd never seen the grove look so bleak, like corruption was settling in for the first time. I was scared for my life. The dark purple energy was catching up to me, and I knew I was going to be able to fly fast enough to get to the camp. I got to the forest floor as quick as I could and found a tree stump to hide in. I saw this darkness take over the entire forest in one fell swoop. I felt so hopeless and distraught, knowing there was nothing I could do to save my friends in the forest. I watched as the forest grew darker and darker until there was no light left to see or feel. I felt so trapped and lost in Darkwood Forest. I couldn't bear to witness the light fade away from the forest. I turned my back in the little tree stump and cried myself to sleep. It seemed like years had passed in that little tree stump. When I woke up, there was a light shining on my back, and I could feel it. I turned around to see the sun shining once again on Greenwood Forest. I decided to leave the tree stump, but when I did, the forest I once knew was burned to the ground and was nothing but ashes. I stepped on the forest floor, and for once in Sacred Grove, I couldn't feel anything. I started walking through the forest, anxiously looking for any signs of my tribal family. Everywhere I looked, there were no signs of life and no signs of people, like I was just wandering in circles. It felt like I had been walking in the forest that was once my home for days. I fell to my knees and saw what looked like Camp Chatty. I reached out for the camp and collapsed before I could move another muscle. I felt someone grab me by the arms and heard them say, "Come on, Chatty, you can't give up on us. You've got to pull through." I recognized that voice. It sounded like Ezra, a friend I've known since I was a little trebe. He pulled me towards the camp and set me against one of our tents. He had already made a fire from one of the damaged trees. I took a minute to catch my breath, and Ezra sat across from me. He tilted his head and asked, "Chatty, we thought you were gone. How did you survive for so long?" I looked at him and said, "I was on my way back from a walk when I saw that purple darkness. I was trying to warn everyone at camp, but I was too late. I hid in a tree stump, and that's how I'm still alive." He looked at me in shock and said, "We barely survived too. Jax, Ludo, and I climbed the tallest of trees to escape that wave of darkness." I looked around and asked, "Where are Jax and Ludo?" He looked to the far corners of the forest and said, "Jax suggested looking for any survivors that might be out there, and Ludo went with him." I nodded and asked, "What do you think that was? The wave that destroyed our forests. Did you see where it came from?" He sighed and said, I've never seen anything like it, Chatty. From what Jax was saying, it couldn't come from any direction. I nodded and shut my eyes for a moment. I thought about all the lives I could have saved, if I was faster or if I hadn't hidden that tree stump. I felt like a failure, like I should have done more to make it to camp. Suddenly, I heard something that made me open my eyes. It was Jax and Ludo back from their long search. Ludo looked at me and exclaimed, Chatty, you're alive! He ran over to hug me and Jax said, I'm glad you're still with us, but the others weren't so lucky in their survival. We all sat around the fire and Jax said, We searched every forest in Sacred Grove, including Greenwood. There wasn't another Treeble in sight. I looked at him in disbelief and asked, What are you saying? Ludo cleared his throat and said, Chatty, we're all that's left. We're the last Treebles of Sacred Grove. I punched my fist into the ground, then stood up and said, I could have done more. I should have done more. It's my fault we're the only ones here. I closed my eyes and felt tears stream down my fur. Ezra got up and said, It's not your fault they're gone. You didn't cause any of this to happen, but whoever did is going to pay. I sighed and asked, How are we going to find out who destroyed our forests? Jax pointed towards Briarwood and said, I scouted closer to Briarwood and their forests are untouched. I think our answers lie in the vines of Briarwood. Ludo jumped up and said, Come on, Chatty, let's get justice for our family. I wiped the tears from my eyes and said, You're right. I want answers and our friends deserve justice. Let's go. We left Greenwood Forest and left our camp behind. I wanted to rebuild what we had lost, but more than that, I wanted to know why our species almost went extinct. I was going to get those answers, no matter the cost. Those who lost their lives deserve to know the cause of Greenwood Forest destruction. Regardless of my mistakes, I was going to set it all right. Survive. I woke up from my nap from inside one of our tents. I didn't want to get up, but I knew if I didn't, Chatty would get the upper hand. I walked outside the tent and was greeted by one of the camp counselors. He laughed and said, I hope you got your beauty sleep, Robbie. I frowned at him and said, I never get my beauty sleep, at least not with all the yelling out here. He tilted his head and said, You're hearing things again. Besides, you've got a camp to run, and I can't do it all by myself. I shrugged and said, Well, the tent nap was good while it lasted. Let's get to work and put Chatty in his place. Like any other day, we would try to put Chatty and his freeloaders to shame. It wasn't always like this. At one point, Chatty and I were the best of friends. We always tried to one-up each other, whether it was looking for treasure at Seaside or playing tug-of-war at the soccer field. Our friendship made us inseparable. One day, Queen Valerian came to Greenwood Forest and presented us with an opportunity. She wanted us to represent Sacred Grove. So, like always, Chatty was quick to agree. I was hesitant and still am to this day. So, I asked her why she picked us. She pulled out a stone out of her pocket and handed it to me, then said, You two will represent everything I want Sacred Grove to be. Balance. Light cannot survive without dark. I hope you'll help us. The stone she presented us with had two sides to it. One of light and one of dark. Even now, I still wonder which side I was on. I agreed, and from that day forward, everything started to change. Chatty became more involved with the people of Sacred Grove and became more distant from me. I decided to get to know my own kind and where they came from. In some way, Queen Valerian ended our friendship and started a rivalry. I grew tired of being around anyone except Chatty, so I improvised a plan anytime I saw him around Sacred Grove. I did whatever it took to get his attention. From ruining his fun activities to copying what he did, I made sure he knew I wasn't invisible. And yet, despite my efforts to show Chatty I was still here, I felt like I didn't exist. I looked over at his camp and wondered if there was anything I could do to rekindle our friendship. I was about to go over to his camp, but then I heard a thunderous roar. I ran outside of Greenwood Forest to get a better look at what made the sound, but what I saw wasn't natural. This giant beam of purple light erupted into the sky, changing the grove around me. Whatever it was, it didn't look good. I was close to Sanctuary, so I ran as fast as I could to find a place to hide. When I arrived in Sanctuary, everyone around me was panicking. It became darker and darker until all I could see was a purple haze. I ran down the street to search for a hiding spot. I looked for just about anything to stay alive. That's when I saw the Pixiewood sign above one of the town shops. I hid behind one of the letters. It's not the best spot to lay low, but it would have to do. Something was off, though. The people I heard freaking out earlier suddenly disappeared. I peeked around the letter I was hiding behind and saw creatures I had never seen before in Sacred Grove. They looked like some sort of shadow monsters just by the energy they gave off. They all walked into town and started hurting people, like they were being controlled. I was horrified at what I was witnessing. So many lives being thrown away, like they were disposable. I was about to get down from behind the sign, but then I saw someone stand up for the people. A woman wearing shades and holding a bow stood valiant against those creatures. It wasn't long before the large one struck her with his hand and sent her flying near the hilltop. I thought about going down there to try and help, but I knew I'd be a goner too. I was going to return to my letter, but that's when two figures caught my eye. A dwarf with a top hat and suit walked side by side with a pixie, but they both seemed unalarmed by the shadow monsters. The dwarf held a crystal in his hand, and all of the shadow monsters went into him, like they were energy. It went up the hill, and just like that, Sanctuary was a ghost town. I felt useless in that moment, like when I was younger and got lost in the woods. I went into the cave behind the Pixiewood sign, hoping this nightmare would end if I just went to sleep. When I woke up, a light was shining through the cave I was in. I went outside to see if Sanctuary wasn't infested with shadow monsters and dark purple skies. While I was relieved, something inside of me said I didn't belong here anymore. I got down from the Pixiewood sign and left Sanctuary in the hopes I would find answers about who I really was. 1 year later, I ended up in Sandscale Oasis. I needed to get away from everyone and everything. That included chatting and representing Sacred Grove. If I couldn't be someone in the Grove, I believed I could find myself in the middle of nowhere. If there was one thing I was good at back in the Grove, it was tinkering with scrap. Sunstone Valley was a place filled to the brim with scrap, which led me to an opportunity to tinker in a local workshop. Maybe it was a crazy idea to move out to the desert, but I can't go back to what I witnessed in Sanctuary. Here, with all of my scrap, is where I felt safe and secure, knowing I could finally be something to someone in a bleak desert. A local hobgoblin by the name of Petrol took me under his wing when no one else would. The more I learned from him about tinkering, the less I think about Sacred Grove and the horrors I witnessed. I was working in the shop when he stopped by and said, "Hey, Robbie, you really have a knack for this type of work." I turned my head from the workbench and said, "All thanks to you, Petrol. I knew my copper from my rough before, but now I know how to make something of the scrap." He laughed and said, "Don't let my teachings go to your head. Now I just can't wait to see what you build with all of the scrap I gave you." I smiled and said, "Well, I ain't the spoiled surprise, but I'm building a scrap chopper." He looked at my schematics and said, "That's a first. Dwarves usually prefer choppers and hobgoblins prefer mechs." I grabbed a wrench to tighten one of the bolts on the chopper, then shrugged and said, "Well, mechs aren't my thing. I need something that I can ride, not some giant contraption." He chuckled and said, "Fair enough. How about we close the shop for a day and grab a drink? We've only got the best sarsaparilla around in Sandscale Oasis." I nodded and locked up the shop. We went a little ways out to a pit stop, turned into a small diner. We grabbed a seat and Petrol ordered sarsaparilla for both of us. He took a sip and asked, "So, Robbie, what are your plans after this place?" I tilted my head and asked, "What do you mean?" He shrugged and said, "I don't know if you've noticed, but people don't live here. Most of us are too scared to settle down in Sunstone Valley, or those who are able to are tougher than all of the hobgoblins combined." I took a sip of my drink and said, "Where else am I gonna go? I can't go back to the Grove, and unless you know where to go, I'm staying here." He set his drink down and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm happy that I could teach you all I know about messing with scrap, but you're going to get torn to shreds out here. I'm surprised you've lasted as long as you did." I slammed my drink on the counter and said, "Here I am trying to find myself, and you want me gone. I'm heading home." I left the pit stop and went to the place I've been staying at. I sat down in frustration and wondered if I was ever going to belong anywhere. I looked up at the sunset and started letting out some tears. It's become harder and harder to keep going, and I don't know if I should even try anymore. I was about to sleep it off when two hobgoblins knocked on the wall outside. One of them waved and said, "Well, I'll be, Robbie, is that you?" I turned to them and asked, "That's my name, but do I know you two?" The one that waved shook his head and said, "The name's Taras. This is my buddy Greckle. We've been looking all over for you." I scratched my face and said, "Why, I don't even know you two, and I'm pretty sure I'm not that important." Greco shook his head and said, "On the contrary, a lot of our kind respects you. You gave Hobgoblins hope when we didn't have any." I smiled and said, "I appreciate the kind words, but that can't be all you came out here for." Taurus said, "Correct. We're here to bring you home. We're all returning to Glimmer Deep." I tilted my head and asked, "What's Glimmer Deep?" They both gasped, and Greco said, "It's where all the Hobgoblins came from. It's our home that's been blocked off for decades. Since Queen Valerian finally opened the way to Glimmer Deep, we're on our way home." I was shocked that I even had a home, besides Sacred Grove to begin with. Sacred Grove was the only home I've ever known about, and now I'm being told that there's a place where Hobgoblins are from. I got up from my seat and said, "When I left Sacred Grove, I came here to find myself. Even here, I'm not wanted. So if you offer me to take me to a new home where we're welcome, I'll gladly follow you both." Taurus nodded and said, "The way I hear it, everyone is accepted there. We should probably get going now, or we're gonna be late." I tilted my head and asked, "Hey, what's the rush?" Greco cleared his throat and said, "We told a lot of our kind that you'd be coming. A lot of people are waiting to meet you." I was stunned and said, "All right, let's get going." I went with them to the entrance of Glimmer Deep and saw a tunnel leading underground. I stood there for a moment knowing I'd be leaving everything behind for a brand new life. I took a deep breath and started traversing underground. It was a short trip, but when we arrived at a cliffside, my jaw dropped. Greco laughed and said, "Robbie, welcome to the city of Glimmer Deep. This is your new home, pal. Take it all in as long as you need." To find out there was an entire city beneath Sunstone Valley was breathtaking. I turned to Taurus and asked, "Well, what if no one wants me around?" He shook his head and said, "Trust me, unlike those Sacred Grovians, we'll all be wanted here. Especially you, given your reputation. This is going to be everything you ever dreamed of." I nodded and took my first steps into the city. When I saw the tall buildings and the Hobgoblins all around, I felt like I belonged. They were so welcoming, it made me feel like I meant something to them. For the first time in my entire life and for years to come, I knew that I was finally home. Separated. It was a dark and cold night in the windy town of Seaside. No one wanted to be outside except me, Shaggy Mystery Chaser. I welcomed the cold chill of the evening winds and the crabs on the beach that would dare challenge me. With no one in sight, I decided to call it an early night. I walked back to Chases Incorporated, which was my place of business, to see if anyone had stopped by. To my surprise, the building was empty, as always. I could hear the silence, like it was screaming in my ears. I went to my desk and decided to look through my old case files. I wanted to see if I could work on something to keep my mind at ease. I sat down in my chair and it felt like I was sitting on the beach. Just sitting in the chair reminded me of the two friends I used to share this business with. They went by the names of Jojo and Scooby. Jojo was a chugwug. It was odd that he wanted to be part of the business, but one day he just up and left. A part of me had hoped he was doing what he wanted to do, but I wish he had told me why he left. And Scooby, on the other hand, was taken from me on one of these nights. I pulled out the case file and it was as cold as it could get. It was colder than the freezer in the back, and that hunk of metal is ice cold. I looked at it just like I had looked at any other case, but I needed answers on this one. Just when I was about to close up shop, this dame walked in with her head down. For all I know, she was looking to rob me in the dead of night. Maybe she was looking to hire me for a job. She walked underneath a light, and I could tell she wasn't from around here. From the branch-like limbs she had to the purple skin tone, it looked like she was from Briarwood. She didn't say much, but she did hand me a piece of paper. It was most likely a reason for stopping by at Chases Incorporated. After reading the paper, it looked like she wrote out what she wanted to say to me. She wrote, "My name is Brittle. I've come to your office because I was told you were a private investigator. You see, I'm from Briarwood, and I lost someone very dear to me. It was my Vine Wolf, Vinyl. One day, we decided to explore Blackspore Swamp, and I turned away to look across the swamp for the sights. When I looked back for Vinyl, he was gone. I was hoping you could find him and return him to me. The dame had guts for coming to Seaside for my help, I'll give her that." She handed me a photo of the Vine Wolf to show me what I'd be searching for in Blackspore. I went back to my desk and looked at my cold case file for Scooby. The cases seemed similar, and it might be a way for me to find Scoob. I got up from my chair and nodded to her, and made my way to Blackspore. I hadn't been in this place in a while. The last time I was here was when Scooby disappeared. We were on a case, and I made the mistake of telling him that we should split up. When we did, I never saw him again and even searched all over Blackspore for him. Something in the back of my mind told me that this time was going to be different. Perhaps vinyl was the key to finding Scooby. Black Sport seen better days. It reminded me of my office, when I had to seal it off like a quarantine zone. I walked all over the swamp and didn't see any signs of the Vine Wolf. I kept looking around, but it felt like I was just going in circles, with no direction. Then suddenly it finally hit me. There was one location that I hadn't checked yet. Like a snow hill yeti on ice skates, I went into the Black Spore Forest. As odd as it was for a swamp to have a forest, I had no other options in my investigation. When I arrived at the center of the forest, I saw two tall figures who looked to be up to no good. I leaned against a tree until they turned around and noticed me. One figure, wearing a mask on his face, stared me down, hotter than the hot sun in the seaside on a Monday afternoon. The other figure had squirrels on his shoulders, and it made me wonder if he had rabies or something like it. The man with the squirrels crossed his arms and asked, "Are you going to be monologuing all day, or are you going to say something?" The squirrel man had the gall to say I was monologuing, whatever that meant. They were as dumb as those crabs on the seaside beach. They always walked back and forth like they owned the place. The squirrel man shook his head and said, "Well, allow me to introduce ourselves. My name is Cyrano, King of Squirrels, and this is my new friend, Jason Maskface. He doesn't speak much due to the mask." I assume that much, considering he covers his mouth. I couldn't help but wonder what these guys were up to. I didn't know them bad guys. I'm sure they were going to tell me the whole plan. Jason looked at me funny, then Cyrano shrugged and said, "We're actually looking for a creature. It's about this tall, and it looks like a wolf covered in vines. He ran off a little bit ago, and we can't leave this forest without him." I've got these two wrapped around a Black Sport tree, telling me every detail that I need to know. Hopefully the Vine Wolf turns up and I can return him to Brittle, but I might as well help them search. Then suddenly the sky turned to a dark purple, and so did some of the swamp life as well. Cyrano looked at me and funny and said, "Wait, you look familiar. I remember you now. You were in this swamp when we took your mangy mutt. The look on your face when you couldn't find him was priceless. I lit up like a flame that could ignite a forest fire. They took him from me, and now I've got a chance to get him back once and for all." Jason shook his head at me, and then Cyrano laughed and said, "Unfortunately for you, your dog is long gone. We sold him to the highest bidder, and he's probably not in Sacred Grove anymore. It'd be best if you gave up the search." With tears rolling down my face like the lakeshore stream, I dropped to my knees. I didn't know how to keep going without my dog. Then suddenly a loud and violent howl came from one of the Black Spore hills. It was louder than any wolf I've heard howl. It was the Vine Wolf I had been looking for. It ran down the hill and let out a scream at Cyrano and Jason. Cyrano commanded the squirrels to attack Vinyl, and so they did. The Vinyl had other plans and chased them off into the swamp. Jason tried to grab the beast, but Vinyl grabbed his arm and threw him into the swamp as well. Cyrano stood there, shaking in his boots like a baby without his bottle, and said, "Jason, we're leaving. Collect yourself and leave the beast alone. I know when we're not needed." He stormed off with Jason and his wet squirrels, then they left Black Spore. I was relieved to see the Vine Wolf in perfect health, but I was sad that Scooby was nowhere to be found. I motioned to the Vine Wolf to follow me, and it panted like it was a hot summer day. We made our way back to Chase's Incorporated, and Brittle was waiting inside. She saw Vinyl, dropped to her knees, and gave him a hug. She wrote on a piece of paper, then showed it to me, and it read, "Thank you. I'll do whatever I can to repay you." I shook my head and motioned to the door with a smile. She nodded and left my office. Just solving that case for her was payment enough. I couldn't help but feel happy that she got a best friend back, and now I was going to do the same. I took my cold case file with me, then my belongings and anything else that could help me in bringing Scooby back home. I closed up the shop and left a note up on the door that read, "I'm on leave. I will return once things are in order." I knew that if I was going to continue Chase's Incorporated, it wasn't going to be the same without my best friend and partner. So I left in the hopes that I could find him. Alteration. Have you ever had that one day where you felt like anything was possible? Well, for me and my two friends, that day was today. As close as we were, we lived in different parts of the Grove. The first person I ever met in Sacred Grove was Calvin Coldcastle. He lived in Snow Hill and loved the snowball fights that went on. Next, I met Morgan Webfoot. She lived in Maryvale and loved the jump paths spread throughout Sacred Grove. As for me, my name is Hank Highjump, and I live in Seaside. As on the nose as my last name sounds, I do not like jump pads. What I loved the most was going to the beach and relaxing by a bonfire. As simple as it was, I had never felt more at peace. What brought me and my two friends together was our sense of adventure. It was the one thing that we did together whenever we hang out. It's also something that I would never trade for the world. Even if the world was coming to an end, I would cherish every moment we spent together. One day, I discovered an item that I had never seen before, and I wanted to share my discovery with my friends. I gave them a call and asked them to come down to Seaside as soon as they could. It only took a couple of hours, but they were here and ready for adventure. I gave Calvin and Morgan each a high five and said, "Just wait until you guys see what I found. It's going to blow your minds." They were confused, but they were still excited regardless. I took them down to the beach and picked up the rare find I found. Calvin looked at it and asked, "What the heck is that?" Morgan studied it and said, "It looks like one of those blasters from those Western films my dad used to show me." I pointed at the trigger and said, "I tried firing it, but no dice. I think it's broken." Calvin shook his head and said, "What's broken can easily be fixed. I say we head on over to Sunstone Valley for a repair." Morgan looked at him and asked, "Do you know someone who can fix it over there?" He nodded and said, "He's a nice guy. He knows his way around any contraption." I thought for a moment and asked, "I find it hard to believe that you go to the hottest place in Sacred Grove, considering you live in Snow Hill. Why would you travel to that place?" He shrugged and said, "I wanted to get out of my comfort zone. It turns out that it was a phenomenal idea, and I met some nice people there." Morgan smiled and said, "Well, that's good enough for me. Let's go explore." We left Seaside and headed on over to Sunstone Valley to see if we could actually repair this thing. Calvin led us to an old workshop in a cavern. It was abandoned by the looks of it. I tilted my head and asked, "Calvin, are you sure your friend still works here?" He nodded and said, "I'm positive. Just trust me. It was empty when I stopped by a couple of other times, too." Morgan chuckled and said, "Whatever you say, Cal. This is a small cave, but it's not like there's a place to hide." As soon as she said that, a secret door below the workshop opened and out came a dwarf. He looked at us, then at Calvin and said, "Calvin, you brought guests. You should have told me. I would have made snacks." He laughed and said, "I'm sorry for the short notice, but we need your help with something we found." I handed him the blaster and he put on his goggles to inspect it. He gasped and said, "What you found is something of extraordinary power. Let's get to work." We watched as he tinkered with the device. Not only was he fixing the blaster, but he was also creating things to put into the cartridge. When he finally finished, he let out a sigh and said, "I'm going to miss working on you, little fella." He picked up the blaster and handed it to me, then said, "The weapon works properly now. I've also made some changes to the blaster. Now it fires the rounds that I've created." Morgan looked at it and asked, "What do the rounds do?" He shrugged and said, "I wish I could tell you, but that would spoil the fun. Though I'm only joking. I actually have no idea what they do." Calvin laughed and said, "Good one, Nog." He gasped and said, "That reminds me, I never told your friends my name. I go by Nogglecoggloose around these parts, but my friends call me Nog. Any friend of Calvin here is a friend of mine." I smiled and said, "I'm always happy to have more friends in Sacred Grove." Nog nodded and said, "One last thing before you go testing that thing. In case anyone asks you what it's called, I named it the Shuffle Shooter. I don't want you kids getting in any sort of trouble." Morgan nodded and said, "That's good to know, and thank you for helping us out." He smiled and said, "No worries, I'm always happy to help. I'll see you all when I see you." We left the workshop and Calvin said, "I told you to, he's a super nice guy." I chuckled and said, he's like a lot of people in Sacred Grove, but he's a genius compared to anyone else." Morgan looked at the Shuffle Shooter and asked, "Well, if we're going to test it, where should we start?" I looked at the purple round and said, "Let's head over to Snow Hill. Calvin did lead us to the guy who fixed this thing." He smiled and said, "I like that idea. Just wait until you guys meet the penguins. They're the nicest little guys around." Morgan giggled and whispered to me and said, "He says that about everything and everyone." I laughed and said, "Most people from Snow Hill like to believe that, but it's not always true." We made our way to Snow Hill, and when we finally arrived, we saw the biggest snowball fight going down. Calvin cheered and said, "Man, this is one intense battle. I might just have to stay and watch." Morgan cleared her throat and asked, "Cal, aren't you forgetting something?" He turned to her and said, "Oh, right, the Western Blaster." I laughed and said, "It's called the Shuffle Shooter. Nog named it himself." Calvin walked over to the penguin and said, "Look how nice they are. I wish I could have one as a pet." Morgan chuckled and asked, Do you even know how to take care of a penguin? He shook his head and said, That's why I want one as a pet. I've got to learn somehow. Without warning, I aimed the shooter at both of the penguins with the purple round and fired. Both of their heads shrunk in an instant, and I was shocked. Calvin stared at me and said, Hank, are you crazy? Those penguins were not ready for that. They were waddling around in confusion. While I felt bad, we finally knew what the purple round was capable of. Morgan laughed and said, Cal, you could just take one of those home with you. He shook his head and said, Unfortunately, penguins aren't allowed as pets. The pet trainer believes they should be free to slide on their bellies and eat fish. I chuckled and asked, Is that really what they do all day? He shrugged and said, It's what I see them do all day, but who knows, maybe they fight crime in their free time. Morgan smirked and asked, So, where to next? I looked at the rounds and saw the blue round and said, Let's head to Maryvale. There's plenty of things to test over there. We left Snow Hill and made our way over to Maryvale. While I would like to go to Seaside try these rounds out, I think Morgan and Calvin appreciate that I'm going to their homes on our adventure. We finally arrived and Morgan pointed to a ferry, then said, Let's test the round out on him. I looked at her and asked, You want to use a round on a person? She nodded and said, Not everyone in Sacred Grove is nice, especially the fairies of Maryvale. I shrugged and aimed the shuffle shooter at the fairy, then shot the round. When the round was released, the fairy disappeared. Calvin gasped and said, I can't believe you just did that. Hank, we're going to jail. I just know it. I shook my head and said, Relax, Cal. I'm sure the fairy is around here somewhere. I walked over to where I shot and saw the fairy, then said, Guys, get over here. You're going to want to see this. They both walked over and Calvin asked, You turned the fairy into a delectable sweet? I shrugged and said, I guess. Now I really put a lot of thought into these rounds. Morgan grabbed the shuffle shooter from me and loaded the red round, then pulled the trigger. I looked at her and asked, Are the fairies that bad? She nodded and said, The worst. They're always on the jump pad when I want to use it. Calvin sighed and said, Well, at least the red round was just another sweet. It could have been a lot worse. I chuckled and said, Well, you're right about that. Now we've only got one last round to test. Morgan thought for a moment and said, Why not test the last round at Briarwood? I heard about a party going on over at Tanglewood Fortress. Calvin nodded, looked at her, and asked, There's a party going on in the most dangerous place in Sacred Grove? She nodded and said, Hey, those Chuggawood guards know how to throw a party. Besides, we'll be there and back before you know it. I laughed and said, Well, you just want to go to a party for once in your Maryvale life. She crossed her arms and said, How dare you accuse me of wanting to have a good time? I'll have you know that I am a woman of science, and I just want to experiment with head shrinking, sweet making, shuffle shooter. I smiled and said, I'm sure you do. Still, we might as well test the last round out. We made our way to Briarwood, and it was quite the trek over. The fact that we had to go through a maze to get to Tanglewood Fort has got to mean this round for the shuffle shooter is important. When we made it to the fort, there was a party going on, but it was more of a gathering by the looks of the whole thing. Morgan looked around and said, This must be it, but we'll be testing the round on humans this time. Calvin looked nervous and said, I hope Nog didn't put something deadly in that round. I loaded the green round to the blaster, aimed the shooter, and said, Here goes nothing. I fired the shot and it hit every person in the vicinity. We walked over to the fort and saw the strangest alteration yet. I chuckled and said, Out of everything I was guessing would happen, I didn't think we'd see trading cards. Calvin smiled and said, I actually like this round, to be honest. Morgan shook her head and said, I was hoping for more sweets, but it's not half bad. I nodded and said, Well, I say we call it a day. Let's head back to Sunstone Valley. To end the day, we stopped by what Calvin calls the Rumble Dome. It was a fighting arena of sorts. Morgan watched the fighters brawl and asked, Cal, why don't we have this back where we live? He shrugged and said, I suppose this is the Wild West. In a weird way, people can do what they want here without having to worry about the Queen's rule. I scoffed and said, So, this is basically illegal. I think we should speak to whoever's in charge and make them get a permit. Morgan looked at me and said, Hank, don't worry about it. It's not our business to get involved in. At least, I think. She had a point, but I was curious to find out who ran the Rumble Dome. A dwarf walked out from the back and I asked, Excuse me, sir, may I have a word with you about the Rumble Dome? He shrugged and asked, What about it? I crossed my arms and said, What you're doing here is illegal. You need a permit to run a place like this. He scoffed and said, Kid, you're not even old enough to know what a permit is. This here's my pride and joy. They don't call me Rumble King Don for nothing. Now get on out of here before I throw you in the dome. I stood my ground and said, I'll tell the queen about this place, then we'll see who's really in charge. He smirked and said, tell you what, if you give me that blaster, I won't have to call on my enforcer to take care of you and your friends. I laughed and said, do your worst, Rumble King. You're not getting my shuffle shooter and we're not leaving anytime soon. He scoffed and went back inside the dome. I went back to my friends and said, I think he's going to shut this place down. I could sense his fear. Calvin laughed and said, I'm sure you could, buddy. I'm sure you could. Morgan yawned and said, it's getting late. We should head home. I nodded and we made our way for the road. We were halfway out of Sunstone Valley when we saw a burly-looking figure in the distance. Calvin looked closely and asked, who could that be? They got closer and revealed themselves and exclaimed, carry on, citizens. They picked me up and threw me against a rock wall. Calvin gasped and asked, Hank, are you okay? I shook my head and said, that really hurt. I think I'm going to stay down for a bit. The figure grabbed Morgan and Calvin and then threw them both to the ground. They crawled over to where I was at and Morgan asked, who is this guy? I shrugged and said, well, Rumble King Don did mention he'd be sending this enforcer after us if I saw the queen. This must be him. He stepped out of the shadows and stood in the light, slowly walking towards us. Calvin shook his head and said, I can't die yet. I haven't even gotten a penguin as a pet. I sighed and said, really, Cal? That's what you're concerned about? A penguin as a pet? We got bigger problems here. Morgan looked at the enforcer and said, guys, if we don't make it out of this alive, I want you to know that I couldn't have asked for better friends to go on adventures with. We both smiled and looked back at the enforcer. With no way out, we accepted our fate and let the enforcer approach us. He was about to enforce when a giant figure stood directly behind the enforcer. Calvin looked up and said, Cactus Jake? What a small world. He lives on the other side of the valley. Morgan hit Cal in the arm and said, it would have been nice to know that you made friends with a cactus. I laughed and said, of all the things I expect to happen, it wasn't that. Cal, you've got a knack for making friends. He smiled and said, well, it is one of my better qualities. Cactus Jake raised his fist and punched the enforcer in the face so hard that it sent him flying across Sunstone Valley. Calvin waved at him and said, thank you, Cactus Jake. He growled at us and continued on his way. I turned to Calvin and asked, I thought you said he was your friend. Calvin nodded and said, he doesn't talk. He communicates in both growling and staring. Morgan burst out laughing and said, I cannot believe we got that lucky. This has to have been the best day ever. I smiled and said, it's one I'm definitely going to remember for years to come. We got up from the ground and left Sunstone Valley. When we finally got to the crossroads, we said our goodbyes and went back to our homes. I went back to Seaside and put the shuffle shooter on my shelf, knowing that I'll always remember the best part of myself. Forged. Every day I continue to strike the anvil. With each strike against it, I feel as though I am what I'm creating. Like my father, I will wield the hammer and man the smithing station until my flames are extinguished. I look at the hammer he gave to me when I was younger, and to me he said, it is not the tool that makes the person. It is the person that makes the tool. As simple as it sounded, it still reminds me that I am human, regardless of the struggles we all go through. As I was about to take a break from smithing, I heard something fall into the porch and into my point of view. I picked it up and tried to figure out what it was. It looked different from what I'm normally used to working with, so I decided to ask around town for some information. I started by asking Callum, a friend of my dad, for some help. I waved and he said, Jax, it's good to see you. I smiled and asked, same to you. It's been far too long since we last visited. How goes the smithing? He shrugged and said, well, it could be better. My Hobgoblin friend here keeps trying to assist, but he got way too close to the anvil. The Hobgoblin sitting in the chair coughed and asked, why are there 12 of you? I laughed and said, to be fair, smithing is dangerous business. Now, on to the reason I'm here. I handed Callum the gear from my porch and he said, what a funny little gizmo. I've never seen it before, but I'm sure it's used for something. I frowned and asked, Do you know anyone who might know what it is? He thought for a moment and said, well, Nervy might know something about it. She specializes in smithing and engineering. I smiled and said, I didn't know she was back in town. I think I'll go and see her. Thanks for the help, Callum. He smiled and said, anytime, Jax. Tell Nervy I said hi. I nodded and took a walk to her house. The last time I saw Nervy was before my father passed away. She left town on a contract in Shroud Glade that was 2 years ago. It made me wonder why she decided to come back after all of this time. I knocked on her door, and when it opened, she didn't look happy to see me. I tilted my head and asked, why the long face, Nervy? It's Jax, your neighbor. Don't you remember me? She nodded and said, I was hoping to be left alone, but since I got back, everyone's been stopping by to see me. I frowned and said, I'm sorry. If you want, I can leave. She shook her head and said, Jax, don't be silly. I haven't seen you in years. Please, come in. I entered her home and looked around for a bit. By the looks of things, her house hasn't changed much. It's still the same, but it's a little more messy than usual. She looked at me, then sighed and said, I'm sorry about the mess. There's been so much on my mind lately that I haven't had the time to organize. I laughed and said, you're fine, Nervy. In our profession, I'd be shocked if we ever had everything neat and perfect in one place to find. As soon as I said that, I heard a noise from one of the back rooms. A golem started swinging from the rafters of Nervy's house, and I stepped back a bit as I was startled. I turned to Nervy and asked, what is that? She smiled and said, that would be Bobo. He's my helpful sting monkey. I tilted my head and said, I've never seen anything like it. I don't remember you having anything like it a couple of years ago. She nodded and said, I built him while I was up at Shroud Glade. I used to have a dwarven assistant Her thoughts trailed off like she didn't want to talk about the past. I didn't want to ask about it either. I pulled the gear out of my pocket and said, so, about the reason I stopped by. While I did want to see you, since it's been a bit, I wanted to know if you knew what this was. I handed her the gear and she said, this is what I used to make Bobo. It's like the motor that makes the golem function. She noticed something inside the gear and pulled out a piece of paper, then she handed it to me. I looked at it and it read, Hey Jax, now I know things might not be easy for you when I'm gone, but I figured you could use some help. Once you learn what the gear does, you'll know what to do. Don't let the forge go out. Love, Dad. I started to tear up as I read the note and put it in my pocket. Nervy put her hand on my shoulder and said, come with me. There's a couple of people we can ask about the gear. You might find what you're looking for. We walked over to a local shop to find a golem that might suit what I needed in an assistant. A guy looking over a blueprint saw us and said, welcome on in. Feel free to browse or ask me for anything you need. I nodded and asked, I'm actually looking to build a golem to help me around the place. Do you have anything here that I could work with? He nodded and said, we do, but you could always invest in what I'm working on. As long as you've got the gear to make a golem, I could finally finish building my bull. He showed me the schematics to his bull. As I read over them, Nervy peeked over my shoulder and said, it looks like there was a problem with your design. If you do manage to construct this, there's a chance the golem could lose control and go berserk over the whole town. He scratched his head and said, you've got a point there. I didn't consider the implications of a bull going crazy since it'd be mechanical and all. She smiled and said, well, I'm glad I caught it. It's good to catch these things early before you finish the build. He sighed and said, I guess I'll rework the design, but I recommend you head to the back room for a different golem design. My wife can assist you in finding what you need. I nodded and said, I appreciate the help, but I hope you're able to build the perfect golem. He smiled and said, I hope so too. We went to the back of the store to find a mechanic tinkering with the old parts. I looked at her and asked, what are you trying to build? She nearly jumped and said, it's rude to sneak up on people like that. If you must know, it's not what I'm trying to build, but what I'm trying to repair. She showed us what looked to be a small golem that almost resembled a person. She looked at it and said, I've been tinkering with this golem for years and haven't found the missing piece to finally repair him. I looked at the golem and saw a slot inside of its chest. I took the gear out of my pocket and handed it to her, then asked, would this do the trick? She took the gear from my hands and observed it, then placed it inside the golem's chest. Like flipping on a light switch, the golem powered on and sprung to life. She smiled and said, after all these years you had the part to get him moving again. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. I looked at the golem and asked, well, I was hoping to find a golem to help out around my shop, but your golem has the part I was going to use to make one. She looked at him and said, why don't you take him off of my hands? You need him more than I do, and I was just happy to see him come to life again. I gasped and said, Are you sure? I don't know if I should, considering the years you've spent repairing it. She nodded and said, I insist. He'll be a great help, I can assure you of that. As she said this, the golem repeatedly walked into one of the shop walls. I sighed and said, I suppose I'll have to take your word for it. I carried the golem out of the shop and thanked the couple on my way out. Nervy looked at me and said, That was really nice of her. I don't know if I could part ways with Bobo like that. I looked at the golem and said, I think she cares more about the people around her than her own personal needs. In any case, it'll be nice to have some help around the place. Nervy nodded and stayed silent for most of our walk back. I cleared my throat and asked, So, I didn't want to ask earlier, but back at your house, you mentioned having a dwarven assistant. What happened to him? She sighed and said, His name was Baron. He was an apprentice at Shrouded Glade, and at the time, I thought he was a good friend. She was breathing heavy, then paced back and forth looking for an excuse not to say anything else. She looked at me and said, There was another apprentice by the name of Ree, and one day they were doing his final exam. Baron cast a spell that I helped him create on Ree during the exam. The spell he casted set Ree on fire, and Ree didn't survive. Baron was expelled from the academy, and that's when I made the choice to leave the academy as well. I sat on my porch and said, I'm sorry you went through that. It sounds like that dwarf was corrupt in all the worst ways, but you made the right choice to leave. She sat next to me and said, It took me a long while to come back here because I wanted to explore Sacred Grove. I needed to take my mind off of things. I smiled and said, Well, I'm glad you're back, Nervy. It wasn't the same without you here. She smiled and said, That means a lot, Jax. I'm happy to be back here. I hope that golem works out for you. I turned to see the golem walking into the door of the house and said, Oh, for crying out loud. She laughed and said, I'll see you around, Jax. She went home and I was left with my silly little golem. He reminded me of my dad in the way he'd stumble around aimlessly looking for something to work on. I know that the golem and I are going to make a great team no matter what obstacle lies in our path. Trauma. I woke up from my nap that I desperately needed. I didn't want to get up, but I knew I had to. I grabbed my gear and set out for Sanctuary Med. I knew the risks of being out in the field and I didn't care. I had a job to do and I put my life on the line to do it. I opened the doors to Med and saw Naya talking with Tara. I cleared my throat and said, Are we slacking on the job? You're supposed to be a good influence on her, Tara. Tara scoffed and said, Relax, Garrison. We both just got back from separate jobs and are on call. I crossed my arms and said, All right, I'll bite. Prove it. Tara whistled and the spotted dog came running from one of the hallways. I found this little guy trapped in one of the briarwood vines. I managed to get him out safely and brought him back here. He could be our medical dog, if you approve. I shrugged and said, I've got to clear with Valerian first, but I'm glad he got him out of there, safe and sound. I turned to Naya and asked, What did you do out in the field? She pulled out a metal case and showed me medical supplies. I tilted my head and said, Yeah, I'm not following. She rolled her eyes and said, I went out into the field and got some medical supplies from Medic Jacob. I looked at the supplies and said, Good work. We've been running low on supplies ever since that invasion a year ago. Tara looked at me and asked, What have you been up to out in the field? I chuckled and said, I'll admit I was napping before I got here. Naya laughed and said, I told you, Tara, our leader here was slacking off. I shook my head and said, There's a difference between slacking off and getting some much-needed rest. Tara shrugged and said, Well, lucky for you, we saved the toughest jobs for you, Gold. She handed me a message from one of the local field medics. I put on my jacket and said, This sounds pretty bad. I'll meet up with him to gather intel on the whole situation. I called for my Raven and we set out to the streets of Sanctuary. As usual, the streets were busy and packed with citizens from all over Sacred Grove. It took me a few minutes, but I finally found Eric Castor. He smiled and said, Garrison Gold, it's been far too long since you and I were out in the field. I chuckled and said, Oh, don't I know it. Speaking of, I got your message. Sounds like you got quite the job in your hands. He nodded and said, We've got a bit of a walk ahead of us, but I'll explain on the way. We started heading northeast towards Sunstone Valley, and I asked, We're going all the way over there? Eric shook his head and said, We're going to the entrance of Sunstone Valley. There's a couple of new recruits who wanted to be medics, and unfortunately, I got word they found themselves in a bit of a bind. I looked at him and asked, "How bad is it?" He sighed and said, "I sent them out on a simple field operation to find a Robgoblin who got injured near the entrance. I got word that a bandit found the Robgoblin first and is giving the recruits trouble." I shook my head and said, "Recruits have to be prepared for anything in the field, but it's nothing we can't handle." He nodded and said, "I agree. We're almost there. Let's show those recruits how it's done." When we arrived, the recruits were in trouble. They looked stunned, as though they were unable to fight and unwilling to do their job. Eric saw the recruits and exclaimed, "Glenn, Cass, snap out of it." Still stunned, Cass heard him and managed to get a hold of herself. I noticed that she became self-aware and asked, "Are you two hurt?" She shook her head and said, "I think we're okay, but we can't handle this alone." Eric looked around and asked, "Where's the Robgoblin?" She pointed over to a rock near the entrance of Sunstone Valley. I looked over and said, "I'll help the Robgoblin and you take care of the bandit." Eric nodded and ran over to assist the recruits. Glenn finally snapped back to reality and charged at the bandit. Eric tried to stop him, but before he could, the bandit sent Glenn flying. I quickly made my way over to the Robgoblin in the hopes that I wasn't too late to save him. I found the Robgoblin unconscious, and to make sure he didn't get injured on the way back, I injected him with anesthesia. I sent the Robgoblin against a tree and went back to see if Eric needed help. From the looks of it, it seemed like he needed help, and I wasn't about to let my old partner down when he needed me most. I flew in to assist, and I heard him exclaim, "Gold, take him out now!" Irvin and I flew in, then knocked the bandit onto his back. Eric used a surgical weapon and delivered the final blow to the bandit in one fell swoop. I landed on the ground and said, "That's how it's done, recruits." Eric laughed and said, "I couldn't have said it better myself, although Glenn did get hurt pretty bad. We should probably head back to Sanctuary Med." I nodded and grabbed the Robgoblin from the tree. Eric grabbed Glenn and we all made our way back. We brought them back to the care facility and I said, "Whoa, I didn't think he'd be that bad." I looked at her and Tara, then said, "I can't believe you said that I was slacking." Eric called some local medics and nurses over to help treat the Robgoblin and Glenn, then said, "They're getting the proper medical care now. Hopefully we don't have another situation like that again." I shrugged and said, "Just in case, we should probably pair experienced medics or anyone willing to help with new recruits. It can't hurt to provide them with the proper backup." He nodded and said, "In any case, I'm glad we got everyone out of there safe and sound." I smiled, then sat down to appreciate the team I could always count on. Ancestry. Snow Hill felt a lot colder today. Usually it was chilly here and there, but today it was definitely freezing. I could feel the frostbite at my fingertips and I couldn't wait to get into the quarry. When I entered, I saw the crew was already hard at work and said, "Well, by the looks of you lot, it seems you prefer the ground beneath our feet to the snowstorm outside." The crew began singing a tune to mine along to, and it was the one I was very familiar with. My second in command approached me and said, "Buren, it's good to see you in the mines today. I assume you'll be taking the lead today down the mine shaft, unless I'm wrong." I laughed and said, "You'd be wrong, Wells. I have to discuss some important business with a friend of mine upstairs. Today I need you to lead the expedition." He gasped and said, "You really want me to lead? I won't let you down, Chief. You have my word." I smiled and said, "I believe you won't, unless I would ask that you take our newest hire, Spruce Wainhammer, along for the ride." He sighed and said, "Of course, and here I thought you were giving me free reign over the mine shaft. Also, babysitting wasn't in the contract, sir." I shook my head and said, "On the contrary, it's important that we give our entire crew the chance to prove themselves, no matter who they are." He nodded and said, "All right, I'll show them the ropes." I smiled and said, "Good, I'll still be keeping an eye on things from up top, so don't let me down today." He nodded and took the crew on the expedition. I went upstairs to the office where I could watch over the crew and get to work on my foreman duties. Today was even more important, as I wanted to discuss business with the Sacred Grove historian. I opened the door to see my old friend reading one of the books I had on my shelf. He looked up at me, then at the viewing window and said, "That's quite the view you've got there, Buren." I shrugged and said, "It's not really about the view, Edwin. It's about the work that gets done outside of it." He nodded and said, "Well, at least you know the value of your own crew. There's a lot to be learned from the work that's done in these mines." I nodded and said, "You wouldn't believe it, but I trust these men with my life. I wouldn't trust anyone outside of here with something so fragile." He continued to read and asked, "So, what is it you wanted to discuss with me?" I cleared my throat and asked, "Do you remember the events that occurred last year?" He nodded and said, "Of course I do. I wrote down everything that happened while I was trapped in my home." I looked at him and asked, "Trapped?" He laughed and said, "Well, it wasn't the most pleasant experience. I could see everything that happened from outside of my window. What I saw wasn't something I had ever seen before." I crossed my arms and asked, Could you elaborate?" He pulled out a journal with the title Energies inscribed on it. He cleared his throat and then read from a page and said, "What I saw outside of my home has only been known about through the memorial caverns. It was all myth until I saw Gloam energy come to life. While we know Gleam, the energy that powers our warp stones, to be real, I've never seen Gloam in Sacred Grove." I was stunned by what he said to me. I sat down and asked, "So the Gloam comes to life. How?" He shrugged and said, "Besides what I saw, I couldn't really say. If you know something I don't, it's best you let me know now." I sighed and said, "I went down to Sanctuary recently and heard some of the residents talking about it last year. One of them said a dwarf was behind all of it." He looked up from his book and said, "That doesn't seem right. No one in Sacred Grove can harness that energy, let alone a dwarf." I shook my head and sighed. I stood up and walked over to the window, then said, "This is what I wanted to discuss. I don't think it matters if it's possible or not. But the fact that everyone thinks a dwarf caused all of that is concerning." He shrugged and said, "Why would it matter? One person doesn't define us as what he did, even if it was true." I sighed and said, "I'm worried, Edwin. I'm worried that all we've built here is going to fall apart because of some rumor that may or may not be true." He took off his glasses and said, "Look, I get it. We've struggled to get where we are, and you're scared we're going to get treated differently because of some crazed lunatic who happens to be a dwarf." I shook my head and said, "It's not just that. We've never had it easy, and I just don't want to see my crew lose faith in their craft. Every day they sacrifice their lives down here, and to see it all go to waste one day because of some rumor would be detrimental to all of us, not just to our race." As I said that, I could hear something from the mines. I looked down and saw Wells hollering as loud as he could. He pointed to the mine and exclaimed, "Chief, we hit the mother lode!" I could hear the cheering from the viewing room. Been far too long since we had seen that many crystals, and seeing the look on their faces made me proud. Edwin got up from his seat and said, "Look, Buren, I don't think you'll have anything to worry about. No matter what your crew or our race goes through, we'll get through it, together." I smiled and said, "You're right. I think I got worried over nothing. Whatever that dwarf was capable of in the past, doesn't matter now." In that moment, I could hear the crew singing a tune so loud, it made the crystals in the mine shine so bright. Whatever was next for us, I knew it was going to be a bright future for every dwarf. Presage. After leaving Sanctuary, I was shaken by what Valerian had told and shown me. I knew what that thing was capable of. From what Bryce told me to what I witnessed, I couldn't let her have that sort of power. It's a huge risk no matter what her intentions are. I made my way back from Glimmerdeep to Silver Hills and arrived at the city. I had a plan to reveal what Valerian had in their possession to the three princes. In any case, they could report Valerian to the king, and this whole matter will be resolved before anything bad happens. I remember Bryce telling me how much he wanted to find his friends and save Sacred Grove. For all of that to go to waste because of some power-hungry queen and her all-powerful shard makes me sick to my stomach. It's not something I'm going to stand for, and I sure hope the princes won't either. I arrived in the capital city just before sundown. When I walked towards the palace, I was approached by a young woman I hadn't seen in a while. I cleared my throat and asked, "Ryzil, what are you doing here?" She smiled and said, "I can ask you the same thing, Chugsy. I thought you were exiled from Silver Hills." I shook my head and said, "Well, it's a long story, but the short part of it is that I'm an ambassador for Silver Hills." She smiled and said, "Well, that's impressive. As for me, I'm here because of my father." I gulped and asked, "The king is here? Why is he here?" She shrugged and said, "My guess is he heard that the crystal barrier that was blocking Silver Hills got taken down and he wanted to take over. I wouldn't want my brothers to be in charge of something so important." I sighed and said, "Well, I guess I'll be speaking with your father about this important matter." She tilted her head and asked, "How important is it? Is it more important than a night on the town with me?" I glared at her and said, Yeah, it is. A friend of mine runs a fruitcake shop down the street. Check it out if you're not doing anything. Before she could say another word, I made my way to the palace. When I stepped inside, I saw an empty throne instead of the 3 thrones I was used to seeing all the time. I looked at it and said, I will say this throne is a lot more scarier than the ones the princes exiled me on. Then suddenly I heard a voice from a corridor and he said, Chagos Itak Railari. I've heard great things about you from my sons. They told me how you managed to save Silver Hills by casting a dome over the city. I nodded and said, Yeah, that was me. I will say I am surprised to see you here, King Luthias. He turned to me and asked, Why is that? I gulped and said, Well, it's been a decade since I last saw you, and I didn't expect to see you make a return. He sat down in his throne and said, I spent the last 10 years looking for a way to take down that barrier, but it seems like someone already brought it down. I nodded and said, That's actually what I came here to talk to you about. He leaned forward in his throne and said, Go on, I'm listening. I explained what happened while he was away and who came to Silver Hills during that time. He smiled and said, So, this Gloam invasion. The reason why the barrier was taken down? Interesting. If there's anything else, you may continue. I nodded and said, I just got back from Sacred Grove and Valerian told me she was the one who took down the barrier. He gasped and asked, How? I picked up a rock from the floor and said, She has this powerful artifact called the Gleamstone, but it worries me. There was a stone similar to it and it was destroyed at the end of the invasion. He frowned and said, Hand me that rock you're holding. I gave it to him and he said, Sacred Grove is the reason we've been trapped here for so long. It's also why so many of our people have been stuck there as well. That queen and her stone may have released us from our prison, but it's only a matter of time before we're locked away again. I sighed and said, Something needs to be done, my king. He nodded and said, Oh, I couldn't agree more. He crushed the rock in his hand and said, With the barrier down, we'll make sure no one threatens our people ever again. I smiled and said, You mean we'll get rid of the stone? He shook his head and said, We'll do more than that. We'll take Sacred Grove and make it ours, no matter the cost. I'll show Valerian the price of power, even if it means taking everything from her. If that stone puts us in danger, then this means war for every realm. The Realm War by Kyle Freems. Prologue. The tale of every legend begins with a single act. Before the Realm Keepers, Sacred Grove had 2 of its very own heroes. They were like any ordinary citizen in Sacred Grove, but when it came to helping Queen Valerian, they might as well have been celebrities. The first hero strived to be great at everything he did and wanted to become stronger on his journey. The second hero was very secretive and preferred to work alone. Fate, however, had very different plans for both of these heroes. One day in the dark forest of Briarwood, the first hero set out on a mission to rescue Valerian's baby cousin. The second hero was on the same mission and ran into the first. This sparked their alliance and led them going on countless other missions for Queen Valerian. Years had passed since then, and with the Gloam invasion finally over, it seemed like fate had new plans in store for the 2 heroes. What those plans were, however, was not for fate to reveal, but for them to figure out together. Chapter 1: The Brawler. I was lost. I looked around for a light if there was a source nearby. Instead, everywhere I turned, all I could see was darkness. I walked forward in the hopes I could find a way out. When I took my first step, the ground beneath me shined with light, and then I could see the way forward. I saw a corridor where I could see both light and darkness, like they had found balance. I tried to get close to the walls to see if I could find out where I was, but when I got close, the walls darkened. It's like someone didn't want me to look for answers. I continued down the corridor and saw more darkness than light. I couldn't tell where it led, but I was willing to push forward. When I stepped into the dark, I was lost again, with no light to guide my way. I got on both of my knees and whispered, "Give me strength." That's when I heard something open. I looked up and saw a door covered in tree branches. I hesitated for a moment, not knowing what was on the other side of the door. I was being led somewhere, with very little direction, but with enough to warrant an investigation. I had questions, and beyond this door could be the answers I was looking for. I walked through the door and saw a shadowy figure sitting on a throne. He stared me down with a gaze I couldn't escape. I couldn't figure out who it was, but I could tell he knew me. Before I could take another step, he held out his hand and summoned dark shadow creatures to hold me in place. I was about to say something, but before I could, he exclaimed, "Kensington!" And then all of a sudden, I woke up. It was all a dream that I thought was real. I laid in my bed thinking about what it all meant, but like all dreams, it was probably nothing. I stared at the ceiling of my apartment and wondered why I dreamt about all of those things. Light and dark, a door covered in tree branches, and a shadowy figure sitting on a throne. I knew I'd figure it all out eventually, like I always do. I heard a bark come from the kitchen and knew that it was time to get up. I walked over and saw Loki II waiting for his food. I patted him on the head and said, "You've got to learn to stop begging, boy. Even Loki I knew better than that. But if it's food you want, it's food you'll get." I filled his bowl up with the usual food I picked up in town and threw in a bone to keep him busy. Looking at him made me miss Loki I, with the way he was scarfing down his food. I never got the chance to say goodbye to him, and I wish things had turned out differently. When the guards in Sanctuary started handing out new tech called Gleam OS, we got an announcement on the device immediately. From Valerian, she said we had all been sleeping for 8 years and had aged in the process. It explained very little and too much at the same time. When I was 12, I was trying to be a hero. I saved both Valerian and the Grove twice, but after that, I didn't know who I was supposed to be. I spent 3 years trying to find out who I was, and I distanced myself from everyone in the Grove, including Maya. Then, of course, I fell asleep for 8 years, according to Valerian. Even now, I don't really know myself, and I'm a 23-year-old adult. I feel like I've missed so much of my life, and now, more than ever, I need to find out who I really am. Just when I was about to make some food for myself, my Gleam OS started ringing. I picked it up, answered the call, and asked, "Hello? Who am I speaking to?" A voice on the other end said, "This is the Royal Pixie Guard. Valerian has requested to speak with you immediately." I sighed and said, "We haven't spoken in years. I'm sure she can find someone else to help her out." He sighed and said, "There is no one else. She asked for you specifically, so don't let her down." He hung up and I was confused. I sat down in my bed and wondered what Valerian could want from me. I still remember that night when Valerian wanted to have dinner with me. As confident as I was, I never showed up for the date, and instead I went home. I was never ready for this kind of life, and I realized I was just thrown into it. In the back of my mind, I think I felt burnt out and stressed out, but what I did that night was for the best. I sighed and put on my jacket, looked at Loki II, and said, "Be a good boy while I'm gone, but also remember to water the plants." He tilted his head at me and barked like I was a crazy person. Luckily for me, I lived in Sanctuary and it was just a walk uphill to see Valerian. It made me wonder why she didn't knock on my apartment door, but I always assumed she was busy being queen and all. When I arrived at the Royal Palace, I stood there and looked up at the World Tree. It's been years since I was last here, and I didn't think I'd be coming back. And yet, here I am, wondering if I should be here. As I was about to knock on the door, I hesitated and froze. I wasn't sure if I was ready to get back into the field again, but I've been keeping to myself for far too long. Before I could knock, the door was opened by one of the guards. He smiled and said, "Queen Valerian awaits you in the Royal Auditorium, Mr. Kensington." I nodded and said, "I appreciate it, but wish me luck." He didn't say a word, but hopefully I didn't need any luck for whatever Valerian needed from me. I walked into the Royal Hall and it still looked like the place I grew up in. I was about to reminisce when I saw Valerian waiting for me at the door. She frowned and said, "You really kept this girl waiting. I hope you have a good excuse." I shrugged and asked, "Well, I was asleep for 8 years. Maybe you could cut me some slack?" She smiled and said, "Fair enough, but you still owe me an explanation for those 3 years you avoided me." I nodded and said, "Yeah, I suppose I owe you that much. I also owe you a conversation, according to your royal guards." She nodded and said, "Follow me, Dame Kensington." I followed her to a very large room. still unsure of what she needed from me. I looked around the place and something felt odd about it. I looked at Valerian and asked, "Why does this room look familiar?" She smiled and said, "This is the Royal Auditorium. It's where you spent most of your time when you were younger." I turned to her and asked, "I don't recall ever being here. Is there something you know that I don't?" She nodded and said, "When you were a boy, my mother, Iyani, brought you to this theater. You had a look on your face that I will never forget. Like you had witnessed the worst moment of your life and you could do nothing about it." I tried to remember what I saw, but I couldn't. I looked at her and said, "The only thing I remember from that time is being in my uncle's bakery. It wasn't really my thing, but he took care of me." She smiled and said, "That's right. My mother called your uncle to make sure you weren't alone, but you just sat in this room until he arrived." I sat down, wondering what I could have seen at such a young age. I sighed and said, "It's probably for the best that I don't try to remember what happened." She nodded and said, "Still, she never told me why you were brought here, but I'm glad you were." We both blushed, knowing that fate had brought us together. She took a seat on the stage and asked, "So, where did you run off to before your little nap?" I chuckled and leaned against the wall and said, "Honestly, as cliche as it sounds, I was trying to find myself. I felt lost after everything that happened, and I wanted to go on a journey of self-discovery." She looked at me and said, "You really did have a good reason for bailing on our date. I'm guessing that journey was cut short when you fell asleep." I nodded and said, "Yeah, it was. Now I feel like I'm starting my journey all over again. It might have been for the best, considering I'm here per your request." She smiled and said, "Of course, back to business as usual. As you're aware, we were all asleep for 8 years due to—" She trailed off, like she didn't want to mention the reason for our slumber. She sighed and said, "Anyway, I need your help with a delicate situation, along with your partner that you used to work with." I shook my head and said, "I haven't seen or talked to Maya in years. I'm sure I can handle whatever you need done on my own." She shook her head and said, "We need her help, but more importantly, you can't do this mission alone." For my journey of self-discovery, I wasn't exactly thrilled about working with Maya again, but I didn't really have a choice in the matter. When we did team up, she never seemed thrilled about it either, even when I was. I looked up Valerian and asked, "So what's this delicate situation you need help with?" She shook her head and said, "Get in contact with Maya first and find her. Then we can discuss the mission. I can't have you disappearing on me again." I rolled my eyes and said, "Oh, I'm on it, Your Highness." I left the royal palace in the hopes that I'd find Maya wherever she was hiding and finally get back to business as usual. Chapter 2: The Ninja. I'm alone again. I only had so much time with Morningstar after the slumber. At least that's what everyone in Sacred Grove is calling it. Personally, it sounds like an excuse for something that could have been avoided, but I wasn't there. So, I don't know what could have been done differently to prevent it. I made my way to Blackspore to bury her. Unfortunately, 8 years of being asleep took away any time that I had left with her. I wasn't really sure if I wanted to get a new cat, considering another slumber could have happened at any moment. In any case, Blackspore was the best place to bury those who have moved on to the next life. Morningstar loved Blackspore as well, even more than any location in the Grove. As I approached the graveyard, I got a call on my Gleam OS. I answered the call and asked, "Hey, who's this?" I listened for a reply and the voice said, "Maya, it's Dane. We need to talk." At first, I was shocked to hear Dane's voice again, but I was also relieved. I cleared my throat and said, "Dane, we haven't talked in years. Besides that, I'm really busy at the moment." He sighed and said, "It's really important. Can't we just be busy together, for old time's sake?" He sounded like he needed me, which made total sense. I shrugged and said, "Fine, you can join me. I'm in Blackspore if you're serious about talking." I heard him breathe a sigh of relief and he said, "I'll head down as soon as I can. It looks like we're getting the band back together." Before I could say anything, he ended the call. It's typical of Dane to end things abruptly, like our partnership, but maybe he's changed as a person. I sat down next to Morningstar's grave and waited around for Dane to show up. I'll never admit it to him, but I'm scared to be alone. It's why I came to Blackspore for Morningstar, as she was all I had left. I rested my head on my knees and closed my eyes. I heard footsteps approaching, then I looked up and saw Dane standing next to me. He looked down at Morningstar's grave, then sighed and said, "It's never easy, losing the ones we love." I closed my eyes again and said, "No, it's not." He sat down next to me and said, "Sometimes it's easier to move on and walk a different path. I'm not saying you should fill the void with another pet, but you should hone in on something new." I looked at him and said, "I would never replace Morningstar, let alone put my focus into something that would make me forget about her." He stood up and said, "When I lost Loki the First, after I woke up, I didn't know what to do. So I took a journey around the grove to see what had changed. I learned a lot and realized I had to move on with everyone around me." I looked up at him and asked, "So after all that, what pushed you to keep going?" He sighed and said, "I wanted to find myself, and because of all that time being asleep, I never got the chance. I remember getting a new dog and naming him Loki the Second, just as a reminder that I'm still here and I have a purpose in the grove." I've never heard him speak like that. Even when we were in danger, he would always try to make light of the situation. I was silent for a moment, then I smiled and said, "You've grown up, Dane. I'm glad you're still here." He smiled and said, "I'd never leave your side, Maya. Besides, we've got a new quest from the Queen herself." I stood up and asked, "How did you get roped back into her service?" He shook his head and said, "It's more like, how did we get roped into her service? But I'll explain on the way back to Sanctuary." I rolled my eyes and realized in some way the old Dane was still in there. We started to leave Blackspore, but before I could take another step out of the swamp, I turned back to look at Morningstar's grave. Dane looked at me and asked, "Are you going to be okay?" I sighed and said, "I don't really know, but I do know that she's in a better place. Better than Sacred Grove, at least." He seemed confused, but I knew he understood. I want to make Sacred Grove a realm worth living in, one that's free of death and destruction. If it meant setting out on another journey with Dane, then so be it. Chapter 3, Return. We arrived in Sanctuary after a short while. It didn't take much to convince Maya to join me, even though she was still hurting. A part of me wanted to do this alone, the other part of me was glad that Maya was by my side again. Either way, we were stuck with each other, with no way around it. We entered the royal palace to meet with Valerian and to see what mission she had for us. Before we could even speak with her, she was talking with one of the pixie guards. I could hear the guard whisper to Valerian, and she said, "No sign of the amulet, my queen, but we'll keep searching." Valerian nodded and said, "Don't give up until it's found. We need that relic." The pixie guard quickly left the room, and we approached Valerian while she sat on her throne. She looked pleased to see us return. I turned back to look at the pixie and asked, "What was all that about?" Valerian tilted her head and said, "That is not your concern, at least for now." Maya frowned and said, "I'm tired of the secrets of Sacred Grove. We deserve to know what's going on after everything that's happened." Valerian got off of her throne and said, "No, you don't. What goes on in the royal palace is on a need-to-know basis, and you do not need to know." I leaned against a pillar and asked, "Do we get to know about the delicate situation that we discussed?" Valerian looked towards me, then smiled and said, "That much I can tell you." She sat back down on her throne and said, "I'm glad you're both here. As I said before, this mission will require the two of you." I nodded and said, "Well, two is better than one, as I've always said." Maya looked at me and said, "In all of our adventures, I've never heard you say that." I grinned and said, "I've at least implied it." Valerian rolled her eyes and said, "Anyways, back to the situation at hand. There's a site in Black Forest that I need you two to investigate." I looked at her and asked, "Black Forest? Isn't that an off-limits area?" Valerian shook her head and said, "You've missed quite a lot, Dane. We've taken down barriers that prevented communication and opened new ways to connect with one another." Maya turned towards me and asked, I've never heard of Black Forest. What do you know about it? I thought for a moment and said, not much. I do know that out of every other region, it's the most difficult to traverse. Valerian nodded and said, that is true. So I'll be offering to you two an alternative method of travel. Valerian led us to a room down below the palace. When we arrived, I looked around and saw 4 portals, which were all very different from each other. I turned to Valerian and asked, I take it one of these portals leads to Black Forest, but where would the other 3 take us to? Valerian flew up to the portals and said, this one leads straight to Lavender Coast. It's a volcanic sea filled to the brim with pirates. Maya looked at the shiny portal and asked, what about this one? Valerian turned to her and said, Glimmer Deep, home of the Robgoblins. Unless you want to smell like sewage, I'd recommend staying as far away as possible. The last portal caught my eye, like I had seen the place before. Before I could ask about it, Valerian flew in front of it and said, that city might be a bit too much for you, Dane. I glared at her and said, maybe I'd like to visit. You don't know me that well. She smiled and said, I beg to differ. I know more about you than you think. I scoffed and said, I doubt that, but you must know the name of that city. Maya looked at the portal and said, Silver Hills. I looked at her and asked, how do you know that? She shrugged and said, when I was little, my parents told me stories about the city. I thought for a moment and asked, did they mention anything that was worth sharing? She shook her head and said, I thought they were just stories, but I didn't believe it was a real place. Valerian cleared her throat and said, if you two are finished discussing the portal, we have business to attend to. She directed us to the Black Forest portal and said, this will get you pretty close to the site that I need you two to investigate. I looked at the portal and asked, so do I Before I could say another word, Maya pushed me into the portal and followed him behind me. I fell flat on my face and said, Maya, that wasn't very nice. I could have died. She laughed and said, oh, relax. I was only trying to help. I frowned at her, then got up and looked around the area. I scratched my head, then shrugged and said, well, it's not seaside, but it's got some charm to it. She flew over and said, it sure does, but we're on a mission, not a world tour. I nodded and said, you're right. Let's hope we find something out here. We walked through the forest looking for anything out of the ordinary, but everything really blurred together. She turned to me and asked, what were you up to after we last teamed up? I shrugged and said, not as much as you think. I spent most of the time cooped up in my apartment. I felt lost and I was trying to find myself, but I never did. She shook her head and said, that doesn't even sound like you. I can't even imagine what that must have felt like. I looked down at the ground and said, I'm still feeling like that, but I think I'll find my way eventually. She smiled and flew ahead of me. I stopped walking for a moment and asked, Maya, can I ask you about something? She stopped as well and said, I suppose. I paused to collect my thoughts and I brushed it off when we first met, but did you ever find your family? She sighed and said, no, I didn't. To be honest, I never went looking for them. I just assumed they were gone. I sighed and said, they can't be gone, you know. When our work here is done, I'll help you find them. She tilted her head and said, really? You don't need to do that, Dane. I'll be all right on my own. I shook my head and said, I insist. It's the least I can do after I asked you to team up again. She smiled and nodded. Then we continued on with the mission. After walking for a while, we finally reached the site. I looked around for a sign of anything unusual and said, well, that's odd. She flew up to me and asked, odd? I nodded and said, yeah, I don't know how to describe it, but the whole site is so quiet that you can hear everything that happened here. She listened for what I was hearing and said, I don't hear anything, but I think I can feel the pain and agony of the site. I turned to her and said, that's interesting. Seems like we have some sort of connection to the site. That might be why Valerian wanted us to come here. She shrugged and said, let's head down there and see what happened for ourselves. We'll probably find out more. I slid down the cliff and started heading closer to the site. She flew up right next to me and asked, all right, what do you hear? I listened for a moment and said, it's hard to make out, but it sounds like a massive battle took place here. She felt the ground and said, anyone that fought in the battle didn't survive, Dane. I sighed and said, it definitely looks that way, but let's see what else we can find. I surveyed the area and said, okay, let's split up and search the site. If either of us finds something, we'll have to shout. She nodded and said, okay, that sounds good. I'll let you know what I find. As soon as she flew off, I walked towards another cliff that looked ominous. I looked at the site nearby and saw what seemed like remains from the battle. Before I could give Maya a shout, she exclaimed, Dane, you're gonna want to see this. I laughed to myself, considering I was about to say the same thing. I walked over to where Maya was and asked, all right, what did you find? She showed me two skeletons lying across from one another in a decimated forest. She sighed and said, it looks like they took each other out. I looked at the area around them and said, they also tore apart the forest in the process, but I'm sure they both had a good reason for doing so. She nodded and asked, did you find anything like this? I nodded and said, I'm pretty sure I found out why these two were fighting in the first place. I walked back over to the battlefield and Maya flew behind me. I showed her the area and she said, this is definitely what Valerian wanted us to find. I shrugged and said, she didn't really specify what we're supposed to be looking for, but I'm sure we'll know it when we see it. We searched the area and saw nothing but destruction in our path. She flew slowly and asked, what could cause this much damage? I thought for a moment and said, whatever caused this is probably what Valerian wants us to find. We found the center of the site and saw two skeletons laying apart from each other. She looked at one of them and said, killed by her own arrow. Whatever they were dealing with didn't hold back. I looked at the other one and said, there's barely anything left of this guy. He suffered more than anyone else we've come across. She turned to me and asked, how do you know that? I shrugged and said, I can't explain it, but just by being next to him, I can hear his heart when it used to beat. He had feelings for her. She sat next to the skeleton and said, I can feel his pain. He lost everything and everyone, but he still kept on fighting until the very end. I sighed and said, I can't imagine what that must have been like. He went through more than we did. She turned to look across the cliff and said, they all went through more than we did. Once we get back to the grove, I want to know what happened here, straight from Valerian. I nodded and said, I agree, but we still haven't found what we're looking for. She sighed, looked around and said, well, there isn't much left to find, Dane. Even if we did find something, I'm pretty sure the site would be enough for Valerian. Right as she said that, something bright caught my eye. I walked over to an object in the grass and said, I think I found what Valerian wanted us to find. She flew over and asked, what is it? I looked at it and said, a shard, devoid of color. Though the shard had no energy, I could still sense a lingering essence within itself. I picked up the shard and said, all right, let's get out of here. She looked at me and asked, well, it's about time. Do you want me to hold on to the shard so you don't lose it? I laughed and shook my head and said, trust me, Maya, I'm a lot more careful with this stuff than I was years ago. She laughed and said, okay, I trust you. So we made our way back to the portal. On the way, she looked at me and asked, Dane, do you mind if I ask you something? I smiled and said, sure, I guess it's only fair that you ask me a question since I asked you one as well. She sighed and said, you asked me about my family, but you've never even talked about yours. I shrugged and said, well, you'd never asked, but there's not much to say about them. She tilted her head and asked, what can you tell me about your family? I sighed and said, I don't remember anything about them. Valerian said I was brought to the royal palace and then my uncle took me in as his own. He's the only family I've ever had. She frowned and said, so I remember my family, but they're gone. and you don't remember your family, but you still have someone. I sighed and said, I suppose, but I wish I could remember. My uncle and I have never really seen eye to eye, but he was there for me when no one else was. She smiled and said, I'm glad you had someone, Dane. I just wish I could say the same. I shook my head and said, as long as we're paired up together doing missions, you've got me by your side. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. She blushed and said, that's good to know. We finally made it to the portal, and before we stepped in, I looked back towards the field and said, whatever happened here cannot happen in Sacred Grove. She nodded and said, I agree. Let's make sure it doesn't. We jumped back through the portal, and Valerian was waiting right next to the stairs. She flew over to me and asked, did you find it? I nodded and said, first things first, we deserve an explanation. Maya flew up to Valerian and asked, what happened in there? Valerian sighed and said, that is not your concern. Hand over the artifact. I stepped back and said, I'm not handing you anything until you... She cut me off and exclaimed, hand over the artifact. I quickly gave her what I found, and she asked, what did you do to it? Maya shook her head and said, we didn't do anything. Valerian cut her off and said, I wasn't asking you. I was asking Dane. I stood there frozen and said, nothing. I found it like that in the grass on a cliff. Valerian sighed and said, fine, this will do. You're both dismissed. Please leave the palace at once. Maya shook her head and said, not until we get answers for what happened. Valerian cut her off again and exclaimed, enough! Out of my sight. I ran and Maya flew up the stairs, scared for our lives. When we got outside, Maya turned to me and asked, she's never been angry with us or anyone before. What's her problem? I scratched my head, then shrugged and said, I don't know, but what I do know is that we deserve to find out what happened in Black Forest. Maya nodded and we decided to continue our mission, as it was far from being over. Whatever Valerian was keeping secret wasn't going to stop us from finding out the truth. If Valerian wasn't going to tell us what happened, then someone in Sacred Grove would. It was just a matter of finding the right sources. Chapter 4. Answers. We headed down to the streets of Sanctuary to see if we could find someone who knew what happened all those years ago. Maya turned to me and asked, do you really believe anyone around here would have the information we need? I shrugged and said, I'm not sure, but if Valerian knows something and she's not going to say anything, someone here has to know what happened. It wasn't long until we ran into someone who was spouting nonsense at us. He took out a gold coin and exclaimed, the end times are coming! Spend your coin while you can! She laughed and asked, what makes you so sure of that? He cleared his throat and said, my dear, look around you. Everyone is scraping to get by, and by the looks of it, things are getting worse. I can just feel a storm coming in the wind. I tilted my head and asked, if you know more than we do, you must be important. What is your name? He smiled and said, my colleagues call me Abba, but you may address me as Abacus Coin Miser, the one and only. She flew up to him and asked, is there anything else you know that we don't? Like an event that happened many years ago? He thought for a moment and said, you mean the binding? It's not something that's brought up around here, but I know a little bit about what went down back then. I smiled and said, that's great. I'd love to hear what you have to say. He cleared his throat and said, years ago, darkness fell over Sacred Grove. From what I've heard, it's unclear as to what caused it, but some believe that a being with unfathomable power brought that darkness down onto us. I leaned in closer and asked, and? He sighed and said, and that's all I know. Valerian named what happened to Binding and said nothing else of it to anyone. She frowned and said, there has to be more to it than just that. He nodded and said, Valerian had some of the royal architects construct new murals in memorial caverns when all had been said and done. You might find what you're looking for in there. I smiled and said, "Thank you, Abacus, for your time and your knowledge." He nodded and said, "Remember, both are extremely valuable and could easily go out of stock." She laughed and said, "All right, we should be going." We left Abacus to his devices and made our way for the Memorial Caverns. When we arrived, the entrance was closed off and guarded. I tilted my head and said, "Well, that's odd. Caverns don't usually have royal guards blocking it off." She nodded and said, "There must be something important going on, otherwise they wouldn't be here." We approached the guards and one of them said, "Halt, state your business." I cleared my throat and said, We're here to see the murals." He shook his head and said, "The cavern is closed and off limits until further notice." She looked at him and asked, "Why is it closed?" He sighed and said, "Valerian's orders. Those said orders are on a need-to-know basis." I smiled and said, "Well, I'm pretty sure we need to know." He shook his head and said, "Unless you've gone through rigorous training like we have, you don't. Leave the area or we'll have the guards escort you out." I took a step back and said, "No need to get hostile. We're leaving." She turned to me as we were heading back and said, "We're not really leaving, right? Because I'd like to know what the plan is." I nodded and said, "So here's the plan. Maya, you need to commit a crime. When you do, the guards will leave their post." She looked at me funny and said, "Dane, that's illegal, and I'm pretty sure we'd end up in jail for a very long time." I laughed and said, "Who's this we you speak of? It's you who would end up in jail. I'd be as free as a bird." She rolled her eyes and said, "Deep down, the old Dane I remember is definitely in there. Not to worry, though. I have a better plan." Maya flew over to an unused table and threw on her chef outfit. She started cooking all kinds of food and making all kinds of drinks, practically out of thin air and what she could find around her. Once she was done, she made a sign that read, "For all of the royal guards," and left just in time. I shook my head and said, "You know, sometimes I forget you're a part-time chef." She laughed and said, "And sometimes I forget you're a part-time cart driver, considering you don't drive that much anymore." I nodded and said, "Well, you've got a point there, but when I'm on the track, I'm a pretty good driver if I do say so myself." Just like clockwork, most of the royal guards had noticed the spread, and Maya put together and rushed over to grab a bite. She smiled and said, "Now, while they're distracted, let's make our way into the caverns." I nodded and we quietly snuck in. I looked around the caverns and said, "It's been a while since I've been in here." She turned to me and said, "First time for me. There's something haunting about this place, but there's also a comforting feeling about it. I'm happy we're here." I nodded and said, "Well, feel free to take in the sights, even though we're on a mission." Maya nodded and took her time looking at everything inside the memorial. I leaned on the rope guardrails and asked, "So, what made you not want to visit this place?" She sighed and said, "When I lost my family, I didn't know where to turn to. One day, I made my way to Sanctuary and I told someone what happened. They put their hand on my shoulder and suggested that I should go to Memorial Caverns to find clarity." I frowned and said, "So, you never went?" She nodded and said, "Until now, this place scared me in a way. I didn't want clarity. I just needed my family back." I nodded and said, "We'll find them, Maya." She smiled and we started heading towards the memorials. We walked up to one of them. I immediately recognized it. I took another step closer and said, "That's the Unbinding, an event that changed Sacred Grove forever." She looked at me and asked, "Do you know what's depicted here?" I nodded and said, "Valerian told me about it once. She said that a powerful artifact was used across our land that freed the people of Sacred Grove, but it also cut off the people from the rest of the realms." She looked at the mural and said, "So this artifact was both a blessing and a curse. I wonder if the one she described is like the one we found in Black Forest." I shrugged and said, "It could be, but we'll never know until we find the newly constructed murals." Maya flew over to a part of the caverns that I had never seen before. It's like it was made to be separated from the rest of the murals. I walked over to the room and said, "Well, this must be what Abacus was talking about." She nodded and said, "It looks new to me, even though I've never been in the Memorial Caverns." We made our way inside and saw what looked like the new mural, but it was covered up with red cloth. Maya pulled it off and saw a title inscribed on the top of it. I looked at it and said, "This one is called The Binding. It must be the opposite of what happened during the Unbinding." She nodded and said, "It shows 4 heroes on a quest to protect the shards. They protected them with their lives, but eventually someone won the shards for their own means. A dwarf took the shards from the 4 heroes and combined them to make an artifact of unimaginable power. This caused corruption across Sacred Grove and made everyone fall asleep for 8 years. When the heroes woke up, they took the fight to the dwarf and did everything they could to stop the corruption. In the process of trying their best, they lost each other and only one hero remained. He alone took down the dwarf, then restored peace and harmony to not only Sacred Grove, but to Glimmer Deep, Lavender Coast, Silver Hills, and Black Forest. What the heroes did will not be forgotten." I scoffed and said, "Clearly it was forgotten, considering it was covered up and no one in Sanctuary mentions it anymore." She sighed and said, "Well, now we know. These heroes, whoever they were, saved us from corruption." I looked at the mural and asked, "Why would Valerian keep this from us? Don't you think we deserve to know?" She looked at me and said, "She doesn't want anyone to know, is my best guess. There's more to this than meets the eye." I looked at the first part of the mural and said, "Those shards. We definitely found some version of the combined artifact in Black Forest, but it looked nothing like what's depicted here." She nodded and said, "Whatever the remaining hero did, it made the artifact powerless." I walked over to the last part of the mural and asked, "We need to find out why Valerian wanted the artifact. It has no power, but it's still dangerous in the wrong hands. So maybe our answers are in one of these places." Maya flew over to the mural and looked at the locations. She pointed to the third land and said, "Silver Hills. Valerian didn't want us going there, and she didn't tell us anything about it except the other 3 realms." I smiled and said, "You've got a point. I believe the entrance to Silver Hills is by Snow Hill. Let's get a move on." We quickly left the Memorial Caverns with the information we had gathered and learned more than we expected. Whatever Valerian is planning, it can't be anything good. No matter what happens, we need to put an end to this. I won't let what happened to those heroes years ago be for nothing. Chapter 5, Revelation. We made it to Snow Hill, the coldest place in Sacred Grove. Maya looked at me and asked, "Do you remember when we were last here?" I smiled and said, "I do. We were invited to eat food, then we got roped into a cook-off, and we had to stop Umari from eating us." She laughed and said, "That's something I'll never forget." I nodded and said, "And now we're here to seek help from the people in Silver Hills." She sighed and said, "I hope they know something that we don't." We headed towards the center of town, then saw the Snow Hill tree had gifts at its base and lights were all lit up around the branches. I tilted my head and said, "It's already December? I must be losing track of time. I didn't think it was already time for snow days." She sighed and said, "It's my favorite time of year, but it can be lonely without my family around." I looked at the tree and said, "If I kept track of time, I would have spent the entire month here." She turned to me and asked, "An entire month? Why?" I smiled and said, "Since my uncle and I never saw eye to eye, this was my home during the holidays." She looked at the tree and asked, "You don't get lonely?" I shook my head and said, "The opposite, actually. Being around the people of Snow Hill has brought me closer to an actual family than I ever was with my uncle." She smiled and said, "That's beautiful, Dane. I never took you for the sappy type." I chuckled and said, "I never thought I was, until I did some soul searching. I'm still searching for what makes me, me, even now." She hit me on the arm and said, "You'll find it. I believe in you, even when you don't believe in yourself." I smiled and said, "That's gonna leave a mark, but I appreciate the sentiment." We made our way to the giant mountain wall at the end of Snow Hill. I took another step closer to see the entrance and my jaw dropped. I turned to Maya and said, "You have to see this." She flew on over and said, Wow, I remember when that wall had a crystal barrier blocking it all off. I nodded and said, now, we finally get to see what all the fuss is about over in Silver Hills. We entered the gate and saw what looked like fields of crystal deep inside of it. Maya flew around the crystals in wonder, and I froze just looking at all of it. She laughed and said, Dane, this is incredible. We should have come here sooner. I shrugged and said, we never had a way of entering this place, otherwise I would have done it in a heartbeat. She looked at me and asked, how did it even take that crystal barrier down in the first place? I shrugged and said, well, it couldn't have been easy. Barrier formed because of the binding. Maybe the unbinding brought it down. She looked back at the crystals and said, maybe, but maybe it was something else that we don't know about. I looked ahead of the pathway and said, if that's the case, we should find out everything we can from the people of Silver Hills. Maya nodded and we followed the crystals as they shined brightly to lead us to wherever we needed to go. As we reached the end of the pathway, we stood on a large hill overlooking a giant crystal dome. I tilted my head and asked, that can't be where we have to go, right? She shrugged and said, we don't really have a choice in the matter, Dane. The path ends here, and that's our only option. I sighed and said, all right, here goes nothing. We made our way down the hill and got closer and closer to the dome. It was massive, like nothing I had ever seen in Sacred Grove before. I turned to Maya and asked, I've never seen anything like this before. Do you know who could have made it? She shook her head and said, maybe someone from Maryvale, but I honestly couldn't tell you. This looks way too advanced to be something from Sacred Grove. I nodded and said, well, whoever built it might be from here. Let's get a closer look. We made it to what looked like the entrance of the dome and stood there, completely frozen. It was like nothing either of us had ever seen before in Sacred Grove. We looked near the entrance and noticed people we'd never seen before. I looked at Maya and asked, do you know if they're from Sacred Grove? She shook her head and said, I've never seen people with pointy ears like that before. They must be from here. We headed towards the dome entrance, and before we could even enter, two guards stopped us in our tracks. One of them said, you two aren't from around here. The other one asked, are you two from the Grove? I nodded and said, yeah, we're here on important business. Maya looked at one of the guards and asked, why do you have pointy ears? The guard laughed and said, I have pointy ears because I'm an elf. We're all elves here in Silver Hills. I shook my head and said, that sounds made up to me. If that was true, we would have seen you guys in Sacred Grove. The guard sighed and said, only a few of our kind were trapped in Sacred Grove because of that crystal barrier. Now we live in the present, so enough with the past. We'd like to introduce ourselves. My name is Nienna, and this is Ethel. We protect the dome entrance. I looked up at the entrance and asked, protecting it from what? Ethel shrugged and said, I never bothered to ask, but I'm sure it's from something dangerous. Nienna looked at me and asked, so, what brings you to the Silver Hills? I turned to Maya and said, we were hoping to find some guidance. We came here because we're looking for answers. We need to know what happened throughout the realms. Nienna turned to Ethel and said, you're gonna want to talk to Chugsy. He was our Archmagus and is our representative of Silver Hills. He'd be able to answer any questions you have. Maya smiled and said, it sounds like he's the elf we need to speak to. If you wouldn't mind taking us to him, we'd appreciate it. They both nodded and led us through the dome entrance of Silver Hills. What we saw blew our minds. Silver Hills was like nothing we had ever seen before. I looked at Maya and asked, have you ever seen anything like this? She shook her head and said, no, I haven't, but the stories my parents told me perfectly describe the city. I nodded, then turned to Ethel and asked, does this Chugsy live in the city? He shook his head and said, he lives on the outskirts of the city to keep an eye on the dome. After all, he's the one who made it. Maya flew up to Nienna and asked, is there anything he hasn't done? She shrugged and said, well, he didn't make a dome for Sacred Grove. I turned to her and asked, he was there? She shook her head and said, stuck. He was stuck there for years because of the crystal barrier. I was about to say something else, but I chose to remain silent. After a bit of a walk, we finally made it to the outskirts of the city. We saw a building, unlike most that we passed by, and I stood there in awe while everyone else pressed on. I looked at Ithil and asked, "This is where he lives?" He nodded and said, "He sure does. I actually asked him why he lives out here, and he said he prefers being away from the city." Maya tilted her head and asked, "He likes being alone?" Niana shook her head and said, "He's used to it. Years ago, he was banished for damaging the city. It's ironic that he would eventually create this dome to protect it." I smiled and said, "Well, I say we should finally meet him and put an end to all of the mystery." They all nodded and we approached the building. Ithil knocked on the door and a voice from behind the door asked, "What do you need? Did Luthai send me more supplies?" Ithil chuckled and said, "It's us, Chugsy. You have visitors." The door opened and I only saw what the elf was wearing, which looked completely different from what Ithil and Niana were wearing. Chugsy looked at the guards and asked, "A human and a pixie. Who did I make mad now?" Niana laughed and said, "You didn't make anyone mad this time, Chugsy. These two come from the Grove to ask you some questions." Chugsy looked confused and said, "Really? It's not every day someone comes to me for knowledge, but I'd be happy to give you both some insight." Ithil and Niana nodded and started walking back to the city. Chugsy looked at us and said, "Well, no time like the present. Please, make yourselves at home." He invited us in and I finally got to see what his face looked like. When I looked at him, I could tell he had been through enough to want to be away from the city. He walked over to his workstation and asked, "So, what brings you two to Silver Hills?" I cleared my throat and said, "We came here because we wanted to know more about the heroes that came to this city." As he stared at his work, he thought for a moment and said, "Bryce and Jessica. What happened to them was a real shame. They didn't deserve to die." Maya flew up to Chugsy and asked, "You knew them?" He sighed and said, "Not that well, but I wish I had more time to get to know them." I sat down in one of his chairs and asked, "We want to know as much as we can about them and their journey. What can you tell us?" Chugsy stared at this holographic crystal above his study and said, "At the time, I didn't know, but they were known as the Realm Keepers. When they arrived here years ago, they helped me get my life back together. Truth be told, they're the reason this dome is over the entire city of Silver Hills." Maya looked outside of the window and asked, "They put the dome up?" He laughed and said, "No, but they kept me safe while I was making the spell for the dome." I smiled and said, "It sounds like they really made an impact here." He nodded and said, "Sadly, for all of their efforts, they didn't get to live to see what we did after it went up." Maya tilted her head and asked, "So you only knew two of them, Bryce and Jessica? What about the other two heroes?" He cleared his throat and said, "I didn't get to meet the other two, but from what I saw, it seemed like one of them was corrupted." I thought for a moment and asked, "What do you mean by corrupted?" He pulled up an image on his crystal and said, "One of their friends appeared in these crystal fields outside of the city. I didn't hear much, but I overheard their friend making threats and speaking in some demonic manner." Maya sighed and said, "Did you ever learn their names?" He nodded and said, "Since I was curious, I asked around and got their names. Nathan and Cade is what they went by, but apparently they didn't survive either." I sighed and said, "We read the mural in the Memorial Caverns and Sanctuary, and to at least know their names is enough for me." He smiled and said, "I read it as well. They deserved better, but because of what they sacrificed, our realms are safe." Maya nodded and said, "I'd still like to know more about what they were fighting for." Chugsy sighed and said, I could explain it to both of you, but only if you promise me one thing." I nodded and said, "Of course." He stared at both of us and said, "Protect the realm, just like they did." Chapter 6, Truth. Chugsy rummaged through his documents and found a page he had been looking for. He handed it to me and asked, "Do you know what this is?" I looked at the paper and said, "Sort of. We found pieces of this thing scattered in Black Forest, but it wasn't as colorful as this one." He looked at us and asked, "You went to the site of where they were. Why?" Maya grabbed the page and said, "Queen Valerian sent us there on a mission to retrieve the shard. We even saw them lying there on the battlefield, just lifeless. Chugsy stood there, speechless. He sat in his chair, then closed his eyes and breathed in heavily. Once he opened them, he looked at us and said, "That shard you retrieved was once called the Gloamstone. As you know, they tried to protect the 4 shards from that dwarf, but they failed. Whatever reason Valerian had for sending you there, I will tell you this. She cannot be trusted." I looked down at the floor and said, "Well, that's why we came here. She sent us to that graveyard without any answer to what happened there. Still, I've known Valerian for most of my life, and regardless of how she's acting, I still trust her." Chugsy looked at me and asked, "How well do you really know her?" I looked at Maya and said, "Well, I probably don't know everything about her, but it's not my job to watch her every move." He shook his head and said, "In the game of chess, every second on the board counts. If you miss even one move, the game is over, and in the end, you lose." Maya turned to him and asked, "Is there something you know about Valerian that we don't?" Chugsy walked back over to his desk, then sighed and said, "I was ordered to visit Sanctuary and have a word with the Queen. When I talked with her, she told me about how she really took down that crystal barrier in front of Silver Hills. She had something called the Gleamstone, which is the exact opposite of the Gloamstone that you two found in Black Forest." I turned to him and asked, "If she already has a stone, why does she need the one we found?" He shrugged and said, "I'm sure we'll find out soon. I'm still trying to figure out what she's planning." He fumbled through his papers and his crystal, but he seemed frustrated. Maya flew up to him and said, "We want to help." I stood up and asked, "We do?" Chugsy looked at us and said, "I'll take all the help I can get if you two are up to the task." Maya smiled and said, "Oh, believe me, we are. It's the entire reason we're here." I sighed and said, "Look, I want answers as much as the next guy, but I would like to know who this we is." Maya pulled me aside and said, "Dane, you and I both want answers that Valerian won't give us. We should help him out and see where the road takes us." I nodded and said, "I suppose that's a fair point. We deserve to know what's going on after all we've been through." I looked at Chugsy and asked, "What do you need us to do?" He smiled and said, "I have more to do here, but that can wait. Follow me." We left his home and followed him deeper into the city. He led us to a building that we hadn't seen before. I turned to him and asked, "This seems really far away from where we came in from. Why is that?" Chugsy laughed and said, "Well, it wasn't my idea. Luthius prefers being out this far from the main city." Maya flew up to him and asked, "Who's Luthius?" He smiled and said, "Our king." Chugsy opened the door and let us inside. I walked around the place and something about it felt familiar, like I had been here before. Maya turned to me and asked, "Is something wrong?" I shook my head and said, "It's probably nothing, but it could be deja vu. I'm wondering why he brought us here to see the King of Silver Hills." Maya thought for a moment and said, "Maybe the king has a plan and needs our help. It can't hurt to hear him out." I shrugged and said, "I mean, we're just trying to understand what's going on, so I don't know how much help we could actually be." She smiled and said, "You're more humbler than I remember. I think I'm starting to like this new Dane." I smiled and said, "Well, you better get used to it. He's here to stay." Chugsy, halfway up the stairs, turned to us and said, "Don't fall behind. It's important you both stay close." We both nodded and made our way up the stairs. It was easy to get lost in a place like this. When we reached the top of the staircase, I saw Chugsy approach a large throne. It was hard to make out who was sitting on the throne, but I knew why this all looked familiar. The dream I had was all coming back to me. I remembered the dark corridor and the door covered in tree branches, but I haven't seen anything like that here. The throne, on the other hand, was right in front of me. Maya looked at me and asked, "Is something wrong?" I sighed and said, "I'm not sure, but keep your guard up." She nodded and we started walking towards the throne. Chugsy stopped us midway and said, "Give me just a moment to speak with the king." We both nodded and waited while he walked over to the throne. I started to observe them, and Chugsy greeted him like an old friend. He turned to us and nodded, then we approached the throne. Chugsy cleared his throat and said, Luthias, I'd like you to meet these two heroes from Sacred Grove. Luthias grinned and asked, Chugsy has told me that you intend to help us. Is that true? Maya nodded and said, In any way we can. I was a little skeptical because of my dream, but I played along. Luthias stood up and said, Please, tell me your names. Maya flew forward and said, My name is Maya. I became a ninja when I was all alone. He stared at her and asked, Do you have a last name? She shook her head and asked, No, I don't, but does it matter? He sighed and said, Lineage is very important to our kind. It is what defines our very legacy. I thought about my last name and realized that it was the last thing I heard, right as my dream ended. Luthias turned to me and asked, What is your name? I took a deep breath and I inhaled, then exhaled and stared at him. I stood my ground and said, My name is Dane Kensington III. I became a brawler when the world threw everything it could at me. His eyes widened and he asked, Kensington? Something stirred within me. It was like I was dreaming again, but this time it was a continuation of the dream I had before. He walked away from his throne, then walked up to me and said, Come with me, we have much to discuss. Not knowing how to react, I followed him to a large room that almost resembled a library in Sacred Grove. In the center of the room was another holographic crystal, like the one Chugsy had in his home. It was massive, like it had way more information on it. I looked at it and asked, I didn't get to ask Chugsy, but what is this thing? Luthias smiled and said, This is where our entire history is stored. We call it the Everflow, to ensure that our legacy is preserved, even when we're gone. I sighed and said, Speaking of legacy, what's so important about my last name? It's not like it holds any weight in Sacred Grove. He laughed and said, Your last name may not hold weight there, but here it holds more than you could imagine. He pulled up an image of an elf on the Everflow and said, Dion Kensington I, your grandfather. I took a step back from the Everflow to catch my breath. When I regained my composure, I asked, What do you mean, my grandfather? He laughed and said, Exactly what I mean. Your bloodline started here in Silver Hills. You, Dane, are an elf. I crossed my arms and said, This doesn't make any sense. I don't even look like an elf, let alone remember being in Silver Hills. He smiled and said, That I can explain. Dion was the right hand of my father before me. My father and mother had me, then Dion had a son and named him Dine. In time, Dine and I would be close friends, and he too would also be my right hand. He brought up another image on the Everflow, but for some reason I recognized his face. I cleared my throat and asked, Is that who I think it is? He nodded and said, Yes, that's your father, Dine Kensington II, my closest friend and right hand of Silver Hills. I stared at the image and asked, I still don't understand. How do I fit into all of this? He sighed and turned off the Everflow, then said, Your father started to grow distant. One day he wandered away from Silver Hills into Sacred Grove, and I followed him. He greeted everyone he ran into, and then he met a human female. I remembered how they hit it off, and she would laugh at everything he said, then he would do the same. I tilted my head and asked, What happened next? He shook his head and said, I wish I could tell you. I never saw him again after that. I assume that he married her and they brought you into the realm. Now, while you look nothing like an elf, it's not what's on the outside, but what's on the inside that counts. I shook my head and said, You're saying I'm half elf on the inside and half human on the outside? There's no way that's true. He smiled and asked, Let's find out then. Shall we? He reached out with his hand and placed it onto my head. It wasn't long before I realized that I couldn't move. I felt smaller and was in some sort of closet. I knew this closet, like it was one I had seen before. I tried to leave, but my body was locked in some sort of stasis. From the closet, I could see two people, much taller than I was, having an argument. From what I could gather, these were my parents. While I observed what was going on, I realized I didn't remember any of this. This was a moment in time that was foreign to me, and as a child, I probably suppressed everything that happened in this memory. After constant bickering between my parents, I heard my father say something of severe importance. I listened close, and he said, "Look, it won't be long before someone finds out about our family. Whether it be the elves or the pixies, I worry for the safety of our son." Then I heard my mother, and she said, "Let them find out. If not us, then Dane deserves to live a life that's free of fear, free of shame." Before either of them could say another word, there was a very loud knock on the door. My father went to answer the door, but he didn't get a chance to open it. Royal Pixies kicked the door wide open and placed my parents under arrest. I tried to do something, anything to help, but I was still unable to move. Another pixie flew in, and though I barely recognized her, it was Queen Ayani, Valerian's mother. I tried to listen in, then she said, "You two are hereby placed under arrest by order of the Gleam Council. You both cross a line that they have deemed sickening." The Royal Pixies took them away, and I fought so hard to do something. In my struggle, I stumbled out of the closet for Ayani to find me. She kneeled down and said, "Don't worry, young one. We will watch over you and keep you safe. As long as you stay in line and keep to yourself, I'm sure we'll get along just fine." And then it hit me. That's why I ended up at the Royal Palace. Because of Ayani and the Royal Guard, I became an orphan. I don't even know if my parents are still alive, but I can find out through Valerian. Before the memory could continue further, I was immediately pulled out of the trance I was in by Luthias. Once I snapped back to reality, Luthias smiled and said, "So, it's true. You are one of us. It was unfortunate to see what happened to your mother and father, but I am glad you made it here in one piece." I shook my head and said, "That's not important. What is important is putting me back in that time where I can ask Valerian where my parents are being held." He sighed and said, "I'm afraid I can't do that. My elven power only allows me to walk backwards through memories, not forwards." I sighed and said, "I need to know what happened to them. Regardless of what I am, they deserve to know I'm still alive." Luthias nodded and said, "I agree. Helping our cause can wait. Go, find your parents and tell Dane I miss him dearly." I nodded and immediately ran out of the room, towards the exit of the building. Maya saw me leaving and asked, "Dane, where are you going?" I didn't answer and kept going. My mind was made up and I wasn't going to rest until I found my family. Luthias smiled and said, "Oh, you mustn't worry, Maya. I showed Dane his past and he decided to chase after it. Give him some space until he finds what he's looking for." Maya nodded and said, "When Dane is finished, I'll return to help as well." He nodded and said, "We wish you safe travels. We'll be waiting for you both to return." Maya departed and Chugsy looked at Luthias. He sighed and asked, "We'll need their help in order to see all of this through. How should we proceed?" Luthias smiled and said, "Carefully, my old friend. We will secure our future and ensure that Sacred Grove is broken from within." Chapter 7, Infiltrate. Getting into Briarwood wasn't an easy task. Ezra and Ludo went to search Thistle Row, which, according to them, was this maze full of secrets. If that maze could give us the answers we sought, we'd finally be able to bring justice to those who wronged us and avenge the Treebles we lost. Jax and I, on the other side of the Briarwood, decided to take to the vines of the forest and make our way into Darkthorn's palace. While on one of the vines, I looked below me and said, "Jax, I know we can fly, but I'd rather not go down there." He tilted his head and asked, "You're not afraid of heights, are you, Chatty?" I laughed and said, "Definitely not. I'd just rather avoid our neighbors down below, if it's all the same to you." He nodded and said, "Fair enough. We've still got a long way to go before we reach her palace." I looked ahead and asked, "Do you think the sister of the queen really knows anything about what happened to our home?" Jack shrugged and said, "If anyone would know, it's her. There were rumors about her poisoning Valerian, but it turned out to be a lie. I nodded and said, I remember that. Royal advisor Joffrey was actually responsible, and it threw the entire royal family into chaos. That's when Darkthorn cast aside her life in Sanctuary and started anew here, in Briarwood. He set his hand on my shoulder and said, so, that's why I think she might know what happened. Her activity in Briarwood is our only unknown in Sacred Grove. Let's find out what she knows. I nodded and we started making our way through the vines. After climbing through the roots of each and every tree in Briarwood, we arrived at the entrance of Darkthorn's defenses. Jax looked towards Tanglewood Fort and saw an army of Chuggawugs standing by. He turned to me and asked, I know half of the Chuggawugs followed Darkthorn to Briarwood because of what happened, but do you remember her having their whole species by her side? I shook my head and said, I can't say I do. Whatever's happening here cannot be good. Jax sighed and said, so, she is up to something. I doubt we'd be able to stop whatever it is she's up to. I nodded and said, that may be true, but we can still gather intel and find out what happened in Greenwood Forest. We made our way towards the palace and found a spot to perch in. We looked ahead and then saw a Chuggawug captain and Darkthorn together, having what looked like a serious conversation. As we watched them converse, Ezra and Ludo popped up behind us. They looked out of breath. So I smiled and asked, did the maze give you guys trouble? Ezra laughed and said, more trouble than it was worth. We didn't find anything other than security keeping the maze locked down. Ludo looked at Jax and asked, I take it your lead dried up as well? Jax shook his head and said, we found Darkthorn and her captain having a discussion. I believe we should eavesdrop if we want to gather any sort of information. I looked below and said, I agree. Let's get justice for our kind and find out what happened in Greenwood Forest. With our heightened hearing, we listened to Darkthorn, the Chuggawug captain. Darkthorn sighed and asked, are the preparations in place, Chuggug? Chuggug nodded and said, we've got eyes in Sanctuary and most of the Chuggawugs rallied to our cause. She glared at him and asked, most? Not all? He cleared his throat and said, my son, despite my best efforts, has been a thorn in our side. He preaches peace and unity just so our kind can become lazy and wug-a-chug. She sighed and said, we cannot have another failure. I refuse to be second to Valerian and lose my place here in Sacred Grove. He sighed and said, this time is different. We have more resources, more of my kind by our side, and no dark cheat to screw things up. She turned to Chuggug and said, that fool let his own power consume him. He unleashed these gloam creatures, burned down forests, and put the entire grove to sleep, all for what? To let it all go to his head. He nodded and said, it's unfortunate that he won't be here to see us take over Sacred Grove. Then again, he wouldn't be able to keep control over Sanctuary. She chuckled and said, you're not wrong. Still, enough is enough. My sister has been in power for far too long. Let's get to work. What we overheard shocked us. It shocked me straight to my core. I turned to look back at all three of them and said, I can't believe it. She orchestrated the whole thing. She's the reason we're the last of our species. Jax sighed and said, she may have been planning to take over Sacred Grove, but she didn't burn down our forests. Someone named Darkcheat did, and it sounds like he's gone. I shook my head and asked, why are you taking her side? We came here for justice, and you're trying to justify her actions? He shrugged and said, no. She's still somewhat at fault for starting all of this. What I am saying is we need to think our next move through. I turned back towards the palace and said, we've done enough thinking. It's time for action. Before I could jump down below after Darkthorn, Ezra grabbed me by the tail and pulled me back into the branches. I looked at him and asked, what are you doing? He sighed and said, we can't lose you too, Chatty. We need to think before we act here, and besides, we're Treebles. We can't do anything to Darkthorn or her army. I stood back up, looked at Ludo and asked, so, what do you think we should do? Sit around and do nothing? He shook his head and said, not only do we know what she did back then, we know what she's planning. We need to give this information to someone. Jax tilted his head and asked, give it to who? Last I checked, no one knows we survived, and they might start asking questions. They might even throw us in a cell where we're never seen again. Ezra nodded and said, He's got a point, Ludo. It's easier said than done, and we're running out of options. We're running out of people to trust. Ludo looked at me and asked, So, we can't trust Valerian? Robbie? Anyone in Sacred Grove with a pulse? I shrugged and said, Ludo, you know that Robbie and I have been at odds for years. As for Valerian, a part of me wonders why she didn't put a stop to all of this. Maybe she didn't have a choice, or she let it happen. Either way, I don't want to risk our safety and until we can find someone who we trust. We're on our own. So, we left Briarwood and never looked back. If there was someone out there who we could trust, they would need to have the courage to save Sacred Grove. Chapter 8. Rebirth. I stopped in my tracks near Snow Hill. After storming out of Silver Hills, I started to realize that my parents might not even be alive. It didn't occur to me until now that I'm probably chasing ghosts. I felt defeated and sat down in the snow, next to some building I didn't even feel like looking at. As clear as it was in the sky, it started snowing. That's when I started to tear up, because I've never felt more lost than I am right now. Then suddenly, I heard a door open behind me. I turned around, saw my Uncle Frederick, and he asked, Dane, it's really coming down out here. Why don't you come inside? I didn't even know my uncle's bakery was here in Snow Hill. It took me a minute, but I gathered myself and said, Uncle? I guess I'll take you up on that offer, but we should talk. He smiled and said, Of course. I stepped into his shop and it looked just like I remembered when I was a kid. He looked at me and said, Make yourself at home, kid. We've got a lot to discuss, judging by the tears in your eyes. I nodded and took a seat in the booth. After Luthias returned my memories to me, I started to think about the time I spent with my uncle. Just by looking around the place, I felt like I took all of that for granted. He walked in from the other room, sat down and asked, So, what's on your mind, kiddo? I chuckled and asked, You do know that I'm not a kid anymore, right? He sighed and said, Last time that I saw you was when you were 12 years old doing odd jobs for Valerian, so you're still a kid to me. I nodded and said, I'm sorry, Uncle. I should have at least called to check up on you. He shrugged and said, That's water under the bridge. You're here now and that's what matters. So, catch me up on what's been going on. I sighed, then looked at him and asked, Did you know? He tilted his head and asked, Did I know about what? I cleared my throat and asked, Did you know about what happened to my parents? He sighed and said, Yeah, I did. I crossed my arms and asked, Why didn't you say anything? He looked out the window and said, To protect you. I tilted my head and asked, To protect me from what? He sighed and said, When I found out that your father and my sister had been taken into custody, I rushed over to the royal palace. My eyes widened and I asked, You were there? He nodded and said, I was, but I was there too late. When I tried to get into the palace, I was stopped by both the royal guards and Iani herself. I slammed my fists on the table and said, I should have done something. He shook his head and said, Hey, you were just a kid. You couldn't really do much even if you tried. I nodded and asked, What happened next? He cleared his throat and said, I tried getting answers. I even tried to get them released. That's when I was threatened by Ayani. She said if I continued to ask questions or burst into the palace, I would suffer the same fate or worse. I thought for a moment and asked, So, how was I able to visit you? He pulled something out of his wallet, then handed it to me and said, Ayani and I made an agreement. If I didn't say anything about your parents to you or anyone else, I'd be allowed to have you come by the bakery that was in Sanctuary. She gave me that pass and the guards would let me through. I still keep it close, just as a reminder. I handed him back the pass and asked, You said was. This place looks just like I remember, but it occurred to me that there was never snow around your shop. Why did you move it here? He sighed and said, Didn't feel right doing business in Sanctuary. The guards were constantly watching my every move, and I didn't have any privacy. I'm being really honest, I just needed to get away from it all. I chuckled and said, I understand that. I tried to step away from the Grove, but I ended up getting pulled back into everything. He nodded and said, So, now you know everything that's happened since you were a kid. I sighed and said, Well, now I need to find my parents. He stood up and said, Dane, as much as I want to see my sister and brother-in-law again, it's been 18 years. No one has seen them since they were taken. I shook my head and said, That might not be true. If anyone has seen them, it'd be Valerian. He sighed and asked, The daughter of a Yanni. Even if she did know, what are the odds she'd tell you anything, let alone allow you back into the palace? I shrugged and said, Well, with the way she's been acting lately, the chances are very low. Still, I don't care. One way or another, I'm getting some answers. He sat back down and said, Dane, use your head, even if it's not screwed on properly. Valerian has an army defending the palace. Your parents haven't been seen in years. You are just one being against everyone in a world of unknowns. It's not worth losing yourself to all of that. I think it's time to accept the fact that they're gone. I tried to hold back my tears, but I couldn't. So through them, I took a deep breath and said, Maybe you're right. They're probably gone, and it's impossible to know what happened to them. Because of who I am, I need to know. If it means I'll die trying to learn the truth, so be it. In that moment, I left my uncle and his bakery. While we still weren't completely on the same page, I could tell he cared a lot about my parents and my well-being. Despite our differences, he taught me something that I couldn't teach myself. Even if I wanted to, I can't confront Valerian on my own. Maya and I wouldn't be enough to get past her defenses. If we want to get through, we'll need a team. Chapter 9, Essence. It didn't take me too long to figure out a plan. I decided to make my way towards Briarwood in the hopes I could ask Darkthorn for some help. I know she doesn't see eye to eye with her sister, but she does care for her in some way. I stood in front of the entrance to Briarwood and realized that it had been a while since I last entered the region. It was quiet when I started walking in. It was the kind of quiet you hear in the dead of night when no one is around. But there's always something lurking in the darkness. I got further in and started to hear something I hadn't heard in Briarwood before. I turned to see a construction crew working on something deeper in the forest. I was about to walk over to see what they were doing, but then I heard a voice whisper to me. I turned around and he said, "Hey, Brawler, get over here." I quickly made my way over and asked, "What's going on over there?" He had a hood on, but looked towards the construction and said, "I've been watching this crew for weeks now. They're rebuilding the track that used to be here before the Gloam invasion." I looked at him and asked, "You were there during the whole thing?" He tilted his head and asked, "Not the whole thing, but I was there for enough. You weren't?" I shook my head and said, "By the time I heard the rumblings, I was fast asleep." He took off his hood and said, "As much as I want to remain hidden, I should introduce myself. My name is Cale Yardbird, but I doubt that name means anything to a brawler like yourself." I thought for a moment and said, "Yardbird? You crushed almost every Sacred Grove record on the tracks, all around the map. It's hard to forget a living legend like yourself." He looked at me and asked, "You sound like a racer. What's your name?" I smiled and said, "Dane Kensington III. I've won a few races here and there, but not in the ways that you have." He chuckled and said, "Well, those days are unfortunately behind me. I took warrior classes and moved on. It was for the best." I tilted my head and asked, "I get wanting another job. It's why I became a brawler as well, but why would you give up being a racer?" He sighed and said, "It's a long story, but for the most part, I blame Valerian." I nodded and said, "Don't we all? She's been causing problems for a lot of people lately." He shrugged and said, "It's less of a problem she caused for me and more of a life-changing experience." He stood there, silent for just a moment. He cleared his throat and said, "I won't give you the full story. It'll just bring up bad memories from the past." I nodded and said, "It's all good. No need to overwhelm yourself, like I have in the past." He smiled and said, "Valerian decided to start a new way of driving a car. She called it Crash Racing, essentially bringing racing and demolition derby together into one form of competition." I gasped and said, "That sounds chaotic." I can't say I'd participate in that, considering how crazy racing is already. He nodded and said, It was. Everyone I knew in the scene was competing, and I even saw some new faces. Those new faces, though, slowly faded away when I saw 2 Demo Derby elites. I looked over at the construction work and asked, Let me guess, the Demo Derby elites are the ones rebuilding the track over here. He nodded and said, They're the reason I'm here. They want to bring crash racing to here and Black Spore. It got shut down after the first race. I tilted my head at him and asked, Shut down? You mean it's not going to continue? He shrugged and said, For good reason. Those 2 demolitionists ruined it. They sent a kid I had just met into the hospital, and I learned after the race that he lost the ability to walk. I sighed and asked, How's he doing now? He shook his head and said, He died a few months ago. He drifted off into a coma and never woke up. I frowned and said, He should have had a real chance to race. He smiled and said, His name was Alex. It took real guts for him to enter that race. And then, he started to tear up and said, They took her away from me. Allie and I were going to be together, and they took that away from us. She died in a vehicle explosion, and there was nothing left of her or the car. I sighed and said, That's not fair. To take away a future from someone is to rip their soul from their body. He nodded and said, They took everything from me, Dane. I can't let them do the same to anyone else. I looked at the track and asked, Let me help. What can we do to put a stop to their production? He smiled and said, If you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself. If you're willing to help, we need to take down the track. Permanently. I thought for a moment and said, All right, if that's what needs to be done. It looks like they're going on a lunch break. We should strike while the iron's hot. We pulled out our weapons and started tearing the track apart. I could see in Kale's eyes that he was hurting, and he was using this as a way of getting it out of his system. The crew didn't get far with the track, and it didn't take a lot of time to undo their work. Kale, out of breath, looked at the track and said, That'll teach them not to ruin more lives. At least, I hope it will. I shrugged and said, Some people never change, but I hope so too. As we were about to leave, 2 people stood on a hill above us, and one of them asked, What do you 2 think you're doing? Kale looked at him and said, What does it look like, Ringa? We're taking matters into our own hands. I looked at them and asked, Are those the guys that started building this thing? He nodded and said, Rip Ringa and Burt Wrecking Crew. If anything, they're another reason I quit racing. Ringa looked at me and said, You're getting caught up in the wrong battle here, brawler. I chuckled and said, My name is Dane, and I'm right where I belong. He chuckled and said, Is that so? Well, you could join Yardbird here in the Black Spore Graveyard when we're through with you. I smiled, then lowered my mallet close to the floor and said, You know, for some Demo Derby dudes, you're not all that smart. He grinned and asked, What makes you so sure of yourself? I pointed to our weapons and said, You 2 aren't outnumbered, but you're definitely outmatched. Kale isn't just a racer anymore. He's a warrior. If you think you've got us beat, then you've got another thing coming. Without hesitation, Kale and I rushed the 2 of them and swung as hard as we could. Kale hit Ringa so hard that he went flying against the track we just tore apart. I hit Burt with all my might and knocked him unconscious against scrap metal. I looked at Kale and said, I've got your back, every step of the way. He shook my hand and said, Thank you for everything. I don't think I would have gotten this far without your support. Rip spat out blood from his mouth and said, You gonna wish you didn't cross me. Kale looked down the hill and said, Quiet down. You don't get to threaten me after what we just did to you 2. He coughed and said, It doesn't matter. Even if nothing happens with these tracks we're trying to build, we'll rally with Darkthorn in the end. I tilted my head, went down the hill and asked, Darkthorn? What is she planning? He chuckled and said, Wouldn't you like to know, Pipsqueak? Still, since you asked, I'll oblige, considering you earned it. He looked towards her palace and said, From what I've heard, she's gonna take over the whole grove by force. How she's gonna do it, that is a secret locked up tight. So I'll stick with her over trying to relive the glory days. Kale walked over to Ringa and said, We're even now. Rest easy, knowing I'll be keeping the grove safe from people like you. He rolled his eyes and passed out. I shook my head and asked, Why is it so hard to be a decent human being? Kale shrugged and said, Dane, I've been asking myself that same question ever since that day on the track. I looked at Kale and asked, how would you like to join me? Maybe save the grove with one swing at a time? Kale smiled and said, I'd be happy to. Anything to be rid of people like them. Before I could say another word, someone shouted from the hilltop and said, Dane, is that you? I turned around to see Vittorio and said, long time no see. He laughed and said, by the gods, you've aged. I chuckled and said, you have too, old man. He smiled and asked, who's your friend? Kale chuckled and said, Kale Yardbird's my name, but saving the grove is now my game. He jumped around enthusiastically and said, excellent, that's just what we were looking for. I tilted my head and asked, we? He started walking back up the hill and said, do you remember Meyerhold? If you do, we're in the midst of a battle in Greenwood Forest, and we need all the help we can get. I thought for a moment and said, that sounds pretty important, so I guess I can't say no. Kale nodded and said, count me in as well. Anything to put a stop to a battle. Vittorio smiled and said, follow me. I'll explain what's going on when we get there. We marched up the hill and left the two demo derby dudes in the dust. Kale looked back for a second and said, Alex? Allie? It's okay now. You don't have to worry about me anymore. I'll see you both soon. With the sun rising, we made our way to Greenwood Forest. Chapter 10. Guidance. With Dane going off on his own, I decided to venture off to Shrouded Glade. I didn't expect him to leave so suddenly. He didn't even bother to ask me if I wanted to tag along. Despite my frustration at him for doing what he did, I was used to being alone. The last time I was in Shrouded Glade was when Dane and I went looking for the Chaos Amulet. One part of me wondered how much the place had changed since then. Another part of me wondered if it was right to go there without Dane by my side. He kept me steady when life suddenly decided to throw me off balance. I wish I could say it was something I appreciated him doing for me. After being in my head for way too long, I didn't even notice that I had arrived in Shrouded Glade. Surprisingly, it looked pretty different since I had last been here. I looked around and saw the main academy building in ruins. Everything around the area was shattered, like something destroyed this place on purpose. I sighed and asked, what could have caused all this to happen? I heard someone fly right beside me, then they sighed and said, not what? Who? I turned around to see Maple Sugarleaf, the head sorcerer of Shrouded Glade. I cleared my throat and said, and asked, one person did all this? She nodded and said, yes, Maya. His name was Baron von Darkcheat. He trained here, and in the end, he destroyed this place. I looked at the academy ruins and asked, this Baron, was he a dwarf? She sighed and said, yes, he was the dwarf that started the Gloam invasion. I sighed and said, I assumed as much. I've seen what his power is capable of. Maple looked at me and said, you have? Then you know nothing could stop him. I shook my head and asked, you could have, Maple. Why didn't you? She sighed and said, what Darkcheat was harnessing was not what we taught. I don't know who taught him how to use dark sorcery, but he didn't teach himself that. Even with what I had learned at the time, it wouldn't have been enough to stop him. I looked at the academy and asked, did you even try? She looked at me in anger, then quickly calmed down and said, Baron set one of the students on fire. He didn't survive. I expelled him from the academy, and shortly after, I took my leave from the academy. I tilted my head and asked, you went on leave? She nodded and said, I needed to find out where Darkcheat got his power from and how to put it out like a flame. Unfortunately, even after traveling throughout the grove, I had no answers. That's when I returned to see this. She pointed to the academy and sat down silently. I looked at her and asked, if there was someone just as powerful as Darkcheat, or even worse, would we have a fighting chance? She looked up at me and shook her head and said, we would be doomed. I sighed and said, I came here looking for direction. I feel like I'm all alone in the coming fight, and I thought Shrouded Glade was the place where I could find hope. She looked at me and said, hope is always fleeting, Maya. If you're looking for it, the Sacred Garden is the only thing that Darkcheek didn't destroy. I looked towards it and asked, how is it still standing? She shrugged and said, fate works in mysterious ways. I think it still serves a purpose and will be here until it's no longer needed. Maple seemed lost, like she knew everything and nothing at the same time. Maybe she's right where she's supposed to be, watching over what remains of Shrouded Glade. I flew over to the garden that she had mentioned and realized that this was my first time visiting the place. I looked around and saw nothing but plant life thriving in the garden. It was like all of the vines protected everything from harm. It made me wonder if this was how the garden stayed safe after all of these years. I flew in and saw multiple boulders scattered throughout the garden. I didn't know what to make of them until I saw 4 treebles near one of the boulders. I flew over and asked, what's with the rocks? One of them looked at me and said, we're a bit lost, to say the least. These guide stones are supposed to help those who can't help themselves. I sighed and said, sadly, I'm a bit lost myself. Being alone doesn't help, and on top of that, I have this feeling that I'm supposed to save the world. He turned back to the stone and said, times are tough, especially for us. I tilted my head and asked, why's that? He looked at the other 3 treebles and said, we're all that's left. Ever since the Glum invasion, no other treeble has been found. I frowned and said, I'm sorry, I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have made our conversation all about my struggles. He shook his head and said, it's not your burden to carry. Even though they won't let me take it, the blame is mine. I knelt down and asked, I don't understand. Why are you to blame? He sighed and said, I ran and hid, while all of the treebles met an unavoidable fate. I could have tried to save them, but instead of being a hero, I became a coward. I smiled and said, you did what you thought was right at the time. Your friends survived and they helped guide you along the way. You're here now, and that's what matters. He nodded and said, as true as that might be, it still doesn't make up for what I did. I tilted my head and asked, what was this unavoidable fate you mentioned? He looked at his friends, then back to me and asked, can I trust you? I thought for a moment and said, trust is a complicated thing. I had a hard time trusting others until someone showed me how to. If there's anyone you can learn to trust, it's the ones closest to you. He thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll tell you, but I need you to do something for me. I flew up from the ground and asked, what do you need me to do? He pointed to a large guide stone and said, approach the guide stone and close your eyes. Don't say anything, but think about where you want to go, and maybe it will guide you. I knelt down once again and took a deep breath. I thought about Valerian, Dane, Morningstar, and the journey to come. I thought about my family as well, if they're still out there. I thought about everything I've been through and everything I'm going to go through from this point on. And then I exhaled, letting all of that stress and frustration go. The treeble smiled and said, it's not easy letting the guide stone take over. I shook my head and said, it felt necessary. I needed that. He nodded and said, now, with that out of the way, I'd like to introduce myself and my friends. He startled his friends and pointed to me. He cleared his throat and said, allow me to introduce my friends. This here is Ludo, over here is Ezra, and this fluffy guy is Jax. I smiled and asked, what's your name? He turned to me and said, you can call me Chatty. I gasped and said, I knew I recognized you, the Sacred Grove mascot, alive and well. He sighed and said, I'm not doing a very good job of keeping that reputation, though. Ludo scoffed and said, oh, hush, Chatty. You stand here for everything good about Treeblekind, regardless of our current circumstances. I nodded and said, still, it's nice to meet you all properly. My name is Maya, in case you were wondering. Chatty smiled and said, it's nice to meet you, Maya. Now, down to how we got here in the first place. He sighed and said, as hard as it is to explain, this huge purple flame overtook Greenwood Forest and left us wondering where it came from or who could have caused it. I thought for a moment and said, well, Darkcheek does come to mind. From what Maple told me, he could harness power that no one else could. Jax nodded and said, he's the one who caused it, that's for sure. However, it seems Darkthorn was behind the whole thing. I tilted my head and asked, Darkthorn? Why would she do something like that, considering how much she cares about Valerian? Ezra shook his head and said, because we went to Briarwood. We overheard a conversation between her and her right hand. Not only did they confirm our suspicions, but we also learned they're planning to take over Sacred Grove. I sighed and said, I guess I was wrong about her. So, we can't let her do that. As much as I don't trust Valerian, Darkthorn is worse. Chatty looked at me and asked, so what do you suggest we do? I thought for a moment and said, we need to find my friend Dane, then work together to put a stop to Darkthorn and her plan. Jax nodded and said, now that's a good suggestion. We'll need a team to take down her and her army. I chuckled and said, an army? Oh, we'll work our way there, but let's stick to finding Dane. The sooner we find him, the sooner we can bring peace to Sacred Grove. All four of them nodded and followed me out of Shrouded Glade. Before I left, Maple turned to me and asked, did you find what you were looking for? I nodded and said, it took some time, but I think I know where I'm headed. She smiled and said, that's good. I think I'll stay here for a while. Shrouded Glade needs me, and I need it. I didn't really know what she meant by that, but I left her to the ruins of the Academy. I stepped out of Shrouded Glade with a newfound purpose. That purpose was our team and reclaiming Sacred Grove. Chapter 11, Excavate. As soon as we got to Greenwood Forest, sparks started flying. We all got behind a mound of dirt, and I asked, what the hell is going on here, Vittorio? He chuckled and said, well, I was hoping to explain the situation at hand. I was also hoping Meyerhold would be here to help my case. Kel turned to him and said, help your case? This is practically a battlefield in the middle of a burnt forest. Just as he said that, an explosion hit the ground from out of nowhere. I sighed and asked, Vittorio, you need to tell us what's going on and fast. Besides that, which one of these guys has a permit for explosives? He nodded and said, okay, have it your way. I've got the intel that both Valerian and Darkthorn are looking for something here in Greenwood Forest. Kel looked around and asked, do you know what it is? He shook his head and said, unfortunately, no. That's what Meyerhold is trying to find out, as well as who's fighting who. I sighed and said, well, he better hurry up. We can't hide here forever. Just when I said that, someone jumped over the dirt mound in a panic. Vittorio turned his head and asked, it's about time. What took you so long? Logan chuckled and said, I got stuck in traffic. If you haven't noticed, it's really crazy out there. I looked at him, then smiled and said, long time no see, Logan. He chuckled and said, dang, it has been a while. You've aged, but it's hard to forget a face like that. Kel tilted his head and asked, so what's your story besides gathering intel on this whole situation? He smiled and said, the name's Logan Meyerhold, professional relic hunter and amateur archaeologist by trade. Vittorio here asked little old me to gather some intel on the situation at hand, considering the fact that I know one of the groups that are looking for the artifact. I looked towards the site and asked, did you actually get intel, or are you just saying things? He smiled and said, well, what do you think? Of course I got intel. The only thing I don't know is what artifact they're looking for. Vittorio sighed and asked, well, what do you know, Meyerhold? Logan rolled his eyes and said, relax, old man, I'm getting to it. So, it turns out Valerian hired a group of archaeologists to search for this thing. Then, of course, Darkthorn hired a group of hooligans to do the same. Kel thought for a moment and asked, so where does that leave us? Would it be wise to get involved with one of the two groups? I shook my head and said, it wouldn't. We'd be caught in the middle of a crossfire, and not to mention, we have no stake in this conflict. Logan chuckled and said, oh, that's where you're wrong, Kensington. You see, our stake in the game is that artifact. Whatever it is, we have to get our hands on it. Vittorio laughed and said, and how, in our great sacred grove, are we supposed to do that? He pointed to his hat and said, considering I'm one of them, all we gotta do is join forces with the archaeologists. I'll vouch for you three as long as you're all on board. I shrugged and said, I don't know. Valerian and I are at odds, to say the least. Working for her group doesn't really sit right with me. Logan shook his head and said, Relax, Dane. We're just cutting out the middleman and taking the artifact from Valerian's group. What she won't know won't hurt her. Kale looked over at the site and said, Logan does have a point. Whatever the artifact is, we shouldn't let it get into the wrong hands. Logan led us to the campsite where the archaeologists were located, and he greeted one of them. He shook his hand and said, Meyerhold, it's good to see you, my old friend. I see you've brought a team as well to help us out. Logan nodded and said, I kept my word, Wellington. I always do, or try to at least. He sighed and said, I do wish you would have gotten here sooner. We're pinned down and out of options to get this thing for Valerian. I tilted my head and asked, Do you know what it is she wants? He shook his head and said, She didn't divulge that information. With important matters such as this, I'd never expect the Queen to let us know everything that's going on. She just sent us to retrieve it, which we're experts at. Kale chuckled and said, Experts? You said you were pinned down and you still don't have it in your possession. He shook his head and said, Just because these hooligans have stopped us in our tracks doesn't mean we're not experts. We've got a plan. Vittorio looked at the site and asked, Well, at least someone does. Would you care to let us in on the details? He nodded and said, Absolutely. The plan is simple. We already know where the artifact is. We've marked the spot, but someone just needs to go and dig it up. I looked at the X on the dirt and said, I mean, it sounds simple enough, but I don't think it actually is. He smiled and said, You've caught on. Very good. The complication in our plan is the hooligans. If you've heard the explosions, you already have an idea of what's been going on. Every time we try to send someone down there, they put a stop to it. Kale sighed and said, So there's no actual way down there without getting blown up. He nodded and said, Precisely. Unless we have some sort of distraction to prevent them from throwing those things, we're stuck here at camp. Logan looked around and asked, Wait, are you the only one here? I thought you had a team with you. He sighed and said, I did, but they went back to Sanctuary for reinforcements. The only one here that's still trying to get the artifact is Ambrose. Logan laughed and said, Worcester, that kid is way too young to be out here looking for what Valerian wants. He shrugged and said, As true as that is, he's ambitious and wants to prove himself. By all means, I, for one, welcome him to try. Just as he said that, Ambrose ran up behind him and said, Sorry for the wait, sir. The hooligans kept me preoccupied. Logan looked at him and asked, Shouldn't you be in school? He shrugged and asked, Shouldn't you be in an old folks' home? Vittorio rolled his eyes and said, All right, you two, that's enough. We got bigger fish to fry. Wellington nodded and asked, Ambrose, what news do you have regarding the hooligans? He shrugged and said, Not a whole lot. They've stopped firing explosives at us constantly. He exhaled and said, Phew, that's a sigh of relief. Maybe they've run out of ammunition. I smiled and said, Good, maybe we can start heading down to the site. Logan stopped me before I could start moving and said, Hold your horses, Dane. We don't know if they've actually run out of ammo. If they have, we still need a distraction to start heading down there. Vittorio nodded and said, He's right. Even if we want to make our first move, it's still best to play it safe. So we waited until the right moment. It felt like we were waiting for ages, like we were in the middle of a ceasefire. We needed some sort of sign to move forward. Chapter 12, Delirium. The Treebles and I searched high and low for Dane's whereabouts. Unfortunately, we were coming up short. With no leads, we were left to our own devices. I sighed and asked, Where haven't we looked? Jax looked at Chatty and said, It's a long shot, but we could check Greenwood Forest. Chatty tilted his head and said, Why would Dane be there? There's nothing in that forest besides painful reminders and burnt memories. Jax shrugged and said, That may be, but if no one has seen him, we might as well check where no one else would. I looked towards the forest, then saw smoke rising to the sky and asked, You guys said the forest was completely burnt down? Why is there smoke coming from over there? Chatty looked at the forest and said, That's not possible. If there's smoke coming from over there, that can only mean one thing. I nodded and said, Someone has to be over there, and if it's Dane, that's a bonus. We made our way to Greenwood Forest and saw that things were not as they seemed. Chatty looked around and said, This isn't the forest I remember. Even when it burnt down, it didn't look like this. Ludo felt the ground and said, This doesn't feel like natural soil. It feels more corrupted than anything else we've come in contact with. I looked at him and asked, "Do you think someone's corrupting the forest?" He shook his head and said, "No, I don't think so. Maple Sugarleaf said that Darkcheat used some sort of power that no one has seen before in Sacred Grove. Maybe his power has this lasting effect on the forest." Ezra sighed and said, "So we might never see Greenwood Forest return to normal. This is really bad and we have no way to stop it." Jax looked ahead and said, "We're not alone." We hid behind a corrupted bush and saw a group of hooligans all gathered around a campsite. I tilted my head and asked, "What are they doing here?" The leader cleared his throat and said, "Listen up, my fellow hooligans. Today we claim an artifact for Darkthorn. She is the true queen of Sacred Grove. We will claim it for her, and that means preventing those archaeologists from trying to dig it up." They started to holler and cheer for the cause. He smiled and asked, "Now that's what I like to hear. We may not know what the artifact is, but if it helps Darkthorn retake Sacred Grove, then we will not rest until it is in her hands. Now who's with me?" They cheered and hollered louder than before. Chatty shook his head and asked, "This doesn't look good. What should we do?" I thought for a moment and said, "He said something about an artifact and that Darkthorn needs it. We can't let them give it to her." Jax nodded and said, "She's right. We know what Darkthorn is capable of, and for some power to fall into her hands could mean the end for Sacred Grove." Ludo shook his head and said, "We can't have that. There has to be something we can do to stop them from getting that artifact." I smiled and said, "So, I have an idea, but you four might not like it." Chatty tilted his head and asked, "Why? Are we going to be used as some sort of distraction?" I nodded and said, "Trust me, it'll get their focus off of the artifact. That way the archaeologists can grab it." We got close enough to their camp and hid where the hooligans couldn't see us. I looked around and said, "We won't have much time, but the plan is simple. All you guys need to do is fly around the hooligan camp and annoy them enough to get their focus off of the archaeologists." Chatty nodded and said, "We can do that as long as you let the archaeologists know what's going on. We can't have them sitting around doing nothing." I nodded and said, "I can do that. If anything goes wrong, we'll meet back here." They all nodded and we started to split up. I hid where I was able to see the archaeologists and I was ready to give them the signal. I looked at my new Treble teammates and saw them start to soar above the trees. Chatty exclaimed and said, "Hey hooligans, we're up here!" One of them looked up and said, "Trebles, I thought they went extinct. Still, that's nothing to worry about. We'll see that stays true." Jack shook his head and said, "That's what you think, but think again, hooligans." They flew all over, then pulled their attention away from both the artifact and the archaeologists. It was the perfect plan. This was my only chance to let them know that they were clear to go for the artifact. So I stood where they could see me, and once they looked over, I gave them the signal to move in. Nothing could stop them now. Chapter 13, Fortitude. I sat in my home going over some of the important documents sent to me by Luthias. I was stressed out, trying to figure out the best way to go about our plan. It wasn't easy working under Luthias, and it made me miss the three princes. Our plan was to put a stop to Valerian's rule and control Sacred Grove from Sanctuary. So, instead of living in fear in Silver Hills, Luthias and I thought it would be best to make the entire realm our home. This also meant occupying every other region in Sacred Grove. So, Glimmer Deep, Lavender Coast, and Black Forest to ensure our survival. In a way, Luthias and I would be the new Realm Keepers. Maybe this would make Bryce proud, but unfortunately I'll never get to know. With all I'm trying to do, I hope I'm doing the right thing. I didn't want what Bryce and his friends did to be in vain. If that meant kicking Valerian off of her sacred throne, then so be it. Just as I was about to leave to speak with Luthias, I heard a knock at the door. I sighed and said, "Come in, it's unlocked." A young woman that I hadn't seen in a while shook her head and asked, "Was that sigh meant for me?" I smiled and said, "Ryzil, it's good to see you. No, it's just your timing is too perfect. I was about to go speak with your father." She tilted her head and asked, "Why are you always busy? Do you ever make time for those you care about?" I sighed and said, "Those are some loaded questions. To put it simply, my time is valuable and I spend it getting important work done. If that work is done, then the people I care about will be safe." She shook her head and said, "That's not good enough. If you spend all of your time on yourself, then the world will start to forget you exist." I sighed and asked, "Why did you come here? To lecture me about who I am as a person?" She started to tear up and said, "I care about you. Every time I see you, I try to express that. Like when I've tried to get you to go out in the city with me, but you turn me down because you're busy. I have feelings for you and I don't hide it, but you don't care. Explain to me why it's so hard to have a heart for those around you." I stood there in silence. This wasn't the time for this sort of thing, and I didn't know how to respond. In a way, I felt the same for her, but I didn't know how to convey it. I pointed to my couch and she sat down, then I did as well. I sighed and said, "Ever since I returned to Silver Hills, it hasn't been easy. When I put up the barrier around our city, I felt appreciated and important. Shortly after, I became an ambassador for Silver Hills, and your father's right hand. It all started to pile up, and I'll admit, all of this work has been a distraction from my actual life. I don't know who I am without this purpose that Silver Hills has given to me." She touched my hand and asked, "That doesn't excuse how you've treated me. Why did you ignore me after all of those times I tried to get your attention?" I looked at her and said, "That was not my intention. With you being the king's daughter and the work I was doing, I didn't want to put you in harm's way. I also didn't want to hurt your feelings when your father asked me to do something the same night you wanted to be together. None of these reasons excuse how I've been acting, but I hope to change that." She sighed and asked, "How?" I pulled her close and said, "I feel the same way about you, and I want to make this work. As much as I would like to run off with you into the city during the night, I need time." She teared up and asked, "How long must I wait for you to make up your mind?" I sighed and said, "Your father and I intend on invading Sacred Grove tomorrow with an army by our side. We've been planning this for a while, and we just want peace for the realm. Once we've achieved that, we can be together and spend the rest of our lives across the realm." She sighed and asked, "What if someone gets hurt? What if you get hurt and I'm all alone? I've been patient with you, but how can I wait for you when you're practically going off to war?" I started to tear up and said, "I'm not asking the world of you, even though it may seem like I am. All I'm asking for is a little time. Let me finish what I've started. I'm not just doing this for your father. I'm doing this because I have to. Once this is over, Sacred Grove won't have to suffer anymore. If you really care about me and you want a future together, please do me this one favor. Wait for me." She thought for a moment, then sighed and said, "Okay. If doing this will clear your conscience, then so be it. I'll wait until you return to Silver Hills." She kissed me on the cheek and left my home. I wasn't expecting that to happen, especially the day before we leave for Sacred Grove. I didn't even realize how I was treating her until now, and that hurt. Regardless of my feelings, I need to do this. For Bryce, Jessica, and everyone else who has suffered. I left my home and made my way over to see Luthias. I sat on my throne contemplating the future. I was frustrated with the fact that this plan may not work. I looked over the documents that Chugsy had sent me and considered that what we had wouldn't be enough to storm Sacred Grove. I sighed and said, "If this doesn't work, we won't survive. This has to work." A voice echoed through the halls and asked, "What has to work?" My queen and wife, Sif, walked into the room and stared straight into my soul. I sighed and said, "You've caught me at a bad time, my dear." She rolled her eyes and said, "It's always a bad time, but mostly when I enter the room. I'm sure whatever it is can't be the end of the realms." I shook my head and said, "This time is different, Sif. It's definitely going to be the end of us if this plan doesn't work out." She sat on the arm of the throne and asked, "Is this the plan that you and Chugsy have been working on?" I looked at her and asked, "Well, yes, but how did you know?" She smiled and said, "Luthias, I know everything that goes on around here, even though you think I don't." I sighed and said, "Then you know why I'm frustrated." She nodded and said, "I can muster a guess as to why. You don't have enough forces against Valerian to win a war." I nodded and said, "I've been trying to come up with a solution, but so far, I have absolutely nothing." She looked at me and asked, "You've thought of everything?" I nodded and said, "Yes, I have." She sighed and said, If you've thought of everything and you've come up with nothing, then you haven't thought of everything. She smiled, and then she started to leave the room. I tilted my head and asked, "What do you—" Then it hit me. There was one thing I hadn't thought of, and it might just be enough. I stood outside the doors and took a deep breath. Before I could even open the door, Sif opened them for me as she was leaving. She smiled and asked, "Chugsy, it's been a while. How are things going?" I shrugged and said, "It's been both an interesting and stressful day for me, but I'm managing." She nodded and said, "It's the opposite for me. I believe I outsmarted our king." I chuckled and said, "Really? Even Luthias must have his limits." She nodded and asked, "Speaking of limits, have you met yours yet with my daughter?" I choked up for a moment and asked, "But my queen, I beg your pardon." She smiled and said, "I know everything that goes on in Silver Hills, including the feelings my daughter has for you." I nodded and said, "Yeah, we just talked it over. It was a long talk, but our feelings are mutual." She breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "Good. I'm glad to hear that. Don't go breaking her heart, or you'll have to deal with Luthias. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go have lunch with my 3 sons." I nodded and also breathed out a sigh of relief. What I didn't tell Sif is that the relationship isn't official, but what she doesn't know won't hurt her. I walked in through the doors and said, "Luthias, I've been going over the documents you gave me, and I have some ideas." He turned to me and said, "Whatever they are, let's hold off on them. I've got something better in mind." I tilted my head and asked, "What could be better than what I've got on paper?" He smiled and said, "It's not what could be better, it's who. We're going on an expedition to the west. Bring your incantations just in case." I followed him outside and he said, "Chugsy, I presume you've never been to where we're going. In this case, be cautious of your surroundings. We won't be there long, but it's dangerous." I nodded and asked, "Where are we going, sir?" He pointed outside the city and said, "We're going to Hallowed Coppice, the home to our solution." Chapter 14, Chivalry. We walked out of the city to the outskirts beyond the dome. I tilted my head and asked, "Luthias, are we walking to Hallowed Coppice?" He nodded and said, "It's important that we walk to this place. I walked the path that he walked." I thought for a moment and asked, "Who's he?" He smiled and said, "You'll see, but what I will tell you is that he is to be feared." I nodded and continued walking until we reached a fork in the road. I sighed and asked, "I can't say I've ever been here before. Any ideas, Luthias?" He nodded, then saw a wooden board with torn pieces of paper and said, "Let's take a left here. Trust me, we're close." I looked at the wooden board and asked, "Does this mean something to you?" He smiled and said, "Yes, this is where his journey began." We continued walking through the grasslands, and I started to think about the kind of person this could be. I was both nervous and relieved, considering I didn't know what I'd be walking into. I just wanted this whole thing to be over, then I could be with Rizil for the rest of my days. I hadn't even thought of telling Luthias yet, but like Sif, I assumed he knew. As we continued walking, I felt a cold chill in the air and asked, "Does our solution live somewhere cold?" He shook his head and said, "No, he lives further west. We're taking a little bit of a detour to the north. I need to show you something important before we go any further." I nodded and we continued north. It wasn't long until we reached this huge summit. I've never seen a mountain this massive before, and there's nothing to even compare it to back in Silver Hills. Below us was a large bridge, leading to who knows what, but it shook me to my very core, just by staring at it. Luthias looked at me and said, "We'll be crossing this bridge. What's on the other side of it is what I want to show you." I nodded and started heading across. When I got to the other side, I saw a cavern and walked in. I kept going further in and started to feel a presence that I had never felt before. I walked into the biggest part of the cavern that felt empty, but it wasn't. A giant skeletal beast laid on the ground before me, and I didn't even know what it was. Luthias walked in behind me and said, "Ah, good, you found the dragon." I turned to him and asked, "Dragon, you know the name of this beast?" He nodded and said, "That and so much more. You see, when I departed and left the rule of Silver Hills to my 3 sons, I left in search of allies for our people. One of the allies I had found told me about the beasts he had slain, and this dragon was one of them. More importantly, it was the last beast on his list. I looked at it and asked, "Is that why we've never seen beasts like this in Silver Hills or Sacred Grove?" He nodded and said, "He put an end to them before they could put an end to us." I thought for a moment and asked, "Why are you showing me this, Luthias?" He sighed and said, "I just want to prepare you for what's next. He's our solution, and you need to know what you're getting into. I hope this makes you ready for the future." I took a deep breath and said, "I believe I'm ready for anything at this point." He smiled and said, "Good. Let's make our way over to him and put all of this to rest." We left the cavern and the dragon that laid within it. I knew Luthias meant well and was probably just preparing me for the worst. We stood on the top of a hill, overlooking a kingdom the size of Silver Hills, with a castle in the middle of it all. I looked at Luthias and asked, "So, this is where our solution lives?" He nodded and said, "Indeed, this is the heart of hallowed Coppice, and it's where I made my first major alliance." I tilted my head and asked, "Have you made more than one?" He nodded and said, "Our other allies aren't as cooperative, but regardless, they're our allies. The alliance I've made here is quite significant in comparison to the others." I nodded and said, "Well, let's get on with the pleasantries. As an ambassador, it is my job to get to know our neighbors." Luthias sighed and said, "Chugsy, we're here on business and nothing more. If all goes to plan, you may begin with your pleasantries." We began walking the streets and we were being stared at by the locals. I rolled my eyes and said, "Do they know it's rude to stare?" He chuckled and said, "Oh, they know. They just don't trust us. Regardless of the alliance, most of the citizens will choose to judge us for who and what we are." I sighed and said, "Sometimes I think being smart and being elves gets us nowhere." He smiled and said, "How right you are, my friend. Now, let's make our way to the castle. It's about time we got down to business." We walked up to the gates of the castle, and they were opened for us by the royal guards. I could tell they knew Luthias based on how they were looking at me. It made me wonder if Luthias was the only one who knew about this alliance, and that's why I was getting weird looks ever since we arrived. We walked into the room and saw someone standing in front of a throne. A royal guard standing near the throne cleared their throat and said, "Greetings, elves. May I present to you the Regent King Egon, protector of the realm and ruler of hallowed Coppice." It didn't occur to me that every place had its own king or queen, but this king didn't seem like someone who could slay a dragon. He looked at us and asked, "Luthias, it is good to see you again, but I must ask, what brings you back to hallowed Coppice?" Luthias sighed and said, "I know I arrive on short notice, but it's urgent. I need your help, Egon, to secure our future." He thought for a moment and asked, "Before I offer anything, what is the name of the elf you have brought with you?" I cleared my throat and said, "My friends refer to me as Chugsy, but my full name is Chuckles-I-Talk Rylari." Luthias nodded and said, "He's my most loyal right hand and ambassador of Silver Hills. I trust this man with my life." Egon smiled and said, "Well, if you trust him with your life, then I shall do the same." I smiled and said, "Thank you. I appreciate the trust you both put in me." Egon looked at Luthias and asked, "So, on to business. What can I help you with, Luthias?" He sighed and said, "Tomorrow, we are planning to take over land known as Sacred Grove. However, both Chugsy and I are concerned that we don't have enough of an army to take it by force." Egon chuckled and asked, "So, do you need additional soldiers?" Luthias shook his head and said, "Not exactly. All I need is one person, and I think you know who I'm referring to." Egon sighed and said, "That's a big ask, Luthias. I don't know if I can spare my first knight for your cause." I turned to Egon and asked, "First knight?" He nodded and said, "He's the first and only knight in our kingdom." Luthias sighed and said, "I'm afraid you'll have to. After all, he owes me for murdering one of our own." I looked at Luthias and asked, "He did what?" Egon nodded and said, It was before you arrived to make an alliance with us, but if allowing him to help you in your conquest settles that, then you shall have him." Egon summoned a figure from another part of the castle. He walked towards the throne and looked at us, then kneeled in front of Egon and said, "My king, I hope all is well." Egon nodded and said, "Our allies have come from their realm to ask for your assistance. Before we begin discussing the details, allow me to introduce my knight." The knight stood back up and awaited Egon's praise. Egon cleared his throat and said, "May I present Bale, first knight, beast hunter, dragon slayer, and keeper of the realm." I turned to Luthias and said, "That sounds familiar." He nodded and said, "It seems like Bale is not the only realm keeper." Egon looked at Bale and said, "Now on to the reason I summoned you here. The elves have requested you assist them in their conquest for a realm called Sacred Grove. Luthias said he will forget about the elf you slayed all those years ago to follow through on this expedition of his." Bale looked at Luthias and said, "Is that so? Well, I'd go, but I worry for our kingdom, Egon." Egon sighed and said, "If there was another dragon, we would have seen it by now. Our kingdom will thrive, but only if you see this through." Bale sighed and said, "Fine, I'll go with them, but when I return, I will find that dragon." Bale followed us outside of the kingdom, and we made our way back to Silver Hills. I looked at Bale and asked, "So, what's your story? Luthias filled me in on some of it, but I'd like to hear it from the knight in person, if that's all right." He sighed and said, "It was a long time ago, but I set out on a quest to slay every beast in the realm for our king. I wasn't a knight back then, but I had the determination to see every monster slain for the king." Luthias nodded and said, "In the midst of your quest, you did murder one of our own. After this is done, the past will be forgiven. That's the promise I made to your king." He sighed and said, "He tried to stab me first, but still, I realized that it was an honest mistake and the elf was trying to defend himself." I turned to Luthias and asked, What was an elf doing? What was an elf doing all the way out here?" He shook his head and said, "It was my fault. I had asked one of our scouts to find allies in the west. This was years ago and he encountered Bale. It's a mistake I will never make again." Bale nodded and said, "So, after slaying most of the beasts in the realm, I came across a cavern in the mountains. This was the last beast on my quest." I nodded and said, "The dragon, I presume." He tilted his head and asked, "How did you know?" Luthias turned to him and said, "Before we got to your kingdom, I showed Chugsy the remains of the beast that you felled." He nodded and said, "I didn't struggle with any of the beasts I encountered until I met the dragon. I had my shield blocking all of the fire he could have breathed onto me. Luckily, he had weak spots in his neck, and I was able to cut his head clean off." Luthias smiled and said, "This is why I asked for your help. You'll get the job done, no matter what the cost may be." He shrugged and said, "I had my reasons for going on that quest. My goal was to become a knight for the king. I brought the dragon's head with me on horseback and made my way to the kingdom. I stood over the hill and took it all in. I entered the kingdom and I was welcomed in, like I had returned from my lifelong journey. I remember stepping off of my horse and approaching the king on his throne. He stood up from it and he had me kneel on the top of the stairs to the throne. I did as he said, and he placed my sword on each of my shoulders. In that moment, I became the knight of the realm. I vowed on that day to be the realm's keeper, no matter the cost." I smiled and said, "I knew someone like you. He vowed to do the same, but sadly he didn't get to live to see what had become of the realm he swore to protect." Bale sighed and said, "That is the price of being a realm keeper. You forfeit your life to the cause you believe in. It might not seem fair, but it is what keeps those we care about safe." Luthias nodded and said, "That is what we aim to accomplish tomorrow. With your help, both our realms will remain safe forever." He nodded and said, "Good. That is all I desire." I turned to Bale and asked, "So back at the castle, you said something about there being a second dragon in your realm. Do you still believe there's another dragon out there?" He shrugged and said, "It's hard to say. I traveled back to that cavern in the mountains and I found evidence that suggests he was not the only dragon. I believe that was an offspring of another dragon. A mother dragon is what I believe." I sighed and said, "Well, once this is all said and done, I hope you find that dragon and take it down for good." He nodded and said, "It wouldn't be the first time, but hopefully it will be the last time I face a beast of that caliber." After some time, we finally made it back to Silver Hills. I turned to Bale and asked, "Can Luthias and I have a minute alone?" He nodded and said, "Of course, I'll meet you both inside of the city." Luthias turned to me and asked, "What is it, Chugsy?" I sighed and said, "It's about your daughter, Rizil. Before we left, she and I had a discussion about our future. We both got emotional and decided it would be best if we waited until Sacred Grove was secure under our rule." Luthias tilted his head and asked, "Waited for what?" I looked at him and asked, "She and I feel the same way about one another. I was wondering if I could have your blessing to be with her for the rest of my life." He stood there in complete silence. He thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "I would have it no other way. If you make my daughter happy, and she does the same, then I approve." We both smiled and made our way back into the city. The next day came and it was morning. I greeted Bale and Luthias near our entrance, then sighed and said, "This is it. There's no turning back after this." Luthias nodded and asked, "Are you ready, old friend? Once we take Sacred Grove, we'll secure our future." I nodded and said, "Let's take back our freedom, for the realm and everyone that has lost their lives to it." Luthias, Bale, and I marched with our elven army towards Snow Hill. This was our only chance to set things right for everyone across every realm, for the Realm Keepers. Chapter 15, Languish. Vittorio looked across from the dirt mound and said, "There's a signal. It looks like someone's got those trebles distracting the hooligans." I tilted my head and asked, "Who's responsible for that?" Kel shrugged and said, "I don't think it matters. Whoever it is just gave us the go-ahead to grab the artifact." Logan nodded and said, "It's now or never, gentlemen. Let's get down there and grab whatever they're after." Wellington turned to Ambrose, then to us and said, "We'll keep an eye on the hooligans. That distraction of theirs will only last so long." We ran down to the dig site as fast as we could, but we felt like we were being watched. Little did we know that Darkthorn and her Chugawug army were observing us from a distance. Darkthorn sighed and said, "Leave it to a bunch of hooligans to screw up a task that's so simple and easy." Chugug turned to her and asked, "Where does that leave us, to do our own dirty work?" She nodded and said, "I'm afraid so, Captain." Darkthorn looked at the dig site and saw someone she recognized. She turned to Chugug and asked, "Is that who I think it is?" Chugug nodded and said, "Kensington. He was friends with my son, Junior. As far as I'm concerned, Dane's as much a traitor as Junior is." She sighed and said, "If Dane is here, that means Maya is as well. Despite their help in the past, I cannot let them interfere in this matter." Chugug tilted his head and asked, "What would you have me do, Darkthorn?" She turned to him and said, "We need to act. Send 5 Chugawugs down to the site at once. Delay Dane and his friends until we retrieve the artifact." He nodded and sent 5 Chugawugs to the dig site. I looked up at the hill next to us and said, "Guys, we've got company." Vittorio sighed and said, "Darkthorn and her army must be here. It looks like her Chugawugs are making their way for the artifact." Kale nodded and said, "Dane and I will keep them busy. Don't lose momentum until the artifact is in our hands." Kale readied his sword and charged at one of the Chugawugs. He spun as fast as he could towards him and knocked him to the ground. I launched myself into the air with my mallet and slammed down onto another Chugawug. Despite our best efforts, 3 other Chugawugs already made it to the center of the dig site. Vittorio shook his head and said, "We're not going to make it to Meyerhold." He sighed and said, "I can see that, old man. Regardless, we can still try." They ran as fast as they could, but it was too late. The Chuggabugs set charges down onto the center of the site and ran away as fast as they could. Then suddenly, the charges went off, sending both us and the Chuggabugs flying. We were all left unconscious. In another part of the forest, Luthias and his elven army saw the explosion. I looked at the beam of light coming out of the ground nest and asked, "What was that?" Bale shrugged and said, "It's probably nothing, Chugsy. We should keep moving towards the capital." Luthias shook his head and said, "Now, let's not be hasty. Whatever's going on over there is worth investigating. Let's move deeper into the grove." They marched onwards, deeper into Greenwood Forest. Maya saw the explosion and exclaimed, "Dane!" Chatty looked at the site and said, "That doesn't look good. Still, we can't keep these hooligans distracted for much longer." Jax nodded and said, "There's 2 people on the hill across from us. I'll go and get their help." He flew as fast as he could to the other side and said, "Hey, up here." Wellington looked at Jax and said, "How peculiar. I thought all of the Treebles had gone extinct, but I guess I was misinformed." Ambrose shrugged and said, "I never trust what the news says. That's how I'm still here in the job." Jax sighed and asked, "Would you 2 knuckleheads pay attention?" Wellington nodded and said, "Sorry, please, continue." Jax smiled and said, "We need your help to take down these hooligans. If you can do that, we should all be in the clear." Ambrose tipped his hat and said, "That's all you need. You've got a deal." Wellington nodded and said, "I agree. Let's show those fools who's really in charge." They followed Jax back to the other side and started to take down the hooligans. Ambrose sighed and said, "Come on, hooligans. Let's talk this out like real treasure hunters." They shrugged and put their fists down. Ambrose smiled and said, "Gotcha." He lunged at both of them and took them out with single blows to the skull. Ambrose chuckled and said, "That was too easy. I should start brawling with random Grovians more often." Wellington approached the hooligan leader and said, "Excuse me, sir. I seem to have lost my sense of direction. If you could point me to the nearest hospital, then we could get this charade over with." He laughed and said, "If you think I'm going to lose to you, then you've got another thing coming." Wellington shrugged and said, "Try your luck out. Still, I believe you'll find that I'm quite the brawler." He sighed and said, "I doubt that. Now stand still for me and I'll put one right between your eyes." He smiled and took his hat off of his head, then threw it straight at the hooligan leader. It knocked him right onto his back and Wellington was unharmed. He sighed and said, "Fools, they never bother to learn when they're unmatched." Chatty smiled and said, "We're in the clear by the looks of it." Ludo sighed and said, "It's about time. I was ready to stop flying an hour ago." Just as he said that, a knight approached from the forest. Luthias pointed to the Treebles and said, "Those flying beasts. Take them out and move to that dig site." Bale nodded and said, "As you wish." He moved slowly towards the Treebles and pulled out his sword. Treebles were unaware of his presence, and without warning, he attacked them. Ezra saw the sword and exclaimed, "Watch out!" Before he could say another word, the knight cleaved him in 2. Jax gasped and exclaimed, "Ezra, you will not die in vain!" Jax flew straight at the knight and scratched at his armor. Despite his best efforts, it did nothing to the knight. He grabbed Jax by the throat and sent him flying against a tree. The knight walked over to where he had thrown Jax, and with one swift motion of his sword, he ended his life. Ludo saw what had happened and said, "Chatty, we need to fly out of here before it's too late." I nodded and said, "All right, move as fast as you can." They flew past every tree and every falling leaf, but it wasn't fast enough to evade the knight. He grabbed Ludo by the tail and said, "Too slow to avoid my wrath." He tossed Ludo into the air and grabbed him by the neck, then snapped it with 2 fingers. I couldn't believe what had just happened. My 3 best friends are gone, just like the wind. I started to tear up and said, "I will avenge you. This, I promise." I flew faster than any Treeble I had ever known and tried to flee from the knight. He shook his head and said, "You should have stayed hidden in a tree like the squirrels in hallowed coppice." He took his sword and threw it so fast it was like a javelin in the air. Maya finally took notice of what was going on and exclaimed, "Chatty, hold on!" She flew as fast as she could towards Chatty and held him in her arms. The sword didn't hit Chatty due to Maya's efforts. However, the sword clipped both of her wings and she collapsed to the ground. Bale grabbed his sword, then sighed and said, "Truly a shame. You should have let him die, but instead, your ignorance has left you weak." Maya looked at him and said, "Compassion is not weakness. Do not mistake my actions as anything else. My morals are my strength, and I'd do it all over again." He shrugged and said, "Very well. I shall leave you where they all lie." He made his way towards the dig site, but left Maya and Chatty all alone. Kale shook me and exclaimed, "Dane, wake up!" I sighed and asked, "What happened?" He looked at the center of the site and said, "It looks like the Chuggawugs got to the artifact first. Go figure." I nodded and said, "Everyone is still unconscious, including Vittorio and Logan." Kale shrugged and said, "Let's not wake them up. They deserve their beauty sleep." I chuckled and asked, "Well, we're up. Shall we go see what the artifact is?" He nodded and we walked to the center of the dig site. Kale looked inside the X and asked, "What is that? A necklace?" I shook my head and said, "That's not just any necklace. That's the Chaos Amulet." Kale stepped back and asked, "That sounds dangerous. Should I be concerned?" I nodded and said, "If Valerian and Darkthorn were looking for this, then Sacred Grove is in a lot of trouble." Kale looked at the amulet and asked, "So, how do you know what it is? Did I miss something?" I sighed and said, "A long time ago, a shapeshifter posing as Valerian tricked Maya and I into going on this royal scavenger hunt. We found every piece for it and eventually found the amulet in a box." Kale tilted his head and asked, "Who's Maya?" I turned to him and said, "I almost forgot to tell you. She's my partner in crime, in a way." Kale smiled and said, "Ah, I get it. I felt the same way about—" But he stopped before saying another word. I tilted my head and said, "It's not like that, but she's been there every step of the way." Kale nodded and asked, "So, this Chaos Amulet, how did it end up here?" I shrugged and said, "I wish I could tell you, but I don't know. I heard that Darkthorn had sent the shapeshifter into a place where she would rot for all eternity. Beyond that, I assumed it had been destroyed." Kale thought for a moment and asked, "How bad could this amulet really be?" I sighed and said, "Well, unless you want a chaos beast to destroy the Free Realms, I suggest you don't put it around your neck." Kale nodded and said, "Copy that, Kensington." I smiled and said, "Still, we can't let Valerian or Darkthorn get their hands on the amulet. Vittorio and Meyerhold will know what to do. Let's go wake them up." He nodded, but before we could, a tall figure approached us. He held a long sword in his hand and asked, "I'll be taking what you took from that crater." I sighed and said, "Well, this went from an easy victory to a complicated situation. You can't have it, whoever you are." He chuckled and said, "Before I rip it from your palm, I will tell you my name. I am Bale, keeper of the realm known as Hallowed Coppice. You will remember that name, as I will bury you with this moment in memory." Kale tilted his head and asked, "A realm keeper? Does that sound familiar to you, Dane?" I nodded and said, "All too familiar. However, the realm keepers I read about didn't invade other realms. They protected them." Bale sighed and said, "I'm here to protect mine from yours. If you will not hand that over to me, I will take it from your corpse." Kale pulled out his sword and said, "So be it, Realm Ender." They charged at each other and Kale held his own against Bale. With every bone in his body, Kale pushed back against him, but it wasn't enough to make Bale falter. He grabbed Kale by the neck and said, "Try as you might, you are no match for me." He threw him into the crater where we found the Chaos Amulet. I sighed and said, "Kale's strong, but not as strong as me." Bale laughed and said, "Is that so? Well, let's see what you've got, boy." I charged at him with my wooden mallet and hit him as hard as I could. I dented his chest plate and made him step back, but didn't weaken him. He sighed and said, "Bringing wood to a metal fight. Wasn't very smart of you. He grabbed my mallet and snapped it clean in two. I looked at him and said, well, there goes my only weapon. You're replacing it, Bale. He grabbed me by my hair and said, the only thing I'll be replacing is your realm with a new king. I tilted my head and asked, that doesn't help me get a new weapon. He threw me to the ground, took the Chaos Amulet from my pocket. I shook my head and exclaimed, you can't take that. It's going to bring destruction to Sacred Grove. He nodded and said, better your realm than my own. As he said this, Darkthorn saw him and said, Chagug, we're going to Sanctuary. I'm tired of being powerless, so it's time to take the fight to Valerian. He smiled and said, it's about time. Darkthorn and her Chugawug army made their way towards Sanctuary and left Greenwood Forest. Luthias and Chugsy walked past the Treebles that Bale had slaughtered, and Luthias said, I told you, Chugsy. Bale is our solution. I sighed and said, as true as that might be, he is rather violent. He looked at Chugsy and said, he is precisely what we need in this war. Now, let's go retrieve what Bale found. I walked past Maya and noticed her wings were gone, then said, I'm sorry. It had to be this way. Maya looked at Luthias and said, you've gone too far. Dane will not stand for this. Luthias sighed and said, as far as I'm concerned, Dane is one of us. You, on the other hand, are a traitor and deserved what happened to you. Let's go, Chugsy. Maya thought for a moment and asked, Dane? One of them? She got it from the ground with Chatty in her arms and said, I need to find Dane before it's too late. Luthias and Chugsy found Bale. Then he delivered the Chaos Amulet. Chugsy looked at it and asked, well, it's not the Gleamstone that Valerian had, but I'm sure it's important to her. Luthias nodded and said, we'll use this as a bargaining chip. This necklace for Sacred Grove and beyond. Luthias stood on top of the hill and said, Kensington, a pleasure as always. I sighed and asked, Luthias? What are you doing here? He smiled and said, Chugsy and I were just on our way over to discuss the rule of Sacred Grove with Valerian. I was hoping you could join us, since I know you desired answers about your parents. I thought for a moment and said, can I meet you there? I need to check on my friends before anything else. He nodded and said, by all means, take your time. We should have everything settled by the time you arrive. It was good to see you again, Dane. I nodded and said, likewise, Luthias. They left for Sanctuary, and I ran to help Kale out of the crater that Bale threw him into. Kale sighed and asked, what did I miss? I thought for a moment and said, well, we lost the Chaos Amulet, and Bale got away. He shook his head and said, I had him. If we knew where to find him, we could get the amulet back. I nodded and said, I think I might know where he's going. We need to go to Sanctuary to track him down. Trust me on this. He shrugged and said, well, Kensington, you haven't steered me wrong yet. Let's get a move on. Before we could leave, I saw Maya slide down the hill into the dig site. She saw me and ran into my arms, then hugged me tight. I looked at her and asked, Maya, are you okay? What happened? She started to tear up and said, this knight murdered 3 Treebles to help distract the hooligans for you. I managed to save this one, but in the process the knight clipped my wings. I sighed and said, the knight's name is Bale. He claims that he's a realm keeper as well. She scoffed and said, he's no realm keeper, he's a savage animal. I nodded and said, Maya, Bale has the Chaos Amulet. That's what was in the dig site. She punched me on the arm and asked, are you kidding me, Dane? You leave me all alone in Silver Hills only to find the Chaos Amulet and lose it? Kale nodded and said, to be fair, I helped him lose it. She turned to him and asked, who are you? He cleared his throat and said, Kale Yardbird. Dane asked me to join him a while ago, but he's told me all about you. She smiled and said, oh, has he? I'm sure it was nothing but positive information about who I am as a person. I nodded and asked, So, not to change the subject, but who's the Treeble you saved? She looked at him and said, his name is Chatty. He lost a lot of friends today. Kale looked at Chatty and said, the Sacred Grove mascot. Well, I've officially seen it all. I sighed and said, poor guy. He doesn't deserve any of this. Hopefully, he wakes up soon. Just as I said that, Vittorio and Logan walked over to us, and Logan asked, what did we miss? I sighed and said, everything. You missed everything. Logan sighed and said, that checks out. We always miss all the fun. Vittorio looked at me and asked, did you get the artifact? I shook my head and said, unfortunately, it was taken from us. It turns out someone buried the Chaos Amulet at the dig site. Logan gasped and said, that isn't good. If the Chaos Beast gets out of that amulet, we're as good as a cooked goose. Vittorio sighed and said, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Meyerhold and I will spread the word around Sacred Grove that they need to remain indoors. I nodded and said, that sounds like a good plan. The four of us will make our way to Sanctuary. I suspect that our thief is heading there as we speak. Vittorio nodded and said, all right, there's no time to lose. Let's take back our home. With that said, we went our separate ways in the hopes of securing the Chaos Amulet. I was hoping we could make it in time. Chapter 16, Pursuit. As we were leaving Greenwood Forest, Maya looked at me and asked, so why did you leave Silver Hills without me? I sighed and asked, it's a long story. Could we talk about it later? She nodded and said, yeah, that's fine. Gale shrugged and said, to be fair, there's a lot going on right now. I nodded and asked, speaking of, why were you in Greenwood Forest? She looked at Chatty and said, we were looking all over Sacred Grove for you, Dane. We saw smoke in Greenwood Forest and we decided to help in any way we could. I smiled and said, well, you and Chatty did a lot for us. We wouldn't have found out that the Chaos Amulet still exists without your help. She sighed and said, those other three Treebles helped too. Their names were Jax, Ludo, and Ezra. They didn't deserve to die like that. Kale sighed and said, well, don't worry. As soon as we find Bale, I'll take him down. I turned to him and asked, you'll take him down? He threw you into that crater. How do you expect to fight him this time? He chuckled and said, well, for starters, I have a weapon. Yet you, Kensington, do not. I sighed and said, you have a point. You missed it, Maya, but Bale snapped my mallet in two. Maya shook her head and said, you've had that mallet ever since we met in Briarwood. I nodded and said, I'll get a new one forged, but we can worry about that later. The sooner we get to Queensfields, the sooner we can find Bale and put all of this to rest. Maya looked at Chatty and said, Dane, there's something you need to know. I tilted my head and said, Maya, hold that thought. Something's not right. We arrived in Queensfields, but it wasn't the same place we remembered. The fields were overrun by both Chugwug soldiers and elven mages. I looked at the fields and asked, I don't understand. Why is there an army of elves at our front door? Kel shrugged and said, well, it could be worse. It's not the Glum invasion, that's for sure. I sighed and said, still, it could turn out that way if we don't stop this. Maya looked at me and said, this is what I needed to tell you. Luthias and Chugsy are here, but I didn't know they brought their entire army. I nodded and said, I know Luthias is here. I spoke to him not too long ago. She tilted her head and asked, you spoke to him? What did he say? I shrugged and said, he told me that he was going to discuss things with Valerian. I thought he meant peacefully, not violently. Maya sighed and asked, did you know that Bale is working for Luthias? I turned to her and said, no, I didn't. That explains why Bale came out of nowhere and why Luthias was at the dig site. Kale thought for a moment and said, so this Luthias guy has the Chaos Amulet. If he and Bale are working together, we have no idea what we're walking into. I sighed and said, well, there's only one way to find out. Let's find a way into Sanctuary. We traversed through the fields and climbed up the left side of Sanctuary into an alleyway. We were hidden in between two buildings and we took a moment to catch our breath. I sighed and said, look, despite everything that's going on, I still trust Luthias. Maya turned to me and asked, really? His army is tearing apart Sanctuary and Bale murdered those Treebles. Why do you still trust him? I shrugged and said, there has to be a reason for the Elven army and Bale. He probably wanted to be cautious and brought them along. He only wanted to discuss the rule of Sacred Grove with Valerian. Darkthorn's army probably started this. Cale sighed and said, if he wanted to have a discussion with Valerian, he should have come here alone. She nodded and said, Cale's right. However, I trust you, Dane. If you believe there's more going on with Luthias, then we'll get answers. I smiled and said, all right, let's move out. Before we could, Chatty finally woke up. He looked at Maya and asked, where am I? She sighed and said, you're in Sanctuary, Chatty. He looked around and asked, where are the others? She started to tear up and said, they didn't make it, Chatty. They were murdered by the knight known as Bale. I wish there was more I could have done, but I saved you from him. He looked at Maya's wings and said, your wings? You put yourself in harm's way for me, and for that, I am forever grateful. He jumped out of Maya's arms and turned to us. He tilted his head and asked, who are they, Maya? Maya smiled and said, this is Dane Kensington III, and that is Cale Yardbird. They were on the other side of where we were in Greenwood Forest. I nodded and said, it's a pleasure to finally meet the mascot of Sacred Grove, but I wish it was under better circumstances. He sighed and said, me too. As the last remaining Treeble, I will do everything in my power to avenge my kind. Cale shook his head and said, hold your horses, Chatty. Elves and Chuggabugs are fighting out in the streets. We need to be cautious if we want to find a way to the capital. He tilted his head and asked, elves and Chuggabugs? Fighting in Sanctuary? How much have I missed? Maya sighed and said, too much, Chatty. Hop onto my back. That way you'll stay out of harm's way until we can find you some gear. He nodded and jumped onto Maya's back. The way he rested on her almost resembled a backpack. We left the alleyway and maneuvered through the streets of Sanctuary. Elves were using their magic to nullify the Chuggabugs from fighting. It seemed like the battle was coming to a decisive end in the Elven favor. I looked at the elves and asked, why aren't they attacking us? Maya shrugged and said, Luthias must have told them to leave us unharmed. However, he called me a traitor when he walked by Chatty and I, so I don't know why I'm still unharmed. I looked at her and said, that doesn't make much sense. Still, I'm sure everything will be explained once we reach the capital. Cale sighed and said, yeah, but more than that, I hope Bale's ready to face defeat. Chatty smiled and said, we'll take him down together, Cale. I'll make sure of it. I looked at the World Tree and said, there's no turning back from this. Whatever Luthias is planning, I hope it saves us from Valerian and whatever she was planning to do with the stones. Chapter 17, Fusion. We made it up the hill and approached the capital. Right outside the doors laid Valerian and Darkthorn, cuffed together with elven magic. Luthias, Chugsy, and Bale, alongside two other elven mages, were standing all around them. Luthias smiled and said, Dane, it's about time you arrived. It took some time, but we managed to convince Valerian to surrender to our kind. I sighed and said, Luthias, I saw what your army did out there in the streets of Sanctuary. You didn't need to resort to violence for a discussion. He shook his head and said, when push comes to shove, I had no other choice but to act accordingly. It was Darkthorn's army that started all of this bloodshed. Darkthorn turned to him and said, like hell it was, you elvish fool. He used elven magic to cover her mouth and said, silence, dark witch. If it was up to me, you wouldn't be a part of this encounter. Yet here we are, all together in Sanctuary. I sighed and asked, so, what's your endgame, Luthias? He smiled and said, well, for starters, I promised you when we last met that I'd get you the answers you deserve. After all, you're one of us. Maya turned to me and asked, what does he mean by that? Luthias looked at Maya and said, oh, he didn't tell you? Dane, there's no need to be ashamed of who you truly are. He is half elf, half human. On the outside, he looks nothing like us. However, on the inside, he is our blood, through and through. Maya looked at me and asked, "Why didn't you tell me? Was this the reason you ran out of Silver Hills like that?" I nodded and said, "I was going to explain later, but that's the reason." Luthias nodded and said, "Now, on to the business at hand. Dane, you desired answers from Valerian. I suggest you start asking questions." I looked at Valerian and asked, "To start, I need to know something. I felt different after 8 years of slumber. I didn't know who I was or what I was supposed to be doing. Was everything in my life leading up to the Gloam invasion a lie?" She sighed and said, "Not all of it. However, Ayani tampered with your memories to ensure you had a life of pure bliss." I sighed and asked, "So everything about my mom and I moving in with my uncle, my dad leaving us, my mom sending me to school to learn gymnastics, all of it was a lie?" She nodded and said, "I'm sorry, Dane. I tried to protect you from the truth, but I see now that was a mistake." I thought for a moment and asked, "Luthias showed me that Ayani imprisoned my real parents years ago. So where are they now?" She sighed and said, "They're not here. Sadly, they're not in Sacred Grove." I tilted my head and asked, "What do you mean they're not here? Where are they?" She sighed and said, "I can't give you that information. Ayani made me promise to keep the location a secret." Luthias sighed and said, "Still, this false queen keeps her secrets. Why am I not surprised?" I looked at him and asked, "Secrets? What else are you hiding?" He smiled and said, "More than she would care to admit." He grabbed 2 stones from Chugsy and showed them to me. I looked at the stones and asked, "The Gloam stone and another stone like it? How is this possible?" Chugsy sighed and said, "It appears that Valerian used the Gleam stone, the other stone, to bring the Gloam stone back to life." Luthias nodded and said, "We stopped her before she could use them against us. A queen with a lust for power is not deserving of the crown, even if it is heavy." Valerian looked at Luthias and said, "You don't know what it's like to rule without guidance. My hand has been forced to keep the order in Sacred Grove. If that means using power beyond my own means, then so be it." He knelt down to Valerian and said, "I've ruled far longer than you have. You will not keep us bound by some stone." She shook her head and said, "Chugsy told me your city is far more advanced than ours. You are fine behind that crystal barrier." He sighed and said, "That's where you're wrong, Valerian. You see, even paradise is a prison when you can't leave." He stood up, then looked at me and said, "Well, what's done is done. We can't change the past, no matter how hard we try." Maya looked at the stones and asked, "What do you plan on doing with those?" He chuckled and said, "I'm glad you asked. Chugsy tells me that a man by the name of Baron von Darkcheat used one of these to try and change the realms forever. However, he failed to realize the full potential of using the elements all together." Luthias placed the Chaos Amulet around his neck and held both of the stones in his hands. He turned to Bale and said, "Eliminate Valerian and her sister Darkthorn." He nodded, and before he could, Darkthorn broke free of the elven magic, then said, "You can't end our lives." Luthias tilted his head and asked, "Why is that? Is it because you're royalty?" Valerian nodded and said, "If you take us down, Sacred Grove and every realm like it will cease to exist. That includes Silver Hills." He thought for a moment and said, "How interesting. Well, if we can't eliminate you, then I will siphon your souls into the stones to ensure the realms stay intact without your influence." Luthias activated the Chaos Amulet and bonded with both of the stones. He summoned the Chaos Beast to his side and used the stones to boost his elven magic. We stood there in complete silence, not knowing what to do. Chapter 18. Withstand. Chugsy took a step back and said, Luthias, you've gone too far. We came here to take Valerian out of power, not to become what the Realm Keeper sought to destroy. Luthias shook his head and said, You're not seeing the full picture, Chugsy. For the free realms to thrive, we all must evolve. I looked at Luthias and said, Put that thing back in the amulet before Sacred Grove is destroyed. He sighed and said, The two of you turning against me? You were meant for greater things, Dane. Greater than this. I looked at Valerian, then back at Luthias and said, If the choice is between the greater and lesser evil, then the choice itself is flawed. He chuckled and said, Still, the brighter the light shines, the darker the shadow it casts. Whether or not you choose a side, you'll always be forgotten in the end. Cale shook his head and said, We're still here. As long as we're alive, we won't be forgotten. He nodded and said, I'll make sure the realms forget all of you. Bale, make them kneel before you. He readied his sword and said, With pleasure, Luthias. He charged at me and I avoided his attack as fast as I could. I looked at Cale and said, I don't have my mallet. This is going to be harder without a weapon. Cale shrugged and said, You could fight with your fists. I rolled my eyes and asked, Against Bale's armor? Are you being serious? He laughed and said, No, but don't worry. Maya, Chugsy, and I will take the trash out. If you're on our side, Chugsy. Chugsy nodded and said, I always have been. I was just blinded by loyalty to Luthias, and I didn't see his true intentions. I'll fight with you and for the Realm Keepers until the end. Cale rushed into Bale and their swords clashed. Cale smiled and said, You're not getting away this time, Bale. We'll have you on the ropes in no time. He chuckled and said, Is that so? If you're a true warrior, then you know you're outmatched. Cale shook his head and said, Think again. I'm not alone in this fight. Cale pushed back against Bale and hit his armor with his sword. They clashed swords again and Cale held his own. He sighed and said, I can't hold him for long. Some help would be nice, Chugsy. He nodded and said, I'm working on it. Spell casting isn't instantaneous, you know. Maya turned to him and asked, What can I do? He sighed and said, Leave the Treble here and help Cale in his fight. I'll work on this spell and hopefully this will all be over soon. Maya pulled out her katana and swiftly ran towards Bale. She held her blade against his and doubled Cale's hold against Bale. Maya sighed and said, You're going to pay for what you did to Chatty's friends and for clipping my wings. I won't let you leave here. Bale shook his head and said, You're going to regret interfering in this fight, little girl. I won't go easy on either of you. They held Bale in place until Chugsy could finalize the spell. Chatty looked at Chugsy and said, My friend suffered because of him. He sighed and said, If I had known what Bale was doing, I would have tried to stop him. Instead, I sat idly by while Bale took the lives of your friends. I'm sorry for everything. I only wish I could have done more for them. Chatty sighed and said, Me too. If we take down Bale, their memories will be preserved. I'll always remember them. I ran over to Chugsy and Chatty, then asked, How are we looking? Chugsy shrugged and said, The spell is almost ready. Once I cast it, you and Maya need to stop Luthias from unleashing that power onto the free realms. Chatty, I'll need you to be my eyes in the sky. That way Cale and I can keep Bale busy. I nodded and said, Alright, just give us a signal. Chugsy took a deep breath and finalized the spell, then readied it. He looked at us and exclaimed, Maya, Cale, disperse! They moved and he casted it, hitting Bale directly. Bale stumbled backwards and remained stunned by the spell. Chugsy sighed and said, Dane, Maya, make your way inside the capital. We'll handle things from here. We nodded and followed Luthias into the World Tree. Chapter 19. Succumb. It was quiet. We tried listening for Darkthorn and Valerian, but there was nothing. Maya looked at me and asked, "Where could he have gone?" I shrugged and said, "Your guess is as good as mine. I thought he had good intentions, but I was wrong. I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner." She sighed and said, "It's fine, Dane. What matters now is saving the Free Realms from destruction. Later, you'll have to explain this whole elf thing to me." I nodded and said, "I'll do my best." It was a lot for me to process after I had left Silver Hills. She tilted her head and asked, "You know, you can count on me for anything, right, Dane?" I nodded and said, "I've known that ever since we met, Maya." We both smiled and kept searching through the world tree. We finally came across Valerian and Darkthorn, and saw Luthias standing over them. The Chaos Beast was nowhere to be found, and that concerned me. Luthias smiled and said, "Dane, I had such high hopes for you. You could have been next in line to take the throne, but instead, you've betrayed your own race." I scoffed and said, "I've been a human for most of my life. I'd say who I am doesn't matter at this point. I don't need a bloodline to know right from wrong, Luthias. Clearly, you've forgotten the difference in desire more power than Valerian did." He laughed and said, "I'm doing this for Silver Hills, Dane. You'd realize that if you weren't so blind. Regardless, this is the end for both of you. Chaos Beast, drown them in shadow." Before we could even move, the Chaos Beast grabbed us. I tried to break free, but I felt powerless against the beast. Maya looked at Luthias and asked, "Is this really worth destroying the Free Realms?" He shook his head and said, "Destroy? Oh, you've got it all wrong, Maya. Once I siphon their souls, I intend on rebuilding every realm from the ground up." I shook my head and said, "This isn't right, Luthias. You know this, and still, we persist against all odds." Luthias sighed and said, "Enough. This will be done, and it seems you both need to be taught a lesson." He pointed both his stones at the ground and opened the cerulean portal. Valerian looked at the portal and said, "Luthias, you can't send them through." He turned to her and asked, "Why should I listen to the overthrown queen?" She sighed and said, "If you do this, they will not be able to return to our world. They will be lost." He thought for a moment and asked, "Is that so? Does your sister share that same sentiment?" Darkthorn nodded and said, "It's true. Despite our differences, sending Dane and Maya down there is a death sentence." Luthias nodded and said, "Very well. If sending them through takes them out of the equation, then that's fine by me." Luthias used the Chaos Amulet and commanded the Chaos Beast to drop us into the portal. The Chaos Beast released us, and we fell through. Chapter 20, Underworld. We fell out of the portal and stumbled down a rocky mountain. We rolled onto freshly laid soil, and the world looked completely different from Sacred Grove. I looked at the sky and asked, "Where the hell are we?" Maya shrugged and said, "Wherever Luthias sent us. I wish Valerian would have told us more about it." I sighed and said, "Ayani made her promise to keep this place a secret. Even if we find out where we are, she said we won't be able to return to Sacred Grove." She looked around and asked, "Well, if we're going to be here for a while, we might as well keep moving forward." We walked for so long, it felt like forever. Every step we took through the soil kept sending us 2 miles backwards. Maya looked at me and asked, "So, you're part elf. How'd you find that out?" I sighed and said, "I suppose this is the best time to discuss it since we're in the middle of nowhere." Luthias recognized my last name and showed me images of people on this thing called the Everflow. He told me that my father was his right hand in Silver Hills. She thought for a moment and asked, "You look nothing like an elf. What convinced you that you are one?" I chuckled and said, "That's what I said to Luthias, but he showed me memories that had been suppressed in the far reaches of my mind." She nodded and said, "That explains what you were asking Valerian about, but go on." I sighed and said, "Luthias said that my father grew distant from Silver Hills. He met a woman that would soon be my mother, then he showed me the memory. My mother and father were arguing about the life I deserved to live, but I was hiding in a closet during the memory. A Yanni and the royal guards arrested them, then a Yanni found me and took me in. She started to tear up and said, "Your parents are missing, just like mine." I nodded and said, "My uncle fought for me after all of that happened. He's the reason I still had a small connection to a family. I feel bad for treating him the way I did, but knowing that Yanni tampered with my own memories was probably the reason. I was under her influence." She thought for a moment and asked, "So, now that you know you're half elf, half human, are things going to be different now? Is anything going to change between us?" I shook my head and said, "No, I don't think so. I believe that I'm going to be better than I was before. I'm not going to be the Dane that I was all of those years ago. I won't let Yanni's control haunt me anymore." She smiled and said, "That's good. I'm happy for you, Dane. You said that you wanted to find yourself, and in the middle of nowhere, you eventually did." I smiled, then stopped walking for a moment and gave Maya a warm hug. She smiled and embraced it, then I said, "Meeting you was the first step to finding myself. Thank you for everything." She sighed and said, "As always, you're welcome." We let go of each other and looked ahead of us. I smiled and asked, "All right, shall we venture into the unknown?" She nodded and said, "Let's see what we can find." After walking for a while, we noticed something in the distance. Maya squinted and asked, "What is that?" I shrugged and said, "I'm not sure, but let's take a closer look." As we got closer and closer, we found a town that looked like a carnival or a circus. I looked around and said, "It looks like we're not in Sacred Grove, but it looks like we're in Sacred Grove, but I know for a fact that we're not." Maya nodded and said, "The pathing looks the same, but I've never seen anything like this in the places we've been to." I looked up at a sign near the entrance of the town, and it read, "Welcome to Underworld, home to the lost." I tilted my head and asked, "The lost? Does that refer to us?" She shrugged and said, "Maybe. It could be referring to a different kind of loss, but let's take it as a sign of hope." I nodded and we entered the underworld. We walked around the underworld and saw multiple structures that looked more colorful than anything in Sacred Grove. I looked at Maya and asked, "Why would Valerian keep all of this from us?" She shrugged and said, "There has to be more to this place than meets the eye. Valerian wouldn't have kept it a secret otherwise." After passing through a few buildings, we came across people we hadn't seen before in Sacred Grove. They were translucent, like you could see through them, but they were physically here. Maya turned to me and asked, "Ghosts? Are we dead?" I shook my head and said, "We're not, but I have a hunch that they are. At least we're not alone, Maya." She nodded and said, "That's true. It could be worse, I suppose." I thought for a moment and said, "Speaking of, we need to get back to Sacred Grove. Chugsy, Chatty, and Kale won't be able to hold their own for much longer." She sighed and said, "Dane, you heard Valerian and Darkthorn. They both said that we'd be stuck here forever and that we won't be able to return to Sacred Grove." I nodded and said, "I know. However, we've done the impossible before. We can do it again." As I said that, a voice called out to us and said, "Dane and Maya, we've been expecting you." I took a step back and saw a skeleton approach us, then asked, "Who are you and how do you know us?" He chuckled and said, "A good question indeed. I go by Grim in these parts, but you might have known me as Harry in Sacred Grove. To answer your other question, everyone here knows you. The saviors of Sacred Grove." Maya tilted her head and asked, "What did you mean by expecting us? Did you know we were coming?" He thought for a moment and said, "We did, yes. There's lots of people that I'd like you to meet, besides myself." Chapter 21, Conclave. We followed Grim through the underworld, and we had no idea where he was leading us to. I looked at Grim and asked, "You said that you went by Harry in Sacred Grove. However, Valerian said that we can't leave this place and we'd be stuck here forever. How did you escape?" He smiled and said, Halloween, Harry, to be more precise. Valerian is a naive child and doesn't know the underworld as well as she thinks she does. Every Halloween, Lucinda and I host a party for everyone in Sacred Grove. We'd host it in Blacksport, and those in Sanctuary were none the wiser. Maya thought for a moment and asked, Only once a year? Why wouldn't you leave permanently? He sighed and said, Well, if we did, Valerian or Lavender would have caught on to our schemes. By the way, Lucinda is who you're going to meet first. We've known each other for decades. Grim led us to a graveyard and said, She should be here around here somewhere. Give me a moment to go and find her. He walked off and we waited for him to return. Maya looked at me and said, So, skeletons, ghosts, and a lot of confusion. I can't say this is what I was expecting when Luthias and the Chaos Beast sent us down here. I sighed and asked, Me neither. Still, being in this place makes me wonder. Valerian said that my parents were sent to a place that's not in Sacred Grove. Could they be here? She shrugged and said, Maybe, but we don't know enough about the underworld. We have more questions than answers, and Grim is our key to finding our way out of this place. I nodded and said, You're right. We should just play this by ear until we get more information. After waiting for a moment, Grim brought Lucinda out from the darkness. Grim smiled and said, Dane, Maya, I'd like to introduce you to Lucinda, Keeper of Souls. Maya tilted her head and asked, Keeper of Souls? What does that mean? Lucinda sighed and said, It's a tasking position, but I lead souls to where they need to go. I'm a sort of guide here in the underworld. I sighed and asked, Hold on, what is the underworld? She tilted her head and said, Didn't you see the sign when you entered? The underworld is a place of refuge for the lost. Grim nodded and said, Those who have run out of time in the living realms are brought here by me. However, spirits of the past are not the only ones who are down here by choice or by force. Maya looked at Lucinda and asked, So, the underworld is the afterlife to some extent. Then you help them move on? She nodded and said, Some spirits are more stubborn than others. They either cling to the life they once had, or they have regrets that prevent them from crossing over to the next life. I looked at Grim and asked, You said that these spirits aren't the only ones down here. What did you mean by that? He sighed and said, Valerian has sent people down here who are still alive. If you remember Joffrey, her royal advisor, she tried to put him down here. However, there were those who disagreed with this choice, and we directed him to Black Forest. Maya sighed and said, Well, he did some horrible things, but I don't think being in purgatory is the right call. Lucinda nodded and said, Correct. There is one person that Valerian put down here years ago that requested to stay here for good. I tilted my head and asked, Who might that be? Grim smiled and said, Follow me. She'll be very happy to see you. We followed Grim to a field of flowers, and there was a hint of magic across the entire field. For some reason, I felt like I had been here before, but I couldn't remember what the field reminded me of. Grim walked up to a female pixie and said, You have visitors. I thought you might want to see them before I take them to the end of the grand tour. I tilted my head and asked, The underworld has an ending? He shrugged and said, To a certain extent. It doesn't go on forever, considering everyone has to leave at some point. Maya looked at the pixie and asked, Who is she? Grim smiled and said, Valerian's cousin, Ashlyn. I stepped back and asked, How is this possible? We saved you all of those years ago. Why would Valerian send you down here? She opened her eyes and said, To protect me. Our royal bloodline is fragile due to her parents becoming sick and passing because of Joffrey. She wanted me to survive in case anything happened to her or Lavender. Maya nodded and said, That makes sense. Darkthorn said that if either of them died, the Free Realms would cease to exist. If you live and return to Sacred Grove, those realms stay intact. I sighed and said, Ashlyn, both Valerian and Darkthorn are in danger. An elven king by the name of Luthias threatens their lives. You need to return before Sacred Grove falls to ruin. She thought for a moment and said, When you return to the realm of the living, give me a signal. Once that's been sent, I will return and keep the Free Realms alive. Grim nodded and said, It's about time. We've been trying to get you to leave for years now. We appreciate your stay, but we need to make room for more lost souls. No offense, Ashlyn. She smiled and said, Of course. I'm sorry that I overstayed my welcome for longer than I thought. I smiled and said, Well, at least Valerian had a contingency plan if she ever died. Despite her differences and problems, she had a plan. Grim sighed and said, Now, with all of that said and done, it's time to meet a group of individuals that have been awaiting your arrival. Maya tilted her head and asked, A group? He nodded and said, They've been here far longer than I have. We left the field of flowers and walked into an endless astral plane. Above us floated a group of beings that we did not recognize. They resembled the astral plane and they almost blended in with the space they were in. Grim turned to us and said, This is where things are gonna get tricky. Maya tilted her head and asked, Tricky? The whole underworld has been tricky to begin with. How could it get more tricky? He sighed and said, The beginning of the end. He signaled to the group, and they turned to us. They floated closer and closer to where we were, then formed a circle around the astral plane. Grim smiled and said, Allow me to present the Gleam Council. They've been waiting for you to arrive, ever since you met each other. This is also where I take my leave. They will guide you from here on out. Chapter 22, Generation. We stood before the Gleam Council and waited for them to speak. Maya tilted her head and asked, The Gleam Council? Does that sound familiar to you, Dane? I shrugged and said, Maybe? I remember hearing rumors about a group who intended to protect and guide the races in the Free Realms. While we were going through the Memorial Caverns, I did notice some murals that resembled a council, but they looked nothing like this. Maya sighed and said, Well, we found them. I didn't think they'd be down here of all the places in the Free Realms. I nodded and said, There must be a reason. They probably oversee the Free Realms from the underworld, and that's why we've never seen them. Gleam Council looked at us as a collective, spoke as one collective harmony. They looked at us and said, Dane and Maya, we have been expecting you both to arrive for quite some time now. I tilted my head and asked, Why us? Are we that important to all of you? They nodded and said, You don't know it now, but you too are the future of the Free Realms. Ever since your journey began, we've been watching every move you've been making. Maya sighed and asked, If you really have been watching us, then why didn't you step in to help when we needed it most? They thought for a moment and said, We do not interfere. You are not the only ones we observe. Your struggle is a part of the growth of the roots beneath the Free Realms, and those roots need to continue without corruption or ignorance. I sighed and said, So if you had stepped in, we would have learned nothing from our journey. They nodded and said, Precisely. Your journey has brought you here, and here is where you shall have your final lessons. Maya looked around and asked, What more do we need to know? The Free Realms are in danger, and you want to teach us? They sighed and said, We know this. In order to move forward, you must go through 3 trials. Each of the trials will have a name, but we will only tell you the name of the first trial. The other 2 councils will explain the rest. I looked at the cerulean sky and asked, Other 2 councils? There's more than just this one? They nodded and said, Long ago, the Gleam Council was all there was. An argument broke out in our council, which left certain members to form their own. In that moment, we decided to create an artifact called the Gleamstone. This was a moment where for once we decided to interfere in the Free Realms. We took that power and we used it against the newly formed council. It was a mistake and one that led to the Free Realms suffering for decades to come. Maya sighed and said, Well, that explains how Valerian got the Gleamstone. She got it from the Gleam Council. They sighed and said, It was an artifact that we never should have made. Because of our actions, the royal family got their hands on the Gleamstone and have been misusing a power that they do not understand. I nodded and asked, "So, this first trial, what is it?" They thought for a moment and said, "Each trial will be different but simple. The first trial requires only one of you to participate. The second trial is the same, but it must be someone different. The third trial is where both of you must work together. That is when you'll have the solution to your problems. The final lesson." A circular platform appeared before us. The Gleam Council looked at Maya and said, "Maya, this first trial is made for you. It is called the Light. Step forward and experience what we have prepared for you." She did as they said, and the three spirits appeared before her. Maya ran to the three spirits and dropped to her knees. She started crying and hugged all three of them. I looked at the Gleam Council and asked, "Who are they?" They smiled and said, "Maya's family. They wished to stay in the underworld until Maya arrived." I sighed and said, "They didn't survive." They nodded and said, "These are what the trials will consist of. You will meet those who you're missing, those you've missed, and those you have yet to meet." I looked at Maya, then smiled and said, "You found them?" She shook her head and said, "No, we found them, together." The spirit of Maya's father sighed and said, "You've grown up. I wish we had more time together, but there's not enough time down here." She smiled and said, "This moment is enough. I was alone for so long until Dane showed up in my life." He looked at me and said, "Thank you for looking after my daughter." I shrugged and said, "Don't mention it. She's done a lot for me too." He turned back to Maya and said, "If I could go back and change everything that happened, I would do it in a heartbeat. It seems like everything that happened was fate, and that is something you can never change." The Gleam Council looked at them and said, "Unfortunately, your time is up. The underworld respects your wishes, but only until they have been fulfilled. Now they have." He nodded and said, "Maya, you have more in life than I could ever offer you when I was alive. You've become someone that I am incredibly proud of. I know that from here on out, you'll only continue to thrive in Sacred Grove." She wiped away her tears, then sighed and said, "Thank you for waiting, Dad. I promise I'll continue to make you proud, even after you've moved on. Goodbye, for now." The three spirits faded into the cerulean sky and the circular platform disappeared. I looked at Maya and asked, "Are you going to be okay?" She nodded and said, "I wanted closure and I got it. At least they're finally in a better place." The Gleam Council looked at us and said, "The first trial is complete. It is time for the second trial and for us to depart. The next council will guide you on how to proceed next in your final lesson." The Gleam Council drifted into the cerulean sky and they sent us on our way. Maya sighed and said, "I thought these trials were going to be easy, but they're going to be the hardest thing we've ever gone through." I nodded and said, "I can't imagine what the next trial is going to be like for me, but I'm guessing it's going to be like what you went through." We made our way to the next trial and we met with another council. They looked at us and said, "Dane and Maya, we are the Gloom Council, and we welcome you to your next trial." Maya tilted her head and asked, "Gloom? I thought there was only 2 elements in the Free Realms." They sighed and said, "We are the council that was cast aside. When the Free Realms didn't want us, we formed our own council and we became neutral in our observance." I nodded and said, "Outcasts in the underworld. I like to think the team we have up there is nothing but outcasts." The Gloom Council turned to me and said, "Dane, it is time for the second trial, which we call the Grey. We hope you find what you've been looking for." A square platform appeared in front of me and 2 spirits stood on it. I instantly recognized them from what Luthia showed me in my memories, but I still ran over to them and gave them a hug, all the same. I looked at my father and said, "Valerian wouldn't tell me where you both were, but knowing I'm too late still hurts. Ayani deserved what she got in the end. Dine sighed and said, "You're starting to sound like Luthias. Son, what Ayani did to you and us is unforgivable, and what happened to her is unfortunate. Still, I would not have you wish the worst of other people, regardless of what she did." I sighed and said, "I wish I had more time with the two of you before everything that's happening now. Luthias is going to tear the Free Realms apart, and it's all my fault." He shook his head and said, "Luthias always had a lust for power. There was a time when he went too far on Silver Hills, and I resigned as his right hand. That's when I traveled to Sacred Grove and I met your mother. We had you, and the rest is history." I looked at Maya, then turned back to my father and asked, "How do we defeat Luthias? He's too powerful, and I'm afraid we'll lose everything. Does he have a weakness?" He sighed and said, "This time is no different from before. In time, you'll find that he is at his most vulnerable when he is alone and everyone is against him. I believe in you, Dane. I have believed in you ever since you were born." The Gloom Council looked at my parents and said, "Your time has come, Kensingtons. Say your goodbyes." Dine sighed and said, "Dane, even though the future is already written, you can choose how you want to write it. No matter what happens, just know that I'm proud to call you my son. Bring peace to the Free Realms, and show Luthias the meaning of our last name." The two spirits disappeared into the cerulean sky. The square platform vanished from where I was standing. Maya looked at me and said, "Ayani left your parents down here to die. You and your uncle never knew. That's awful." I nodded and said, "We can't be like her or Luthias. I think there's a lesson to each of these trials, but I could be wrong." She shrugged and said, "It can't hurt to theorize. Go ahead." I thought for a moment and said, "The first trial was called the Light, meaning a sign of hope, when we found your family. The second trial was called the Gray, meaning a sign of wisdom, when we found my family." Maya nodded and said, "So, the next trial must be something darker." I shrugged and said, "I suppose we'll find out." The Gloom Council sighed and said, "The third and final trial awaits you both. The last council will give you the answers you have sought since you arrived." The Gloom Council faded into the cerulean sky and we left in a hurry. The cerulean sky grew darker and darker as we met with the final council. They formed from the cerulean sky and the sky became its darkest yet. They looked down on us and said, "Dane and Maya, we are the Gloom Council and we're here to begin your third and final trial." Maya looked at them and asked, "You're the council that separated from the Gleam Council over a disagreement. What was that all about?" They sighed and said, "The Gleam Council desired to interfere with the Free Realms. We thought it was best to stay out of mortal struggles. Still, our presence was enough to cause interference in the Free Realms." I nodded and said, "The Glumstone. However, this council didn't make it. Darkcheat did." They nodded and said, "Baron von Darkcheat. Our pupil and the reason the Free Realms were in danger all of those years ago." Maya tilted her head and asked and said, "What are you saying? Your council's the reason that Darkcheat did what he did? How could you?" They sighed and said, "He came to us in a dream. In that dream, we taught him how to use dark sorcery. He desired to be one with the elements in our realm, and we indulged him." I shook my head and asked, "You made a mistake in doing that. How can you not see the errors of your ways like the Gleam Council did?" They chuckled and said, "Despite what he did throughout the Free Realms, it was all meant to happen. It was fate." A triangle platform appeared before us and the Gloom Council looked directly at it. They sighed and said, "For the third and final trial, both of you will approach the platform." We did as they said and we stood ready to receive further instructions. They nodded and said, "This third trial is called the Dark, and this is your final lesson." One spirit appeared on the platform. He had a hood on, but we could see a part of his face. I knelt down and asked, "Bryce? Is that you?" He looked at me and said, "How do you know my name?" I smiled and said, "From a mural in Memorial Caverns, and your friend Chugsy told us your story." He nodded and said, It's good to know my memory still lives on, even now. Maya tilted her head and asked, I'm confused. Why are you still in the underworld? He sighed and said, I couldn't leave. When Darkcheat and I died, I was sent here along with Sam Potts, Jess, Nathan, Cade. I thought for a moment and asked, Where was Darkcheat? He shrugged and said, Somewhere far deeper than the underworld, I had hoped. Nathan Cade accepted what had happened and crossed over to the other side. Sam Potts crossed over, but she also wanted Jess to come with. Maya sighed and asked, Did she cross over? He nodded and said, She wanted me to follow her and Sam to the other side, but I refused. I loved Jess, but I couldn't let go of what Darkcheat did. They all crossed over and they left their weapons with me. I nodded and said, You can't cross over until you let go of your past. He sighed and said, I want this pain to go away, but I can't let go until I know for a fact that the Free Realms are safe for good. The Glum Council looked at Bryce and said, Now that Ghost Shadow is with us, we can begin discussing what comes next. Bryce looked at the Glum Council and said, Your council is the reason that Darkcheat murdered the people I cared about. I should take my pain out on all of you. They shook their heads and said, Even if you did, it would get you nowhere. Now, listen to the final lesson. They showed us a mural like the ones back in the Memorial Caverns. They sighed and said, Long ago, a sacred prophecy was written by those who existed before the Free Realms were formed. The sacred prophecy read, 6 heroes will join forces to defeat an unspeakable evil that threatens the very fabric of the Free Realms. That is where the name of our realms came from. I thought for a moment and asked, 6 heroes? Who does that refer to? They looked at us and said, In the sacred prophecy, it specified the heroes had to be an archer, a brawler, a ninja, a warrior, a wizard, and a knight. The sacred prophecy is why you two are here. Maya tilted her head and asked, I thought Luthias put us here. Bryce turned to her and asked, Who's Luthias? I sighed and said, He's the king of Silver Hills. Chugsy was his right hand and the ambassador of Silver Hills. He sighed and said, I've missed a lot, it seems. The Glum Council looked at us and said, It wasn't by accident, but it was by fate. I nodded and said, I'm a brawler, Maya's a ninja, Kale's a warrior, and Chugsy's a wizard, so to speak. We're just missing a knight and an archer. Maya looked at me and asked, Dane, aren't you missing your mallet? I sighed and said, Unfortunately, we need some help. I looked at Bryce and realized that he was still with us. Unlike Maya's family or my parents, he was unable to cross over. I turned to the Glum Council and asked, Can we bring Bryce back to life? Bryce looked at me and asked, What? The Glum Council nodded and said, Yes, but it will cost one of you. I sighed and said, Whatever the price is, I will gladly pay it. If it means we have a chance of defeating Luthias, then so be it. Maya shook her head and said, No, let me pay it. You need to stop being so selfish, Dane. I smiled and said, Losing means nothing if there's nothing to lose. I've made my peace with everything that's happened, and I'm ready to sacrifice myself for whatever is asked of me. Maya sighed and asked, Okay, but promise me that we'll meet again, after all of this is said and done? I nodded and said, It's a deal. Besides, Chatty needs someone to be there for him. The Glum Council pulled energy from the cerulean sky and suddenly brought Bryce back to life. Bryce looked at us and said, You risked your life for mine? I don't know how to repay you, but I'll do what I can. The Glum Council sighed and said, This is temporary, Bryce. You will cross over to the other side once the Free Realms are safe for good. As for Dane, you will pay the price when Bryce crosses over. We wish you the best of luck in your fight against Luthias. The Glum Council opened a portal in the cerulean sky and faded into it. Bryce looked at us and asked, Before we go, can you both catch me up on what's been going on? I nodded and told him everything that had happened ever since the Gloam invasion ended. He sighed and said, "So, we're right back where we started. If you cut off one head of a Hydra, 3 more grow in its place. That being Luthias, Valerian, and Darkthorn." Maya nodded and said, "However, Luthias wants Valerian and Darkthorn out of the picture. He wants control over the Free Realms, and we're going to stop him from doing so." I smiled and said, "Let's step through the portal, then finish this fight once and for all." Chapter 23, Corruption. Bale threw Kale across the ground and exclaimed, "Yield!" Kale shook his head and said, "Never. People like you are the reason Allie and Alex are dead. You'll yield before I ever do." Kale got back up and charged towards Bale, then sent him flying across the capital. Chugsy sighed and said, "Where are Dane and Maya? We'll be goners at this rate." As soon as he said that, we walked out of the cerulean portal with Bryce by our side. Chugsy looked at Bryce and asked, "How are you alive?" He shrugged and said, "You can thank these two for going through all of the trouble to do it." Chugsy sighed and said, "I never thought I'd see you again. I tried to do right by you, but I was a fool for having blind loyalty to Luthias." Bryce put his hand on Chugsy's shoulder and said, "It's all right, old friend. I forgive you, but we've got a new mission ahead of us." Chugsy looked at me and asked, "Where did you two go?" I shrugged and said, "Well, it was nothing like the Free Realms. It was a place called the Underworld, and it's basically a void in between the Free Realms and the other side." Bryce nodded and said, "I was stuck there for years, but only because I couldn't let go of the past." I looked at Chugsy and asked, "How long were we gone for?" He shrugged and said, "A few minutes, give or take. We've been doing our best against Bale, but he won't give up." Maya tilted her head and said, "It felt like we were gone for hours. I guess time works differently in the Underworld." Kale ran over to us and said, "Welcome back. I see you've brought backup." Bryce nodded and asked, "I'll do what I can to help, but what do you need from me?" I thought for a moment and said, "Well, for starters, we need new weapons. Anything that can help us stand against Luthias." Bryce grabbed the weapons that he was holding on to and said, "I suppose this is a part of letting go. Dane, here's Cade's hammer. He channeled his anger into it, and it got our team out of a tough situation. Use it wisely." He walked over to Chugsy and said, "You never got the chance to meet Nathan, but I imagine you two would have been best friends. This was his wand. I trust you to wield it just as well as he did." He looked at Chatty and asked, "Hey, Treble, this is going to be a hard thing to ask, but can you use a bow?" He shrugged and said, "My name is Chatty, by the way. I don't know if I can, but I'd like to try." Bryce smiled, then knelt down and said, "I knew someone who said those same exact words. Her name was Jessica, and I loved her. She was everything I couldn't be, and she was the first person I trusted before the Gloam invasion started." He pulled out a bow and asked, "This was her bow. It packs a hell of a punch, and she did too. Can I entrust this weapon to you, Chatty?" He nodded and said, "I lost my friends too, you know. I lost them because I'm too much of a coward to confront the darkness. Today, that's going to change." Bryce sighed and said, "The pain doesn't go away, but it does get easier, with time." I looked around and said, "Well, we have 6 heroes according to the sacred prophecy." Maya shook her head and said, "We're still missing one person, a knight, and that must mean Bale is a part of this." Chatty sighed and said, "So, in order to defeat Luthias, we need to team up with the man who murdered my friends." I nodded and said, "Chatty, it's not ideal, but if we don't have him on our side, we won't beat Luthias." He nodded and said, "Fine, if this saves the Free Realms, then so be it." We stood ready and we saw Bill charging at us fast. He stopped when he noticed all 6 of us, and I stepped forward. I sighed and said, "Bale, you're outnumbered and outmatched. We're asking that you surrender and join forces with us in the fight against Luthias." He chuckled and asked, "Why would I betray my king's orders? I was told to follow Luthias and help him take this place by force. What chance do all of you fare against him?" I sighed and said, "A better chance than we did before. You said that your king ordered you to follow Luthias? If your king knew what you've been doing here, he'd strip you of your title. He stepped closer and said, Watch your tongue, boy. You don't know Egon like I do. I sacrificed everything for his kingdom, and I would gladly do it again. I nodded and asked, Still, you're here, defending a king you don't even know. If your kingdom was in danger, wouldn't you do everything in your power to defend it? He paused and stood in silence. He thought for a moment and said, I would. At the moment, I fear it may be in more danger than my king is willing to admit. I sighed and said, Stand with us, Bale. Once this is over, return to your kingdom and leave Sacred Grove. This is our home, and it's not where you need to be. He nodded and said, All right. I'll stand with you until my final breath. As soon as he said that, Luthias and the Chaos Beast ripped the doors of the World Tree open, then tossed 2 pixie bodies at us. Luthias laughed and said, I don't know how you two returned to Sacred Grove, but maybe these two were lying to me. Regardless, their souls are in both of the stones, and now I am in control. I looked at their bodies and exclaimed, They didn't deserve to die, Luthias. You're lost, and you can't find a way out. He smiled and said, I've never felt more found, Kensington. Your father would be disappointed in the man you've become. I shook my head and said, Take that back. I talked with him when you sent us through that cerulean portal. He told me the truth about you. He sighed and said, If what you say is true, then your father was a fool. He deserved what became of him, just like Valerian and Darkthorn. I disregarded everything about the sacred prophecy, and I launched myself into the air with Cade's hammer. When I landed near Luthias, I hit the ground and the hammer erupted like it was coming to life. The dust and specks of stone scattered. Then I looked up to see Luthias completely unharmed. He chuckled and said, Dane, you are a fool. Like your father, you shall suffer the same fate he did. I turned around and I noticed the sun was starting to set. Maya looked at me and said, Dane, Darkthorn said the Freons would cease to exist without them here. We don't have much time left before the end. Chapter 24, Brilliance. Luthias turned to the Chaos Beast and said, It's time, my vessel. We shall become one, and we'll rule the free realms together. Luthias and the Chaos Beast merged into one figure. Luthias was no longer himself, and he became an elven king cloaked in a shadowy darkness. Bryce turned to Maya and asked, What is that thing? She sighed and said, It's known as the Chaos Beast. Dane and I had dealt with it before the Gloam invasion ever happened. He smiled and said, It seems like the Realm Keepers aren't the first heroes to save Sacred Grove. The Chaos Amulet emerged from Luthias' chest and nestled in the bond of the Chaos Beast. Luthias held both of the stones in his hands and opened his shadowy eyes. I ran back towards the team and we stood ready to fight. Luthias stared at me and said, Kensington, you should know that when you challenge a king, you challenge his kingdom. Bryce stepped forward and said, I've been here before. If you want, go ahead. Start a war. It won't change your fate when we defeat you. He scoffed and said, You're not brave. You've just merely forgotten the fear of death. Please, allow me to reacquaint you, like Dot Sheet did all of those years ago. Bryce sighed and said, It's not that I'm brave. It's that I would rather die than for things to stay this way. He shrugged and said, Then so be it. The Chaos Beast and I are not afraid of a little fire. So, light your matches, and we will rise from the ashes. Chugsy nodded and said, Then in fire and brimstone you shall burn, Luthias. We split up around Luthias and we began our attack. I charged at Luthias and exclaimed, Heroes make their own fate! I slammed my hammer down onto him and a wave of energy erupted from the hammer. Kale and Bale charged at Luthias as well, and they used their swords against him. Kale looked at me and asked, Do you mind if we join in? I shook my head and said, the more the merrier, anything to stop him from taking away our home. Bale sighed and said, can we focus on Luthias? I do not lose my battles. Luthias inhaled, then exhaled and exclaimed, enough! He sent us flying backwards and he unleashed dark energy from within the Chaos Beast. I looked at Bryce and said, we're not going to do much if he keeps this up. He nodded and said, I know. This isn't my first time fighting against the elements. He ran over to Chugsy and asked, I have an idea, but I'll need your magic and Nate's wand for it to work. Do you think you can manage by yourself while I buy you some time? He nodded and said, you know me, Bryce. I'll cast a spell that will leave Luthias vulnerable. Bryce looked at Chatty and said, Chatty, I need your eyes in the sky. Use Jess's bow from above and just shoot at Luthias. Don't let up. He nodded and said, flying is my specialty and I'll do what I can with the bow. Bryce smiled and said, I'm counting on you. You've got this, Chatty. Maya turned to Bryce and asked, what do you need me to do? He sighed and said, you won't like it, but I need you to distract Luthias. That way Chugsy and Chatty can unleash their attacks. She shrugged and said, I've never been a distraction before, but I'll do my best. Maya ran towards Luthias with her katana and she sliced at Luthias' shadow, but the Chaos Beast kept regenerating, keeping Luthias protected. She continued to slice no matter how many times the Chaos Beast interfered in the battle. Luthias sighed and said, useless pixie. Even in your feeble attempts to weaken me, the Chaos Beast and I are harmonious in an endless chorus. He unleashed the dark energy from the Chaos Beast and he broke Maya's katana in two. He was about to attack Maya until Bryce exclaimed, Maya, take my blade! He threw it towards her and Maya grabbed it by the handle, then blocked Luthias' dark sorcery. Kale looked at me, then sighed and said, Dane, I don't know if we can win this fight. Luthias and the Chaos Beast are too powerful. I shook my head and said, Kale, don't give up. If Allie and Alex were here, they'd want you to keep going. Besides, everything you've ever wanted is on the other side of tomorrow. Let's make sure that the sun rises. He nodded and said, I'm ready whenever you are. Kale and I launched into the air, then dropped onto Luthias. We used our weapons to hold him in place, and he had nowhere to go. Maya and I used our weapons to hit him with the energy that was coming out of them. Bryce looked at Chugsy and said, It's now or never. Please tell me the spell is ready. He sighed and said, It's ready. I do wish you were more patient with me, Bryce. Bryce nodded and asked, Usually I am, but the time is not on our side. What will the spell do? Chugsy looked at Luthias and said, The spell will attach to Luthias, destroying the Chaos Beast and ending this whole thing. At least, in theory. He sighed and said, Let's hope your theory pans out. Chugsy turned to Bryce and said, Before we do this, they need to get away from Luthias. Once it goes off, there will be a blast radius. He nodded and said, We'll grab them, but Luthias needs to stay in place. If he moves and you miss, we're doomed. With Chatty raining sonic-piercing arrows down from the sky, Maya and I giving Luthias everything we've got, then Chugsy charging his spell using Nate's wand, everything was falling into place. Bryce looked at Bale and asked, Once Chugsy casts a spell, we're going to get them out of there. Are you ready? Bale sighed and said, As ready as I'll ever be. Bryce looked at Chugsy and exclaimed, Now, Chugsy, cast the spell! Chugsy put the spell into Nate's wand and pointed at Luthias, then casted it. He sighed and said, I'm sorry, old friend. Bryce and Bale ran over to us as the spell was being cast. Bryce grabbed me and Bale grabbed Maya. Kale still kept Luthias in place while we got away. I turned around and exclaimed, Kale, get out of there! You'll be caught in the place! He sighed and said, This will all be over soon. Allie, I'll be with you soon. Alex, I'll teach you how to race properly. This, I swear. I will not lose any more of my friends to darkness. I'll see you on the other side, Dane. Chapter 25, Cataclysm. The spell was cast, then it hit both Kale and Luthias. The spell burned away the Chaos Beast into nothing, and it left Luthias in ruin. The Chaos Amulet was no more, but both the Gleamstone and the Gloamstone withstood the impact of the spell. Kale was reduced was reduced to ashes, and Sacred Grove was untouched. I dropped to my knees and said, "We won the war, but at what cost? Kale sacrificed himself for us." Bryce sighed, then put his hand on my shoulder and said, "I did the same for my friends. They died, but I defeated Darkcheat. I sacrificed myself. That way, the Free Realms could move forward without fear." Maya looked at the sun and said, "Guys, we've got a problem. The sun is still setting, and we're back where we started." I thought for a moment and said, "I'll be right back." The cerulean portal was still where we left it, and I stepped through. Ashlyn was awaiting my return. She waved at me. I sighed and said, "Valerian and Darkthrone were murdered by Luthias. We stopped him, but the Free Realms don't have long before their light goes out." Ashlyn nodded and said, "They didn't deserve that fate, but I'm glad you put a stop to the chaos. I could sense it all from down here. Lead the way back to the portal." Chugsy looked at Bryce and said, "We've got to do something before the sun sets." He thought for a moment and said, "Chugsy, grab the Glowstone and I'll grab the Gleamstone." He tilted his head and asked, "What are we doing with them?" Bryce shrugged and said, "Just trust me on this, Chugsy. It's crazy, but it might just be crazy enough to work." They ran inside of the Memorial Caverns to find the Heart Seed. Bryce turned to Chugsy and said, "We're going to aim the stones at the Heart Seed and hopefully empty all of the energy into it." Chugsy thought for a moment and said, "If we empty that energy into it, Valerian and Darkthorn's souls will go into the Heart Seed as well." Bryce nodded and said, "That's the idea. Let's hope it works." They aimed the stones at the Heart Seed and poured all of the energy into it. Doing this slowly restored the Heart Seed to its former glory, before Darkthorn took half of it. It was a fully grown Heart Seed, and once all of the energy had gone into it, both the Gleamstone and the Glowstone vanished into the Memorial Caverns. Bryce sat down, then exhaled and said, "Chugsy, I am so glad we're done with those stones." He laughed and said, "It's about time, right? We've come a long way from Silver Hills, old friend. I'm glad you're back, Bryce." He sighed and said, "Only temporarily. Once I'm able to let go of the past, I need to cross over to the other side. Unfortunately, I can't cheat death forever, no matter how much I want to stay here." Chugsy sighed and said, "You've done enough here, Bryce. I think you deserve to be with those you love. Someday I'll join you on the other side and we can catch up on the life we lived." He smiled and said, "I'd like that, Chugsy. Let's head back and see what that did." They left Memorial Caverns, but they saw that the sun was almost fully set. Maya sighed and asked, "I'm guessing your plan didn't work?" Bryce shrugged and said, "Well, we did get rid of the stones and we reformed the Heart Seed, but yeah, it didn't pan out." Maya looked at the portal and said, "Well, let's hope Dane had a better plan." I stepped out of the cerulean portal with Ashlyn, and then suddenly the sun began to rise. Bryce smiled and said, "There's always another sunrise, even after we see it set." Chugsy looked at Ashlyn and asked, "Who might this be?" Maya smiled and said, "This is Ashlyn, Valerian's cousin. We found her when Luthias sent us to the underworld. She's the last of the royal bloodline, and we have her to thank." Ashlyn looked at the world tree and said, "It's still like I remember it. It's like nothing changed. It's been far too long." I smiled and said, "Welcome home, Ashlyn. My journey started with rescuing you from Briarwood, and it ended with bringing you home. I'm happy that you'll be taking Valerian's place." She nodded and said, "I'll be better than she was. I'll ensure the royal bloodline thrives, and I'll make sure Sacred Grove is here to stay." Bryce smiled and said, "I feel different, but I don't know why." He started to fade away and dropped to his knees. I ran over to Bryce and said, "You finally let go of the past." He smiled and said, "Because of you, I get to cross over. Thank you all for everything." Bryce disappeared from Sacred Grove and he crossed to the other side. I looked at Chugsy and asked, "So, now that Luthias is gone, will you return to Silver Hills?" He nodded and said, "Of course. I've got a lot of explaining to do, and there's someone waiting for me back home. However, I want to apologize for everything that happened. I know from now on, things will be better." Maya smiled and said, "Go home, Chugsy. You deserve some much-needed rest." Chugsy and the army of elves left for Silver Hills, then the sun had fully risen. I looked at Bale and asked, "I presume you're returning to your kingdom?" He nodded and said, "I must. I fear my battle is far from over." I'm sorry for all of the pain I caused to you and your realm. Maybe one day our realms can become allies. Maya shrugged and said, maybe someday, but Sacred Grove needs time to heal from what has happened here today. He nodded and said, of course. Farewell, and may our paths cross again soon. He left for Hallowed Coppice, and it was just Maya, Chatty, and I by the World Tree. I could hear the cerulean portal calling my name, and in that moment, I knew it was time to pay the price. I looked at Maya, then sighed and said, Maya, it's time for me to go. She tilted her head and asked, what do you mean? I pointed to the cerulean portal and said, I need to meet with the Gloam Council. I have a price to pay for bringing Bryce back to life. She shook her head and said, everything is back to normal. You can't just leave me here all alone. I smiled and said, Maya, you're not alone anymore. Chatty laid his head down on her leg and he fell asleep. Maya sighed and asked, what will I do without you by my side? I shrugged and said, you'll take care of Chatty and he'll take care of you. You need each other to keep going in the Free Realms. Now, it's my turn to be the responsible one in the group. Maya hugged me and said, I'm going to miss you, Dane. There's no one else I would have gone on adventures with. I got up and stood in front of the cerulean portal. I turned to Maya, then sighed and said, Maya, when I met you, I didn't know who you were on the outside. On the inside, however, I think I always knew. Maybe together, we could have been something more. When you think about everything we've seen, and everything we've done, I feel like I made the right choice. Thank you for being my partner. She started to tear up and she held Chatty in her arms. We said our goodbyes and I stepped into the cerulean portal. I started to tear up as well when I made it inside. I feel like I had just lost my best friend, but I knew that she would be alright without me. Maya was the strongest person I knew, and Chatty would help keep her strong. I made my way to the Gloam Council and they formed from the cerulean sky. They looked at me and said, Dane Kensington III. Bryce has crossed over to the other side, and you have a price to pay for his temporary revival. I nodded and said, I know. Let's just get it over with. Whatever it is you need me to do, I'll gladly do it. They shook their heads and said, it's not what we need you to do. It's where we need you to go. I tilted my head and asked, you need me to go somewhere? Is it somewhere in the Free Realms? They sighed and said, no, it's not. We have decided to send you to a world outside of the Free Realms. I thought for a moment and asked, if there's a world outside the Free Realms, why is this the first time I'm hearing of it? They looked at the cerulean sky and said, as you know, there was the sacred prophecy. You fulfilled it and saved the Free Realms. However, there is another. It is called the Flow Prophecy. It reads, for our home we destroyed, so we sail onto the void, for an undiscovered system far from here. Into the blackened unknown, a leader will venture into this world to pass on the brighter torch of knowledge, to teach and inspire. You are that leader, Dane. I sighed and said, well, I suppose being half human, half elf does have its perks. Send me into the unknown. The Gloam Council opened a wormhole in the cerulean sky and they sent me through in an instant. Sometime later, Bale made his way back to Hallowed Coppice. When he returned to his kingdom, he returned to it being consumed in flames by a fire-breathing dragon. Bale gasped and said, the mother of all dragons! I had a feeling, but I didn't know she was real. He ran as fast as he could to the kingdom, but he knew he wasn't going to save everyone. He made it inside the castle and he saw King Egon lying dead on the throne. Bale dropped to his knees and exclaimed, this can't be happening! The castle was crumbling down all around him and he had nowhere else to go. Bale sighed and said, fine. If it's me you want, it's me you'll get. He left the castle and he stood out in front of the kingdom, where the mother of all dragons could see him. The dragon mother approached him and roared as loud as she could. Bale nodded and said, you will earn this victory, vile beast. I will not yield against you. Bale charged at the dragon mother and he swung his sword at her throat. The sword did nothing and it bounced off of her scales. Bale flipped his sword, then sighed and said, I will die for my kingdom, but only if you die first. He launched himself onto the head of the mother dragon, and he tried cutting away at its hide, but it was no use. Bale dropped his sword, and he dropped to his knees, then said, "If this is where I fall, then so be it. I deserve to be slain by what I strive to kill." The mother of all dragons breathed its largest breath of fire onto Bale, and he was nothing but ashes with his kingdom. In her revenge, the dragon mother didn't notice the building she had destroyed. The castle collapsed onto her, and the fire she breathed consumed her underneath the rubble of the fallen kingdom. Hallowed Coppice was no more, and forever broken. Epilogue. Dear Sacred Grove, this is a weird way to start a letter, but I wanted to write this in the hope someone would read it. It's been a decade since I left the Free Realms. The Gloam Council sent me here to lead a world, not like our own, but it's familiar in a way. The people here are also very different. They reminded me of the elves in Silver Hills, but they were called Majiri. They were just as smart as elves, but they never tried to end the world, like Luthias did all of those years ago. They are a peaceful race, and I opened up to their customs. I met someone here by the name of Nisia. She and I grew very close, but I never told her where I came from or what I truly was. There were other humans around, and I fit in. So I left it at that, and life stayed normal. That was until Nisia and I had children of our own. Nisia said it was tradition for a father to pick the names. We had a boy, and his name was Cale Kensington IV. After Cale Yardbird in the Free Realms. I had hoped that he found peace after all of the trouble we went to. We also had a girl who I named Maya Kensington, after my best friend and partner that I still held on to, close to my heart. Ever since I started living here, I began to wonder how life had turned out for everyone in the Free Realms. I imagined Shugsy found his someone and he became the new king of Silver Hills, with a new queen as well. He learned from his mistakes and most likely, he ushered in a new era for the city. He probably kept Nath's wand close to him just in case another disaster happened. Maya probably kept the peace in Sacred Grove with Chatty by her side. She had a new partner and most likely had to help Ashlyn with whatever she needed done. Just thinking about that made me miss Valerian. I imagine that Maya kept Bryce's blade and Chatty kept Jess's bow. Together, they were never going to be alone. As for me, I buried Cade's hammer in a mountain somewhere in Kalima. I visit it from time to time, but I've never had the chance to settle down there. Still, what Bryce did for us was what saved the Free Realms, and I'm glad that I paid the price for his revival. He got the chance to let go of his past and cross over to the other side. I had hoped that I did him a kindness by granting him safe passage to his next life. As I'm writing this letter, I'm probably going to spend the rest of my days relaxing by a fire and enjoying the time I have left in this world. If there's one thing I learned from my adventures in the Free Realms and from my adventures here, it's a simple lesson. There was never a night or a problem that could defeat our sunrise or hope. Each sunrise brings a new day with new hopes for a new beginning. The sunrise, of course, doesn't care if we watch it or not. It will keep on being beautiful, even if no one bothers to look at it. So, when the sun rose, we found hope. With every sunrise, we find inspiration. If we let the sun rest, we will have a foundation of peace. Wherever you are, my friends, I hope the sun shines brightly, like in my new home. Dane Kensington III.